year round. And with supporters like yourself, Paul, it allows us to continue to do that year round. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. I realized I hit the wrong button for YouTube. So now YouTube is seeing this. It's early in the morning. All right, chat.
I'm aboard YouTube.
Yeah. Welcome, YouTube. 24-hour charity stream for the Captain's Table. This is also, like I said, this isn't going to be really recorded because of how YouTube does its algorithm. I've tried to do these before, and almost always it just takes it spends forever trying to encode the video. It doesn't like longer videos like that. So
you could potentially just start a new one halfway through.
I could, but
yeah,
I'm probably
you don't actually need a proper link on YouTube. You just have to go to /theastropub/live, and you will be directed straight to the current live stream.
Oh, okay. We'll try that to try to like break up the YouTube video a little bit.
Yeah.
The VOD is going to be for Twitch though. Should be okay. I might do the same thing with the VOD with the Twitch as well, but we'll see. So yeah, super fast start. No, I just hit the wrong button when we started. I hit the Astropub and not the Captain's Table. So.
Oh.
So I was streaming to the Astropub and it's like, oh, why is I'm not seeing any chat going on for the for the
whoopsie daisy.
Oh right, because it's the wrong one. Hold on, let me double check to make sure this is good. Delete that. Yeah. There we go. All right. So Mr. Tree 0311, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
Trio 311. I'm the host and producer of the Pathfinders podcast. So I follow the development of Star Citizen Squadron 42, in great obsessive detail, and sort of report it back to you and do deep dives into the development of different features and tech and such. I'm here because I am a big fan of charity. I'm wearing my Call to Arms t-shirt for StackUp.org. I keep no monetization for myself, so any subs or ad revenue or anything I get, I donate directly to StackUp.org. Big fan of Gamers Outreach. I'm a civilian and military flight paramedic, so I transport patients to hospitals all over the United States, primarily the Mountain West, and I've seen many Gamers Outreach stations at children's hospitals. And being a space dad, got to do it for the kids. So I'm glad to be here.
Awesome.
Hey.
And last but not least, we have the Emperor of Uranus, Prince of Pluto himself, Mr. Darionator. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
Christian, it looks like he's never heard that one before.
I will have to explain it here in a moment.
Like a decade.
Yeah.
Hi, I am Darge, also known as Darionator, which is my proper name. And I guess in this scenario, I'm the kid, because my usual job on this podcast is to annul Paul entry with my encyclopedia of bullshit. But when Crucian's involved, I get to fly the 890 jump during the Daymar rally, at least. So, that's sort of my involvement in this sort of group of people.
You also help run JRDF.
Oh, run is putting it, very, 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 very. There's a lot of
other people
responsibility attached to the term run. I try to say survive.
Yeah.
But I'm the one who's actually who does stuff. Not running the company, not doing any of the marketing. But I make the ships.
Make the ships. You make the ships for JRDF.
Ships at jrdf.sc. Yes.
So if you want to go get scale models of some of your favorite Star Citizen ships, you can go there. All right.
Working on something exciting.
Yes. Other than the thing that you've been working on for a long time.
No, just that.
The same one. Hey, as long as it's getting better. It has nothing to do with answering calls. That's all I'm going to say, Chad. It has nothing to do with answering calls. No.
Nothing to do with
nothing to do that.
Either.
No.
Nothing.
All right. So how this works, if you've never been here before, if you've never seen this, Then I am going to be asking these gentlemen a series of questions, and those questions they'll do their best to answer those questions based off of their own thoughts and opinions. Then we will pause the stream, or not pause the stream. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll move into questions and answer sessions. So let me start up the oh gosh, where are you? The bot. So we have the questions available. But the issue with the bot is that it's very finicky, is the best way to put it. It is never been tested
It's too early for the bot.
It's never been tested in a 24-hour stream. So it may, in fact, implode halfway through. So I'm going to basically turn off the bot within the first hour or so, and then keep restarting the bot to make sure it's good. There we go. Starting the bot. So the bot is now up, and it is good to go. So, all right. But before we get started, or before we do that, let's get started with the first question, which I'll ask Darj.
Oh God.
Yeah, you get the first one. The first question is, what was best about this year?
Oh, Pyro. Like actually being able to go to Pyro. It's like the most groundbreaking tech that they managed to solve. They've been talking about that for years at that point. Like, we're finally free of the road to Pyro. It's fundamentally groundbreaking.
All
No
right.
more road to Pyro.
No more
But
roads.
yeah, that is that. Yeah, yeah. That is what's was like probably the most the best feature about the past 12 months has been. Yeah,
Pyro.
everything else builds off of it, and it's fantastic. But that's the big one. That's
Tree, best part about this year.
Oh, the best part. Not being on the road to Pyro is a big thing, but the fact that we have server meshing in the game, and we have player shard counts of 700 plus. It's been the universe has gotten a good deal bigger, but even with the universe getting bigger, having shard counts that much higher, it is significantly noticeable around places where you should see other people. You can't fly around an LEO station or run around a landing zone without seeing a bunch of other players, which I think is really great. And even if you don't want to interact with them, just being able to see them and have the universe feel more alive, I think is a big change. But that and the fact that server performance is consistently 15 to 25 server FPS, regardless of where you go, unless it's earlier on in the year with certain events, operations, and the locations associated with them, it would dip down a lot more. But the server performance is consistently a whole lot better, and so while it does allow for some things to function a lot better, it does show where other things aren't functioning very well. But I think all in all, that's a big improvement. So that's my server meshing in general.
All right. Crew, same question to you. Best part about this year? Oh, hold on.
I think
There
we're all barking up the same tree here.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button there. I was trying to do something.
Buttons.
Someone donated 20 euros on YouTube. So I'm gonna unfortunately you donated through the super chat. So I'm gonna try to take some of my money and put it into theirs because to offset that. So crew, same question to you. What is the best part about this year?
So even though we have server meshing, no matter what, we still breaking servers in the Daymar Rally. So believe it or not. So, but I think content, man. Believe it or not, I had I haven't played as much as I've been wanting to this year, but I did play quite often. I would say probably every Friday, Saturday, I would jump on with some friends, and man, content week, like the Wiggalo stuff and the current some of the missions, like I could get lost in it play for 4 or 5 hours and not know where the time went. So while I love Pyro, while I love server meshing, I think content this year, I think they did a really good job at keeping it somewhat consistent. I think especially in Q2 going into Q3. So that's what I would say here for that one.
Muted,
Yeah, you
Paul.
just muted
Is
yourself.
he muted, Paul? Yeah. I was like, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. I will refrain from talking about these questions because I know that if I answer these questions myself, it will be very long. I will have to answer these questions every 3 hours for the next 24 hours. So I'm going to make the chat wait. I'm going to say if you want to listen to my answers to these questions, you have to wait till the very end of the stream. So move on to
Just give him like 10 different answers every 2 hours.
All right. So the next question, and I'll start with you, Crew, on this one. What was the worst about this year?
Man,
I know you said you didn't have a good chance to play a lot, but
I think while we have server meshing, I think not having dynamic server meshing is probably I would say one of the worst, but also I hate going back to this because it's not really like one of the worst things, but I think that like looting tier 0 is a little bit silly as well. That's one thing I will say. Not that I'm bashing anybody about it. It's just that um, I know they're probably just testing things out to improve on it. But I would say, not having dynamic server meshing yet, and then probably something like, looting tier 0. That's what I would probably go with for right now.
all right. Tree, same question to you. What did you dislike about this year?
I did because I follow the development of all things CIG religiously. The massive shift in communication, where we didn't really have ISCs. We had far fewer SCLs, and so the development this year was dramatically less open. And I understand their reason for doing so. I have concerns about how much they're going to be doing of that in the future. Um, and so, that's more of an outside the game thing, but it's a sentiment that I think is felt a lot in the community that we all miss that and we all really enjoyed it. And I know that, it's very important for them to keep the devs focused on getting Squadron out the door. But when they get to the point when Squadron is getting out the door, are they going to go back to that or not? And the fact that we don't really have an answer, that's a little bit concerning for me. In game, I would say the inconsistency has been a bit of a struggle because I try to make sure that I play each patch and play the content of the month. If not that month, because I've been gone a lot with the army, but the next month. And some months things have worked well, and it's been a lot of fun and well put together. And other months, like October, less so. And so it's been a pretty significant roller coaster. Like we're the average, it's kind of like saying the average FPS has been a lot better, but when your average is higher, you really notice those 1% lows, or in this case probably 10% lows, a lot more, and so that's been a little bit jarring, I think, and I think we as a community have probably noticed it a lot more when all of a sudden it's like, oh wow, we've had some really good patches, and then all of a sudden one will come along and the content will be like messed up, or things in game will be seriously effed, and we're like, what the hell? We quickly got spoiled.
Yeah. No, I will summarize a lot of that by saying, like, by things being better, you notice all the things that are missing, like the things that we don't have yet. Like as Gin Tonic pointed out, launching missions that were dependent on tech that they knew was problematic. Like elevators and such. All right, Darsh. Darsh, what is your
Yeah.
your gosh, where did they put it? Your bads for this year. What do you dislike about this year?
Yeah, I think that you should limit your podcast guests to one answer because Tree stole mine with
Sorry.
one of his.
What's that?
Yeah, because I just wanted to point out, like, yeah, the whole inconsistency with the patches this year as well. Primarily when because they don't do any sort of, like, they release a patch and then they focus on the next patch, and then the new stuff breaks the old stuff, and they don't have enough time or people or resources allocated to make sure that that doesn't happen. Because yeah, like, just like Tree, I don't have time to play every month, to check out the new stuff every patch, so I want to go back to the old stuff, and but then those missions just break every once in a while. Not every once in a while, most
Yep.
of the time, just break. Like, they don't give out the loot they were supposed to. Like, enemies that don't show up that were supposed to. And I'm just gonna blame Elliot for that one. Yeah, just gonna go straight out and blame
Elliot.
yeah, that from the stuff not been said already, because I do agree with Tree that I really do miss the whole cadence of videos put out by Discolando and the ISC team. But I think you also can agree that the man's aged quite significantly in the past 5 years, or like the 3 years that he's been in England. So we could attribute that to England weather or England food, but I think it's just like the constant workload that he has been put under all by himself, because he will be the first to admit it, that he wouldn't be doing this if he didn't love it. Yeah, do kind of miss it. I wish they hadn't gone as they don't do middle grounds, do they? CIG, they either do something to the max or they stop.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
They don't slow down gradually, which is I think maybe a lot of people would have preferred to do for them to do in a lot of cases. But yeah, hopefully once Squadron is out, they will then pivot dramatically in the other direction again, and we'll get all the video content we've missed out for the past couple of years.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get a lot of video content from Squadron next year, rather than just what we have right now, just because of the how things are. I do want to take a moment
That's
to
been my conspiracy theory too,
uh,
is that they are banking that.
well, at one point, I remember talking with people at CIG, and they mentioned that they like that the briefing room thing that they did that one time 3 years ago. Well, that they didn't stop making those. They've been making those since they made the first one. They just haven't released them because they just haven't had it.
Wasn't the time.
Was the time for it?
Yep.
Pillar talk, you say.
So I do want to also point out Northern Tech Hermit donated $25. Says we are all gamers. Thank you so much. Daniel Hartland donated $20, and D Murph donated $10. So we're now at $365. Our goal is $1,000, but it could go up higher. My goal is to reach $4,000, and if we can reach $4,000, we can basically pay for Gamers Outreach to have a single new go-kart to use for their for the kids. So one specifically from the Star Citizen community would be great. All right, we've got a couple more questions, and then we'll move on to the question and answer session. The next one I want to ask you is start with you, Darsh. Did this year live up to your expectations?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay. Just yeah?
Well, yeah.
I'm done.
What were your expectations?
Well, my expectations were, to go to another star system in a broken way, to get, to do missions there in a broken way, but which is what we got initially. But then they kept working on it, because that's what they do. They keep working on new stuff, and now going from Stanton to Pyro is smooth as butter, and even looking at the CitizenCon presentation, they're constantly evolving that we'll be able to do missions from one system to another, which is something like that took me by surprise that I didn't notice was missing.
Yeah, because
Everything else was working so smooly, right?
The funny thing is that Wicklow shows up in Pyro. That's why it seems like they're connected, because if you
Bastard.
if you go to Pyro, his missions will show up in your Mobiglass. So like it's like,
Yeah.
why, what?
Yeah, but yes, wait, what was the question?
Expectations. Did it meet your expectations?
Expectations. Oh yeah. And I wasn't expecting them to, even though this isn't strictly in the 12 months since the last 24, the year in review one, we're getting Nyx a lot sooner than I expected them to roll it out, because it's hitting Evo next week.
See,
from time of recording.
It's actually later than I thought they were going to do, because I thought Nyx was going to come in like middle of the year, this year. But like, it's, as always, my expectations are like, oh, this is going to happen, and then like 3 months later it happens. I'm like, CIG is 3 months off. Why am I 3 months off with you, CIG? And it's not even fully Nyx, but that's another conversation. Tree, same question to you. Did this year live up to your expectations?
I would say more yes than no. With the server meshing answer, I expected server meshing to be much more problematic than it was. The fact that it smoothed out in the time that it did, you have to be specific about, okay, is this a server meshing issue? Is this a server issue? And the things associated with the game that are associated with server meshing smoothed out and became performant and reliable a lot faster than I thought they were going to. I wasn't expecting 318 bad, but I was expecting closer to 318 than what we got, and so that was for me a big win. But I would say the thing that disappointed me the most, other than some of the content misses, would be the getting the missions back post mission system refactor.
I was going to say, hold on for the disappointments, because I also have.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
The next
you
question,
didn't give us the question list.
I do. It's on the content creators one. It's under the CT
schedule.
Yeah. I'll make sure to.
But also, I was gonna say the reason why I'm surprised we got Nyx this early is because I knew they wanted to wait for server meshing to be in a really, really, really good spot after rolling it out for Pyro, and have the community test it out, because I knew how bad it's going to be. I was also expecting somewhere around 318 bad with what was that, the new backend inventory database stuff that kept breaking. Didn't break as much, but I also knew it was going to take a while for them to get to a place where they were comfortable in releasing a new system. Did they confirm it was going to be Nyx from the get-go?
Yeah. The next one was going to be Nyx.
They confirmed.
Yeah.
Well, they confirmed it was going to be Nyx. But then they also said in the plan that Castor was going to be the first system that was all Genesis Planet Tech V5.
Yeah.
And so now that it's pivoted to where Nyx is
the first
Genesis Planet Tech V5, that's why I'm like, well, that's why it's late.
Thing.
Yeah.
And
the thing, because Nyx is going to be the bedrock for testing Genesis, and then Castor is
that's why.
And then when Genesis is at the level where they want it, Castor is going to be this new system full of Genesis from the get-go.
Yep. Yeah, it released all at once and polished and stuff, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that's different than what they said. They changed their mind, which their prerogative. But if we didn't know that, so like I was with Paul, my expectation was for Nyx sooner, because I figured they had already built the planets largely in Planet Tech V4, like they'd done with Pyro, and then it's like, oh, they're going to do it differently. Okay, that works. The
Astropub said we aren't getting Nyx until they had just dynamic server meshing. We are getting dynamic server meshing with Nyx. It's just not in the way we thought it was going to be. It's just the small little tiny rollout of it is the answer.
The instancing, which I think is a very cool way of going about it.
Yeah. Now I don't know if it's going to happen right away with this release, but I think it's shortly afterwards at the very least, because as they said, that they want to do it in smaller breakouts. And
we'll see with the tech preview.
Yeah, we'll see with their tech preview, see if it works. But I also think that that's maybe part of the reason why we're getting Nyx, just the Glacium ring, is just is because they don't have full dynamic meshing in there, so they can serve to spin up another server or two, or to rearrange the servers they have now in the 10 servers for a small Nyx compared to what they had before. But man, I
didn't realize Nyx is in terms of actual size of system is bigger than Pyro.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
With less
for
space.
now.
With it's probably going to end up being the same size as Pyro when they actually release it. Like, but I mean, Pyro is still like 6 AU or something like that. It's like still twice the size of Stanton. So,
well, in lore, it's like 110 versus 90 AU, but that doesn't translate in game.
Yeah.
But it's like 20% bigger. Yeah.
Tree, I realized I asked for posting the questions that, like, I didn't say what didn't live up to your expectations or what didn't live up to your expectations. You were about to say that.
Yeah, I feel like there's like a running post on Reddit that I've seen multiple times where people have been keeping track of, like, hey, what missions have we gotten back that we, had before 4.0?
Yeah.
And it's still a long list, and on that list are a lot of the things that I enjoyed. Just when I'm doing my solo gameplay, just chilling and hanging out and playing by myself. Those were a lot of the things that I would do, and so not having those, it's like I don't. Yeah, we have a lot more of the new content that is generally geared towards grouping up, which is great because that's something I enjoy doing. That's what I do the majority of my gameplay of. But like, we don't have box missions back.
Yeah.
We don't have the investigation missions
Oh
back.
man.
And it's
That's actually
and
problematic.
We don't have
it is.
first
Yeah.
person scanning.
Yep.
It's supposed to be in.
I mean, the box missions not being in is problematic only because it was the easiest starter mission. It was like yeah, there were some danger to those box missions, but they were super like important missions for your beginner player because it was just most of it was go here, pick up the box, go over there, and so low stakes. So it's more of a learn how to fly, learn how to pick things up, learn how to move things around, and then learn how to drop things off. I think it's because of that Amazon kiosk that they use. I know Elliot hates it. Like Elliot and his mission team just freaking hate that thing.
Well,
they hate it
too
from a
bad
tech
we
perspective, but
both
man, do we
studio
need it
that.
back.
Yeah. Well,
we need
a mini elevator. They just need to build a mini elevator, like a tiny elevator that's built into the side of a wall or something like that. You just put it down and then it closes.
Why am I putting a
like
data pad in a 3000 SCU?
Yeah.
Yeah. You mean like the sort of dispensers that actually create those? We could have those in the hangar just to take stuff.
Yes. Just reskin the crafting benches to do that.
Or not the crafting benches. The just the stuff that the dispenses drugs at
Oh yeah. Those things. That would be great. Crew, same question for you. Let me pull up that question again because I realized I didn't have that. Did this year live up to your expectations?
I think so as did. I think I'm in the same boat as Tree. There's definitely more good than bad. Believe it or not, we can talk about how rough Star Citizen has been this year with missions not being fully playable, elevators breaking, like all this stuff. But it's still, believe it or not, moving on to another record-breaking year for the game in general. And people talk about 318 like it's bad. I don't think, man, the people like realize that we had 3.0 was even worse than 318, and that was we lived through all of that if you were part of the game back then as well. So that one was way more
there,
rough,
man.
Yeah.
I know. That one was bad. But so I'm over here like 318. That was nothing, man. That was but I think it was good. I think I keep mentioning the content, the tech they keep improving on it. I knew that they keep improving things, so maybe we'll get more improvements on server meshing. Once we get more improvements on server meshing, we'll get more improvements on dynamic server meshing. Once a little part of that is out, like getting Nyx is a lot of people didn't think that they were gonna get a new planet so soon, even this year alone. So they kind of proved a lot of people wrong. But I've said this the entire time. It's like they have a ticking, I would say a ticking time bomb, right? And the reason I say that is because if they do get to release Squadron 42 next year, and the game is not in a place where people, once they play Squadron, they play their 40 hours, they're going to want more Star Citizen. They're going to come to the PU. If the PU is not ready, they're going to lose all those people, because people are going to come in, play the game, see it's still buggy, see it's still all messed up, and just not play the game again. For a while, or until maybe the next Squadron comes out. So if they want to keep, I would say, a good majority of the people that are going to play Squadron 42, they need to have the PU ready. And I think that they're going to do a better job at gunslinging. I said this before, like, once everything is in place, I think the last thing that we're going to need to ever worry about is going to be planets or systems or anything. They're going to start shooting one every quarter, or two every quarter, and it's going to come a lot faster and a lot faster, and people are going to be like, what the hell happened? Like,
Yeah.
now we have 8 systems within. So yeah, it's I think it's been a good year. I think the only bad part is, like I said, there's just a few things, like tier 0 looting, things like they did with the flight blades. Sorry to bring that up, but they're just silly things. But the thing is, like, I trust CIG to do the right thing for the community always. People just like to instantly, get upset over something without allowing the time for them to fix it. They listen. They've been listening. I've been around this community since 2015. Like, they listen, man. Just give some constructive feedback. They'll get it right. They normally do. So that's all I got.
Yeah. All right. So I'll start with Tree on this one, because I've started with Crew and Darge for this one. We got 2 more questions, then we'll head to the question and answer session. So if you have a question, chat, put in brackets question into the chat, and the bot will pick it up. And so if you have any questions, it could be about anything in Star Citizen, because this is sort of the Star Citizen year in review. So, Tree, was this a overall good or bad year for Star Citizen?
Overall, good.
Okay. Darsh, same
It's
question.
a very binary question.
I know. Was this an overall
Yeah.
good or bad year for Star Citizen?
I would say, yeah, overall good. Just look at the funding and numbers of new accounts being generated. Like, it's breaking
Yep.
records. Not just in, because you could say that the whole funding thing is just whales on the Idrises and the Polarises and all the new big ships that they've released for a lot of money. But no, it's also the number of new accounts. Those people who just buy the basic package for $45. That's been going up. So yeah. People really appreciate the year of stability, because it was drastically needed, even though it didn't touch on every aspect like we would hope, like the missions that we mentioned, and some of the other things. But even with, what is it now, over 1,000 people at the studio, still not enough people to touch on everything. So hopefully they they don't pivot again. They
Stay.
just gradually start shifting focus from one to another, so they still keep quite a bit of focus on stability going in the next 12 months, because that's proven to be the winning ticket for them. But they also start giving us some of the new features that we've been lacking, because of the whole focus shift.
Yep.
But yes, overall, super happy with how the game is progressing. Yeah, it's damn, that 1.0 is getting close, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, we're probably 2 years away. So especially with CIG's own internals, I know 2 years, 2 years.
Years.
Yeah, everywhere.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, but just 2 years. Yeah.
Baiting yourself.
Hey, the better Total Recall. All right, I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah.
It's the improved oh, what's his name? I always forget the director's name who did that one. The same one who did Starship
Emmerich?
Troopers.
Is it Emmerich?
No, it was the same one who did Starship Troopers.
Dang it.
He did a bunch of action. But he's Dutch. I think so.
Yeah, it's a very Dutch name.
Verhoeven.
Verhoeven.
Paul Verhoeven.
Yeah, Verhoeven. Yeah.
Krupp, same question to you. Was this an overall good or bad year?
I think good. I'm gonna give this year a 7.3 out of 10. I'm
Alright.
gonna rate it how
Yep.
I see it. I think 7.3 is where I'm landing. I think that I think that next, like, if this year was pretty decent, I think next year is gonna be even better in my opinion. So
Um, this is one of the rare cases where I will answer this question. And I'll probably answer it in different ways every time. But
Ooh.
in terms of like just slightly, I think this was an overall good year for Star Citizen. For a lot of different reasons, but I'll say the main reason, or one of the main reasons I think it was a good year, is because I've seen more people coming back to the game and more people
Yeah.
starting the game than I have in a while. Since like 2 years ago, like 2023, when we had a huge boost, that record-breaking year 2 years ago where they had in terms of funding. It also matched up with like a bunch of big content creators coming in covering the game, which then caused more traction to the game, and then more people coming in and playing it. It felt very much like that this year, but there was no like huge content creator Smash who came in and did everything. It just sort of happened on its own. So, all right, last question.
And a growth. Wow.
Yeah,
hey, can we get some ratings at least? Like I think
Three, right?
while we talk about the good, like
Oh, yeah.
rated out of 10, like
I-
that would be great.
that- yeah,
Kind of
Tree.
hear those opinions.
Tree out of 10
Yeah,
this year.
I was gonna say the 7, but if we're gonna do the point system, I was gonna say 7.1. So,
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
Darsh.
Is there an actually correct answer in the first one to not go over is the correct?
Yes.
Like Price is Right rules.
Yes.
What's a further joking? Oh yeah, 5 out of 7. There we go.
Yeah.
That's a good meme.
Almost perfect. Yeah.
Geez. Yeah, it kind of feel around 7 is about 7 is feels right, because there's still lots of things that I didn't get to, stuff that I broke. So there's distractions, but huge steps forward. So yeah. I would, actually, yeah, 6.9. Let's round it up for a full 7 with all three answers.
All right. I'm not going to give a rating because you have to wait till the end of this of the 24-hour stream to get my rating. All right, the last question. The last question. I'm going to start with you on this.
We should have all gotten like little whiteboard or scorecards.
Scorecards to put holding up. Yeah. The French judge does not get it. Just not liking it. Darsh, your question. The last question I have is, what do you believe we will see in Star Citizen for the next year?
Ooh, I would think that they're much further along with Genesis than we think. So while Nyx is going to be a test bed for it, they will progress with it quite significantly. And I think we'll also see Castra along with it, which potentially gives them time to focus on the other pillars of 1.0, where the guild progression, the base building, the I have both. I have two words to describe what it is, but none of them are the correct ones. Not manufacturing, not constructing.
Crafting?
Fabricating? No, there's a third one that doesn't much.
Crafting?
But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Crafting, that's the one.
Yeah.
Crafting, which is a bit of which we're getting very early already. It's funny that it took him exactly 12 months from prototype to working model that they're releasing. It seems very convenient that they got to show that twice at CitizenCon, but okay. I don't think we'll see base building.
Okay.
That no, but crafting, yes. Crafting of FPS items, ship components, potentially ships, but I feel like base building depends on some of Genesis stuff, like terrain modification for laying down buildings that they haven't. That I have a feeling that that's for some reason that's something that I haven't cracked just yet. Although I am welcome to be surprised, because yeah, that would be amazing, because I there's so many locations in Pyro that I found that I just want to settle down. Although then now that next one's coming out, God damn, yeah, those meadows look pretty.
Beautiful. Tree.
Uh, there were a couple of scenes during their Nyx one showcase that I just went, wait, I've been to those places, because I like to go into mountains. During for vacations, a lot of people go to the sea. Nah, I go with a couple of friends. We get into cars and go, carving up mountain roads, and they've done some real good work mountains. God damn. Mm.
Tree, same question to you. What do you believe we'll see for Star Citizen next year?
I agree with Darge. I do think we're going to see Castra at the very end of the year. I think that they're going to be working on that alongside as they're building out Nyx, because it's not like Nyx is a lot of planets, and there's Castra is just 2 planets, and so if they're
Yep.
really the bullseye is very it's not Venusian like Nyx 2 is, but it's going to be probably similar in terms of tech and the way they build it out. But I now that we
do you think we'll see
go ahead.
Stanton and Pyro getting some Genesis love next year as well?
I would not be surprised. And you have to the language that will and I saw somebody mention in, I think it was Spectrum, that was saying we need to rename him Captain Planet, and so I'm gonna boost that to the moon.
Captain Planet, yes.
Because
I love that.
I mean, Moist Maker was funny, and River Guy is funny, but it's like he is such a treasure. He's an absolute treasure.
To put the context, by the way, this is his first job in gaming.
Yeah,
he just literally got out of college and got hired by CIG. So, like, this is the first time he's young. He's like in his early 20s. Still,
he's made multiple CitizenCon presentations
Yes.
now, and he's just so personable. But what he's doing is just, from an art perspective, is just gorgeous, and also insanely technical.
Yeah.
But I think as far as personalities go, he's just one of these people. It's like you can't not absolutely love the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like the opposite of Elliot.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that this next year is going to be Captain Planet's time to shine, and with building Nyx out in front of us. But I think that they're also, we will probably see Castra. That's I've been super hyped for Castra for a long time, because Cascom, with the really dramatic mountains and stuff, is I think super cool. And
Sherman,
after like Darge, sure. And so like Darge just talked about, with the the glow up of cliffs and more dramatic mountains versus the sort of foothills that we have on Microtech. I live at the foothills of the Sawtooths, which is a Rocky Mountain range, and those things that they showed off look very Sawtooth and Rocky Mountain-esque. And so I'm excited to see it. Less excited to see it on Nyx 1, but very excited to see it on Castra now, or Cascom. But the tech previews. So like, if you guys remember, if you watched the Con 42 presentation with Jared and Torsten, they talked about how the first tech preview, Torsten was saying, it's going to be engineering. He's like, I want it to be engineering, but it's a race between engineering and radar and scanning. And then they just came out and said they're aiming for crafting before the end of the year, but we're about to get a engineering tech preview. So it seems like they have held to that. So are we going to be getting a radar and scanning here in the not too distant future as well, in between the two? And a year of stability. I think that the reason that these things got delayed is due to for stability. They've been working on that the engine, that next dev branch, for longer than we had longer than maybe they had planned, longer than we had hoped. But I think that in the end, that's a good thing, in that the engine will arrive to us, in that first patch with the new dev branch coming to us that they've done tech preview of with Vulkan and such. I think when that arrives to live, it will be in a better state. But I think that that also has knock-on effects that when we do the tech previews for the features that are built on that branch of the engine, that those will be in a better state so that they can get better data during testing of the features. That's more focused on the quality of the feature than the stability of the build itself. And so I think that that will hopefully make the testing of higher quality and get the feature into our hands sooner. But I think next year is going to be the year where we see the features that catch Star Citizen up to Squadron, where we get parity with Squadron. So that way, when Squadron releases, we are having a parity in gameplay and function, and it isn't a jarring crossover, I guess. And that's what I'm hyped for. That's what I wanted. Like when people talk about the features they want, crafting, base building, I'm like, no, give me radar and scanning. I want my game, just as I'm flying around, doing the things that everyone will do, to be function the same way in Squadron as it does in the PU.
A lot of people forget how muted again, Paul.
Yeah, no, you're good.
A lot of people forget how more difficult these features are to implement in Star Citizen than Squadron, just because you're the only player around. There's no such thing as base building. There's very rudimentary crafting. So of course scanning and Vulkan, and then of course afterwards the ray trace, global illumination, all stuff has a lot fewer features to have to contend with to work, because Star Citizen as an MMO has so many more features, not just features,
Moving
but
parts.
entities.
Mhm.
And I'm sorry,
Moving parts.
Moving parts.
moving parts.
Yeah.
Moving parts and customizable parts that all have sorry,
Well, yeah.
that all have to be encompassed in that feature that just drive up the complexity of it.
I was gonna say, like to also sort of hop onto that, but also sort of like, I don't know how to put this, but redirect it a little bit, because one of the things that I know a lot of people are concerned about with Squadron is that Squadron might be poorly optimized or badly like might have some problems. But I always like to point out, like, play Stars. If you ever manage to get a chance to play Star Citizen in a single server by yourself, look how well it plays. And the answer is really well. And that's how Squadron will play. The problem that I've heard of that's going on with Squadron right now is more just optimization. They're at that stage, the unsexy, unfun part where you have to sit down and make sure that the game plays well on all hardware, that it doesn't implode after a couple of hours, and it's the small issues that are.
Read the R&D report for the last several months.
Yeah.
That's why we're getting the tech preview of the engine, because it's the same branch of the engine.
Yeah.
The one that we're testing in tech preview right now is the one that Squadron runs on. And now that's why they've been polishing it the last several months and optimizing everything. And that's why we're just now starting to test it. It's like all these things are connected. It isn't, that they aren't, running on two different paths. It's just we see the parts and the development for Squadron, 6 months to a year to longer, depending on what it is. Well, now we're getting that branch of the engine, from Squadron, months after it went into the strictly polish phase, and and then we're gonna 6 months later, we're gonna be getting the features, that are built off of that, and so on.
All right. Crew, same last question for you. What do you think we're going to see for Star Citizen next year?
The Banu Merchantman. Okay, I'm sorry.
Fastcard is
right
in
after
chat.
Fastcard hops in chat. Banu Merchantman.
Damn, I'm always controversial. I'm sorry. I gotta bring it. But one thing I will say is that having two systems this year, I think they'll get to at least 3 next year. Just to put it out there, I feel like they've again working on Castro already. Like Tree mentioned, is only like 2 planets. I feel like, I want to say I would love to have other ones like Terra and stuff like that, but I think we'll have, multiple planets coming in for next year as well. I I'm hoping that, we mentioned about crafting. I love seeing crafting, during Digital Citizen Con. So I hope we get a second iteration of that, or more of a broad implementation other than just a small time crafting. I really would like to see things like, I know they mentioned rearm and refuel, but I would like to have repair as well, and some of that stuff. So um there's just like a lot of the engineering stuff that we haven't really fully have yet, and I really would like to see that implemented next year. So to give it more of I would say just the dynamic play, right? So I don't want to have to go and do the same stuff I was doing, like like let's say for things for like the Daymar Rally, right? I don't want to have to be loading up a support ship and have 8 different vehicles just to finish the race. I want to be able to really make this fully immersive and having people go repair and do all that stuff. So I'm hoping that comes in next year. And of course, Genesis, I I love the improvements from Planet Tech. Man, I've been here since the beginning. So seeing Planet Tech V2, V1 go all the way to V5 now, man, it's been an incredible change. So I'm also gonna say some other controversial stuff, like I wish we had roads in ArcCorp, but I'm just gonna hold my breath for that one. So
All right, so the bot's been acting weird. I'm doing my best to try to make sure it doesn't crash, because it looks like it's been crashing. Yeah, it's crashing. So I'm just going to do my best to answer the questions when they come in. It's going to be easier now than it is going to be in the future. But of course, the bot was going to crash when that happened. When I do the 24-hour stream, but it did pop up for at least a little bit. So I'll just keep my eyes on the chat for questions. So with that, we're going to take a few minutes break. We're going to come back and we'll be taking questions from the chat. Now, these question answer sessions are going to be a little bit shorter than usual because the next session starts in 2 hours. So if we go like an hour and a half, it's fine. But if we go more than an hour and a half, it can be a problem.
Paul needs breaks.
I not only do I need breaks, but I also need time to set up for the next crew to come in. So, and that's usually like 20 minutes or so. So
You didn't self-cath?
no, of course not. I didn't get the shit bucket. All right, it's just
the Shiv shit bucket.
yeah.
The shit bucket in the Shiv.
But so far, right now, I would like to shout out a couple more people who we have. So we've had Tree donated $25. Thank you, Tree. And then we also had Jock Cop donate $25 and Ruben Source donate $10. So we're now at $425. So again, our initial goal is $1,000. Our total goal that I want to do is $4,000. And I didn't say this before, but if we do the total goal of $4,000, I will be giving away let me double check something real quick. Probably not answers.
Endeavor, thank you so much,
Yes.
Paul. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, I'm not. They never got back to me. So I will be giving away a. Trying to see what I have in my hangers.
A Redeemer.
A
Paul's favorite
Redeemer.
ship.
Yes. No, I can't do that one.
No,
'cause
the one you have, is locked
It's locked,
permanently
yeah.
to your account. Yes.
What ships do we have available as of today? I think we still have all of the CitizenCon ships, right? So why don't we give away? Speaking of the Shiv, why don't we give away a Shiv for folks? So if we reach 4K, we'll be giving away a Shiv. If we reach, we'll have milestones. $1,000, I'll give away a CitizenCon package. If we release $2,000, I'll do like a starter package, and if we release $4,000, we'll give away a Shiv. So that way, when we reach,
You won that poop bucket.
Yes, that's that amazing poop bucket. All right. With that being said, Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching, and we'll be right back in about a few minutes.
Sooner we start, sooner Conclusion can go back to bed.
Yeah. Well, I know Tree. You've got a you got a flight to catch, right? But like,
No, I'll have a late night. It's a drill weekend, and the reason I'm here is because I have a late start because I have a night training flight, MEG flight. So
okay.
I would like to get a few more hours of sleep before I have to wake up and take care of the kids, and then actually go to work at noon.
Yeah, because it's like 6 o'clock in the morning for you. So.
Yep.
All right. All right. So I think we haven't had any new ones, but this is the question and answer session. I'm going to go through some of the questions that I saw. There was one that I saw from somebody who posted earlier, Emmanuel Gnomes, who asked this question.
Come on, Darj, do your job.
I'm ready to jump in tomorrow with my friends. How is the population nowadays? Is it still quote unquote alive and populated to make it feel like an MMO?
In terms of NPCs or players? Probably NPCs.
NPCs it does, but not like
Yeah.
it only in hotspots. But I mean, that's not too different from other MMOs. So
Yeah. The landing zones will have a couple of, let's say, gestalt entities where a bunch of NPCs spawn within each other.
mhm.
Yeah, because you got to be prepared for that. But they've been actually upgrading those. They've been giving them more wild lines, more animations to make them feel like they're actually doing stuff instead of just standing around waiting for someone, which is what most of them do.
They get
But yeah,
stuck
in
less
terms of
often.
Yeah.
Still
that
happens.
is true as
but-
well. Yeah. Because the environments, with a lot of larger server shard population, their environments don't get streamed out and back in as often, which means that the NPCs don't have to just burst into life all of a sudden. So they just keep going around, which was one of the reasons why they kept getting stuck on chairs and tables, for instance. But in terms of players, like we said, like Tree said, the much bigger server populations have made it so that you really can't go to one of the bigger landing zones or more active points of interest without actually just seeing a ship come in or out, or a player walking about, or more likely sprinting about.
Yeah, it's easy to point them out. I will say, yeah, it feels like an MMO for sure. It feels like an MMO now more than it has ever felt like an MMO before. When 4.0 first released, it was kind of crazy to see the number of people who were running around in different places. It was pretty active.
Yeah, and it depends on what content you're engaging into. Like
Mhm.
if you're going to the content of the month, and it's not the
Onyx facilities.
the AS if you're not going to the Onyx facilities, which you haven't basically pretty much individualized, and there's 100 of them.
Uh-huh.
But other than that, like if you go to those other places, you're more much more likely to see people. And if you're primarily utilizing the larger stations, the three main ones in Pyro, the low Earth orbit stations in Stanton. You can't be around those stations and not see people flying around and not see people running around inside the station. Like it's not possible for, at least it hasn't been for me. But the Lagrange point stations are often pretty empty.
Yeah.
Yep, those are primarily to do with refining materials, and mining has been a bit on the back foot for the past couple of patches, even though they released, was it the Golem
Yeah.
quite recently. But mining and salvaging, I think that those are like a connected technology, and some of them is getting a polish pretty soon. So potentially Lagrange points will also be getting some more life. Yeah. But also, if you just go to a random underground facility, you should be able to, just occasionally see people, because they've been hiding stuff there now.
Mhm.
Like the new industrial, very warframey looking armor, the heavy one that they just released. You can only get that by looting at the underground facilities, I hear.
Yeah.
Haven't been playing, Because something I probably should have mentioned. I've only came home from my CitizenCon trip 2 days ago, and
Yeah.
yesterday was like a full work day, so I have absolutely no idea what's happening.
All right, let's move on to the next question. I'm gonna go back through the YouTube questions because they're pretty quick. Get Squirrely asks, with the addition of Nyx, do y'all expect to change in industrial, or what do y'all expect to change in industrial gameplay and economy? Also, do you think there'll be more opportunities for large groups to participate in industrial?
I mean, I think isn't Nyx. Well, Levski definitely going to be like
It's a form
the
of mining.
major mining zone.
Yeah, it's a form of mining colony, so it's got all those
Yeah.
materials there. You know.
And they said that that was why they added a refinery to Levski, is because
yep.
the mining is going to be a big focus for the content for Nyx, for next year. And like they showed off the flashy stuff, but they said point blank multiple times, we're only showing off a little bit, we're keeping it close to our chest. And so there's going to be a lot of mining related content. I think that, like Darsh said, is kind of synonymous with salvage at this point, because we're going to have to be refining our salvage, and until we get the actual, the new refining mechanic to go with crafting, your only option for refining is going to be at places like Nyx. But the at Levski on Delamar. And so I think that that they are going to be catering to that a little bit more. They, thank God, they are doing work to upgrade the reclaimer. I didn't expect it this soon, but that's a much needed thing. But I think mining for sure, probably a bunch of salvaging, and it'll be really interesting to see how that economy works in in Nyx versus in Pyro versus in Stanton. Like, what are we going to be getting new material, new things to mine and refine? Is that going to, how's that going to contribute to that economy, within the three system economy?
But
Yeah.
also in terms of refining is like qualities of material, because that's connected to crafting.
Mhm.
Like you have
Yep.
the higher quality just ores that will contribute to better produced items. One thing I actually wanted to touch on this whole industrial thing is the logistics, like moving of a mass amount of cargo. Because one thing that's coming is space freight elevators,
Mhm.
Freighters, yep.
and hopefully, uh, they put in just a bit more thought into how easily and quickly you will be able to move the thousands of containers from platform to ship and ship to platform.
Why the tractor
In
beams got that
space.
major upgrade?
Mhm.
Like,
Yes,
it's
I know, but
so
like
much quicker. Like,
if
that's
still
cool.
if you're using a Hull C, you want to use the ship's tractor beams, and you can only use
Yep.
one at a time.
That's weird.
It's like
Yeah.
that sort of stuff needs to be looked at in terms of the whole flow of cargo, not just, oh yeah, the handheld tractor beam is now a bit faster. So
Space Atlas, please, is what Captain Jacaro says, and my response is we have a Space Atlas. It's called the MPUV, and it should have the Atlas style
Style,
like quick tractor. That's literally what it's supposed to do. It's literally the Space Atlas. It's made by the same company.
Remember
Yep.
when they said during CitizenCon that they want every ship to have its own identity, have its own reason for existing, from the smallest MPUV all the way up? Like, well, there you go.
Yeah.
There it is.
Mm. No, but this is something that JR of JRDF and I've been talking about, like, 'cause he has a Hull E.
Hmm.
And one of the things that Hull E could potentially really benefit from is like snubs that are even smaller than the MPUV. They're basically just a cockpit and a tractor beam, and that's it.
Mhm.
Right? No landing gear, no quantum, no, not even nav mode, just thrusters and a tractor beam to help you move stuff. Super nimble stuff.
EVA
But
thrusters
just
on
have
the
like
Atlas.
4 of them deployable. Just like the Constellation has the Merlin.
I think you still need some sort of like they seem to be moving away from docking in terms of like ship docking, so they just have to add a tiny hanger to it. But it's also the Hull E, like it's the size of a super freighter,
yeah.
so like adding a tiny hanger in the back would probably be fine. It's like wouldn't even add that much of like size to the thing.
Or
'cause it's already
drones,
huge.
you know?
Yeah, drones would work.
They don't even have to be pilotable. Just have a drone thing.
If you remember, so not only do we have the MPUV tractor, but then if you paid attention to all the little squadron stuff that we've gotten, there's those MPUV, some other variant that has
the
the sort
thumpers. This is just like
of like the number arms.
yeah.
And it shows those flying around the giant cargo ship that we see at what's the name of that station? Something Cross, Fortune's Cross.
Fortune's Cross, yeah.
Yeah, you see that giant cargo ship flying through Fortune's Cross, the one that everybody in my server seems to want, Big Blue. But you see those cargo MBUVs flying around that, ostensibly unloading it. And at CitizenCon 2023, I spoke at length with Chad McKinney about this sort of stuff, about the freight elevators, the external freight elevators, and I asked him specifically, how is loading and unloading going to work for the Hull C on up? And he said, he's like, we really want to encourage people to use the tractor beams. Well, obviously they need to fix it so you can use all of them at once, but he's like, there will eventually be a pay to load unload option. He's like, we haven't decided if we're going to use drones or if they're or if it will be little small ships like the MPUV tractor or whatever. He's like, but there will be NPCs that eventually, he's like, the first iteration is it will be faked, but the second, later on is it will be, you will have, for those external freight elevators, they want to have NPCs that do the pathfinding, the voxel based flying around in order to unload your ships. And it's gonna take time, folks, because they can only speed that up so much, and that's how it's going to encourage you to, if you want it to be done faster, do it yourself. If you want to wait on the NPCs to fly up and use their MPUV whatever,
Yeah, it's a delicate balance, but you don't want it to be an instant thing, because then just defeats the purpose of it. But you also don't want it to feel like it's a slog, like it's a chore. It has to be interesting. It has to be engaging gameplay, in a way.
All right. Next question.
It's yeah.
So the question itself was asked was just like industrial. What changed in addition with Nyx with industrial gameplay, and I think we answered that, which is not only the like refinery capabilities, but the external space elevators, the space cargo elevators. That's gonna be huge. And for those of you who don't know, it's in this patch. They're in this patch. They're not. They're just turning them on in the next patch, because all of the pyro elevators got their kiosks and got their like locations and like added to their stations. It's just a matter of turning them on for those stations, and then when Nyx gets added, having those works in
hopefully
Rimsky. So
they'll be added to Stanton before the end of the year as well.
We'll see. I think they need to.
I mean, they just added them to Pyro,
Yeah.
so that's art that somebody has to go back and modify things to the stations to add them for Stanton. But
I have a feeling that
hopefully they were forward looking enough that even the early restaurant relax stations we have in Stanton are modular enough, so they only have to adjust a module instead of rebuilding the entire station from scratch, which I believe is the case.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's obviously a space for it, because there's almost all the stations have an area that's just cargo. If you see them, like they've like cargo crate containers attached to the outside, and so like those are easy places where you can just remove those assets and then apply elevators, cargo elevators.
Can I air a grievance?
Go for it.
Why the fuck do these external freight elevators make you EVA to go push the fucking button?
Yeah.
Why is there not a goddamn docking collar so you can load your stuff onto there, walk through the docking collar in your industrial coveralls
Yeah.
and then push
the
the
button.
goddamn button. Why do I have to EVA 15 feet after putting on a vacuum rated suit with, EVA? Because that's a thing, not everything's going to have EVA thrusters, and such, it's going to take, you're going to have to change your clothes because you're not going to want to always walk around in a flight suit. Why is there not a goddamn docking collar? I know docking, has its issues. I have no issues docking my Idris or my Polaris. I've never had, it can be challenging sometimes, but it always works for me. But why is there not a docking collar with these external freight elevators? Why have we?
Because
That
it
is
doesn't-
friction that
because it-
doesn't need to exist.
Because it doesn't. Because the reclaimer can't dock.
It can now.
Yes, it can.
It can.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's one of the things they just
They changed
changed.
the rear airlocks on left and right on the butt to
Mhm.
be docking collars.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. So like I'm all for the external freight elevators. I that's cathartic to me. I like tractor beaming cargo boxes. Like
Yeah.
when the kids have been screaming at me all day, put on my noise canceling headphones and I'll go do some cargo missions with the raft or whatever. But like that's in a hangar. And why are we gonna, we've made the whole sea people go through enough, I think, since the whole sea came out, that we don't need to make them EVA to push the fucking button.
All right. By the way, we got another $25 from Ruff, so we're now at $450. So thank you all for that. And Ruff,
I feel like
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I did interrupt. I thought you were over.
All he said was keep up the good job. So
Yeah, thank you.
Go
I
team.
feel like Tree. I feel like when you're in the area, I feel like the cargo elevator user interface should be available to you as part of the landing services
Oh yeah, that too.
on the Mobiless.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. No,
That
and I
would
assume
remove
that
a lot of the
that's
friction.
probably a future thing. But in the meantime, they made it with they put the kiosk out in space without like they have the all they needed to do and all they need. I'm oversimplifying it,
Yeah.
but we have those little waiting areas. We'll just make a different version of the waiting area. Put some first year location art guys on it to make an industrial one with the your the kiosk and you have a docking collar and you dock your whole C to it. It sticks out far enough that you just tractor beam your boxes onto the thing and there you go. Bob's your uncle until they do the part in your Moby, because I agree absolutely the Moby, but
yeah, I mean, there's also almost certainly they're gonna have to have the ATC change so that you can request a exterior freight elevator. So that you instead of there's like that means that they're gonna have to change how you do ATC instead of just like hitting a button. You have to like hit a button and then it'll bring up like an option of what like thing
what
you
you
need to
want.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't Benoit say on his like on the SCL that he was on that was like over 2 hours long that ATC is like the thing he hates the most right now about the game?
It's getting entirely overhauled. Like that's part of the transit system is an overhaul to the ATC. So we may actually start seeing that overhaul because that was one of those things that started March of this year. It was like they were working on it while they were also working on the Band-Aid fixes for the transit system. Now it's called the transport system.
Which is not the transport system. Yeah.
But they started the full up rework of the transit system in March. So November is about right. That's about how much time it would have taken them to start to finish up that first round. So wouldn't be surprised if we saw that.
What you feel like there's going to be like a shadow patch note for 4.4?
I think so. I think that'll probably be. They'll probably just add. They'll talk about it because it's not as, Is it very sexy to come out and be like, we started adding the transport system? It's not one of those.
Dude, for me, it is.
Yeah, but for the average person, Nix and like all
the
of those
aviation
things.
guy thinks that having an actual ATC system is beyond sexy. Like I'm getting, my pants are getting tight just thinking about having like a visual a UI version of the landing spline that ATC assigns to you to get to your and you have to follow it because congratulations, you're at a goddamn international airport in space, and you need to follow that landing spline so you don't crash into someone else's. You know,
Yeah, we had those. I remember those.
They'll come back. I've been saying that they're going to come back.
Hey, 07 Night God. Yeah, bring it back. Bring it back. I want to rain on everybody's fucking parade for the low Earth orbit stations, for spaceports, to have ATC and people thinking that they could just fly around like crazy people and crash into other people's ships. I'm like, no. I want ATC to assign you a dang spline, and you need to either fly it yourself and stay within that spline, or fly, or let ATC take it over. You know, because that's one thing that the ATC should be able to do, and it's a scalable service, is that it assigns a spline, just like it does that for NPC ships, in order for them to do things. You know, like the drop ships that we just got back. That's how that works, is the game assigns the dropship a spline, which is a path to follow to then land and do that behavior. Okay, well, if it does that for your ship to go land in a hangar or to dock, then the game should be able to take it over for you and fly it for you. If you don't want to fly it, you want to be like, okay, request this. I'm going to go pee. I'll be back in 5 minutes. It'll have landed for me. And that should be how a lot of people do it. You know, that should be a thing. But if you want to fly it yourself, then you fly it yourself. But you follow that spline, and it shouldn't be like super narrow or hard to fly or anything. But
Yeah,
you
like
know,
we had.
if you don't want to know what ATC in real life will do to you if you do not abide by that and control their space, and that's what every station and every landing zone is controlled airspace. You know, and when we have hundreds of players coming and going, because right now you got max, you'll have, you know, maybe what, a couple dozen people around New Babbage coming and going. When we have hundreds of players and NPCs coming and going from New Babbage and so on, it's going to have to be organized and functional. You know, and you can't have chaos unless you're fine with having a crap ton of salvage just littering the landscape.
All right.
You're like just farming the spaceports.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a lucrative job.
Oh yeah, no. Once
It
they
has
allow,
been-
when they allow you to
It has been
actually
3
salvage-
microseconds since we had an insane disaster where 15 people died and 3 ships were destroyed. Yeah.
Like there are stations where they're just littered with the corpses of ships. So like if they allowed you to salvage those ships, people would already be salvaging the hell out of those ships.
Well, remember what they said about the flight model? What was it, John Crew that said that? He's like, that's part of the, you know, and Yogi have said it. You know, that's part of the reason they blot it. They have changed the flight model to what it was, is because people didn't understand physics, and they would be flying toward a station at, you know, your essentially your nav mode speed, and they would forget that they have to slow down. They wouldn't be able to slow down in time. Well, that's part of why we're getting the flight model, but the flight model, but you still have to, you can't have people doing 250 meters per second around a space station coming into, you know, land hot while, you know, other people are lumbering through the flight path.
Listen, I don't feel like being called out like that. All right, I want to come in hot and I want to retro burn like at the last 3 seconds as I barely zip past the station. Barely missing.
One of the best stories of my Star Citizen career is when the 890 jump came out, and we packed our entire org onto an 890 jump, as many people as would fit in a server. And the guy flying the 890 jump, the guy who happened to have it, was drunk. And we were on our way back to his space station, and he literally fell asleep, passed out drunk, and we could hear him snoring over time. And so we're all on the bridge of the 890 jump, screaming as he's doing whatever top speed it was to try and get us back to the station, and we can hear him snoring. And we're like,
So
we can't get him out of the seat, and he's killed all of us. A bunch of people like jumped out the airlocks to try and get away, and so it was the most comical thing, you know, because we can hear him.
That's so funny.
Yeah, and we could see
I've
people
got-
in chat who could see that streaming in. They're like, "Are you guys going to slow down?" Nope.
I have a similar story. Like I have a friend who backed probably a couple of months before I did, already back in 2012, I believe. And he was like a very fervent backer, and then, you know, he played it in the early patches, but then a couple of years into it, life got in the way. You know, he's now a father of 2, and No, he had to stop. But every once in a while he comes back in. So like a couple of months ago, we decided to come back in. So he had to get familiar. He should have gotten familiar with with all the new controls and everything. No, but no, he was a pro gamer. He played a lot of Star Citizen back in the day. He'll be fine. So what he did, we had to meet up at a station. So I got there a couple of minutes before him. He, after talking him through how to get the new quantum drive, to behave, or to actually just to operate, he made it to the station, and he was barreling in, decoupled because of the ace pilot that he is, and then tried to stop, didn't work, crashed into the station. Haven't seen him online since.
All right,
So apparently it was the game's fault.
let's move on to the next question. Rough Gaming Com asks, with some of the recent changes with Nyx, the planet, how do you think the lore might be adjusted, or where the story will continue for the far future? I feel like this is a question for me, because like it's become known in the community that I am not a fan of Nyx 1. I am both a major fan of Nyx 1 and a hater of Nyx 1, like generational hater of Nyx 1. Mostly because, and I'll lay this out in the very briefest terms. The reason why Nyx and the People's Alliance have been allowed to exist in Nyx, the reason why Nyx has been kind of left alone and why the People's Alliance have been left alone there, is because they are not valuable. Nyx wasn't valuable, and Levski and the People's Alliance themselves were not threatening. The most they did was they kept piracy out of the system, which aided the UE anyways. So the Imperators, the Messer Imperators, just kind of like, yeah, they're just useless hippies. Let them be. They're not bothering us. Even the revolutionaries who eventually overthrew the Messers were like, these are just useless hippies. They're not going to help us, but they're not hurting anybody. So like they've basically been left to their own devices because it just was too much of a hassle for not enough of the juice wasn't worth the squeeze to deal with them because Nyx wasn't valuable. But when you add a system, when you add a planet like Nyx 1 as this sort of paradise world in a universe like Star Citizen, where terraforming isn't just like a thing that happens in the lore, it's one of the main plot points of the game. It has been one of the main plot points of the game since the beginning idea. It's like one of those, you know how in a lot of games, especially MMOs, you'll have different specific story points that pull you into different directions. Terraforming is one of those like themes that they wanted to really talk about since the very beginning of the game. That's the reason why Project Archangel exists, which is Synthworld. It's the idea of like how every single conflict in human history since we came to the stars has been around access to planets and terraformed planets that is sort of pushed us in the direction of maybe we should just build our own planet. So we don't have to worry about that. So the idea that Nyx 1 is not only terraformable, but was terraformed, kind of throws the whole idea that Nyx was left alone and the People's Alliance was left alone in the first place out the window. Because like, and it would be one thing if they changed the lore to say like the People's Alliance were the fierce fighters that would like repel all the UEE, and so it just was too much of a pain to try to deal with them because they'd come in and they'd take over Levski, and then they would like do guerrilla warfare against them and be like, just get out of here. We don't want to like some sort of like new lore to explain why they left Nyx alone despite this planet being terraformed, but they didn't. They kept the old lore while also adding Nyx 1, which is why Nyx 1 sort of narratively is disjoint. It doesn't really work as the way it is. So, with that being said, there is a way that the lore could be adjusted if they wanted to keep the same situation with the People's Alliance as it is now. And that is that this is a recent project done by an experimental company. And we already have evidence that they want to do something like this anyways with the
splash screen.
The splash screen where they had the conversation of the startup that's saying they could re-terraform worlds. And all you'd have to say is this startup has already proven that it can terraform worlds that were previously unterraformable by saying that they worked with the People's Alliance to terraform Nyx 1, because to the People's Alliance, Nyx 1 is worthless. To these people, if they could prove that Nyx 1 could be terraformed, they get the feather in their cap of terraforming an unterraformable world, and they don't have to listen to UE regulations because it's not in the UEE, so they don't really care about the Nyx. And so, but if you're going to do that, it's going to also have to impact the lore. So my proposal, my idea that I think would work is, it's recent, the project was done correctly, but then there's some sort of conflict between the terraforming company and the People's Alliance, which has caused stress between the UEE and the People's Alliance, because the company wants reparations, the People's Alliance wants to keep their planet, and the UEE wants to keep the People's Alliance happy because they need them to help be a buffer state against the Vanduul, because they know that if they fall, then it's going to be more complicated for them. Now, then the UE has to start paying more money to defend space that they already spend too much money defending, like Stanton and Castra. So,
well, and I totally agree with you. Like how they retcon it to make it fit, like that's doable, that's workable. Like that's not the hard part. The part that really bothers me is if it remains a terraformed world, in Nyx, it changes the theme for the Nyx system.
Yeah.
And I think that's the part that a lot of people, myself included, have a very hard time with, is because they said that the retcon for Pyro didn't change the theme for Pyro.
No.
Pyro is still a dangerous, lawless system. The planets are going to get more, environmentally hostile as the tech, further develops and the flares come back and such. But this, if it remains a terraformed world, and I don't think that they're going to have it collapse like Mars.
No.
Like they mentioned that in the that splash screen thing, the Mars thing, and that's why they have concerns about the adjustment of terraformed worlds. Like Microtech is just one example. There's a number of them, and they allude to the lore multiple times regarding the reckless terraforming during the Meser era. That there's multiple planets that are not great. I think Farron 2 is another one with the sandstorms is a big one. That's habited.
Hyperclay.
The Hyperclay storm.
No, it's not Farron, but that's another system. But yeah, that's
you know what one I'm talking about.
I think it's Hyperion.
Yeah.
Is the name of the system.
Yeah.
So,
and but it's a simple lore change, because that's like, in Paul, you've said it many times, because narrative came out, it said it that the narrative team didn't, when they were adding all these systems to the Galactopedia, they haven't been fleshing out the lore expansively. They've left it, fairly open-ended, because they don't want to paint the gameplay and the content teams into a corner. Well, if you look at the lore for Nyx 1, there almost isn't any.
No.
The only thing they have to do is change that it was a coreless world.
Yeah.
And as long as it's not a coreless world, then it's now terraformable. It will retain an atmosphere. Because one thing that they did do, and I looked this up because I've actually done a bunch of digging on terraforming and everything, because I want to do a podcast segment on it. If you remember Tyrannus 2, I think it is, the one with the broken moon map.
Yeah.
Tyrannus 2, in lore, in the Galactic Guides, the old Galactic Guides, was a coreless world. And they said that back then they would harness some form of energy coming from the moons around coreless worlds in order to maintain a magnetosphere, to sustain an atmosphere for the planet. And that's how they broke the broken moon around, it's Tyrannus 2A, but around Tyrannus 2, and that's why all that stuff is raining down on Tyrannus 2. Well, if you go to the Galactopedia, Tyrannus 2 is no longer mentioned as a coreless world, and they didn't just do away with coreless worlds. There's like a dozen different coreless worlds still mentioned in the Galactopedia throughout the universe that we know of, and so they basically just said that they've retconned essentially the ability to terraform a coreless world and maintain an atmosphere around a coreless world. Well, okay, all they do is retcon to say that Nyx 1 wasn't coreless, and now it's potentially, it was not terraformable for some other reason, or was it, for the, you said, you talked about it, and they said it during CitizenCon. UE came in, they said, "Oh, not worth terraforming,
Yeah.
not worth trying." Okay, well, either it wasn't worth it or it wasn't able to. If they remove the not able to part, then it's very easy to say that they asked the UEE, "Hey, we want to do some experimental terraforming stuff," and the UEE is like, "We are not going to have another Garen 2, so nowhere in the UEE." And they're like, "Okay, well, what about in Nyx?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, we don't give a fuck about those guys."
Yeah. And of course,
that part
do you
makes
think
sense.
I was
Do you
going to
think
say,
it's potentially that this startup is CNOU because Silas did joke about working on
Oh, that would make things interesting.
it would
terraforming
it would
during the
work.
Pioneer launch.
It would work with Silas Kerner's initial, like his he's more than just one person, but of course his main inspiration is Elon Musk. So the idea that Silas Kerner would form another company dedicated to re-terraforming worlds would fit with that sort of Elon Musk style business ventures that he likes to do. And they love to like
Wait, so are you saying Silas Kernel is a supporter of Xenothread?
not necessarily, because he also is Silas Kerner is very handsome and has the voice of smooth butter. So like already that man is different from Elon Musk. But like, cause he's Matthew McConaughey. He's Matthew McConaughey. If listen to his voice, man, he's Matthew McConaughey.
All right.
Yeah, he's got that accent down, and so it's clear that like he's more than just that. He's multiple different people merged into one. But that's the reason why like the Nomad is supposed to be the Cybertruck. It was inspired by the Cybertruck.
Yeah.
Only it doesn't look like a driving garbage can. It actually works.
That's a Chev.
The space raccoons aren't going to confuse it for a dumpster and try to break into the.
One thing I somebody wrote in chat was like, like what happened if like Nyx 1 was temporary, when they hit 1.1 they swap it with a proper planet, fitting the Nyx lore. But I'm over here in my head like, man, what if like they made it like a global event where like Nyx 1 is being terraformed, and it's a global event where like all the players have to get all the resources, and at the end of the the whole global event, the whole planet changes. That would be probably the coolest thing ever, to be honest. Making gameplay that we can be involved in, of like changing the lore or the aspects of a system or a planet.
Yeah, I can see.
Well, so
I'm totally down for that. Yeah.
I don't think it was accidental that they called Nyx like the San Francisco of the Gold Rush era.
Yeah.
Or Levski.
Yeah.
That's not accident. Congratulations. We are now going to have a gold rush to Nyx 1 and base building and all that stuff. But the only thing is, okay, now it's a livable planet. I don't think that they will change out the lore that says it was mined out. Yeah. I think the part where there's going to be abandoned mining facilities from is it QV or QB?
It's QV.
QV. Okay. I think that the abandoned mining facilities are still going to be there. It's just going to be now it's a habitable world that doesn't have much in the way of economic value other than being habitable. But I think that means that there's going to be a land rush, just like the gold rush, and that's what, why they alluded to that. But I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell that they're going to make that planet and put content on it and then move it around and then completely do a 180 again. They're already going to do one. They're not going to 180 back. I think
they called it a hero planet. Captain Planet himself called it a hero planet. So you don't say something's a hero planet unless it's going to be the main fixture of a system. And that's sort of like, this is the main planet of Nyx 1. Of Nyx is Nyx 1, and the other ones are just sort of there.
And the name Genesis kind of actually then makes sense, because wasn't Praxis the moon in Star Trek wasn't deemed unterraformable until Genesis came along?
Yeah, that's the whole point of it.
Yep. Yeah, they'll just make up another lore reason why it wasn't terraformable, or why it wasn't useful to do so, why they're what new, because that's what they said in the splash screen. It was lessons learned over the last several decades.
Yeah,
well, they've been experimenting. I hope that we see the results of some of those experiments, the ones that didn't work. but the yeah, I don't see them doing a 180 and moving it. But I think the other false thing that people think is like, oh, they're going to change every system now. It's like, no, this was done for needs of development.
Yeah.
Captain Planet himself, Will Hain, said that this was an opportunity for them to hone the tech. And so they are honing the tech via Nyx 1 and then subsequently Nyx 2, which is a Venusian planet, because that's one thing they've been specific more recently.
That didn't change, by the way.
That didn't change.
Nyx 2 has always been a Venusian planet, and Nyx 3 is they called it a gas giant, but in lore it's supposed to be an ice giant. But I think that's just more of the way that Will was talking about it. He was just kind of like, I don't know what it is. It's blue. Is what he said.
For player purposes, like a gas giant and an ice giant aren't different, except for what gases are at in the gaseous form of the atmosphere.
I think it's like hydrogen is more frequent in gas giants, and nitrogen is more frequent in something like that. Someone tell me in the comments, but
Yep, the ice part is just the mantle, is what's frozen on the inside that we'll never reach because we'd be crushed.
Yeah.
But there's ice giants and gas giants throughout the universe. It just means that when we do get gas harvesting, you will get different gases there than you would at Crusader.
Yeah.
For fuel.
Yeah, and speaking of Venusian planets like the Nyx 2, like every time I go down there, because it's going to be a high risk reward for mining. I'm guessing it's not be a PvP zone with all those environmental hazards.
It'll be a PvE, every time the environment will try to kill you.
Yep.
Yeah. Every time I'm gonna play that clip from Futurama, it's like we're reaching so many atmospheres. Well, how many atmospheres is the ship rated for? Well, it's a spaceship, so somewhere between 0 and 1.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's gonna be tough. Yeah, and I can't wait.
The narrative team
atmospheres
much more recently said in a lore makers community questions that somebody asked, like, how come we haven't terraformed Venus? And they came out and said that the current technology is not capable of terraforming a Venusian high pressure smog planet. And so they're not, if they were going to retcon one, I thought that they were going to retcon Venus 2 and make it so they can now terraform those Nyx 2. Yeah. But they're keeping that, so smog planets aren't going away. There's a bunch of those, in the Galactopedia on the star map. And so this is just a needs of development on the road to 1.0. Post 1.0 systems, I don't think are going to change a lot in the terms of what the planet types are. Minor changes to the themes, but they post 1.0 they don't need to change the themes. But it does make me wonder what, if anything, is going to change about Terra.
I mean,
and
I don't think much, because it's
the system, not the planet. The system.
The system is very habitable. Most of the planets are very habitable and have active
Terra
worlds,
itself and Gen are incredibly habited. So I don't see much of a reason to change any of the planets in Terra.
Because the other two
I didn't see a reason to change anything in Nyx until they changed the plan of when they were going to roll out Genesis or how they were going to roll it out. So
I don't think there's much of a change in the rest of the systems, because Castra has Cascom, which was always habitable. It was in Terraform, it was always habitable. And then Bullseye, which is, they call it a bullseye because they used to test antimatter weapons on it. They used to have bomber pilots used to use it as target practice for antimatter weapons. So
they said it'll be toxic. Last year it was a toxic environment and a dangerous environment with some high risk, high reward gameplay, just like Nyx 2.
When you rain down antimatter weapons for 300 years, I imagine the atmosphere is kind of screwed. The planet is probably...
There's consequences to that?
There's probably very high amounts of radiation everywhere there. Citizen Ninja says, Ice Janus can form without a heavy metal core. It doesn't have to have an insane crushing gravity at the surface, whereas the gravity would be weaker than the core anyway. Anyways, Jin also kind of followed on with this one, says, question, mined out for industrial concerns is far different from mined out for individual entrepreneurs. Do you think that Nyx will be mined out to the point where individual rock hoppers and prospectors won't be able to find resources there? No. It's also important to note that...
Said that during CitizenCon. The Glacium Ring and the Keegar Belt.
Yeah.
Very specifically.
Pyro was also... And this is their sort of retcon of being able to get around with retcons, because Pyro was mined out and is still mined out, but because pyro was discovered in the 2500s, the technology to mine pyro was minimal because of all the dangers. Now, 400 years later, we have better technology, better shield technology, better mining technology, better scanning technology. So there's begun a conversation, which is one of those sort of my conspiracy theory behind the what are they called? The Citizens for Prosperity, is that that we know that the founder was a Herson Dynamics accountant, and actively his wanting to bring corporations into Pyro to improve the system. And one of the things that's been mentioned is that new technologies has made it easier to mine than in the past. So now it's more corporate. It can become more corporate. I think the same thing's gonna happen with Nyx. Nyx is like all of the stuff when it was discovered, which was only 100 years after the after Pyro was discovered. In fact, Nyx and Pyro were abandoned about the same time, around the same time period, within like 60 to 70 years of each other. That now there's better technology, so you can easily mine it out. So I think it'll be, not only will it be abundant, it'll be abundant in ways that still make sense for players, but they kind of hand wave it in the lore to be like, they had bad technology back then, you know. They had to use huge facilities, and it was just not affordable.
They talked about it with the Glacium Ring. The Glacium Ring is meant to be super dense, and so it would be difficult to navigate and stuff. And so if you're trying to do things on an industrial scale, if you imagine the giant mining station in Squadron 42, the big old lasers, shooting down into massive asteroids, that's industrial scale mining for Star Citizen. Mm-hmm. You flying around in your raft is not industrial scale mining for Star Citizen. And so they said that it will be challenging to fly around and mine, but it'll be worthwhile for players and groups and stuff. But that's it says, okay, you're not going to be competing with Shubin Interstellar to mine in the Glacium Ring, the Keegar Belt, on Nyx 1, Nyx 2, and so on. There will still be minables there. It just will, we're not going to see the giant mega corporations like Shubin mining there as well, and dominating the economy for it.
A great example of how industrial scale mining works is people ask in Pyro, especially, and you'll see in Nyx, is like, if you fly around in Pyro. I remember when Pyro first released, people kept asking me for the lore. It's like, what made those giant holes in asteroids? And I'm like, industrial scale mining. Like, we're talking about like floating platforms that have lasers. Like, we now know with like Hathor. Like, imagine the Hathor laser. That's what created those holes. Like, they bored through entire asteroids to get the resources. So
Levski, giant borehole, which they are also reusing because you can see it in the map to Odin, one of the images for, I forget which planet it is, but it has asteroids around it, and you can clearly see a borehole with a ship flying into it, and a giant asteroid orbiting one of the planets. It's like, oh yeah, it makes sense that they would reuse that.
There's one of
that
those
would be a
just
thing
around the jump point from Pyro as well. Like, very nicely aligned, so you have like a very cinematic approach if you fly through it. But even the Hathor laser seems like a baby compared to what must have made those holes.
And you gotta remember, just you think about how expensive firing a laser like that would be in deep space, where your closest refuel spot, especially at Nyx at that time, was a now defunct Pyro, or a very active military base, which you could probably fly to. But both of you are in the military. You probably can imagine that if some civilians showed up, like, we need food and resources, that would be low on the priority or very expensive for people to purchase from the military, because it's like, we got our own reasons for this. We ain't giving it to you. Or even the complicated paperwork you'd have to do to even fly through Castra to get to a resource place to get that sort of thing. That's just a nightmare.
Gin and Tonic, you're being pedantic, dude. I'm just saying it was mined out. But I don't have to change the lore. That's
Yeah.
why the UE wouldn't come in and settle the planet, because it's not worthwhile to them.
Yeah.
Because it's been largely mined out. It's mined out to individuals and settlers and people coming through, Levski, San Francisco. But that's why I don't think the theme of Nyx will change, in that it's going to be a new Terra.
Yeah.
Because economically, on a large scale, it isn't going to be worth it. And I don't think they're going to fight the People's Alliance to now, absorb the system,
Yeah.
so to speak.
It just
And
too-
I think it also allows them to say, okay, this is why the Vandal are interested in it for other lore reasons that I'm not going to spoil, not because they want to come in and harvest the planet.
Yeah.
Because it's just a stepping stone. We
Yeah.
just have to consider how huge a turnover mega corporations like Hurston or Microtech have. Just the RTI just doesn't make sense for them. But for an individual that has, like a very, very little tiny mining laser whose operating costs are, many zeros smaller than a corporations like that, that still makes sense to go in and start scraping at the bottom of the barrel, because they can make a living
Squadron
from what was left.
and Squadron will show kind of a lot of the industrial scale mining and how Archon Station works, because Archon Station A is huge, and B, you can see all of the the spider drones coming off of it to go mine, and then we'll also see that with Terra, because the first 2 planets of Terra are actively being mined by remote miners. So you'll see a lot of those spider drones roaming around. It should look like a moving field, like how ants look when you see them, see them moving around.
A lot of automation and stuff. That's one of the things in the lore. Yeah, is it Terra 1 or
has
2?
3 of those
2.
Hathor lasers as well, right?
Probably. You probably, if you've seen Broken Moon, you probably end up seeing, they'll probably end up using some of those assets to for those sorts of planets, because you can just see from space, these giant lasers going off onto the ground, and various.
It was during the preview, like the visual preview, it was like several years ago. They showed like a wide view of the station firing 3 lasers, and those are probably like Hathor sized, if not even bigger.
That's one of the things I really want to see, is like the abandoned versions of distribution centers, but it's that's the top side of an underground mine.
Yeah.
And you have to bring it back to service, just like for Rockcracker, Rockcracker.
Yeah.
You don't have to bring it back into service to crack the rocks. You need to bring it back into service to get down to the mine, to get to the minables that are left. Like if you want to ride the elevators, and be able to use the freight elevator, you have to, turn the dang thing on. But the QV Services abandoned the rock crackers. QV Services abandoned the distribution center mining facilities on Nyx 1, and if you want to use them, okay, well, you have to force your way through the rusted door and then bring the reactor back online to power the elevators and the lights and the atmosphere, or whatever. I don't know. FPS mining, make it a thing, make it worthwhile.
I love it. You're muted, Paul, I think.
I'm going to step away for a few seconds, but the next question is I'm going to ask Crew this one, because this one I feel like is very much up Crew's alley, which is: do you think base building will also let us build roads, or will roads come soon after base building, like much later? I'll be right back, because you were talking about roads earlier.
I know. I don't think. I don't know, man. I think roads are hard. Specifically, I think that we'll get base building. I don't know if we'll get roads. I feel like we should already have. Funny thing, we talking about Delamar and Levski. It used to have pathways and roads back in like the 2.6 days, and now we don't have any of that. So I think like
It
it's
won't
kind of
have
like crafting.
it's not going to have gravity strong enough to actually use ground vehicles, because it'll be basically just a 0G when you're not on the platforms.
Platform. No, I think one thing I'll mention here is that like I think that we'll end up getting like the first form of base building, and then the second form, and maybe that's like where we have like single buildings, and then the one after is like we will have 2 stories, and then it'll kind of grow from there. I don't mind if we can craft roads. I just don't want us to be able to like put them anywhere that doesn't make sense. Like obviously we can't build our own bases in ArcCorp that we're if we're even supposed to if we have land claims on that. But I mean, I don't see. I think roads could be something fun, but I don't know. I don't want it. It needs to be like very limited, in my opinion. I don't want it to be like super overused at all. And plus, do you really want a road? Because people are gonna see exactly like where you're building, even from space at that point. So if you want to be discreet or not. So
My main job is to deal with asphalt production. So I know quite a bit of what's involved in making roads that are load bearing and smooth, and everything with that. And making roads is not something that I can see a player being able to do. I think that should still be like a corporation's um,
I
um,
agree.
purview. Yeah.
Yep.
Outside of the scope of players, even organizations. Uh, Potentially with base building, I could see them have like automated ground, like sculpting
Paths.
to
Yeah.
smooth out pathways between buildings that you're making. So you don't have like just a building on this perch and then a building on this perch, and there's like a valley in between that's not really useful to anyone.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so I think like in base building, when you're just building out your old little outpost, I think that's something that should be should be automatically done as part of the whole building procedure, and potentially when it comes to players, potentially maybe some rock cleanup is as far as I want to take it. You would still have to use the existing um, topology or topography of the environment around you, but if you want to just make it easier for traversal, there should be a way to just carve a path through some rock fields, even
Correct.
though
Yeah.
we're that's changing up. It's going to be a lot more logical and not just everywhere. But if you want to make like an approach to your outpost be more usable, you should be able to carve out a path. But that's as far as roads should be taken, I feel.
I agree. I agree.
Well, and
Yeah.
and I don't
I don't
think.
want it to be like. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, they just talked about this on Spectrum. Somebody asked the question about roads to Will to Planet
Planet
Captain
Captain
Planet,
Planet.
Yeah.
and that's not even on the docket for them. Eventually, they want to adapt the river tech to be able to do lava flows and be able to do roads, so that way it follows the terrain logically between points of
Mm,
interest and stuff. But it's not on the docket for Planet Tech V5. It's something they want to do eventually, but like they're not even starting working on that. And so, if somebody wants to build roads between their land claim and someone else's land claim, I don't think that's going to happen anytime
yeah.
soon at all.
No.
But I like what Darge said, like to be able to have a cleaned up path, or something semi gravel road looking from one structure to another at your base, that makes sense. But
Yep.
the other thing is the first iteration of base building is going to be at the same scale as the first iteration of crafting. I don't think we're
Yep.
going to be seeing the big buildings and facilities for probably another couple of years. What we might get next year is the little your very basic little outpost, your apartment on the ground type of outpost next year at best.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. I totally agree with what everybody said. I think roads are just a complicated way to just maybe if you put like two land claims next to each other, you could probably like have just that small area, but anything outside of that, I would probably just limit it and keep it to the corporations like Darge mentioned. But some real quick, somebody asked me about ArcCorp. It's just like ArcCorp is to me like having a road in ArcCorp is like a thing that I don't know. I see it as like something that people would just go to be on that road just because of the scenery and just to see how it's gonna operate and after that like it's just a fun thing to do across different planets and stuff. So hopefully that happens, but that's not gonna. I think that's like in the back burner. That's something that they're thinking about like later on in like Planet Tech like version 10 or something like that. So
All right. Let's move on to the next question. We've got two more questions and we'll call it because we're coming up on 2.5 hours here. YouTube. Get Squirrely 305 asks, question, how do you think the Crusader Genesis will work? Moving players from station to station, or will it be NPC or both? We know that
Probably player facing first,
yes,
because they've been struggling with getting NPCs. Oh god, when was the first time we actually saw a demo? It was on Microtech with the snow-skinned
Yeah.
Valkyrie for NPC transport. I know it was years ago, and then nothing since.
Well, it's an issue of how NPCs are spawned, I'm guessing, because I'm sure NPCs are owned by specific locations. So like when NPC spawns in, like it's like NPC civilian general, and that NPC civilian general is only designed to work around like landing zones. Because you can see this whenever somebody kidnaps Sam from Onyx facilities and brings him to a location, he stops becoming hostile. He just sort of freaks out and then starts like doing random animations. You can always see that when someone takes an NPC from one place and puts them in another place, they just sort of 404 stop working. So they'd have to figure out a way that NPCs could remember where they are, and when they get off, they off the ship, they go to the locations they're supposed to.
I think that's an extension of the transport system logic, and we've been talking about it a lot in the monthly reports with NPCs being able to transition from one entity zone to another via the different transports. And so if you include that you are flying your ship from here and you go land it over here, and then the NPC knows that they need to disembark the ship and then walk out of the hangar via the personnel entrance, because every hangar has a personnel entrance. They just need to go to use that and use it like a spawn closet to spawn and despawn. So that way you land at a hangar and you take it like a cargo mission, and they come walking out of the, if you have an appropriate ship, with the appropriate usable, which is a seat. That's how NPCs treat it, because they can ride the transit carriage now, where they get on and they go sit down. That's an extension of that logic, where you take that mission like a cargo mission, but the NPC has to know to get off at the given location once you've arrived there. They become walking cargo crates essentially, that turn themselves in. And so eventually that's going to need to be a thing, but players will do them. But eventually, like, that's one of the, Paul, we've talked about this, is that's one of my hopes for removing friction in the game, is the fast travel. You go down that hallway at the space station or the landing zone, and you walk into the terminal and you pay for your ticket, and you get on the space airline, and it takes a certain amount of time, and you can move from one location to another with what you're carrying on your back and nothing else. And that's how you fast travel in a way. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. But like in lore, Crusader owns an airline.
It's still going to be a timer. So they own an airline.
Yeah, it'll still be a timer, but the Crusader owns their own airline. They in the old lore, they owned the LEO station above Sherman because they bought it as part of their airline company. Whether that gets retained at all, we don't know, but that's a thing. And every landing zone has that part of the state, or the spaceport, that has been unutilized for probably a decade now.
I don't think that we'll see any form of fast travel, though. It will be a lot smoother than players can do. Just because it'll be using the predetermined splines and everything, but I don't think it will be like 3 or 4 times as fast as a player could travel.
And whether it's like
I feel like they don't want to do it.
Not insta. You hop on the back of your Griffin and you're at the new the new location in,
Yeah.
in a matter of 30 seconds. Not like that, but the Star Citizen equivalent version. Because the other thing is, if you can only carry what's on your back, that's a big a balancing point versus if you hop in your ship and you move your stuff, you move your gear, you move your supplies, your cargo, everything that you want to bring with you.
But I feel but I feel like you could potentially book a flight to a new location, get on the ship, log out, and then next time you log in, you are at that new location at the hub instead of logging back in the seat where you
Yeah.
log out.
You arrived
That
and
I
you got a
could-
room at the space airport. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
as
exactly, yeah.
as Jin says that it's less fast travel and more independent or offline travel, which is
Yeah.
I think works as well.
Yeah.
Donnie Be Good is in chat, who I know used to or still does work at CIG, and they actually had some input on this by saying it's a little more than that. It's also about how the relationship is between NPC and network. And I think that's the issue because I have seen plenty of NPCs. Or it's starting to talk of CIG's AI tech in that they have the new voxel system where the NPCs will read the voxels and be able to traverse areas they're not supposed to necessarily go. But it's like once you remove them from one entity and into another entity, like another one container zone, one container into another container, they lose where they were and they don't know where they are and they can't read the ground anymore. So it becomes that's when they kind of get that blank stare 404 look.
Yeah. It's like when you get drunk and you black out and your friends bring you home, in the back seat of the car, and you wake up and you're like, how did I get here?
Yeah.
But they do that without the drinking.
Yeah.
All right, we've got one more question.
But that's the fun part.
I know.
We have one more question from Gin and Tonic, who asks. I just saw it earlier. Where are you? Nix 1 terraformed, mining technology improved. Does the People's Alliance need to start building the military up for the inevitable renewed attention of the UEE? I mean, that's kind of the story we're playing.
They have an Idris.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Things not on my bingo card was the People's Alliance Idris.
The hippies having a frigate,
Yeah.
Oh, can you imagine just the livery, the custom livery for that Idris, and it's like the joined hands they have at left.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Oh no, and it's on the
Can
front.
you imagine the
so when they
interior for
open
it?
up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, so when the front opens up, the hands go apart and the hurt comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah, is the top deck cargo room like we have on ours? Is that like the yoga space?
Yes.
Or
Oh,
Good
smaller, yes, small version of the statue of Anthony Tanaka on the hangar.
Yes.
Yep.
Just as a constant reminder, we do it for him.
Yeah.
thing.
It's important to note that like the PA, we joke about them calling them hippies, but they have successfully kept that system free of pirates for 300 years. So like they know what they're doing. They are sort of like a independent polity. They're sort of like a small nation that controls Nyx, and they have done so.
And was
decently.
that new Anvil ship, the Paladin? Yeah,
Paladin.
that was like created specifically as a tool for someone like the People's Alliance to use. But it means if there's a market for that, they've been using other ships in that capacity already, so they know how to fend for themselves. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's lots of like interesting lore stories about like there was famously two women who discovered a system through Nyx, and they got kicked out of Nyx because they were pirates.
Oh,
But
I remember.
Yeah, they discovered the system while being pirates in Nyx, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, we totally discovered the system." And Nyx was like, "You're pirates, get out!" And they threw them out, and then they had to go to the UEE and make a big deal. Like one claimed that they found it, and that they backstabbed the other and left them drunk in the Cafe Mocine.
It's a very funny story.
It's a very funny
what you're
story.
talking
Yeah.
about.
So. So
I'm like, man, I know these women. I have met them.
Yeah. It was a huge political battle over who should get the rewards from the UEE over who has what, and then the UEE realized you're both pirates. No, you get
We're
nothing.
not giving you shit. No, you get nothing. Very. Oh gosh.
Willy Wonka, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Willy Wonka.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I'm glad I wasn't the only one thinking that.
I've got to forget which system it was, but it was like the whole story is this comedy of errors about these two women who couldn't stop stabbing each other in the back constantly for power, like messing each other up as a result.
Yeah, in real life they'd be nurses, but
Yeah. All right, that's the end of the questions for today. Thank you so much for Darj and Tree and Crucian for coming on. I do want to say we're now at $475 thanks to Spaceman Dave who donated $25. So just as a reminder, we are going to be doing this for 24 hours. So if you want to see me slowly lose my grip on reality and turn into a Star Citizen NPC who's been moved out of their container zone, stick around.
we're raising money to move Paul out of his entity.
Yes,
entity zone.
entity zone.
He's gonna start sitting in voxels in a couple hours.
And our goal is to raise $4,000, but our initial goal right now is $1,000. If we reach $1,000, we'll do a small giveaway of the CitizenCon starter pack, CitizenCon goodies pack. And if we reach 2,000, or let's just say $2,500, I'll be giving away a small starter pack. And if we reach our $4,000 goal, I'll be giving away a Shiv. So make sure you stick around for that if you want to. Thank you for hanging out.
Why does everybody talk about a shiv? Is like I think about a shank instantly.
It is a shank.
It's like, I know.
It is a shank. It's a shank in the most obvious sense. It is the shiv.
There is a difference between shiv and shank, and Jared lectured me about that because remember on our Star Trek tabletop, his character's name was Shiv. And he had a emotional support. What was it?
That's tricorder.
Something comp.
Exocomp.
Exocomp,
yeah.
Exocomp called Shank. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he knew the difference and he lectured me about it, but I forget.
Yeah. A shiv, I think, is makeshift. Is a makeshift weapon, but is crafted, and a shank is something you just you is like completely.
Complete.
It's like an actual like crafted, or an action. I don't know exactly, but.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There is specific.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, I know the shiv is
crafting's coming to Klesher first. You heard it here.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be taking a few minutes break while I set up the next crew. I'm going to look up the next group. It is going to be Cepheus, Citizen Spooner, and 10 Pound 42. So they'll be coming on here. Similar questions, and we'll do the same stuff. So stick around. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. All right, chat. That's just a visual audio. We're just doing a quick audio or a quick video check, and then we'll be getting started here again here in 20, 30 minutes. We're just waiting on Spoon.
what you're saying now. It's actually 42 in words, not letters.
Okay.
Not numbers.
In numbers.
But
okay.
If it doesn't fit, don't worry.
I'll do that. Yeah, we're gonna go live here in about 5 minutes or so, chat. I just want to make sure everything's set up. Hello and welcome back to session 2 of the 24-hour Captain's Table. My name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shelley, and we're raising money for charity. We're raising money for Gamers Outreach, exclamation point charity in chat if you are on Twitch. And it is, we've raised so far $475 for the charity. This charity itself is designed to help children out who are in hospitals, but not just with games, but with technology in general, because one of the most boring and scary things that can happen for a child is to be in a hospital bed for multiple days, if not months. So the idea of Gamers Outreach is that they build these things called go-karts, which are sort of gaming stations that they can then roll around to different places, and then they can like roll them right up to the beds of kids so they can play games while they are recovering from various illnesses that they have. And it helps them feel more normal, it helps them reduce stress, and that helps them heal better. So it's a great charity. I've been helping them out for many years, and they're doing this big drive right now. So hopefully the goal eventually is to get, for this 24 hours, to get $4,000. Right now we're at $425, and each milestone will be doing a giveaway once we reach those milestones. So I'm going to start with Mr. Citizen Spooner, Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
Hello. This is quite awkward to talk about yourself.
Yes.
So thank you for starting with me. I was
No
going to watch
problem.
£10.42 and then copy his intro. So thank you for starting with me.
I want to throw you under the bus,
my-
both wheels. Under
Perfect. So my name's Spooner. I've been a content creator now since January this year. I basically, I played Star Citizen for a long time, like nearly 10 years, something like that. And I had a regular job. I just, always loved Star Citizen. So would create little videos every now and then. Like I think 7.5 years ago, I tried making a YouTube video about the best build for a warden, and then I was like, I can't make YouTube videos on Star Citizen. It's not there yet. There's
It's
nothing
madness.
happening.
It's
It's
terrible idea.
madness.
Nobody should do that. Nobody should do that.
I always looked at the guys making YouTube videos. I was like, it's not the time for me to make YouTube videos. It's not the time for me to do anything. And I started dabbling in YouTube videos and streaming at the beginning of the year. I lost my job due to redundancy, and my chat at the time, which was like 14 people, were like, why don't you try and become a streamer? So I had a little bit of money from the redundancy and was like, why not? Let's see what happens. And it's been the most insane year of my life, and I found this incredible community. And then now I'm slowly getting to know, a lot of the content creators a little bit more personally. It's been the craziest year, Paul.
well, welcome
put
to
it
the
that way.
community. You're going to experience the highs and lows that we've all been experiencing over the last several decades, although decade plus. And you picked a great time to start because it's actually a game or becoming a game. So we'll talk about that. Mr. 10pound42, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen, and where can they find you?
Yes, hello. I should copy what you did now and say, what did you say? I don't like talking about. I don't know. I make YouTube videos mostly, which is, as you say, is a bad idea in general if you have any sanity. But I'm even crazy that I tend to make videos about performance, how to get your PC, different PC parts, how to get it working in the game, which is not that easy because Star Citizen is pretty unoptimized, and the minimum specs on the website are, I can only say, a giant lie. So yeah. So a while back, I think about 5 years ago, I thought, oh, maybe I'll just start making some videos. And now increasingly I'm dipping in to more of like opinion-based stuff on the game, which is probably a bad idea, but it's fun. And I think that's probably why we're all here, because we all have opinions about the game.
Yeah.
And yeah, so, and also I recently have started doing a bit of streaming. So I've done a bit of streaming in the week, early UK time on a Monday, Wednesday and Friday on YouTube and Twitch, which has been much more fun than I thought it would be, because in the past, I've hated streaming. So you guys that do it regularly, I don't know how you do it, but I thought, I'll just give it a go, and it's been really fun. So yeah, lots
Nice.
of fun and games and shenanigans, and I don't really play the game as much as I should. Mostly it's looking at and making
Performance.
ridiculous graphs.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I've done some performance stuff on stream, but all sorts of random stuff. But yeah, it's been fun.
For those of you who don't know, me and 10 sat down to do when I was building my current rig, and we actually did a video. I still have the footage. I don't know how I'm going to put it together. We had a discussion on like what is a good build, and I kind of gave him my build, and he gave me opinions on it, and so we actually managed to. So my build is at least partially 10pound42 approved. I could say that.
Fun stuff.
The only change that I made from our discussions was I got a Ryzen 7 9800X3D because, and I told them at the time, I'm like, I got it, because originally I was talking with them and I was like, is it worth it? And you said, not for the price, it's a little high. And I'm like, I came back a couple of weeks later and I said, I got it for $20 more. And you were like, yes, that is a great deal to get it just for $20 more expensive. So yeah. Just for fun, what would your minimum specs for Star Citizen be for people? Just in a quick.
Oh yeah, a real quick one. So I've got videos on this, but on the AMD side, so the CPU is the main problem for Star Citizen generally, and RAM. So on the CPU side, probably I wouldn't go back much further than a Ryzen 3000 series. So a 3600 will get you around, and I say around, you can't hit 30 all the way around the cities, but it will get you around 30 FPS in the cities. And then on the Intel side, that's equivalent to about an i5 10400 or 11400. They're pretty much the same. You probably could dabble in the 8000 series as well there. And then from a RAM point of view, at absolute bare minimum, you can play the game on 16 gigabytes of RAM. Lots of people will say you have to have 32. You don't have to, but you'll have a much better time with 32. You have to start messing around with things like the page file if you're going to do 16. And then graphics cards. Now there's upscaling in the game. It's a bit easier on the graphics card. So something like you can get away with something like a 1060 6 gigabyte. But I mean, the interesting stuff, the tech preview we had a while back looking at the Vulkan stuff, there was loads of tech preview changes for the graphic settings as well. And so RAM changes, VRAM changes even. And so potentially the game is going to get a bit more customizable. So lots of videos to be made when that actually comes to live servers. But for now, yeah, probably something around those specs.
If you want to know anything about your own specs, go check out 10pound42's YouTube. He does a lot of videos that probably your build is probably something you 10 pound has tried out at some point. So
I've got a lot of parts
Yeah.
to test. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to point you in the right direction. But yeah, lots of fun.
And then we have Cepheus. Cepheus, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
Hi, I am Cepheus. I probably the odd one out here a little bit because I'm not really a content creator. I used to stream on Twitch. I kind of fell off of that after I wasn't really getting satisfactory streaming performance out of my computer. Looking at a PC upgrade at the end of this year, I might return to it. But my thing is I'm a leader of a medium, small-sized org, Northern Star. You can find me at youtube.com/@NorthernStarSC or Northern Star on RSI. You can look us up. NSPC is the title. Find links to our Discord there if you're interested in checking us out, either as a member or an affiliate. But I try to look at things through kind of a group gameplay perspective. We just passed 200 members, which I'm super happy about. And that's kind of my lens with which I view the Star Citizen world is kind of how can this be utilized by groups. And yeah, makes me kind of the odd one out here, but I think it's kind of a nice little bit of variety. So yeah, that's what I do.
All right. So, same questions I've been asking all the other groups. I'm going to start with you, Cepheus, and we're going to work our way around. First question is, what was best about this year?
Man, I think the CIG's whole concept of the year of stability has honestly been quite a success. With the recent release of 4.3.2 being not amazing, a lot of people have been complaining the past week or so, but it feels like the game is much more playable than it's ever been. That's what CIG said at the latest CitizenCon, is that all the stats are up, way up. And I think this is, we obviously haven't seen much progression in the game as far as features goes, but as far as playability and Star Citizen being a game, this has been a huge leap in 2025. And I'm hoping that this kind of helped them solidify the foundation of the game so that they can start pushing features again in 2026. Yeah.
10, same question to you. What was the best about this year?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the content probably is the obvious and probably the right answer. Like it has, like we said, it's sort of turned into a real game, sort of. I'm not gonna use that as my real answer. I'm gonna make up a more controversial answer for fun because I'm sure most people, when you ask this question all day, will say the content has been the best thing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, and it's a double-edged sword, the fact that CIG have made tons and tons of money is the best thing this year for the overall health of the project.
Mm-hmm.
It does have implications on what they do going forward, though. So we might look back and think this was the year where they worked out how to make tons of money, and it could either go in a good direction from here or a bad direction from here. And so who knows? But they've been seriously successful from a money point of view. They've sold loads of ships. That's part of it, but part of it has been the game's been more playable. I assume that's why people they're playing the game more regularly, and if you're playing the game, you're much more likely to say, "Oh, there's a new ship. Maybe I'll buy that." And so that's not my real answer, but for the sake of not probably saying what everyone's going to say, I'll use that.
You're playing devil's advocate there. It works.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Spoon, same question for you. what's best about this year?
So I think that my personal experience is probably going to have tainted my opinion on this.
That's fine.
It's very difficult to view it as a regular backer this year, just because obviously for me, it's felt like a bit of a dream come true.
Yeah.
It probably helps to give a little bit more context, but basically when 4.0 released, I was kind of a bit annoyed that only content creators were getting to play Pyro, because I
Yeah.
felt like as a backer, we've been like waiting forever for this, forever. And then to see all our favorite content creators playing Pyro every day, it was like really winding me up. And I think that was a little bit. So when I first started streaming, my stream title was streaming every day until I become Eva Carte or something like that. It was like it was a joke, right?
Yeah.
But when I started streaming, I was like, because I'm probably not going to be able to do contested zones without an org. So then I started finding people who were in a similar situation to me. I just played this game by myself for years and started inviting people who maybe avoided PvP to come and just join in with me. And then we just, it doesn't matter if you die, right? You just go again. It's like, there's no real risks. This is the perfect time to get into PvP and stuff like that. And so this year, and especially with Tier 0, right? This year, I think allowed a lot of regular Star Citizen backers the ability to play the game without worrying about losing this stuff. Whether or not that's, a silly thing to be scared about anyway, it doesn't matter. For whatever reason, it allowed a lot of players to jump into PvP and experience the multi-crew gameplay that we're all, we've all grown to love this year. Half-4 fights, contested zones, and Stormbreaker, and everyone could do these events and see that there was nothing actually to worry about. And then now I'd say that my community is probably like half and half, right? That, maybe people that don't like fighting, they can come along in a mining capacity and help mine, whilst the people who really like doing dogfighting can protect them. And so this year for me, this is when it felt, to echo a little bit of what the lads have said here, is that it's felt like a game this year. And then not only that, the events that Star Citizen have been, CIG have been putting into the game have allowed for this dynamic gameplay where you bring people from all different facets of the game. The guys who usually play by themselves doing cargo, they would come along for supply or die. And then the people who like mining, they would come out the woodwork to start doing, Hathor and farming for Karanite. And so for this year, and it's a little bit about like what the guys have said here, but the content has allowed, the community to really come out and experience what this game could be in the future. And so to me, it's a little bit basically what the guys have said, just with a little bit more context from my point of view.
I understand, completely understand that, because I think that's what I have seen just from the community in general, is just people coming back who haven't played in forever, people who have never played in groups starting to play in groups, groups forming, orgs. I ran a watch party that we were lucky enough to get sponsored by CIG, because I live in Austin, so there's a studio here. But it wasn't just me; it was a lot of other folks from the Bar Citizens here in Texas. And one of the things we did is we had a big showcase before the show started of all of the different orgs who, in some cases, helped fund the event. And there were like 8, and all those stories, like I say, like maybe 2 or 3 were like, yeah, we've been here for like 4 or 5 years. Most of them like, yeah, we've been here for like a year to 2 years, and we're pretty new. And it's all this sort of great little stories about these people who are coming together because like, oh, this is a game now. Like this is a game we can play on a regular basis. So, all right, and I'll start with the next question for you, Spooner, since you're the last person to answer the last question, which is, what was worst about this year?
So I think that there's one thing that really is, when we get the bad patch, when we get the really bad patch, that, everyone starts to get into a bad mood with the game, and people start to fall out of love with it a little bit. And for me, there was one moment in particular where basically for the whole patch, as soon as I sat in a ship, I would crash to desktop. And there was a really bad, I know a couple of people that had that same problem, and that kind of really, for like a month, the game was sort of unplayable. That was pretty bad. But then there's this overarching thing I feel from CIG this year, is that when the game was less of a game, it felt like more of a partnership between the backers and the developers, and it felt like a conversation. And then each week we'd have Around the Verse, we would have, an Inside Star System, whatever it is, the shows that they make. It felt like there was more open dialogue, and it felt like we were developing the game alongside the developers. And whilst the game is now becoming more of a game, it's feeling now more of a regular corporate video game company, in the sense that they want to try and keep things secret from us, to experience it in the game. But then by the time it gets in front of us, I feel like there's like this big disconnect of what's fun, or what, the backers would want it to be. And for me, it feels like communication has fell off. I had a conversation with Mike, Salty Mike, and for me, if you haven't got the capacity to make an Inside Star Citizen, maybe the show's become too big. It requires a lot of pre-production, post-production, all this planning, interviews with the developers, whatever it is. If those shows have become too big, then they need to kind of scale them back and make it more personable. And if it's, honestly, for me, I would take 10 minutes with a developer every freaking week if it meant that we were having the conversations on a more regular basis. And for me, having developer play-alongs would be like a big thing. Once a week, Elliot sits down and plays through the latest mission, or then, goes through the contested zones for the first time. And that kind of thing wouldn't require any pre-production, post-production. Just sit them down on Twitch and we'll all join in and watch it together, and it'll be incredible. For me, the communication has been the worst thing about this year. And so, yeah, sorry to sum it up. I tried to add a bit more context, but
the communication. No, I have that is a common thing, I'd say, especially since, because like I not to defend CIG in this one, it's more of an explanation for that. I think the reason why they haven't been doing a lot of those, basically it's a ship trailer and a patch trailer that they do, but now it's like two videos a month if we're ready, if that. And I think it's because of, I think you said it right, is that they used to have the luxury of having a patch come out every 3 months. So they had time in those 3 months to gather people together and interview people every week or every other week about specific things. And now it's such a fast turnaround time. Those people who they normally be able to pull are like, I got like something to do. I got to get this done like next week. I can't waste time right now. I can give you time after I'm done, but so as a result, it's reduced. So it'd be interesting because they used to do that. They used to do the like live streams where they just play the game and then they just sort of talk and hang out while they play the game for Star Citizen Live back when it was called Reverse the Verse or something like that. But I just felt like what wasn't the sub money they make supposed to go into producing the weekly shows or whatever for the backers. It's literally the only thing that's literally what it's only used for. So yeah. But now all we get is a behind the ships, which is an advert, and I feel like I'm funding adverts to myself to buy a ship, and it's
you are doing that.
If you're gonna make one video a month, then it better not be an advert that I've just paid for. Yeah. And I'm assuming that that isn't coming out of the same pot of money, but that's great. But if we're getting a behind the ships, that's no replacement for a developer update. I used to, when the game had less to do, it felt like we had more communication about what the game was going to be or what they were working on. Now there's more to do than ever in the game, but now we're getting less communication than ever. Yep. So, all right, what's bad, 10 Pound? What's bad about this year?
Yeah, I mean, I for sure agree with all of that, and that would probably, I'll have two. I'll use that as my first one for sure. Everything you just said there, I completely agree with. I mean, it's almost like the death of open development this year in some ways. They just have completely wound down their communication, and as somebody who's looking forward not to what the game is now, because the game is still in its current state, is still very far off what their actual vision is. For somebody who cares about what the game will be when it gets to 1.0, this year has been really tough from a communication point of view. And but though, back to my thing that I said was good, saying they've made so much money from this strategy. Well, again, the bad thing from that is that they'll probably carry on this strategy going forward because it's obviously been so successful. So for sure, everything you just said, I agree with it. It's been the best year to play the game probably, but the worst year to follow the game's development, I think, is probably the best way to sum it up. But my other one would be the lack of feature progress, or perceived lack of. from our side of things, the lack of feature progress. Obviously, in CitizenCon, Rich in one of the bits said that he personally had hoped there'd be more features releasing this year, and we obviously, I think most people were also hoping for more features to be released this year. And obviously, looking back at their the tech preview plan or the EPTU plan that they had in the letter for the chairman from last December or whenever it was, their plan was to run all this content alongside regular EPTU or tech previews where they'd be testing out these new features, and then they would eventually come into live patches. I mean, that has been so underutilized this year. We only had a tech preview on Vulkan, and we're about to get one on engineering, and we're basically nearly at the end of the year. So for me, the lack of progress that I've seen or heard about, again, they've not told us much in ISVs this year, and even at CitizenCon, it was massively, the feature stuff was really on the down. It was really down on the kind of priority list to talk about for probably other reasons. But the lack of progress towards 1.0 is the thing that's made me probably the worst thing, as well as the death of open development, maybe.
You're muted.
Cepheus, what's the worst part about this year?
I would agree with the other two on a lot of things, and honestly, the kind of corporatization of CIG is something I've been watching very closely through my my time following Star Citizen, and I feel like it's a consequence. It's one of those suffering from success things where they're just getting so big that they can't sustain the personable relationship that they had with the backers once. Combined with an element of the backers did it to themselves by, getting upset whenever the roadmap would change. That caused a roadmap to get shorter, and just kind of punishing CIG whenever plans would change. So they stopped sharing their plans. And it feels not a it's our fault thing. Like, we can't really assign fault to somebody, but it seems like just a consequence of them growing into this bigger corporate entity. I mean, they're the size of the development studio of Rockstar North almost when they were making GTA 5. And it's really hard to be that like hometown developer buddy that you can go have a beer with when you're at that size. The year has been disappointing on the front of features because, with 4.0 initially it was supposed to have engineering and the solar flares and life support and fire and all these things. And obviously none of that has come out this year. And instead, CIG did the whole, well, it's the year of stability thing. And I think that initiative has been a big success. And I've had more fun playing the game this year than I have any other game. And I have not felt the hurt from the lack of these features as much as I think we would have if we did not have the amount of content that we've had. But it still is, you look back at the CitizenCon from last year, and it's kind of like, well, where's all this stuff? And I think it's kind of the lack of ISCs every week has been kind of a big letdown for me. I think I mirror you guys on that a lot. So hopefully this next year they'll have more to talk about. But I do think they've been letting the game speak for itself a bit more than spoon feeding us everything they have. They're just like, here, play it yourself. See it on your own. Which there's merit to that, I think, but it does suck that we're not getting as much communication from CIG. So overall, I mean, I don't really have many complaints from this year, considering the amount of content and stuff. And like, again, from my frame of leading an org, we've had more consistent activity this year than ever before. We've had more things to do. And I value that a lot. But yeah, I'll end my ramble there.
Yeah, I mean, to add up to that, I know they just did CitizenCon Direct, which was basically a big ISC, but like we had no ISCs and no inside the ships things this month, and I highly doubt we will have one next month because they usually do a bunch of video content for IAE, so for the big sale in November. So we're probably not going to have, and they usually take a break in December, so we're probably not going to have any video content outside of like maybe an hour or so content in sometime in November, which is just an advertisement for the sale. So yeah, I understand when people were complaining about like you're selling, you're giving me 2 videos a month, and one of those videos is an ad, and the other video is basically an ad for the patch you're about to drop, which has been in our hands for months. and there's no updates on the feature side of things. Me and Tomato talk about this all the time because we both are lament that the fact that the only way you can get feature information now is through their monthly report. And the problem about the monthly report is that the monthly report, A, nobody reads it, and B, there's no like saying stuff in video or saying stuff on like we did this isn't the same as showing it on a video. I know some people will be like, well, it's less till it's in my hands, I don't care, which is valid. But also more people would be more excited to see it than they are to read about it, kind of thing. So
I actually feel like it's not. So,
Good.
sorry, Paul.
Good.
I actually feel like I'm probably quite forgiving not getting the features if we have communication around the current progress of the features.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
for me, CitizenCon is where I want them to sit. I will sit down and watch them for 5 hours. Just give me half an hour with every developer and have a bit of a catch up about what they've been doing this year. You know, hey, if we're not getting base building, cool. But where are we up to over what you showed us last year? Maybe just spend 10, 20 minutes telling me how base building has evolved from the last time you showed it off. You don't even have to show footage of it, so you don't need anyone's time to capture it. Just tell me, you know, based off what we've seen last year, in what ways is it developed? The thing that worries me with this, how sitcom went, is that it probably hasn't developed beyond what they showed last year, and that's my main concern.
Yeah,
That's the fear.
Yeah.
The fear is
That's
that
my fear,
They
is-
didn't- they, yeah. They
Because
knew
what
that
did they
couldn't
show on
talk about it.
crafting?
yeah.
Yeah.
And like I think their hope was to do Evo as Ten pointed out, their hope was to do Evo builds throughout the year, so that people would be able to not just hear about it, they could see and feel and touch and play those EPTU tech previews and those EPTUs of like these new features. And it's clear that because they didn't do these tech previews and EPTUs, they haven't evolved on these features. They're basically the same as they were last year. In fact, last I heard when the monthly report was like March, where they said that base building, everything they showed off in the CitizenCon in 2024 was finished in terms of like, it was just waiting for UI to be added. So it was working in the game. But that was the last time we heard anything about base building. So it's like, yeah, base building is probably not anytime soon as a result.
They did sort of say it's at SitCon. Was it Chris Roberts at the end was like, you know, you know, people have been saying that nothing's happening on these things, or I guess people are always kind of saying that, you know, there's no one working on the PU, it's everything's on Squadron. So I think he said something along the lines that hint that, you know, just because we're not showing it doesn't mean no one's working on it, which I think that's the case, right? People are obviously working on these things, but I think maybe it's just they don't want to show it because the, you know, the progress hasn't been substantial enough to. But from CitizenCon, that's what I want to see every year. I actually don't want to see any content. Like, you know what? Don't show me the latest content coming in next. Don't show me the gang that we're going to fight. Just put it in the game and then we'll experience it. Like content, I don't want to ever see anything on besides a little trailer, you know, when it drops. They need to stop spoiling content. Just put it in the game. Yeah. Show me features.
It's funny. It is funny that they said they were going to stop spoiling all the content, and then they spoiled
all the content. No,
like,
they didn't. They just kept saying mysterious faction, like it wasn't leaked that the mysterious faction's name was and what its context was 2 months ago. Yeah, you know.
I do think when it comes to progress on things like engineering and base building, that they're going to kind of CIG seems to have switched to this cadence of they don't say anything about a feature for a really long time, and then they're, oh, by the way, it's coming in the next patch.
Yeah.
They did that with Nyx, you know, that we didn't hear much about. I mean, we heard stuff and whispers about Nyx and leaks and stuff, but then they were like, oh, that's coming next month. And nobody expected that.
No.
And I have a feeling it's going to be the same thing with base building, engineering, all that stuff. Is it's going to be oh, by the way, engineering's coming in 4.5 or something like that. It's going to be like the patch ahead. We're going to get like a month notice that this stuff is coming in versus hearing about it in ISCs for 6 months.
Yeah.
Which there's obviously a lot of discussion that could be had on whether or not that's better, but I don't feel like these features are very far away, but we're going to be surprised when they show up.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if I prefer that or not, but
it's not bad, but I do think that we wouldn't have this conversation if like if there was an engineering ISC, not ISC, but if an engineering tech preview or EPTU in like July, then most people would have been like, oh, we've seen it and we'll move on. They might ask for some updates. And if someone just said, it's the same as the last saw it, people would be like, okay. But like it's a matter of like, now that we're getting content, now that CIG is like, here's this feast of things you can do in the game, we're like, cool, this is nice. But this is like hors d'oeuvres. These are just the where is my steak? Where is my chicken? Where is my my filling meal that we're waiting for? Can you please give us an update on that?
Well, doing the content would be better if we had a working friends list.
Yeah.
And we were able to invite.
Oh God, don't! Don't even talk about social tools. Oh my God, man, that is such a we need
but
that.
it's true that
yeah.
the content could be the best in the world, but if you can't meet up with your friends because you can't invite people, like all of these things is, and it's difficult because it's like at the same time I've played more than ever. But that just makes me see all the stuff that we need desperately because I play it every day and I'm like, where's the friends list?
Yeah,
why is this happening?
We someone in the last segment mentioned it's like the game is has much more content. It's so much more stable that you notice all of the things that are missing now. As a result, before you were like struggling to get the game to function. Now the game functions and you're like, we're missing half of a game. Like, where is this? All right, we got 2 more questions. I'll start with you, Cepheus, on this next one. Did this year live up to your expectations? And explain a little bit why.
Yesn't. It did, but it didn't. I wanted the initial promises, obviously, this year for the end of last year with 4.0 were very big, and there's still a lot of things that we have yet to see from those. When CIG said year of stability, that kind of drove high expectations in of itself. And I think a lot of the game has lived up to the expectations of stability that CIG promised, in my opinion. That said, some features, particularly the org tools, social tools, I'm really feeling the lack of those. The ability to have that org UI stuff like org paints, org logos in game, that kind of stuff would transform my gameplay experience for everybody that I play with on a daily basis. And I had thoroughly expected those to make their way in at some point this year, and they're not.
Yeah.
But so it lived up to my expectations in some ways and not in others. As soon as CIG said year of stability, where features are taking a back burner, I kind of was like, okay, we're not going to see much this year, and that seems to have been kind of maybe the right move for them considering where we've ended up. But there are certain things that I really wish they would have been able to sneak in this year. So yesn't is 5.5 out of 10. I don't know.
10, same question to you. Did this year live up to your expectations? Yes or no? And explain why.
Yeah. I wish I could say yes or no. I think it is mixed, isn't it? I mean, again, CIG talked about year of playability, and under that banner they talked about stability, performance, and content. You have to say that from a content point of view, they surely have exceeded everybody's expectations. I mean, I don't see how anybody could argue that the content they put in this game has been way more than and way better quality. Whether it's always worked or not, that's another question. But the quality of what they've done, the kind of big kind of sandbox events and locations that they've created have been way past my expectation of the year. So on that side, big thumbs up. Stability, yes, CIG will claim that their numbers are looking great. They then just released this latest patch, which was an absolute mess, and there's all sorts of bugs with it. So that I think is much more mixed than CIG would want us to believe when they're kind of tooting their own horn or whatever on CitizenCon, say, oh, it's been the best year ever. It's like, well, they are ignoring the major issues that Stability has had. Obviously, the freight elevator stuff with the resource drive event was horrific, and a lot of people played that and then were like, nope, and they just put that on the game. So there's been serious issues with Stability, but yes, on the whole, they'd say their internal figures are looking positive. And then performance, well, I've tested every patch this year on a high-end machine. Performance hasn't changed that much. Like it is a bit better than maybe before 4.0, but this year there's not been masses of progress in terms of performance. It's not like a low-end machine that couldn't run the game now suddenly can. And remember, we're getting a bit in the weeds here. We're still using the same code base that 4.0 launched on. We've not had any major engine releases, no massive performance changes. They've just been tweaking stuff all year. So you can't say performance has massively improved over the year, I don't think. And so for those three, yes, it's mixed. But then their big promise was, like we talked about, the promise of the year of playability combined with the testing of the features in the EPTU tech preview, which hasn't really happened. And so, yes, there's been great things this year, but I think ultimately, when I read that letter from the chairman, and nobody actually does this because nobody reads those things.
Nobody reads.
And is like
Star Citizen.
Well, nobody reads, and nobody necessarily believes what they're saying completely at this stage. Or at least, if you have been around for a while, you'll know that there's a load of stuff in a letter that will probably change as the year goes on. But when I read that and thought, well, that sounds like a good plan. If they do pull that off, that will have been a good year. I'd have to say I'm probably leaning slightly to underwhelmed rather than really positive about this year, I think.
Yeah. Spooner, same question to you. Did Star Citizen live up to your expectations this year? Yes or no?
So I feel like this year went pretty much how I expected it to. Obviously, I would have loved to have them slip in the like new UI and social features. Like I would have loved them to put that in as like a September stealth thing that they just dropped. Because in my head, I'm like, how long does it take to make a friends list and a like we've been having friends lists and UIs forever. Come on, guys. Like, but just and I'm not a developer. I'm just some idiot on the internet, right? How hard is it to make a friends list? Come on, let's just do it, right? But this year kind of went exactly how I expected it to. We went from not being able to play the game when 4.0 came out because we couldn't leave a station. You know, there was no elevators. We were trapped in stations, and it was probably the most broken the game's ever been just after 4.0 came out. I'd say that the game, in terms of playability, I pretty much play it every single day on stream for hours and hours and don't really have any game-breaking, things happen. For the most part, if I fall through the ground, I just exit the menu, come back in, and I kind of carry on. 30Ks aren't really a thing anymore. Obviously, when a big patch comes out, sometimes that happens. Mm-hmm. There is actually something that this probably is more of a £10.42 thing, but like each month for the last couple of months for me, the game has felt worse and worse doing the things that I like to do. So when Hathor came out, you could have massive capital ship fights, and it was really fun. Then the next patch, the performance around the OLPs got slightly worse. And I don't know if it's where they're moving server resource or whatever's happening. But basically, like every stream, I would start off doing, an hour of hunting patrols. And then, when you get to those red patrols, orange patrols, each patch, they're getting worse and worse to where, enemies are desyncing all over the place. Yesterday, I went to the contested zones, which CIG have done something really great. They've kind of breathed a little bit of life into the older content by putting some of the new weapons in the contested zones. Great. Everyone's gone there to do it. But there's only currently 2 servers in Pyro. Mm-hmm. So it's like less servers in Pyro than ever.
Yeah.
And now you're forcing players to go and fight to the death. And what's the weirdest thing, and £10.42 will probably be able to say this a little bit better, right? I'm running around in Ruin with 50, 60 FPS. It feels like I've got 10. Like, I'm not even joking. Yeah. It's like I am playing at the worst frame rate I've ever played. I've got a 4090, a 9800 X3D, and 64 gigabytes of RAM. I'm playing with 50 FPS, and it feels like garbage. I don't know what's going on there, but, £10.42 will probably be able to.
Well, I'd assume it's the server FPS is struggling, and therefore everything feels less responsive. That would be my major guess.
20, 30 FPS. 20, 30 FPS.
Server,
yeah,
wow.
server FPS 20. I've got 60 in the game, and then it feels completely garbage. And I stopped streaming last night, and then I was watching Berks for a little bit, and he was saying the exact same thing. He had the R display up, and he was like, "I've got 50 FPS, but it feels like crap." And it's like the server FPS was 20, so I would say that I would accept 20.
Okay. It could well be. It could be potentially rather than frame rate, it could be more frame time. So if you bring up the what's it called?
A display info.
The graph. Not display info. The other one, the graph.
Display frame graph.
Frame time. Yeah, frame graph. That's the one. You might, and although to be fair, CIG actually made that less sensitive, so it smooths stuff out a little bit. But if you had something like some sort of monitoring software up, you might notice that the actual frame spikes that you're getting, if that kind of sounds like what you're describing, is
Yeah,
that
it's
the frame rate might be okay, but there's occasional big spikes where it's just like
the
"Whoa, this feels
average. The average is fine, but like the average is like
Yeah.
2 FPS, 60 FPS, 2 FPS, 60 FPS. So it's like it feels like you're stuttering, even though the frame should be smooth. You know.
Do you, Spooner? Do you use Corsair IQ perchance?
I do,
anything?
yeah. Yeah, I do have that. Yeah.
Try turning that off when you get in the game. I encountered an issue like that earlier, and I turned off IQ, and it got rid of it immediately. Star Citizen's EAC doesn't like IQ for some reason.
Yeah.
So it may or may not fix your issue. Everyone's hardware is different, but it helped for me massively.
Okay, sweet.
All right. Next question. I'm going to ask you this, Spooner, and I'm going to step out for 2 seconds. Was this overall a good or bad year for Star Citizen? Be right back.
I think that, you know, regardless of what I say or what any of us say, I think that the money speaks. I think in terms of CIG, they've made probably more money than ever. So is that a good thing for CIG? Probably, and good thing for the project. They can keep going. They can keep going for another year. They can pay the bills and they can keep going, and we can perhaps hold on to some sort of dream of what it's going to be one day. Is it good? It's also felt like a good year. I've played the game more than ever before. But is it good that CIG make money and deliver seemingly less features? I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing for the project in the long run. They make more money and seemingly get away with less features. Like, I don't know. Like, for me, I would have rather be sat here talking, this is the most money they've ever made, and it's deserving because look at what they've done. And whilst the content is great, like, I don't think the content makes up for the lack of features. I mean, we're all here. I think most of my community, anyway, are here because they want to play the MMO. When you buy the game package on the website, when you go to CIG's website and buy a starter package for the MMO because you've been watching a streamer or you've been watching a YouTube video of Morphologist play the game, people are buying the game package thinking they're getting the MMO, when really I don't know how much of that money that they're making is going straight into Squadron 42. And then you're thinking like, wait, why haven't I got the MMO that I bought, you know, a couple of years? Because at no point in the website purchase does it say you are funding the single player and you'll get the MMO whenever the hell we get to it. Like, it doesn't say that on the website at all. And to me, it's like they're making a lot of money, but they're making a lot of money because people want the MMO. And what they're doing is working on the single player game. So is it good year for CIG? Yes, they've made more money than ever, but I don't know if that sends a wrong message because every one of us want the MMO, or like people who are buying the MMO game package on the website, they're not buying Squadron 42. So I don't know.
10, same question for you. Is this a good or bad year for Star Citizen?
Well, I think, I don't know, does probably sum up my feelings as well. I think, I reckon this might be one of those years where you can only really judge, was it worth the cost of finishing up? Because again, we're not, Squadron is in the mix here. We should, yeah, like you said, we should acknowledge that Squadron is, by most people's kind of reckoning, the priority for Chris and probably for the senior leadership of the game. Their priority is to get Squadron out somehow, by whatever the phrase, hook or by crook, in 2026, not landing at the same time as GTA. Like that's probably their major goal for next year. And so the sacrifice of this year of basically focusing hugely on Squadron, delivering this content, but not really pushing features, well, it will be worth it. And it will have been, the question was, has it been overall a good, bad year? I'll probably answer that differently depending on whether they do get Squadron out in some form next year. And if it happens and you're like, well, then it was worth a year where they basically didn't seem to do a whole heap in the PU in terms of their push towards 1.0, where it was, they seem to have basically unlocked the ability to just push out tons of new locations and content stuff, whether that's because there's people on Squadron who actually have finished that stuff and then they've been able to move across, who knows exactly. But yeah, it will be worth it, and it will have been a good year if it means next year they can get Squadron out and then crack on towards 1.0. If though they again, back to what I said before about the money being a good or bad thing. If they look at this year and go, "Wow, we made so much money doing this," why would we? Why would we really change what we're doing? Surely we just push out tons of content and we just kind of slowly push towards one. I think there's a risk that they might say, let's just keep building loads of ships and let's keep doing loads of content stuff. And there's potentially no immediate rush to charge towards 1.0 because they know what they're doing works so well from a funding point of view. So again, I'm going to echo Spooner and say I don't know the answer to that
It
question.
feels a little bit tinfoil hat, like for them
Yeah.
to sit here and think that they would make a specific decision that doesn't light a fire under their. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I think that every developer working at CIG wants the game to come out and they want, you know, the collective community's vision for this project. I think that. I don't think Chris has ever walked into a room and gone, flipping heck, we made how much? Let's carry on, you know, dragging our feet. I don't necessarily feel like that would be a conscious decision made by CIG, but it's difficult to not feel that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're trying, because a lot of people's theory is why would they ever release this game because they're making so much money. They have potential to make way more money if they release this game.
Yeah.
I think I'm more thinking in the immediate future, in the immediate next couple of years, there's a chance that the money people who will have a significant say at the top of the company may well just turn around and say, keep on doing what you're doing. That worked really great. Who knows? We will only see in time what they end up doing. But yeah, no, I agree. The idea that the people who say this game is a scam, that they'll never release it, are not thinking through the fact that this isn't the best way for them to make money. No. To actually have a full good game is the best way for them to make more money. So yeah no, you're right.
Cepheus, same question for you. Is this a good or bad year for Star Citizen?
I think if you look at every numerical metric, it's a great year, right? That's what CIG said. Play times, money spent, new citizens. Every numerical measure for this year, this has been the best year for Star Citizen yet, by a sizable margin at that. Not even a little bit. I think the big what was the methodology for this year good or bad? Was their strategy of, you know, make the game stable and then put in the features? We're not going to know that answer until I think kind of mid next year. Because what they've been doing this year, right, with all the content's been great, but I feel like what they've probably been doing in the background is solidifying those foundations of the game, because they could have just kept adding features, but then, you know, you're building a house on a very unstable foundation. You can't forge a sword on an anvil made of plastic. So they have to solidify that foundation and give them something to hammer off of with all the features in the future. Whether or not that's true and that is indeed how it works is not an answer we're going to have until mid to late next year. We got to let Squadron come out, let all those devs come back, see kind of what the effect of that is. And then next year, if we get 3-4 months into 2026, and now we're getting base building, engineering, org tools, all this stuff starts coming out at kind of the same cadence that we've had this year, then we can retrospectively say, you know, 2025 was a fantastic idea. It was a great year. If we get late next year and we're kind of where we are now, where we're getting content patches and not feature patches, then it's like, okay, you know, what went wrong?
What are we doing here? You know,
right? What are we doing here? Yeah, we all love the features. I think we all love the content. I think the players, you know, we're kind of in this minority of players that really care about seeing these features come in. I have a feeling a suspiciously quiet majority of Star Citizen players are like, ooh, new worm fight. And they just kind of, you know, ooh, new spaceship. And they're not thinking about it much deeper than that. They're just happy playing the game that's there. Us, you know, especially the longer time veteran backers really have this hunger to see the full game. I think a lot of the newer audience is just, ooh, cool space game.
Yeah.
And they're not looking too much into the future of it. And I think CIG is catering a lot to that audience right now. We just have to see if it's working towards something bigger or not.
The only thing I worry about that though is, and this is a constant worry, is this has always happened. This has happened recently as well, where people get used to how the game plays now. And like for us who've been here for a long time, we know this isn't the game. This is like a shadow of what they want to do.
Yep.
And so what's going to happen when these new players who are used to what's going on now
when we get, engineering, and we get like Maelstrom, and we get the different flight mechanics, and then we get like the new types of for bounty hunting, and like all of these new things when they come in, they're going to change the game in a significant way in how you play the game. How many of those people will be like, well, I didn't back this game. I bought this game, in 2025 for like because all of these things,
all the people that this stuff comes in and they're like, well, I didn't read that design brief from 2014.
Exactly.
How was I supposed to know?
Yeah. Like it's
that's a challenge.
Yeah, and that's always the problem that I've seen. It's not just this Star Citizen. It's a gaming problem in general where, people will jump onto a game and either the developers haven't finished making the game or they wanted to change the game to improve it in some way. And that improvement has changed how the game plays. And people who bought it originally for this reason are going, I bought it for this reason. Why are you doing this? Like, what is going on? Like Call of Duty is a great example of that, where people have slowly over time felt like the game has shifted away from what they wanted to play for it in the first place. And now it's something completely different.
What the game... Sorry.
I said Battlefield did that too with Battlefield 5. Was that sort of problem? So,
what the game will be and what people think it will be are seldom the same.
Oh yeah, almost never.
Yeah.
And the fact that the community is so widespread now in terms of the different influences that people have come into the game, from Tarkov players to elite players, as in everybody's come from a completely different direction. They've been following along 14 years, having their own interpretation on what CIG say at various points. CIG's job is almost impossible, and you could, one of the fears would be, well, they'll try and water everything down so that they keep everybody happy, which clearly nobody believes will work, because you have to make some strong decisions at various points. And so like engineering, the fear might be is that it isn't as impactful as some people want it, because CIG know that it will really upset other people, and so they're in a whole world of pain because they sold this game to everybody, and it was like the game for everybody. But they can't. What can they do? They've got to just keep going forward and hope that they can navigate somehow through to a working, fun game that the masses want to play.
Yeah.
And people will get upset. And the flight model, I guess, is one good example of that. Some people will really be upset with where they go in the flight model, but CIG might argue that they're doing that for a good reason, because they want more people to be able to play it.
Yeah.
It's loads of people are gonna be upset, and some people are gonna be happy.
I'll put this from Spooner's perspective, because I know you do a lot of combat and a lot of PvP stuff. Like, how do you think the game is going to change when they get rid of health pools? It's no longer about knocking down health pools and more about targeting like specific systems, especially when like people on multi-crew ships who can just run around and start healing those systems as you're taking them down. How is that going to feel in based off of what you've seen from that sort of thing?
Man, I wasn't prepared for such a deep question this time of the day. What I always verge on the side of caution with CIG in the sense that I don't think it's like, just if you just ask me, we're just having a quick conversation about it, I don't feel like it's going to be significant enough to be a major problem. Now, if it's at a point where, someone can keep a ship alive mid-fight, with 5 people shooting it, because engineering's completely overtuned. Like, I mean, I think we've always needed to get to a point where the ships don't blow up.
Yeah.
And that leads into the next part of the fun gameplay for me, which is...
And
by the way, I know you said PvP, but like, I love PvE content just as much as PvE. Just as much as PvP content.
Your chat is telling on you, saying you've only been PvPing for 3 weeks, so...
yeah. Don't listen to them, they're all liars. I think for me, we need to get to a point where the ship is in a state where then you move on to the next stage of battle, which is boarding the ship, being able to clear it out through the FPS. And it's like, the PvP stuff always makes me excited for each phase of a PvP encounter. When you see it in a movie, it's not they keep shooting the ship and then they just wait for it to blow up, right? And you get that dopamine hit of an explosion. Like, for me, it's all about disabling the ship, boarding the ship, clearing it out, setting a self-destruct or whatever it is, and then getting off before it explodes. That to me is a space battle. And currently, everyone just takes like light fighters, just pounds the ships until they blow up. I want to get to a point where the ship is soft deft or some sort of situation where maybe you can even bring it back to life, if you work quick enough. Maybe if you can defend against the boarding party, and I just really CIG either do this, they either simplify it so much or they make it too complicated. And for me, I was playing Jump Space and I felt like this is what CIG need to do, just on a bigger level. If it's an Idris, because in Jump Space you're like fixing every second. As soon as you start in fight, you run around the ship, something's on fire, you go here and do this. Now, if you're fighting an Idris, it should be the same thing, and it can be as simple as that. Just make it, you need to take damage for 20 minutes before you need to put out a fire or whatever. It needs to be that simple. And my fear with CIG is that in the past, they've always gone very complicated or very, very simple. And I feel like there's a, and that's why we really need to see engineering in tech preview for the large amount of this year. So we could work on it with them and figure that out. And I don't know. To answer your initial question, I'm not entirely sure.
All right. Well, let's move on to the last question, which is, what do you believe we will see in Star Citizen for next year? I'll start with 10pound42 on this one.
Well, I think they probably just told us it all at CitizenCon, I think, mainly. I think it's going to be all that content rolling out over the next year. Obviously, we get Nyx next up. Well, depending on what they do with IAE, but we'll get 4.04, and that will be pretty bare bones version of Nyx. And then they've told us their plan is to build out the system with us over the next year, which they said with like, oh, you guys are going to love this. I think a lot of people would have preferred it if they just dropped it all at once. But I think that's basically what we'll see. And the question is going to be, do we start to see some of the things that we talked about, the more feature-based stuff? I mean, as I think we mentioned already, at various points, I made a video about this, but Rich said that we're going to get a load of feature stuff very, very soon. And Chris at the end of the whole event said 2026 or the next year is going to be the best year yet, which they always said, because he talked about, they always say that, but he talked about squadron features coming back over, polished squadron features, and the things like the social tours and blah, blah, blah. That's just probably a Chris datism, but there's a chance that those things come on top of the content. And if that happens, it will be great. But if, like we've all said, I think already, if it is just a year, again, another year of content, then it's not particularly inspiring if you care, like we said, about the 1.0 vision of the game, where this game is actually heading for, and getting there anytime before 20. I mean, we could do our guesses, but the longer there's no real progress towards some of the major features of 1.0, the more that date gets pushed back and back and back, which I'd like to play this game. I mean, I'm probably, I suppose, I don't know about, for you guys both as org people and streamers playing the game regularly, I have no real interest in playing the game in its current form. I'll dip in and I do play, and I'll do some of the events and blah, 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 and check it out. But I tip my hat, my invisible hat, to you guys who play the game regularly now, because I just cannot get excited about the game in its current state. It's so, like you said, Paul, it's such a shadow of what it should be, or could be, or will be, maybe. I just long for the day where it does look more like that vision that they really amazingly laid out. I mean, up until last year, we were guessing what they were going to do, but now at least we have an idea with the 1.0 vision. But so next year I think will be all content, and if we're really lucky, there'll be some either tech preview feature stuff, or hopefully some of that eventually makes it into the game next year. But we will see.
Spooner, same question to you. What do you think we're going to see in Star Citizen next year?
Well, I think £10.42 just said it really. They kind of laid out pretty much exactly what we're going to get, with Nyx coming in, minus the planets. I seen some people in chat, being surprised that it's going to be a bare bones release with just Levski and Delamar and the asteroid belt, and maybe.
I'm going to jump in a little bit and say that was always Nyx. Nyx was always supposed to be pretty much empty with just Levski and Delamar.
Let's get into the lore. Come on, this is your chance, Sastro. Go for the lore.
I've already done it a little bit, but the basic the basic gist is that, like, the reason why People's Alliance, a bunch of hippies who are anti-government, were allowed to form their own government in their own mini state in Nyx, was because Nyx was basically empty. So there's just nothing there. And that was always supposed to be the sort of like its big thing is it's a gateway between, you know, Terra and Odin and Castra. It's got a lot of jump points, it's a lot of important places, but it's just sort of just a place you go through. You know, we've all been to those towns and cities where it's a place you go through. Not necessarily, it's got a truck stop and you go there to still go to the truck stop, but you just go through it. That's sort of its theme. Now, Nyx 1's a completely different thing, but like that's kind of what it was supposed to be. So when people, when it's always funny when I hear people go like, "Oh, it's Bear," it's like, yeah, like it's Bear. It's his point, you know. Nyx 1 is an outlier.
Would you say though?
You know,
would you say though when they dropped down to the 5 systems for 1.0, it was kind of inevitable that they'd have to do this, or are you still saying they should stick with the law that they'd already done?
Sorry, was that you said it, like?
Yeah, once they said, well, we're only going to do 5 systems for 1.0. Do you think it was inevitable that they'd have to rework the law in the systems to make them a bit more interesting?
Question for Paul. Good question.
No, almost certainly. For certain. And that's what they do with Pyro, and they're doing it with Nyx. The secret with the lore of Star Citizen is that it is both very detailed and very vague. It's only detailed on the spots that they absolutely know they want to put in the game and are working on. And everything else is vague as shit. It is just absolutely... it's one of the brilliant ideas of having this put 900 years in the future is that they can put a lot of details leading up to now. And then the last, you know... But some of those things are going to be a little bit more vague because they want to add more in there later, but they can still kind of generally understand like the connections between the different systems.
The lore is an alpha too.
Yeah, it is. And so it's actually kind of exciting, even from my perspective as somebody who does a lot of videos on the lore, is that when they do a change, it's like, they've changed. I get to do a new video. I get to do a big new deep dive into what's going on. So...
well, I suppose your question to Paul there is really interesting from a point of view is that when we had these initial conversations, it was around 100 solar systems.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's okay to have a system that doesn't have bugger all in it, right?
Yeah, because you're going to go through 100 systems. Yeah. And that now,
yeah, it's not going to matter.
Now you can land on every planet and it's super detailed. So it's like Nyx has to be more detailed than just empty.
Plus, I don't think we ever had base building, right?
No.
Like in that initial conversation
No,
either.
never
And
did.
so it's like, it now opens up people to go and live in Nyx. And maybe that's a different experience living in Pyro and a different experience living in Stanton. And so I think if we're only going to get 5 systems, which I think is good, and it was great that they came out and said, look, this is our 1.0 vision and it's going to be 5. I think that really clears up a lot of stuff. You know, the vision for the game evolved for the better, I think, you know, with full planets and, you know, everything that we've gotten since. I think that, again, it's all going to come down, just to answer your question about what I think we're going to see over the next year. My main concern is that we're going to see very little features and continue to go down content, which is great for me. But one of the things that, like, I've really liked the new patch, you know, with the bugs and stuff, because I set myself a challenge of, you know, soloing the worm or whatever. Now, the worst thing about soloing the worm isn't necessarily the content. It's the fact that when I go to med myself, it doesn't work, or I drop the med pen, or I can't switch back to the gun, or I can't reload, and then that's the stuff that gets you killed. And it's like, that for me is the stuff that I expected to be fixed this year. The absolute basics of being able to have a firefight with someone in a contested zone without dying because you can't heal. To me, it's like, if you were to ask me at the beginning of the year, apart from elevators, like, I should be able to reload my gun and not throw it on the floor. I should be able to do these basic things, which then make it okay.
Don't. That's an outrageous expectation for everything.
Well,
Whoa.
so I almost
Slow
feel
down.
bad. I almost feel really bad for the guys, you know, like Zach, who are making the weapons or working on the FPS experience. I feel very bad for them in this sense. So Zach was watching the other day, and you know, I was trying the worm out, and I'm saying to him, you know, why does my gun not reload? Or why do I not swap weapons? And I think that when they play in-house on quieter servers or internal, you know, offline builds or whatever, I bet you all this stuff is incredible. I reckon the worm kicks everyone's ass. I reckon that you're able to swap weapons and lie on the floor without falling over or whatever madness there is. And he basically said it is like, whatever's happening is like server related. And it's like, Like, because I feel like we're all kind of running around blaming certain, why doesn't my gun work? Zach, fix the gun. And it's like Zach's playing it on his end, going, this is fantastic. It works amazingly. And it's all these different teams, and is server stuff, is that feature work? With Benoit and his team, it's like it's so difficult. But over the next year, we really can't be dropping our gun when we want to shoot something. Or
Yeah.
like all of this stuff really needs to be working as we carry on content.
All right. I think we're going to end it up there because we're going to go into the question and answer session. We have a couple questions in chat, but before we go, we're doing someone's asking what Gamers Outreach is. I'll do a quick little spiel again. We did actually get another $25, so we're now at $500 raised for Gamers Outreach. So the idea of Gamers Outreach is it was just American. I think it's now an international group, but the concept is to help kids who are stuck in hospitals to get access to games. So they build these things, these rollable carts that they can pull into a kid's hospital room, and they can just have kids roll right up to their hospital beds, and they can play games so that they can feel normal, so they can feel less stressed, and they can hopefully help that kind of improve, like get better. But it does cost them a lot of money to build these carts. It costs them about $4,000 US. So our goal is to help them build one cart. So right now, but we're doing it in stages. So every time we reach a certain stage, right now our current goal is $1,000. If we reach $1,000, I'll do a giveaway, and if we reach $2,500, I'll do another giveaway, and $4,000, we'll do another giveaway here. But I'll be here for 24 hours. This is going to have a rotating cast and crew. So you get to see me go slowly insane over the course of 24 hours while we talk about the same topics. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of this guy's just been spamming this chat forever. So, but
give people
yes.
give your money.
Is the link not working, Paul? The charity link.
It should work. Hold on.
I just did it. I think it worked. It worked.
It works, and I'll put it in chat again here so you can see that. Hopefully that goes through for your chat.
I see it now.
Okay. But make sure you go to help us out there. We're gonna take a few minutes to use restroom, grab something to drink, and then we'll be back to answer your questions. So don't go anywhere. Make sure to check out Citizen Spooner, twitch.tv/Citizen Spooner. Make sure to check out 10 on Twitch and YouTube. Do you do YouTube as well, Spooner?
Yeah. I mean, I upload.
You stream, that's YouTube too, yeah?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing, right? Citizen Spooner on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah. And then of course check out check out Cepheus 7. Was that it?
Yeah, on
Cepheus.
YouTube, but it's just Northern Star SC on YouTube.
Northern Star SC.
Look
on
us
YouTube.
up there.
Yeah.
You'll find our Discord.
Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. We'll be right back. welcome back to the question and answer session with Citizen Spooner, Cepheus, and 10 Pound 42 for our second session of the 24-hour Captain's Table to help raise money for Gamers Outreach. When I left, we had $500. Now I come back and I find out that 10 Pound 42 donated $25. Big Brick donated $10. Frost donated $10. Macton donated $25. Anonymous donated $10. Tim S donated $20. And War Queen donated $25. So now it's $625. So thank you so much for that help, y'all. All right. So we are going to go through the questions. I'm going to do my best to go through the questions and see who had what. I'm going to use the YouTube because it's a little bit slower typically. See if there's any questions there. Yes, there is. Fishbait asks, given that engineering will make us target systems, do you think CIG will start releasing schematic blueprints of all the ships?
I don't think CIG is going to release it, but I think the players definitely
Oh,
will.
we will.
Yeah.
That's
That's going to be one of those things that CIG is just like, here, you do it. You're going to do
Yeah.
it better than we would anyway. Thrusters and Dust is already well on their way for that. I mean, I got a service manual for a few ships sitting right down there.
Yeah, Thrusters and Dust. They're basically doing the oh gosh, what was that guide? Those guides you can do for you can get for cars. They like have like the full like manuals.
Yeah.
I got to pull out the thing.
Here it comes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. Like
And it's-
in the
yeah.
we have those like guides that you can like buy. Haynes guides. Thank you. That has
Yeah.
like the whole details. Yeah. Chilton's and Haynes. Yeah, Thrusters and Dust is one of those kind of.
He
Star
makes
Citizen
good
version.
stuff.
Well, yeah, I definitely think that's a player thing. I think CIG will attempt to do it, but they're probably too busy doing other things. That's definitely one of the things that the community will do. Because if they don't, we will do it very quick. Someone will
Yeah.
come up with it.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff on their original kind of the goals, what's the word?
The stretch goals.
What's the stretch? There's a load of stuff in the stretch goals that they probably should do before they do that, if they are going to go back and start doing things. So, yeah, I don't think they'll add that to their list of things to do.
All right. Let's see. We've got a couple more questions. Feel free to, if you're going to ask a question, put question beforehand. Normally, my my bot would handle it, but my bot is not working because, of course, it breaks on the time I need it the most. So I'm going back to look through some of the old discussions. I think I did capture one when I put it back, turned it back on, which was Viking 20, who asked, how much time and effort do you think CIG should put into new social systems coming this year? Yes.
A lot.
Yeah. Yes.
More.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, it should be a priority. It should have been a
Yeah.
priority this year. It should be a priority next year. Like I know they already put time and effort and development time into like engineering and scanning and Vulkan because those are like the things that they want to release. But once those three things are out, I know crafting is important, but I'm of the opinion that I think social tools are more important than crafting. It's just like fundamental stuff. Like we need it, especially as
It's an MMO.
Yeah, well, and the game's grown.
Yeah.
You know, it's now it's not a game with 100 people in one server. It's 600 to 700 people in a shard, and more people are playing together. You need tools. Like it's such a pain in the ass. I run my own org, and luckily I have some officers, some people I trust who've helped run the whole thing, and they're great with it. But like I talk with them about any sort of things they're helping me set up, or they set up for me, and it's like bashing your head against the wall. It's so hard to try to get all these things aligned up. It'd be so nice to have CIG to have a modicum of support for it. Just a little bit of support, you know?
I think that, like I said, I sort of expected from what they shared at CitizenCon, I was expecting like maybe a September little stealth update. And there was, do you guys remember there was that update they did where it brought a little bit of Spectrum functionality within the game? Like now you can make groups within in the game,
Spectrum?
which yeah, well, you can do it within game as well. You can like make a group and it will persist until the end of the patch for those of you guys who didn't know you could do that. So you can kind of make like a little org chat group in game, and that will stay there until the next patch, and then you have to remake it. But like, you can't even mute someone who's being racist in global chat. Like, you can't. For me, it's like, if I was at CIG, I'd be like, this is a priority. We can't even mute or report people in chat, which is a basic thing that every game has had since forever.
I'm surprised they haven't gotten lawsuits over it, because it's like a law that they have to be able to regulate their own chats, their own social features, which they do on Spectrum, but not on the game. So
at the bare minimum, how many of you guys play the game and you just immediately press F12, which obviously as well, 2 minutes later, it just pops back up again and you press F. You spend the whole stream pressing F12 to get rid of the chat because it's so toxic at times. And it's like, if I was CIG, I'd be like, this is a priority. Whatever we need to do to sort that out, that needs to be a priority. And to me, it's crazy that this year we just didn't get that in the year of playability or whatever. That's a big one for me. So
all right, so I'm going through some of this because a lot of the questions are newer, because now I just said questions and everyone's like, I've got a question, so I should be able to pull this out now. Finally a stream where Spooner isn't dying to the Yormandi 24/7. Man,
ignore him.
He said your momdy, by the way.
Oh, your mom.
Yeah.
What was it? The you said it last Captain's Table, Cepheus. The Hawk Tua, the Worm Tua, or whatever.
I don't think that was me.
Someone had a really weird name for it. It was like
that is hilarious.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a thing I would say, but that's very funny. I like it anyway. Thank you for giving me credit for something I didn't do.
Someone in on Captain's Table mentioned that like they had heard that was the nickname that someone was giving it, was the Worm Tua or something like that. So
I like it. I vibe with it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's I love all the different names for the space snake. The space snake with the spicy breath. All right. Next question comes from Where is Wardo, who asks, how do all of you feel about the current rate of respawn for mobs? It feels a bit too fast for me.
I think it's broken, isn't it?
Yeah.
It has been.
It's one of those things that's broken. Yeah. It is a bit too high, but it's one of those things that is so easily broken and bugged that I don't really think too much about it. I just deal with it.
Yeah, this could send us down a rabbit hole. We'll talk about instancing, but this will be one of the reasons why they want to bring in instancing, so that they can control that stuff a bit more. But yes, I think with the new mission that's in now, it's broken, I think, is the problem, rather than it being deliberately you kill them and then they're back again and you've been shot from behind where you think you should have cleared an area. I think it's a bug more than a problem than an intention.
I also think that it's a Band-Aid, because a lot of the reasons why they have such a high amount of enemies is because they don't have variety yet. Like they need the NPC AI needs to have more variety, so you can face down somebody with a shotgun versus somebody with a rocket launcher versus somebody with an assault rifle versus someone with a machine gun versus someone with, like, they have a little bit of that now, and they kind of visually show that with, like, the guys with the backpacks have the big light machine guns, so you can kind of tell, like, oh, that guy's got a light machine gun. But there needs to be a little bit more variety in both visual and dynamic in terms of fighting off NPCs, so that, you know, you get an NPC in an ICTY, you know, so that you're getting shot at or from in a vehicle, that you have to deal with the vehicle now. So, and I know it's something they've been working on behind the scenes. They tried to add a little bit of that with the last tech preview they did with the, gosh, what was it? With the Vulcan, and it was Vulcan and AI test, but yeah. All right. Next question comes from Carlos R, who asks, how will CIG stage the availability of blueprints? Blueprints from guilds, as shown in 1.0 presentation, will not be released until guilds are in. Guilds are already in the game.
I just have to consult my crystal ball real quick.
Yeah. But guilds are already in the game. The mercenary guild's in the game. The hauling guild's in the game. It's just we can't. I think the bounty hunter guilds too.
but I don't think we fully have full reputation built with them. So, but I couldn't tell you how they're going to do it right now. They have a bare bones basic blueprint system, which they only just had a prototype for in August. So I don't know how quickly CIG can go from prototype to full production, but I'm sure it's more than a couple of months. So
yeah. I mean, the thing is, you have to remember with what they did communicate at CitizenCon with all the crafting stuff and the blueprint stuff is that they have scaled down their original scope of what they're going to release as a. Ultimately, it will be a tier 0 version of crafting, so it will just be FPS weapons and armor. And so, is it impossible that they quite quickly get that version into game? No, maybe they start. I mean, interestingly, a blueprint is a sort of thing that could be in these rewards that they're doing for these missions that are running right now. There's lots of different ways they could do it, but yeah, you're right. How quickly can they go from what was basically a very developer art demo that we saw at CitizenCon that had only been working for a couple of months to something in game? Because remember, when they said they're going to get crafting in the tech preview at the end of the game, they talked about having a lot of using that for a lot of feedback. My suspicion will be that it will go into tech preview, they'll get that feedback, and then a bit like engineering, which has, remember, being tested in Arena Commander previously, I think crafting could well come into tech preview, have some feedback, and then go away for quite a while whilst they work on that feedback, and then come back. So I don't think you should get your hopes up that it's going to come really quickly after it's in the tech preview, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Do we not think that they're sort of using Wicklow as like a base for all the guild stuff? Because now you've got mission pickup on location, right? So in order to get a Wicklow blueprint, so to speak, which is what it is, right? You go there and it's like, hey, you need to give me a Yomandi Eye, you need to give me a tongue.
Yeah.
And so you go to his location, you pick it up, and then you turn it in. And I feel like that could very easily be like now Gray, right? So you go to Gray and he's like, you know, I've got missions here for you. Take some of these missions. Once you've got the appropriate rep, you can then buy the Shiv blueprint from me or whatever, and then go and craft that. And then the same for like all the other guilds. You know, you go to a cargo place and, you know, it's a guy there who specializes in cargo missions. And I feel like Wicklow could very well be the base of like all of the guild stuff moving forward.
I 100% believe that. Yeah, he is very much a test on how do you get physical items for doing missions. And, you know, him being the guy you go to for location-based mission proxy is also an interesting concept. So yeah, it feels very much like, Wicklow is their testing grounds for a lot of these things. I think it's just a matter of like the thing about blueprints is you need crafting for blueprints because there's no point in having blueprints until you can craft stuff. And well, I know that they're working on that, and they showed off some of those things, which I like personally. I love the portable crafting machine. That sounds great. But I'm also a very big survival game player, so that sounds like yes, I have a workbench that I can move. You know, that's perfect. But we'll see. All right, let's go to the next question that I saw. This is from Iris Dreadtide, who asks, the content this year has been reused and repurposed and has been incredibly low effort. They haven't done anything with their tech previews so far. The stability gains haven't been more than would expect from iterative work. What would be 10 months of minimal effort. Where is their effort going? Keep in mind they should be making progress in multiple areas. They're a 1,000-person company. I mean, the answer that everyone else is going to give is not going to be the answer that I'm going to give, but everyone else can say 42, Squadron 42. I think the answer is that CIG had 318 and 4.0, and they got shell-shocked. They saw, after 318, they saw what happened when the performance dipped too far, when they were pushing for new features, and they're like, last year, like 2024, was worse in funding than 2025 was. And so they're like, listen, we need to still make the game, but we can't make the same mistakes we made in 2024 or 2024 in 2025. So we need to focus less on whatever we were doing in terms of features and more on making the game playable. And I think it's important to remember that a lot of people had the opinion in 2024 of like, just stop making the game and start stabilizing the game. I can't play the game. make it so I can
So
play the
many
game.
people said that.
Yes.
And now that they're doing it, people are like, but my features.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so funny. It's
Yeah.
so funny.
But that was a huge thing in the community where everyone was just like, CIG is focusing too much on X, Y, or Z and not stabilizing the game. I can't even get into the game or whatever, which to a degree was true, but that's a completely different conversation. But the reality was like they saw that and said, okay, let's do that. When they had server meshing in. And I think that really the resources have been going into server meshing and all of their normal stuff they've been doing, but those teams are being cannibalized every time someone goes, help, I need help. So like they rebuilt the transit system to the transport system. They've redone the entirety of the mission system to mission system 2.0. They've been making ships. Well, the ships team's its own, but that also involves animation, it involves lighting, it involves testing, plus all these new features. Well, yeah, they are cannibalized from other places. They still have to test them in game and make sure they work. Like
I
the
can
Yormandi
Sorry.
and the Yormandi and the Valakar are not cannibalized. They're brand new, and so that required new content as well. So yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Paul. So I think I would like to inject some hopium and copium into
Woo,
this
let's
conversation
do
a
it.
little bit. So I don't remember which patch it was, guys, but there was a time where I thought Squadron 42 was wrapping up, and I think CIG were thinking, hey, we can start moving people over to the PU. I can't remember which patch it was, but do you remember it was the patch that we got like the new EVA stuff? And it was like,
Yeah.
there was this one patch where CIG was sort of going, hey, we're kind of in a position where we can move developers over. And I think they moved a large amount of developers over. And like in the next patch, we got so many little features and so many little updates. And it was like, hell yeah, this is the time. We're going to see all this patience pay off. All the devs are coming over. We're going to start getting features into SC. And then I don't know at what point they then went, oh, actually, shit, we made a mistake. We need to bring people back to Squadron. And then it kind of dried up again, right? But there was that patch where I think we seen the results of bringing more devs over into the PU. And then for whatever reason, they were taken back over to the Squadron. And I could be talking nonsense, but I feel like that's what was communicated at the time. And then
Yeah.
It was more, I think, it was after CitizenCon 2023, they showed us tons of the Squadron features that were working, and then they brought them into the game the following year. I don't know if anybody actually ever moved off Squadron. It's more that we got the work that they were doing for Squadron, if that makes any sense. I don't think it was that those devs moves over to SC. I think they just finished a load of stuff for Squadron, and then they were like, well, you can put this in the PU now. And I think potentially that will be what happens when Chris talks about more polished features coming over from Squadron next year. I think it might be a similar situation where they've done their work on the radar and scanning that they kind of showed us. I think that sort of stuff might happen again. So I don't think they necessarily actually moved anybody over. They talked about that in the past. They have talked about, we're going to do this and they're going to move everybody over. That never really happened. Rich Tara said that at one point, but that we never really saw the benefit back in the day. But yeah, it's that they've said a lot of things over the years, and that one was you might be right. They may have said they're going to move people over, but I don't think anybody actually.
But you honestly, you might actually be right. But it makes me think that the day on Squadron is the day we see massive amounts of progress on the MMO, which again, it could just be some copium, but I do feel like maybe what you just said is that radar and ping come in and all this other stuff that they've been working on for Squadron comes in, and we get like a god patch that kind of, maybe they bring in a locations from the single player game. And
yeah, I think that's highly likely. I think the location stuff would easily come across. I think that potentially is what we've been seeing. The only thing I would say, just that you have to remember that Squadron as a single player AAA experience requires a completely different dev team to the PU, which is a massively multiplayer online, whatever we're calling it these days. And so I have a fear that we might see massive reports of a restructure in the company unless they then make Squadron 43. I suppose is the other thing. But the team that are currently working on like locations and things, well, they can't necessarily. The massive amount of artists that must be working or have been working on Squadron won't necessarily do any of the feature stuff. I think that's the thing they've always talked about. So they might let a load of people go because they don't need them anymore. I hope that with the extra money they've made this year, they invest in their teams in developers and engineers, the guys that are actually going to do features. I hope that the fact that the content has been so successful this year doesn't mean that they go, well, let's just hire more artists and more environment artists and that sort of stuff. I hope they say, well, now we've got a bit of extra cash. They're going to get like $40 million extra or whatever this year.
Yeah.
I hope they say, well, let's pile that into actually fixing up the game by having more engineers, etc. But anyway, go on, Paul. You were going to say something.
I was going to say, like, the answer is that we do have some people moved over. If you all remember Bone from 2023 CitizenCon, you know, Bone. You know, him and his team who worked on a lot of the map systems and the UI, they were working on Squadron, and then they moved over to Star Citizen because they no longer were needed. And there's some of the feature teams who worked on Squadron have moved over. I think you mentioned one guy earlier who was in your chat, the guy, the FPS guy, Zach. Yeah, Zach was Squadron. He worked on Squadron before Star Citizen, and he got moved over 2 years ago to start working on Star Citizen. That's why you start seeing him all of a sudden. It's not like he just showed up in Star Citizen 2 years ago. He's been working in Squadron for a couple of years before that. And a lot of the tech that's in Squadron is just Star Citizen. It's the same game. They work on the same things. But to your point, 10 pound 42, anything that is made in Star Citizen or anything made in Squadron is made for a single player game. They then have to take it into Star Citizen and make it work for the multiplayer experience in order for it to function. So, as you were pointing out, Spooner, like, I'm sure in Squadron, you're not dropping your gun every time you switch guns because it's a single player experience. And so on their internal builds, they're looking at it with like their own stuff and like, it works fine. But then you hit it with all of the other systems and the live servers, and you suddenly get like the bugs galore, which is one of the reasons why, almost certainly, why they're pushing instancing is because it allows them the control so they can control how many people are in there, so they can build out missions and other things for that number. It also allows them more control over performance because 12 people in a small room or in their own server is a completely different experience from 700 people and you're in a server with 16 other people and all that kind of stuff. So is instancing going to fix dropping your gun? No. Instancing is not going to fix dropping your gun. It will just make it less frequent, is the answer. You'll still drop your gun as you go between the outer world and into your instance. In fact, your whole body will turn inside out, and all of your stuff will be dispersed across the entirety of the known universe. And then when you enter the new instance, it'll come all the way back in, and then you'll lose all of your crews. That's how that bug's going to work. Because that's Star Citizen, baby. All right.
Can I sneak a question in, Paul?
Sure.
Can I sneak a question in? Can I spoon it? Because you've obviously started as a streamer, you said January this year, or like went for it this year. And so you've had this year of playability from a completely different standpoint. How do you think, I don't know what the exact question is here, I'm just making up as I go, but how do you think this would have been different had you not streamed, like gone into content creation? As if you played this as a guy doing all the things you normally would, what's been the difference for you from a content creator point of view as a player of the game versus what it would have been like if you'd just been off stream playing how you normally would have done?
This probably wouldn't be a popular answer, really, is that I play every single day, right? If I played as a player, I would play once every 3 months.
Yeah.
Or when the new patch came out, and I would play for a week to try and do it. I had when you've got a job, you have a very finite amount of time, right? And if you've got a family, which a large majority of the SC community are married, retired, a bit older, you can't come home and put 8 hours into an event. Like I can obviously do it on screen, and also if I fall through the planet and waste 20 minutes getting back, it doesn't matter to me too much because now I can talk to chat and redo what I just did. So for me as a content creator, and I always try, and because I see there's a lot of streamer hate or there's a lot of content creator hate. I have a very fresh, coming into this year as a content creator, I still approach everything as a regular backer with a job. Do you remember when we did the fight for Stanton or whatever?
Oh yeah.
I had a job when that came out, right? So I'd come home and the freight elevators weren't working.
Mhm.
So I'd go, right, see you tomorrow game. I'll come back tomorrow. And then like because people get angry. Like, guys, you know, like people come in my chat and go, "Oh, this bloody game, it's a load of shit. I'm not playing it anymore." And it's like, do you know what I just tell them? I just tell them, "Hey, just take a break, come back with the next patch. There you go. Go and play something else."
Mhm.
The main reason they don't want to play anything else, and the main reason they're so angry, is because, like it or not, this is the only place to get the experience that you get with Star Citizen. When you get in your ship for the first time and you take off and you fly to a space station, you don't get that experience playing Battlefield 6. You don't get that experience. So they're angry because they don't want to play other games, and this game is a piece of poop sometimes. And if I was a regular person, I would just go to playing it once a week, you know, once a month for the new patch, and then try and get the new thing done. That's how I would play this game.
There's a
Thank you.
video.
That makes sense.
There was a video from a guy named Percival, who is a smaller YouTuber. He did a video that went across my feed, which was "Give me 8 minutes to change your mind about Star Citizen." And he's not a Star Citizen content creator. He is a creator who does content for many other games. But he started off with the video as saying, "This year I have challenged myself to play different games and try to do different things. And so I bought Star Citizen because all I heard about Star Citizen is that it's a broken, buggy mess and it's a scam and no one should play it." And he got in, immediately had some bugs, and was about to quit when he heard people talking in VoIP. And so he walked up and said, "Hey, I need some help." And they're like, "Come with me, child. Let us show you the verse." And he like talked about how he got into this. He was talking with them, and then they showed him the Hammerhead, and they got into the Hammerhead, and they flew out in the Hammerhead, and they went and did a combat mission with the Hammerhead. Then other players showed up. I think it was Hathor. And they were fighting over Hathor with this Hammerhead, and he's just like, "I get it now. I understand this. This game is a buggy, broken, hard to play, really hard to like love game, but when it hits, it hits. It gives you that feeling of like, not like dopamine hit." He said it was like, it's not a dopamine hit, it's a it's like the old feeling of old games gave you, where it's just like, here's your world, go explore it. There's no dopamine, go do this to have little pop-ups, that kind of stuff. It's just explore. And if you can get over the awful bugs and problems it has, you will never experience anything like it. So
The highest highs and the lowest lows.
yes.
I have just one quick addition. Sorry, guys,
Go ahead.
if you're about to say. I have one quick addition. November last year, I can't remember exact dates. Avenger 1 put out a video that really wound me up. And this is when I was driving back from my day job, right? I was like driving back, stuck in traffic, listening to an A1 video on YouTube. And he's like, you know, if you're struggling with the game or whatever, just find friends. Just get friends. And I was like, I'm so angry at this.
Yeah.
I'm driving home after working all day. I'm so tired. I've got no friends. I just want to play my favorite space game. And I remember coming home and I started making a YouTube video. And I did make a YouTube video in response. It was like it was a message to the PvE players and the PvP players. And it was like that video did, it was like 3,000 views or something like that, right? But it was the thing that invigorated me. And it was basically just like Mike's response to the PvE VP drama that was happening. And I was like, I'm so angry that this is the response. Just get friends and then you'll enjoy the game. Damn, he's right. And I'll tell you why he's right. I'll tell you why he's
Find an
right,
org.
guys. Get an org, get some friends. And it's such an annoying thing because I like playing games by myself. I like going and doing solo content by myself, and I've been playing the last couple of days by myself. But when you get this game and you get your kit and you go to your hangar and you trip over a box and you die and you're like, what the heck just happened? I just died walking into my hangar or whatever. You've got a friend there that can go, don't worry about it, get her up, let's go. And the mission can continue. And that basically is an 8-hour session in this game will be you and a friend picking each other up, dodging bugs like Neo in the Matrix, and you will get through an 8-hour session and have a great time.
I can't tell
if you were alone.
I can't tell you how many times I've gotten stuck in a wall or fell down a pit and was unable to get out. And because I had somebody else, I was like, hey, like, all right, let's figure this out. Let's game this out. And it's like, all right, I'm gonna knock you out when you pop through the wall just a little bit, and then my other friend is gonna grab you with the tractor and pull you out of the wall. And it's like the bug that would have ended your session if you were a single player is now 2 minutes and you're out and you're back to playing. And
and then what you do is then all that stuff you just said, Paul.
Yeah.
Next time you play the game, you actually become a bit of a bug dodger.
Yeah.
You actually become a master of Star Citizens. I can play 8 hours on my own now, and I'm like dodging. I see them ahead of time. It's like slow motion. I can see all the stuff that's happening in front of me, and I can dodge them better on my own. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I completely agree with, and I personally completely fine playing the game with friends. It changes it from being almost unplayable
Yeah.
to being quite fun.
Unplayable. Right.
But a lot of the community are here because along the road from 2012 or whatever,
Yeah.
they have said you can do a lot of this stuff on your own, and they've got, again, CIG have got themselves in a bit of a hole where, yes, completely, the experience in game is so much better if you're with a group of friends. It doesn't even have to be loads, even just one other person. But a load of people have no desire to ever interact with anybody, and they still want the game to work for them and the content to work for them, which I suppose is partly why the instancing stuff is coming. But CIG are in a tough spot where they have to do something to make this game work for solo players, because they said they would. They said you could. They said you could solo some of these big ships, and I suppose the engineering stuff might be a moment of, you might expect a load of Reddit and Spectrum posts to be like, why can't I solo my big ship anymore? Like, they've got themselves in a really tricky situation.
The best thing any player can do for their Star Citizen experience is to find an org, find a player group, and find the right player group for you. They're all so individual and so different that you need to find one that fits your personal vibe. A lot of people end up joining player groups, and then that group isn't what they want. It doesn't match with their style. And so they end up unsatisfied with Star Citizen or with the group, and for some reason, people don't leave, and they just kind of think, oh, well, this just sucks. But finding the right player group is so critically important. It elevates Star Citizen. So many people are so frustrated, and it's just because they're trying to go through this alone. They're sailing the high seas on their own when you need a good crew to get you through it. And that's my spiel. I'm not even advertising myself. Don't even just join me. Join anybody.
You should.
Join an org.
Yeah.
Join any org, but find one. Shop around. Join a bunch. Find your favorite, the people that make you smile every day, the people you can jump in and crew an Idris or Hammerhead or anything and go do shit. Just hop in and do. You have no clue what your gameplay session is going to be. You just jump in. Hey guys, want to do something? And then you're having fun for 8 hours straight, and you don't even realize you forgot to eat. And it's good. But find a group.
What you just said though was the thing that initially annoyed me about Avenger 1's just find friends.
Yeah.
Have you been a 40-year-old bloke who works full time
Yeah.
and making friends with other 40-year-old blokes who work full time and have kids? And oh yeah, we're gonna try Tuesday evening at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh well, I'm stuck in traffic or I can't. Like, it's such like normal people don't have 8 hours to play
Yeah.
the game. And realistically, this game is fun solo. I love playing this game solo. But the minute you hit that thing where you crash to desktop on your own, and then you spawn back in a bed instead of on your ship, and if you've got one friend on your ship, the game session is saved because he didn't crash, but you did crash, and it changes your whole evening. And it's annoying that the answer is
Get friends.
try and pick up a buddy or two. But
Well,
unfortunately, that is the way.
And in defense of this, and we'll move on to this because we've got a couple more questions, but is that there are plenty of orgs that have people playing all the time, every day. So they're like, I know I've seen them where like you can just hop on at any time and be like, there's somebody here, and hang out and play with them, even if it's just like a pickup 2-3 hours while you're off work and stuff like that. So, so there is possible, but CIG does have to actually make the single player experience more reliable than it is now, and that's the process that they're doing. Hopefully it gets better, but until then, it's a matter of like, CIG needs to add features. They need to actually add Vulkan and optimize the game better because they haven't done that yet. So I've got a question, a couple more questions. These are the older questions that I'm trying to get before the chat deletes them. Risto Squared asked, recently CIG said that the Nautilus doesn't fit their current vision of the game. Do you think they will fully scrap the mine layer role of the ship? What kind of ship should I expect now? I don't remember them saying that.
I don't remember them saying that. I mean, they might have.
They may have.
I mean, they're gonna have to do something with it, right? I have a feeling they're gonna do like the floating turrets thing.
Yes. it's
You
going
just
to be
drop a floating little turret everywhere.
it'll end up. I think if they can't do the mines, they'll end up doing the engineer role in TF2, like
Setting up little turrets.
setting up little turrets for area of denial or like the kind of like low damage but high spread, like lots of fast firing. So like, you know.
The real answer probably is just that they'll leave it as long as they can to make, and so they just wait.
Yeah.
It's just going to be
They'll
a
just
long
leave
time.
it.
Yeah.
There's a load of ships that are going to take still from here years and years and years, and that might be one of the last.
That's
ones
not
that
that's
they
not
try to
coming into
work
the
out.
game anytime soon. It's coming in post 1.0. So like,
Yeah.
and the other thing is that the game may change, but then it may be changed to a degree where they're like, oh no, now that Nautilus makes sense again, you know. So it will only make sense until it does. So, all right, we've got next question is from Brocken Record, who asks, is the A1 Spirit a good ship?
No.
No?
Just tell him no. It winds him up.
I have a lot of people that say questions like that in my org, and it's like, well, there is no good or bad ship. It's all dependent on what you want. Are you trying to bomb outposts? It's a good ship.
Oh, I don't know. I disagree with that. There's some bad ships.
Do you
Oh,
enjoy? I
okay,
do
but-
too, but we're not going to get on my hate of the Redeemer. All right.
But it's all about what you want, right? If you're trying
Yeah.
to run cargo, an A1 is not a very good ship for that. If you're trying to bomb things and people, it's it's pretty good. I wouldn't recommend pledging one, but buy it in game.
Apparently, with the thing with the Nautilus was John Krug comment in a Spectrum post, which I haven't seen. But yeah, no, the A1 Spirit. The question you have to ask is, do you love the smell of napalm in the morning? If the answer is yes, then it is a good ship. Next question from Vulcan's Labyrinth. Benoit talked about how the new Star Citizen base tech platform during his interview. Do you believe this new platform is coming with Nix and 4.4? I have no idea what that is.
I don't know what he's talking about.
I can guess at what he said. I think what he means is that will they have? So this year they built every patch on basically their code base for 4.0.
Yeah, it wasn't even that. It was like
so they have-
3.2.4's patch. Was when they added that code base. Yeah.
And so I think Benoit was talking about. I think what he was referring to is Benoit talking about the idea that they would before. I think I could be wrong about this, but I think before they do engineering, they wanted to get all the Vulcan stuff in and the engine updates in, and that would be their new baseline, their new dev branch would have all that tech in, and then after that they build all the content on top of it. I would say unless suddenly the Vulcan tests went a lot better than I remember them going.
Yeah.
There's no way that is all coming in 4.4.
No.
And I think 4.4 will be again a pure content patch built on the same branch that everything else this whole year has been built on, and so there'll be no new features, there'll be no engine upgrades unless I'd be absolutely shocked if suddenly all the Vulcan changes were merged back into the main SE dev branch. So I would expect it just to be content, no engine updates.
Oh, so also Grim saying, yeah, John Crew Nautilus stuff was from the China Bar Citizen off the record chatter, and then JC clarified that stuff was taken out of context. Okay. China, anytime you're looking about Chinese Bar Citizen, you got to remember that it's a translation of a translation of a translation. John Crew is saying it to somebody who is translating it into Chinese for that person. That person is then relaying it to another person in Chinese, which then gets translated back to English. So then you have to at that point, we call it telephone in the United States, but it's literally the same the same story in the UK. It's like quite literally called Chinese Whispers. In that sense, it's like literally you're translating back and forth.
Yeah.
So, So let's move on. But yeah, I agree with you there, 10 There's no evidence that they're really rolling out new tech this year. So I'm hoping that they stop being so scared of making the game buggy, and because it's already problematic. But it's like okay, you're gonna make the game more problematic than you already have been this entire year, because that's been their concern with adding new tech. So,
well, I guess like you said earlier, it is an attempt to avoid 318s, isn't it? In some ways, to have a whole year where they've, in theory, the engine stuff is basically the same, has in theory meant that it's been more stable, which in practice has been true, based on what they're saying. But yeah, for everybody who's like, oh, the game's getting more and more stable, you've got to remember what happens when they chuck a load more feature work in and a load more engine stuff in. It's going to go back to where it was previously, and then it's almost going to have a cycle where it gets better and better and better, and then drops it down again, and then goes back again. That's how it's going to go.
Yeah,
I do have a feeling that it's not. I don't think we're going to return to like the 3 point whatever days of stability. I hope that my theory about the whole anvil philosophy, where they this year has been building a foundation with which to add features, that means when they get back to adding big features, like we'll see a drop in stability for sure. But I don't think it's going to be as bad as it once was. At least I hope. No one knows for sure.
No one knows for sure.
But I hope.
I would agree. I'd hope. The only thing I have started to think is that this game is so big in scope and just everything about it is like, in theory, that's not true, but a lot of the things are cutting edge or they're pushing stuff, and the game has grown in scope so massively that for them, they seem to be unable to QA their own game at this point. They can't do it with their internal teams.
Yeah.
So they are reliant on the live testing of the game because the PTU doesn't get enough players on it. So they are still, like it's happened with 4.3.2, they are still happy to push out a patch that has got major issues that they've not necessarily picked up on, because I just don't think their internal QA structure works, because maybe the game's too big. Maybe they'll never be able to internally QA it properly because the game's too big.
Yeah, 700 people is like what, most of the company? You're not going to get like the most of the company to hop on a server to test some issues. So
Rich said it himself, the patch goes, right? Like he said it in Sitcon, the patch goes. So they've got a date in mind for the live push. What I would say about PTU is I have a lot of keen testers in my little community here, but it's impossible to test all of the things every PTU.
Yeah.
You know, the CZs break and then patrols break, and you need to grind out rep every PTU to get to the point of where you can test the oldest stuff. It's you can't go and regrind Wicklow again each patch. Like they need to move to a system where maybe everything's unlocked in PTU and you can go and choose what to test, because you can't, even with all of the testers on PTU, you just can't test everything. So
yeah. It's a huge job to test a game which the scope and fidelity and immersion is so massive. It's a big job.
All right, we've got a couple more questions here. Ruffers asks, what are your thoughts about the weapon theft in CZs and CIG stating it was an intended first step towards T1? I'm not buying it. I think they just said it because they don't want to fix T0 and go into T1. But the statement itself is a huge problem, not the theft itself. What are your guys' thoughts?
I've got a lot. I've actually got a piece to say about it. I've got an org member that has taken he made a Reddit post that got a particular amount of traction about that very thing, and he's been causing a bit of controversy within my ranks by making a point to go into CZs and steal everybody's weapon as much as possible. And then when people complain about it, he's like, oh, well, CIG said it's intended gameplay. And I don't really agree with doing it like that, but to me, I don't necessarily have a problem with like, oh, if you can get up and backsmack somebody, they drop their weapon and you could take it. The problem that I have with that is, intended or not, you can backsmack me, take my gun, I get back up, kill you, and then I cannot take my gun back.
Yeah.
That is the problem with this feature, intended or not. It's what made me think that it was a bug until CIG confirmed it for some reason. So my conclusion is that it's stupid, whether it's a bug or an intended feature, and I hope that they change it at least until we get T1 item recovery with crafting or whatever.
The thing is that it's clear that the thing about this is that this isn't new. Backsmacking.
Yeah. No, it's not new.
Backsmacking to lose your weapon has been around since T0 was implemented. It's always been there. It's not like
people just now found out about it.
Yeah,
they realized it. Yeah,
but they're not going to change it because, like, quite literally, in the last couple monthly reports, they mentioned they're on their way moving towards T1 item recovery. Because I remember seeing that and I was like, no, you're not. What are you talking about? There's no way you're getting T1 item recovery before the end of the year. So I mean, they're not. But the fact that they're showing off
crafting and saying, "Hey, we're going to do crafting tech tech test before the end of the year," means that, yeah, they probably are within the next 6 to 9 months of getting that done.
Yeah.
So they're not going to change it because it's like it's not worth it. But if they said that to you, people would lose their fucking mind because they're like, but it's ruining my experience now, which is the whole reason why we have this year of stability in the first place, is because they wanted to not piss off people. So they'll say whatever they can to be most diplomatic way of telling you to shut up and we don't care, but not in a way that's like we don't care. It's more in a way of that this isn't as much of an issue as people think, and that's is it shitty? Yeah, but welcome to the world of corporations. Star Citizen CIG is a corporation, and it will do corporate things. They're not your friend, and the more you realize that, the more happy you will be in terms of like how you interact with them on these things. So
it's a dumb mechanic, but
yeah.
Well, would you say that the ability to steal a person's weapon is a dumb mechanic, or just the fact that it in its current state is a dumb mechanic?
I wish it would work both ways. Like either let people steal your gun always, no matter what, or let it so that takedowns don't make you lose it. It's got to be a case of it can't be one or the other. It's got to be both or neither. That's my problem with it, is that I can you could take my stuff and then I kill you and I can't get my stuff back.
Yeah,
that just isn't. And there has been exploits. I don't know if it's really an exploit, but people will down you, in cap you, res you, backsmack you, and take your stuff.
Yeah,
and that's really scummy.
Yeah,
that's the main thing that's happening. I think that's what makes it the worst, is that I can kill you, I can see all of your gear on you and your weapons on the floor there, but I can't take it. So it's like, for me, it's a communication problem with CIG again. In this instance, they fell short, in my opinion, because they came out and was like, yeah, it's not a bug, it's intended. Okay, well, you did put out a thing saying in tier 0 you lose nothing, and then if you've changed, or there's a bug that needs fixing, but you just don't want to do it because tier 1's coming. Fantastic. Be a bit more empathetic, because you did tell the community that you won't lose your stuff. Now don't tell them, yeah, it's intended. Just shut the hell up about it, because I feel like that's what their message was. Why not? And you know, like how most other games, you log into the game and you get a little message come up in the corner. Hey, you know, we are aware of this problem. You know, try to avoid this or whatever. Like, just put a little message in the game. Hey guys, we're aware of people losing their weapons. We're okay with this to continue for now, because we're going to be changing it soon. Just so you all know. Instead, what's happening is people are going out there. The people who live this game every day know about the bug, and they're kind of being a bit toxic towards the people who don't know about the bug, right? Because it's like, they're going to shoot you, and then that person's thinking, okay, I'm dead. But then they're going to get rezzed, then going to get knocked out, and then they're going to lose their gun. And it is a toxic situation that could have been avoided if CIG made some sort of comment to counter the announcement they made about tier 0.
Yeah.
It's a communication problem.
Definitely.
That is
for sure it is. But they'll just claim it's an alpha.
Yeah.
They'll just say the live environment is still an alpha, so it doesn't. So what are you expecting? And from my point of view, as somebody who doesn't try and play the game on a daily basis, if somebody steals my whatever CitizenCon gun or whatever, I'm like, oh well, I don't care, because I'm not trying to play the game. I'll get it. It'll come back next patch. It's not like they've stolen it from my account. But I know, again, for the people who are trying to play this regularly as a real game, which I still put in quotation marks, yes, stuff like your gear does matter to you. But from CIG's point of view, they will say, oh, it's a live service one day. And then if that doesn't quite suit what the topic is, they'll just say, well, actually, it's also an alpha.
But they are treating it like a live service, and they're treating each patch as a DLC each month, where they sell a patch bundle. They sell you a patch bundle, which comes with a weapon, and it comes with a skin and all that stuff. And they need to treat it like a live service in order to get you to buy that. Because if they came out and said, oh, you will lose this gun probably, because some scumbag's going to knock you out, res you, steal your gun, how many people will buy that package less, or not even you? They'll go back to like not using weapons again. And I feel like they've got to pick a lane, because I'm fine. I tell everyone, because my community go, we don't want to play PTU because there's no progress. Okay, well then you're going to test it next week on the live build, and then don't complain when the game doesn't work anymore. That's my answer. It's an alpha, and CIG needs to pick a lane. It's either it's an alpha, or it's a live service, or it's a live service, but here's some communications around existing bugs, because then I would be fine.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I think the only way that, because I don't think I agree. It'd be great if they did pick a lane, but I think it's so convenient for them to be able to switch lanes based on what it's about.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
sure it is.
the only thing that I would say would it's if you go to something like if there was absolute outrage and people stopped buying the packages, if people actually the outcome of this was that people stopped spending money on the store for the patch packages because they wanted the bundle, then CIG would do something about it.
Yep.
But like the flight-based situation, it went so crazy that they had to talk about it. This, I think, is too, unfortunately for people, it's too small and too
It's
low level
niche.
that CIG can just,
It's
yeah.
I hate to say this because this is one of those weird things, but we know because I never know this guy's name. I want to say Luke, but it's not the right name. It literally just talked about him. Not Will. Zach. I always forget his name for some reason. but Zach did there was like a poll, like A1 did a poll on Twitter like 2-3 years ago. And part of that poll was, how often do you PvP? And Zach retweeted that and said, this is actually lower. Because that poll said like 10% of people actually PvP. And Zach said it was like retweeted said it's actually lower according to our mechanics who even participate in PvP. And someone pushed him for a little bit more information, and he gave an approximate. It was like 3 to 4%. So like 3 to 4% of the entire player base participate in PvP. So it's like fixing a bug for a tiny percent of the community that is vocal and is active, but I don't think CIG sees the value in it. But the problem is that you say that if CIG goes out and says it's not worth the time, we got other things to worry about. We'll fix it eventually. People would lose their mind. So it's a communication error, but it's also one of those things where like CIG could spend time and effort fixing that problem in the next 2 or 3 patches. Could work, could not. And then that people who would be working on that aren't working on tier 1. And so it's one of those.
I have a question for you then, Paul.
Yeah.
Does your opinion change on this if tier 1 isn't coming for another year?
No,
tier 1 isn't coming for another year. Do you think they should then put out an announcement being like, no, tier 0 is this, but you lose your weapons? Like, because I feel like it's another year.
If it's another year, CIG should fix it. But the problem is that CIG never admits that it's another year. They're like, it's only a couple of months away. And it's not something that's like CIG is like secret, like, yeah, it's going to take a year and we're just going to like pretend. No, they literally believe that they can get this X, Y, or Z done in like 3 to 4 months. And then every single time they get to it and it's like, oh, this is harder than we thought. It's like, of course it's harder than you thought. We all know it's harder than you do this every time. Oh, sorry, crash out.
I'm actually cool with full loot. Like I would rather it be full loot. I'd rather they didn't change the tier 0 was after they said we're not going to do any more tier 0s anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Tier 0 is kind of stupid. What they should have just done is look, we're a full loot game currently. We've got plans to change it. If you buy something off the store, you're going to lose it for 1 month because then when the new patch comes out, you get it back.
Yeah.
I was okay running my concierge weapons or whatever, and if I lost it, then fine, because a month later I'd get it back in the patch. And so why they didn't just say that? And because now you ended up annoying a lot of people. I don't know, like there's no point going over it, right? Because but I think either just pick a lane, like about everything.
That is my philosophy with CIG. Whenever I hear them say like, well, I'm like, just do something, just choose a direction and stick to it. More people would be happy. Yes, you will make some people angry and some people will leave, but it's gonna happen anyways. No matter what you do, just pick a lane and go. That's why I was so happy with the 1.0 announcement. I'm like, finally they're picking a lane, they're picking a decision, a direction they want to go, and it's like, stick to it now, please. So. Next question is okay. I'm gonna kick. We only have about 20 minutes left, so I'm gonna pick the next few. Big Brick asks, "Do you think they'll get a double dog machine next?" Unironically, I think that they're going to give us a food fabricator, where you're gonna be able to like stick in random bits, and it'll be like print out double dog, and it'll just pop out a double dog. Just because it's not that different from an actual crafting, and I also think that it would be funny, and I think CIG would also think, because they already did that. They already had the like craft a double dog screen on the like Citizen Con.
A lot of ships have kitchens that could use that.
Lots of ships have kitchens. They can just replace some of those random props with actual like fabricator interfaces. You know, Let's go back up. All right. We've got Steve the Dancer asks, do you feel we should have micro SCU container, a 0.1 SCU for small item crafting? We do. It's called the 1/8 SCU.
I think if you look about 2 lines down, I said that.
Yeah, literally the next line. They just need to have those sizes. All right, Risto Squares asks, and this is another one that I actually, when I saw, I'm like, it's a little wrong. But question asks, creatures. We only got 3 creatures in the open world. Where are the rest of the creatures? We have more than 3 creatures, but we've gotten new creatures every patch, pretty much since 4.0. Because like with 4.0, we got, was it 4.0 or was it earlier that we got the Morok, the Copian?
It was earlier. I believe.
Yeah.
It was earlier, but like with 4.0, we got the rat, which no one really realizes is a creature. You can eat them, but they do run around. We also got tiny creatures like the stone bug, and we got the slug, the vent slug, which you can see. I love collecting vent slugs because when you can collect them like objects, and when you put them down, they just go in circles. So my goal is to collect a bunch of vent slugs and just put them on random places in Stanton. So people walk by, like there's just a slug doing circles on their console, like for like regen console. Like, what is that? What is it doing?
People also forget that small Valakar, the juvenile Valakar, exist in the open world on Daymar.
Yeah,
and a few other planets too, I think.
But only in certain locations. It's just not you can't just pop out anywhere. And while they do exist, they also exist in the Stormbreaker mission. They don't just like spawn in one area. They actually follow you. If you they'll let you could see them running underground and they'll pop out at you. So it's a matter of like, how do they populate them? But it's just a thing of like it takes time. Like a lot of creatures can take time. Animation takes time. They've got the tech down, and pretty much every month report they're like working on a new creature, working on a new creature, working on a new creature. So we'll see more creatures probably in the next couple of months. Probably move around faster too, especially as they're gonna build a stable of like 10 or so creatures, and then they're just gonna make variants of those 10 creatures over and over and over again until they're done. So
Oriole Stalker when CAG?
Please
give me my my snow guy.
The Yeti.
Crab. Where's the crab?
Yes, the whip crab.
Yeah, the whip crab. Yeah.
All right.
Remind me of the precursors from Halo.
All right, this is another good question from Iron Fuzz, who asks, I thought Squadron 42 is in the polishing stage. Why do they need all these devs and resources for polishing? This is not meant to sound sarcastic or to talk down to people at all, but there's this old saying that I've learned from a lot of folks who are in like programming, which is the hardest part of making any program is the last 10%. The last 10% takes as much time and effort as the first 90%. It's not always the case, but the idea is that you get all the content, you get everything done, and then the actual part to make it usable and functional is a long, grueling process and takes as much time and effort as the building the thing did in the first place. In business, it's the 80-20 rule. Yeah.
Try to solve a Rubik's Cube without using algorithms.
Yeah.
You'll get it most of the way there, and then you'll find that every tiny little thing you do messes up something else. And it's pretty similar to how game dev works. Obviously, there's algorithms, and people know how to solve that shit really quick. But if you just try to like intuitively do it, you run into kind of the same the same thing. Getting 1 or 2 faces the color you want is easy, and then after that, it gets exponentially harder.
So if CIG claims that are in the polishing phase, which from the people I know who work at CIG who've talked to me off the record or who work on Star Citizen and Squadron 42 have said that was a little ambitious. They weren't quite into they were technically into the polishing phase, but they weren't really in the polishing phase when they did that. But as of this year, they're more in that direction. The idea is that they have to make sure it works, and they have to make sure like they have to like tweak things back and forth. And that's one of the reasons why I say I don't believe all of the resources are locked up in Squadron 42. I think what the issue is that all of the resources that are coming from Squadron to Star Citizen aren't ready for Star Citizen. And then CIG's paranoia about changing the features to destabilize the game like they had in the past has made them hesitant to try to put those in states they would have normally done so. So it feels like nothing's getting done because CIG is slowing down and trying to fix the problems while there are still major problems in the game that like exist. So some people go, there's nothing been done. Nothing's been fixed. I feel like everything's wrong. And it's like, there has been like 7,000 bugs fixed. It's just none of those bugs affected you, or they created new problems they had to fix. And so it's one of those never ending problems that they have with that specifically. So the idea that why is it taking so long? It's because it just takes a long time to polish. Like polish is a bitch because nobody wants to do it. Look at how many games that are released, even AAA games that are released unpolished. It's because they didn't have time, so they just pushed it out there. And it's like, oh yeah, you can tell this is unpolished. No one's done the work to optimize it, to make sure it runs on different machines, to fix all like it's just not done. And so it's a matter of testing it. It's a matter of running through different configurations. It's a matter of optimizing that by changing the code. It sucks. So
we're probably already starting to feel some of the wrap up on Squadron 42, like you said before, £10 as well, right? Is that look at the ASD facilities, the narrative storytelling in the environments and the light, like it's significantly of a higher standard than what we've had before in the game, right?
The
There's probably
gameplay
nowhere like it. So you're going in there. There's the blade and stuff, and it feels like it's made by a different company almost. And chances are it probably is in some sort of way because it's those guys now as they wrap. Because the environment team, are they building new locations for Squadron at this point? Probably not. So now they should just be. That's why content has never really concerned me, because I feel like there's going to be a point where all of those artists that work at the company are now just banging out content every month for us to, and Star Citizen is a content
hungry.
Well, I think it's like, in MMOs, the how do you keep your people playing every month, right? To pay that subscription or whatever. And I feel like with Star Citizen, it's unlimited. Every year, a new solar system, every month, a new story that leads you somewhere else. And I feel like we're starting to get a little peek of that storytelling, the environmental storytelling, and the location work, the artwork is on a different level now than what we've had. And so I'm looking forward to what they're doing next. So
someone asked how many years have they been in polish? If they go by when they announced it, it was in 2023, at the end of the year in 2023. So like November of 2023, October, November. So you're looking at about 2 years of polish, which isn't too unusual. I mean, let's take a look at like Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was like,
well, that's not great.
Well, that was a game that was released too early, and it took them a year or 2 years to get it to the state it should have been when it was published, and then they released Phantom Liberty.
And they don't have spaceships.
True, but they got all these other things.
I have a quick question for the group, if that's okay.
Sure.
So I think that when they finish making Squadron 42, they shouldn't release it for a year. They should release it for at least a year. They need to spend the year marketing, firstly, just to do with Squadron 42. But then secondly, the MMO needs to be in the best possible place it can be. If Squadron 42 is finished now, today, which it isn't, and they release it in 6 months, and have a little bit of a marketing thing, that would be completely the wrong decision. And they would lose so many people that could potentially have become full lifers on the MMO at that point. And so for me, it feels like whenever Squadron's finished, we shouldn't see it then for another year until the game that we play every day is like in a much better place. I don't know what your opinions are on that.
I agree. I'm also of the opinion that like when Star Citizen hits 1.0 levels, they just leave it in a testing phase, in a beta phase for like a year before we're actually releasing it to 1.0, because it's the same problem. Like you don't want to like go, oh, it's 1.0, let's release it. It's like you're going to find when you go from
4.27 and into 1.0 live, the sheer volume of people who will join at 1.0 is going to quadruple on the first month than you're ever used to. So don't do that. do a soft launch beta and then release it, or something like that. So, wait, did he say CIG needs to do marketing? Yes, because this is gonna sound crazy. All right, chat, hold yourselves. Very few people know that Squadron 42 exists. People know more about Star Citizen than Squadron 42. And if you go, well, me and my friends do, congratulations. You are an early adopter. There are very few people like you in the world. There are plenty of people who play Star Citizen, probably daily, who have no idea there's a single-player game being produced by CIG because they don't follow YouTubers or Twitch streamers. They just play the game. And so as a result, you need to make sure that the world understands that Squadron 42 exists. And it's got Henry Cavill and John Rhys Davies and Mark Hamill and Gillian Anderson and all these wonderful actors. And it's the space opera, all that kind of stuff. Like that's what it is. All right, we've got like 10 minutes or so. Let me pull up some more questions. Your chat saying this is the quietest I've ever seen Spoon. It looks painful for him to look at his face. He's just being polite, chat.
I'm trying to, because if I was having a podcast, I wouldn't mind if we all just talked. Like if you were just like, shut up, Spoon, and let me just talk. But obviously, I'm just kind of dabbling in the podcast world, right? Like it would be fine if you were like, no, Spoon, I'm going to talk over you for a second because what you just said is nonsense. Like I would be I'd be fine with it being a bit more of a battle royale, but
we used to do that all the time, and the problem was that it became difficult to follow if you're listening to it on the side because like no one kind of knows. So that's why it's trying to you gotta sculpt it a little bit better so people can focus. So
can I selfishly ask Spooner a question though? I'd love to know how have you just blown up this year? What's the story of your I mean, I know not everybody wants to hear about streaming stuff, but what's happened? What's the strategy been? And then Paul, you can give wise words for anybody who wants to be a streamer as well about how to be an excellent streamer. How's it happened?
So I think that there are two things, and I'll make it really quick because when I sometimes can babble on a little bit, right? So what I'll say is that firstly, for those aspiring streamers, you need to multi-stream. Twitch has no discoverability.
Yep.
Secondly, on that note, is nobody in the world knows what Star Citizen is. So if you show Star Citizen on TikTok or YouTube, most people go, holy crap, this is awesome. And then they want to know more about the game, right? And then I'm like, hey, if you're enjoying the stream, maybe come and watch on Twitch. That's the simplest way to say it. Now, secondly, just within the Star Citizen community, it is a highly PvE, older demographic community. Most of the people, just want to do some cargo, listen to a podcast and chill out, right? They don't want to do any fighting. Now, when I started streaming, the goal was to try and unite. At the time, there was a big rift between the PvE and the PvP crowd, especially with contested zones coming out and that sort of thing. So my community sort of was this place, like a safe space for PvE players, because I was a PvE player and PvP players, with the goal of uniting the two kind of, this divide in the community. In real life, we're divided, right? About everything, politics and all this other stuff. But in the game, what you're arguing for is usually the same as what this person is arguing for. Let's try and figure out what the middle ground is. And so my community became sort of a safe space for people who just want to do mining and the people who just want to murder the miners. And then if you put them together and you're like, right, you protect this miner and then you'll get paid in a way and you'll get paid in a way. And so, I was going to just do a shout out at the end, but what we were talking about before with the orgs, it's hard to get an org, right? But the best thing about a streamer community, especially around Star Citizen, is I've got an org. We actually don't do anything to do with the org, right? But I've got an org. When you log on every day and come to my Discord, you'll see 20 people all just playing the game. And I also have this thing called the Sherpa system. So if you're a new player, you download the game, you don't even know how to, because there's nothing in the game, right?
Yeah.
I know CIG have the guide system. You can come into my Discord, you can request a Sherpa, and it'll match you with one of the guys who volunteer, either a PvP expert or a PvE expert, and they'll come and spend, a couple of hours playing the game with you and teach you how to dodge the bugs. And so again, just that community building, putting it into a Discord, like Cepheus said, is that, someone is usually online. And when we've got new players who come into the game doesn't tell you how to do anything. The community is here. And so that it's a little bit different from like someone trying to build a friend group in the game themselves. Like if you're just a new player now, where'd you find friends? Like it's difficult, right? Global chat. So at least here, they watch on stream, they join the Discord, and they've got a community that's here every single day because we're just hanging out. And if I'm not online, they just find someone in the Discord, or if I'm online, they come and play with me. That's it. And so that
Cool.
no real secret, just that, just trying to unite everyone and just for the game that we all like playing.
I will say,
Very cool. Thank you.
I will say his secret, which is important for anyone who wants to make content, is he plays every day. You probably take breaks,
Be consistent.
but if you're consistent, people watch. If you have to be where people are when you're doing content. If you're not where people are, then there's no point in doing content. Like, and the fact that everything he said is correct. But if you were only streaming like twice a week, once a month, that would have been harder to do. But the fact that you're always online, you're gathering people who are like, oh, I like this person is cool. I would like to join them. And then that gathers a ball of people together. And then those ball of people go, we can play together. Because that's kind of how it happened with my group too, is like, I have groups of people, like average, I would say 10 to 20 people who at any given time, I can find them playing not just Star Citizen, but Helldivers or Space Marine or Dark Tide or other games that are available just because they're available to play. And so they like each other and they hang out with each other and they talk with each other. So that's really it. So
Well, I think what Sophia said about finding an org with like similar views or
Yes.
whatever. The good thing about finding, like, if you come to my stream and you meet me, and then you can see that I'm a good guy, right? And then I attract other people that are also good guys. And so most people in the Discord are not, the more toxic side of the player base, right? If I was a hardcore PvE player, F the PvE bobs and I'm going to murder you every day and whatever, then I would collect a bunch of people in my Discord that were similar views, right? So my community is quite a positive place. We're welcoming to new players, and that's a big thing in a game that sometimes is lacking the social features. And there's a lot of toxic stuff around Star Citizen, with the game being a scam, and so just having a place to come. And like I'm also like I joke about the game being a scam. I'll drop my gun and go, "What a freaking scam this is!" But then the next minute I'm like, "Oh man, this is so good. This is hitting." And I think that's the majority of this player base. The majority of this player base loves the game, gets really frustrated at the game, but then comes back the next day to try it again. And so,
fuck you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
yeah, exactly.
That has summarized so many days for Star Citizen.
Sometimes you play Star Citizen, sometimes Star Citizen plays you, and sometimes you just got to learn when you go, I'm done for today. I'll come back tomorrow. His cam quality is nuts. And listen, Spooner knows stuff. I'm gonna have to pick your brain about how you do vertical integration for YouTube, because I got to do vertical streams for YouTube, and I got to start doing TikTok, because I stream YouTube and Twitch as well. But like,
and Twitch now does vertical as well. I'm sorry, this has become some sort of streamer thing, but I would say that also just one note is that you did say like, oh, stream every day or whatever, and it's like it's not so much like I've had 4 days off this whole year, so I do stream every day.
Yeah.
But more important than that is the consistency. And like, even if it's only 4 days a week, if your people know where to get you, then that's more important than doing it every single day.
Yeah.
And then also, there's no discoverability on Twitch. There's no organic growth on Twitch. Like once you start getting to the top of the category, you start picking up people. Maybe you start making connections. Like I'm on this podcast now, so then maybe some people discover me here. But when you're on 1 or 2 viewers, you need to be on YouTube. You need to be on TikTok, and that's the most important thing.
Diversifying your content, making videos, making shorts, like for TikTok and stuff like that. It's about consistency, but it's also about don't put all your eggs in one basket. That's something that I learned early on in my career as well. Because here's the question for all of you. This is just for in general for all of you who want to make content. If you do Twitch, say, what happens if Twitch closes down tomorrow? And you say, oh, it never happened. It happened to Vine. It happened to that one Microsoft. It was backed by Microsoft. Mixer, right? Mixer was backed by one of the biggest companies on the planet, and it closed down. Just because Twitch is owned by Amazon doesn't mean Amazon doesn't go, you're done, cut you off, like tomorrow. They could do that if they felt like, because they don't make Amazon a lot of money.
Man,
So
I'm streaming on Kick. I'm
Yeah.
streaming on Kick, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch. You need to be doing it everywhere. You know, if Twitch closed down tomorrow, I'd hope that my community would follow me to YouTube or to
Yeah.
Kick. And yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, we've way got off topic. But
Yeah, it's
by the
all
way, if anyone wants, because before I lost my job, I was head of video for a global business.
Okay.
Before that, I had my own business making music videos, commercials. So my background is in marketing and creative videos. So
you're-
if
you're a
anyone
f-
wants any advice,
You're a fellow.
conversation,
You're on the advertising side of things, but you're a fellow marketer, so I understand that. I know you watch me every so often, but I did marketing research for a while, so I know that view. I'm the kind of person who comes up to you and hands you the spreadsheets that you go, this is nice, throws it away. Let's do this. You know, this is our demo. Cool. I don't care. We'll do the fun thing. All right, but yeah. All right. Let's move on to, I guess let's just do one more question and call it, because we're kind of at that time. Good conversations. Hopefully you all enjoyed yourselves so far.
Yes.
And tangents are usual, especially in the question answer session. We go on tangents all the time. It's kind of the thing about the question answer sessions. We have some really cool things that end up happening as a result. I don't see any more questions. Let me check YouTube. YouTube probably has questions.
I can make up some spicy ones to end on if you want. Come on. Still, I want to hear everybody's predictions for when 1.0 will actually come. That's always a good one.
3 years.
Okay.
Based.
3 years.
Fish asks a question at the very end. Oh no, this one. Sorry, Fish. This is a little bit better. AKA 3913 asked, with base building, with base building, how will land claims work for orgs? What features will make it easy for players to work together? What should we expect?
I guess I'm unqualified for that one, huh?
Yeah.
Come on.
I got a few players in my org with like
Pioneers?
land claims and pioneers and all that stuff. And how I'm hoping it will work is that you can place a land claim and then you can basically give it to your org. Like, say this is under the org's authority. Because the big problem is, say I've got, player Bob who's got a land claim, and his land claim is the foundation on which my org's main base, all 200 people, operate out of. We got an 8x8 new Babbage size city going, and then that one player decides, you know what, I'm gonna go try another org, and then I leave, and then is my base just gone? Like, that would really suck. So they need an ability to kind of say this is for the org, or it'd be like kind of a joint ownership thing. In the same breath, you don't want people to be like, okay, I give this org my land claim, and then the org goes, okay, bye-bye, you're banned. And then just, take their stuff and leave. So there's sort of middle ground in there. And I don't really know what the good answer for that is. I hope CIG figures it out, because there's a lot of ways that it could get messy. And I don't have a land claim myself, which is obviously what I would prefer. But, hopefully there's ways that orgs can protect themselves and org members can protect themselves when it comes to land claims and things like that.
Yeah.
I hope I
I
answered the
reckon-
question.
Good.
It was a good answer. It was. I reckon CIG massively regret telling land claims.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
That's why they never sold them
I
again.
think
They
they-
did it once and then they stopped
Yeah, yeah.
doing it, and they're like, we're not doing this again. Yeah.
They've caused themselves a massive headache, and there's all sorts of questions. They surely can only be used in lawful systems where it'll
Yes.
where they'll be protected by the shield stuff that they talked about. But there's all sorts of things, like they talked about how they actually talked about instancing with base building when this was first, well, not first, but when it was last talked about. And there's all sorts of questions around how base building is going to work and how it's it's almost such a massive thing that it makes me think, yeah, how can they do this anytime soon? Because there's so many things to work out, and if they are going to instance a base's states, there's so much that they've got to work out. It's a massive nightmare, I think.
Yeah, I think it's they're gonna have to rip that Band-Aid off when it comes, and they're just gonna have to make some decisions which are gonna make people unhappy. The best case scenario that I can think of for bases, and especially for base land claims, is that land claims aren't attached to your org; they're attached to you. So you get to do things, and you can permit people to come on and do things with you, but it's never going to be attached to an org. The land claims that will be org based will still have to be one person, and then they have permissions for the rest of the org to show up.
That's the danger there is just if I utilize a member's land claim for kind of my main base, and then they leave, what happens? You know,
And
that's
then
kind
you're
of
kicked off.
when you do something collaboratively, that's really a big challenge. And so I've got multiple land claims within my org's fleet, but I'm still probably going to have to acquire one in game for like our actual main complex.
Yeah.
I think I think that CIG. I think we're at a point in the project now where CIG, it's okay to take influences from other games. I don't need the wheel to be reinvented with every single thing. Like, just take player trading. Take that from Warframe, where you walk up to the player and go, "You want to trade this? It's in my inventory. You can have it," or whatever. Or take some base building stuff from Dune or whatever. I think that the base building stuff's always going to be complicated because it always ends in drama, from what I can tell and from what I've experienced. When I played Dune, it's like, who's taking this from this box? And I think a simple permission system should be where we start, and then just keep tweaking it from there. But I think we just need to stop trying to reinvent the wheel every single time. And we'd make a lot more progress if we just went, what's the best thing about this system in this game here? What game does it the best? Let's tweak it a little bit and let's put it in Star Citizen. I think the constant reinventing the wheel is the thing that sort of drags us along at the snail's pace that we're at. So
if I was going to say anything for CIG to look at, it would be a combination of Star Wars Galaxies and EVE. Because Star Wars Galaxies has some of the best community sandbox building of bases, which basically turned into full-blown towns where people offered different services and stuff like that. Like, I think that's likely where they're, because it's clear, almost crystal clear, that that's the direction they're moving towards, because I can see the influences of that in all of their decisions with that road to 1.0. And then when it comes to like who owns what land, you just do the EVE thing, where it's like, this person owns the land. You better trust them, because if they backstab you, you made the wrong decision, buddy.
That's what they should probably do.
Yeah.
But again, a lot of the community will be very upset with that.
Yeah. But I mean, they're gonna be upset,
yeah.
but no matter what happens, like, CIG's not gonna make everyone happy, and they need to learn. I know they keep saying this is a game for everyone, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's a game for a lot of people, but never for everyone. Some people are gonna not enjoy it. So.
Ooh, I got 2 land claims, and neither of them would I put my entire org space on. That's crazy. That is crazy.
All right. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Thank you to Cepheus. You can join Northern Star Alliance, right? Or
just Northern Star SC on YouTube. You'll find links to our Discord. Look us up.
And then you got 10pound42 on YouTube and Twitch, and Citizen Spooner on YouTube and Twitch, and Kick, and TikTok, and Instagram, and MySpace, and Facebook.
I'm sorry.
And Pornhub, and
wait.
OnlyFans? Is there an OnlyFans?
Yes.
The only Spoons is coming January.
Yeah.
Only Spoons. All right.
Thank you all for joining us. We'll be back here in a few minutes with Atira Kell and Night Cobb to talk a little bit more about the this year in Star Citizen. I do want to update, because as we were discussing, having good discussions, we had several more donations. Steakaroo donated $100. Cody Cooper donated $10, saying, "Keep going. This is good. Keep doing good in this crazy world. As always, my friend. As always, love from Texas." And then Witcher Gary donated $50, who said, "For children and the glory of lore." My organization's the League of Relic Enthusiasts, so lore. Thank you again for joining. Thank you. So we're at $785. Like I said, when we reach $1,000, we'll do a giveaway. We reach $2,500, we'll do a giveaway, and when we reach our total goal of $4,000, we'll do a giveaway. So hopefully y'all enjoy this. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for watching, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Yes, we're muted. Tell Spooner he's muted. All right, I'm going to set this up real quick, and then we'll get started here in about 15 minutes. And we're back with session 3, this time with Atira Kell and Mr. Nightcob. We're going to here talking about Star Citizen Year in Review. This is our 24-hour live stream charity for Gamers Outreach. As always, I'm going to do a quick pitch for Gamers Outreach. It is a charity organization that builds and delivers gaming systems in portable carts to children's hospitals to allow for kids to play video games, to feel normal, while they are stuck in a hospital bed. So we've been raising money for them. Right now, we're at, take a look at the actual number, 825, because Ghosts 1800 just donated $40. And we've got, our goal is $1,000 initially, but we have 3 tiers. It's $1,000, then $2,500, and then $4,000. So we'll be doing giveaways at each goal. But the main purpose is if we get $4,000, it means the Star Citizen community can build a cart for sick kids. So they can enjoy all of their games, the games that they'd like to, and feel like normal, healthy people and not bored out of their skulls for at least a little bit. So if you want to help kids, exclamation point exclamation point charity in chat. We'll get you that link. And then I'll also post that into YouTube. There we go. Kel looks homeless enough that the charity could be for him. I like his beard. As another bearded man, it looks great. All right, before you're already off that. Let's start with you, Mr. Atira Kell. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you? Oh, wait, hold on.
Kel,
go ahead now. I apparently had you muted. I don't know how I had you muted, but go ahead.
Well, it's probably the best place for me to be. So, I'm Atira Kell. You can find me on YouTube at /Atira Kell. Pretty much do military-related gameplay, and I post videos, or I used to, when I had time, post videos on military mechanics and how we should translate those into Star Citizen for a more realistic experience.
Awesome. And Mr. Nightcop, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
To do some YouTube content as well, and then I did Armchair or Admirals and Generals podcast. English is hard to hop on with Atira Kell. Sorry, I'm distracted by that gratuitous beard. And then we just haven't had a lot of time, either of us, to probably get back into that. But at some point in time, trying to get back into Star Citizen.
You're cutting out a lot. I don't know what's going on your side.
Okay, let me see if I can fix that. It was working fine earlier.
Yeah, it was just working fine, and now suddenly.
How we doing now?
Good.
Following is a short count test to the 1MC 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3 test complete.
It's good. Sounds good.
Okay. Sorry. Anyway, I guess the thing I was saying was trying to get back into doing the YouTube and streaming content at some point in time, but like Atira Kell, work and everything like that, taking a turn for keeping me occupied and everything.
Yeah.
All right. Well, year in review for Star Citizen. I'm going to ask you, Nightcob, the first question. What was best about this year?
I think hands down for me, the best is the better sandbox events that they put in that are long lasting. So particularly, I think Hathor wins the battle of the two of them because it has a better flow, has a better ease of access. You don't have to worry about that whole shuttle thing for Stormbreaker, and it's really just, in general, in my opinion, less broken in terms of rewards and stuff like that. But I think that's one of the best things that they inserted into the game this year in terms of you've got PvE, VP, and it works just so well in a sandbox style. It's probably my favorite thing that they did this year.
Awesome. Atira Kell, same question for you. What was your favorite, or like what was best about it this year?
Well, like I said, it's been hard for me to even get in and play, but I have gotten in, and I have to agree with Cobb. The various sandbox missions and stuff. I got to do Stormbreaker. I have not had a chance to do
Onyx,
Hathor.
Hathor.
Yeah, I did Onyx. I did do that one, and I enjoyed that. So yeah, I mean, I think the persistent mission chains that you can go out and earn some decent scratch and also get some okay loot, that's been pretty fun. In fact, we were just doing this is a separate event, but we were doing the event like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago.
Frontier
So
Fighters.
just
Frontier Fighters event.
yeah, Frontier Fighters. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
it's certainly made me want to come back and play. Even if I haven't been able to for things like Hathor, but like every time one of these has come out, I've definitely been thought like, man, I need to get back in and try this, and for a couple of them I've been able to. So
It's good.
Just so you know, though, Paul, he's grinding out CFP missions.
Traitor.
I did both today. What are you talking
No, kind of only because I forced him to. He wanted to be with the Karens, though.
He-
Check.
Oh,
He's a
so yeah,
character.
and he forced me to because he was getting his ass kicked. So we were over in Stanton, had to travel into Pyro and link up with him and save him. So, it's fine. Talk all the smack you want. There was definitely an SOS today. And we definitely came and answered it.
I
He's
do want to.
overinflating its importance in that.
I am going to,
I'm just saying.
especially since Night Cobb is one with the walls of every CZ that has ever existed in this game. He's in the walls watching you as you. He could stop the runners from smacking you in the back and taking your gun, but he thinks it's funny, so he will simply watch that happen while the whole thing happens. So next time you have someone knock you out and then or kill you and then try to revive you to kill you again, just cry out for Night Cobb to kill them, and he will strike like Batman in the night.
No. That's not how it would go.
we
I am one of
we
those
did a
people
lot of
that knocks
CZs
you
this year,
out, and I
too.
leave your gun on the floor just as like a taunt.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna take it. I'm just gonna let somebody else come run by and take it, and I'm back into the. I'm like Homer Simpson into the bushes.
So big update. Escape just donated $500. Who and said, now all the children must join my campaign for the rocket strike, right? Yes, that is how this works. To get that strategy to make a dumbfire rocket, a Jericho rocket strike version.
Bonus, you just fed Kel for the rest of the month too, so good on you. Good on you there, buddy.
I mean, unironically, that would feed me for
Look
the rest
at
of the month.
For just the small cost of a quarter per day.
It's gonna be like this entire session.
Doesn't
by the way,
cost a lot
chat.
to feed the homeless. That's right.
This is gonna be the entire session. By the way, if you enjoy this and also like to see Tree get in on this at the same time, you can the occasional Armchair Admirals and Generals podcast. You can go check that out. So
Yeah, just two NCOs beating up on their
the
shit.
officer.
It's okay.
A retired officer who
now
did not
it's
spend
just
his
you
money
beating
well.
up on an old retiree. That's all it is. You're just beating up on an old homeless retiree.
Yeah.
Man.
Look, we can't help it if you didn't invest well, man. I don't know what to tell you.
all right. Next question. And I'll start with
sorry
you.
we distracted you there.
It's okay. It's fun.
It's gonna be the whole podcast.
It's going to be the whole
I'm warning
podcast.
you.
I'm just glad that originally I thought Fastcart was going to be here too, and I was like, this is going to be the end of me. This is going to be the fucking end of me. If it's got Tirakel, Night Cobb, and Fastcart. But it's even worse. Now Fastcart and HC Vertigo are going to be on at midnight. So
Oh yeah, good luck with that one.
I'm going to be brain blasted and barely able to string together cohesive sentences, and I'm going to have to deal with Fastcart and Vertigo trying to derail the whole thing. So
Yeah.
all right. So Night Cobb, this question for you: what was worst about this year?
Oh man, this is a lot longer than my what was best.
Okay.
It's all right. All right. So I'm gonna try and encapsulate it into one thing, but it's got like branches. So I'm just gonna address the branches too. All right.
So in other words, anything I would say, he's going to say. So you probably shouldn't even answer this because he's got a lot of gripes. So I'll just let him answer for me, and that'll be fine.
That's such an officer move.
Thank you, Paul. Man, Paul stole the joke. I was like, "Oh, you want the NCO to just, put the words best for you, so you don't look like an idiot."
I just want you to complain if sufficiently that I don't need to complain.
I got you.
Yeah.
Normally, I like to go after the officer though, because they'll say shit that's fucked up, and then I have to go back in and be like, "All right, what he really meant was.
See, I come from a family of army engineers, so like I understand that modus. It's just like let's have the other person who, you know, they can't get mad at the sergeant who tells everyone how to do their job. So please.
Oh, you can. Oh, you can. He knows you can too, because he's been on the receiving end recently.
All right, go ahead. Let's hear it.
All right. So biggest thing or biggest fail for me this year, and it revolves around Wicklow, is the Wicklow recipes and the faux economy that they created with Wicklow and his recipes. But it branches into they didn't tune rewards for these events correctly. The recipes they've created don't enable the sandbox style gameplay like I think they think it does. You know, because it's just one of those things like you've got to combine like, okay, we can mine resources, we could mine things like corundum and tin, and those could go into the recipes, or it could be as simple as like, hey, you want to buy a ship from Wicklow? It's also going to cost you 8 million AUEC plus whatever these 2 or 3 special items are that we designed that you have to get out of the event. And if they overtuned in the other direction, it was one of those things. It's like, Paul, I know you know all too well because I helped you with regards to getting it, but like
And then
getting
it
an
ate.
Atlas Icti,
Yeah.
an Atlas Icti is ridiculous in terms of the requirements.
Yeah.
And then balanced against the rewards you get for just simply one completion of that event is just, it's none of it makes sense. And I feel like they've just kind of ruined what could have been a really cohesive aspect of the game. And that's not even talking about like the other branch of like, why are we just doing this all through Wicklow? Why don't they have a system where you can turn in like, and this is kind of the thing, like even with the current event right now where you drop the data pads in the freight elevator and you get AUEC for that, why can't we transplant the Wicklow rewards in the similar fashion? And that's what you have to do with Wicklow rewards, right? You got to turn them in on the freight elevator.
Yeah.
And then you get something out of that. Like, why aren't we doing that for the council? Why aren't we doing that for the mercenary guild? I swear, man, if I just had like 10 minutes with Rich Tyrer, I think my first question would be, hey man, what's your mission statement for your economy team right now? Like, how are they getting you closer to 1.0? And how is anything in the last year even a step in the right direction? That's what I think the worst part of this is, because it had so much potential. They had so many opportunities to be successful, even with just Wicklow, if they wanted to do it that way. And they walked away from it, it feels like, at like every turn. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm done with my rant.
Kel, what's worst about this
What
year?
would I add to this rage-fueled maniac? You know, again, I haven't gotten a lot of free time in the last 6 months between the oppressive hunt for a job, which is now I understand and I feel for every civilian that's ever retired or out there. That's tough. But in the limited amount of time I've gotten to play, I for me, just the thing that's irritated me in my limited gameplay is that there are a lot of missions that still just the completion mechanics are still jacked up. So for me, I can't even get towards the Wicklow part where it's like, oh yeah, I've got all this cool swag that I can go try and trade in to get something. For me, it's been 3 out of 5 missions might not even complete because some win condition is still not consistently and reliably executing, right? So a guy doesn't spawn in the right place, or a data pad that's supposed to be there can't be picked up, or you name it, some little thing is there that prevents completion. You have to drop the mission, you have to go get another one, fly to a new place, and all of that takes time. It's all a huge time sink. And so, I might get 3 to 4 hours, maybe 5 if I'm lucky to play. And in that I might get to complete 2 or 3 missions out of the 6 we try. And that's just very frustrating. For a new player as well, right? And I mean, not me, but like just a new player, you're getting in, you're probably not doing the huge missions and the new seasonal stuff. You're probably not going for exec hangers. You're probably doing these little missions, right? That are not completing. And that has got to be very frustrating for people that go spend money on the game, get a ship, go out, and then they're like, well, even the most basic thing, 50% of the time might not work.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
all things for
oh,
me.
All right. Next
Not
question.
to mention the. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No. I can tie this into the next question. I'm good.
Okay, because I was going to ask Cobb or not Cobb, Kel the next question, which was, did this year live up to your expectations?
In as much as any year in Star Citizen lives up to my expectations. I mean, I don't know.
You had low
yeah.
expectations, and they met your expectations.
Yeah, I had pretty low
Yeah.
expectations. I think in general, it's been okay. And it has kind of definitely, I think server stability writ large for me has been improved. Like I can go out and I can play the game and I don't see, I mean, if you 30K, then another server picks up and keeps going, even though you lose all your missions or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like it keeps going.
Yeah. When he does
Lots,
play, Kel
huge.
screams a lot less. Like a lot less.
Oh man.
It used to be.
God dang it. Yeah. So angry. Yeah. The rage level for me has dropped because I'm not in anymore, and Cobb's is still way up high because he's still in. So, but
I just don't.
But yeah, I mean, server sizes have gone up. Pyro is pretty stable and not completely out of control. I can actually get in there and enjoy Pyro and see Pyro and do stuff there. And if I run into a player and get smoked, that's fine too, right? I mean, I think in general, it's about what I expected it to be. But I really, but I expected missions to not work because missions have never worked all the time, every time, right? So so that's for me. I'm kind of ambivalent. I mean, really on, it is right at where I expected it to be.
Cobb, did this year meet your expectations?
I'll agree with Tira. In some ways, it did with regards to the server stability. I was really hoping that would come through, and it did in a lot of really big ways. I totally agree with Kel in that you can play for a lot longer. I experience way less 30Ks and all that kind of stuff, or none at all most of the time.
Yeah.
And all that kind of stuff. So in that part, they succeeded. But man, I was really expecting gross improvements on like the ground level gameplay of example would be I was really expecting we'd have the solar flares and a more robust or at least improving reputation system to bring Pyro to the level that we had wanted, or honestly that we had all expected, based on how they sold it to us for
I was quite
5+ years.
surprised they pulled out the solar flare.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not surprised they pulled it out, but I'm surprised it's 10 months into the year and it's not back in yet.
It's not back in.
Well, yeah.
I thought it was a good mechanic.
I honestly expected it to come right back after they brought Stormbreaker with radiation in, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, they got the radiation mechanic. What's the hold up now with the solar flare?
It's engineering, because they want to be able to for it to disable components. So, and the component system isn't really in until engineering comes in. So,
well, speaking of
Still-
other
still in
expectations, I was
still in
incredibly disappointed on.
Yeah.
is the engineering gameplay and its lack thereof.
yeah.
Because again, they sold it and they gave us. I get it. Maybe they didn't directly do it, but they gave us this false hope that it would be right around the
EPCU.
corner based on
Yeah.
the fact that it was supposed to release, late last year, or at least that was their seeming intention. And yeah. So those things, a viable rep system that was at least improving. I wasn't looking for it to be complete or anything like that, but some kind of improvement, some kind of direction that made choice matter between headhunters, citizens for prosperity, and even the Stanton factions, as they kind of built those out. Like none of that's in, and it's just hard to see kind of like the forest through the trees with the isolate. I'll call it siloed pockets of content, and work towards something. But and my expectation was they'd start, as the year progressed with each of these events, they'd start building it towards something impressive. And to this moment, even still, it's kind of like they're still mostly just siloed pockets of content that don't, other than the lore of the ASD and
Onyx.
Onyx storyline. Like other than that, like Frontier Fighters doesn't really build on itself. Nothing feels cohesive in terms of how it enhances the gameplay and ties into gameplay, and that's my biggest disappointment of the year. It just does not feel like we're moving toward 1.0. It just feels like they're throwing us, and I'm going to steal your phrase, Paul, shiny objects.
Yeah.
Like just I'm
Shiny
gonna jingle
keys.
keys at you guys, and then hope that it distracts you long enough to know that I'm not actually moving in the direction that I told you I was.
It feels like they're spinning the wheels in the mud, and like they're moving, things are happening, but we're not going anywhere. They're just standing still, and that can be a problem.
I wonder how much they're not releasing that they're doing.
I can almost guarantee you that there's lots of features in the background that they're working on, and I've said this before, but I think the real reason why we haven't seen a lot of features is because CIG is scared.
Of the repercussions, the player repercussions,
Yeah.
as they change the game.
Because
that makes sense.
Yeah, it is. Isn't that so freaking
makes total
ridiculous,
sense.
though?
Yeah.
That's pissing me off.
And
Like-
the other thing is they're afraid that what if they add in like Vulcan and it breaks the game, and they have another 3.18 where they're gonna have to spend 6 months fixing the game because of Vulcan. It probably will happen, but
Well,
that's the other problem.
gotta
Is
take risk.
you gotta take risks because you gotta get the game done.
You got to take risks.
Yeah.
So
I would rather them. Again, we all know the risks. Well, most folks understand the risk of buying into the game, right? Break the game, because breaking the game previously has given us where we are now with like huge server populations, longer play sessions, reasonable stability, right? Like I think if you don't break the game, right, and then fix it, right, well, then we're never going to get there, right? I
Yeah,
think
my
most
biggest moment.
veteran players will just be okay with it and tell other people to shut up. It'll get better once
Yeah.
they work it out.
Yeah, and
So-
it's you know what my standout moment, and this wasn't even this year, but it was the defining moment for me where I was like, dude, I think they're too scared. They're way too scared to like not let us just play and do something dynamic to change it up. Do you remember when they introduced where it was like when you get your first ship claim, you got missiles and torpedoes, and then after that, like every claim
didn't.
no missiles, no torpedoes, and the cost of them skyrocketed. And I was like, holy shit, we're doing it. Like, this is what a big thing that just became like an economic, like viable moment and opportunity for the entire game to just change dramatically in terms of how we fight with each other, how we, interact with each other in terms of like buying and selling missiles, how we salvage them.
consequences
And-
of using it.
Yeah, consequences. And he ripped it right back. And I was like, because a bunch of players complained, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. This was about to be one of the best changes, one of the most dynamic shakeups for the game. And they walked it back, and I was like, dude, they're too scared to do anything now.
Hmm.
Like, it was
Yeah.
one of those things like,
Well, I
why
will say,
why
like-
would you do that?
Economically, the payouts have to be sufficient to match the expense you're asking the player
To do
pay.
Yeah, but I
Right,
mean, you think
so,
about it
I mean-
though, like the player market would have then determined the cost of the missiles and the torpedoes based
Yeah.
on what we thought they were worth.
Well, that's true. But I mean, we were talking about this the other day, and it all ties back into Wicklow. But broadly speaking, across all the missions, they ask like 10 people to go do a mission that maybe for each person earns them 20,000 credits, and like,
Yeah.
is the effort that you put into that worth it? When to get there, you took ship damage, you took, you expended medical resources. Maybe somebody had to respawn now for what is it, 50,000 or 100,000? I don't remember where it landed ultimately. And then if you expended missiles, well, depending on the missile, you could be in the hole like 1 million creds, like for like a 20,000 payout. It's like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
What you're asking us to pay versus what you're awarding, and it just goes back to like player rewards and balance for missions that require high expense. They should at least in some way help offset costs, but it's just a grind to get back up so that you can buy some of those missiles back or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll save that question for later there, Jin, but that's a good question. And there is some degree of you need to be able to make money while using your ships at any level. But also, you shouldn't have people firing torpedoes at Auroras. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like there's a I'm gonna go do this mission. I have this access to the size 5 torpedo. It's gonna cost me $5,000 credits to repair. This mission is only worth 7,000 credits. Should I fire a torpedo to deal with this problem? It'll solve the problem, but I'll only make 2,000 off this whole run. You know, kind of like there needs to be some math, you know, that they have to do. You know. Also, fire torpedoes at Auroras just for funsies. Yeah, I mean, that's where the other half of the thing comes in, which is reputation.
Trolling?
Well, having something like that is consequences for your actions, but there also needs to be consequences for your actions, more than financially, but also like wherever you go, kind of thing. But
Well, sure. Yeah.
all right, next question. I'm going to start with you on this one, Cobb. Was this year overall a good year or bad year for Star Citizen?
That's the one I struggle with probably more than most. I mean, I'm gonna say it's the needle's leaning only slightly in the bad because I just really feel like they had opportunities. They had opportunities to make it a really, really good year, despite the fact they weren't releasing a lot of features. I felt like this was their year to like dial in and focus a little bit more on connecting the threads of the game while improving stability. And instead, again, they just threw shiny object at us most of the time. I mean, there's a couple of victories in there. Don't get me wrong, because they did give us some content, and some of that content's really good. But I don't know. It's one of those things. Is like content only lasts for pretty much the first, second, maybe third playthrough, and then artificial like, oh, we'll give you this Wicklow guy who demands you grind that event or that content like 8 to 10, 20, 30 times to get anything viable out of it. And it's like, well, now you're just burning me out on that content. That doesn't help. So,
Yeah.
whereas you could have, yeah, it just goes back to my original statements. Again, it's they edged out of good just with disappointment and getting so close, but at the same time walking away.
Not living up to the expectations or the potential of
Yeah.
what they could this year.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of good things in the stability area, you know, with server meshing. So they met that expectation.
Kel, was this overall a good year or a bad year for Star Citizen?
So I'll say I am definitely not the hardcore player Cobb is, grinding out executive hangers and CZs nonstop. I support him from time to time, and I
Say
go
like,
out, you know,
nah.
and I answer
You
his
know, here and
SOSs
there.
when he gets in trouble,
Yeah.
and you know, I show up
Today.
and I save him.
Today,
But
they really came in today out of the other 300 this year. Appreciate you.
well, but so for me as this year a more casual player, right? Because I've definitely taken a step back with everything else that I've got going on. I would say it's kind of just slightly in the other direction. So I think it's still pretty okay, slightly into the good. For the reasons, right, that Cobb mentioned, right? Server stability, right? Play longer sessions without crashes. The game is it's a little bit more optimized, right? I mean, it runs a little bit better. Actually, I would even argue it runs pretty good for what it is right now. So I think for a person like me who's able to come in and play every now and again, right? And spend 4 or 5 hours and have a good time, I think it's been a slightly better year, especially if you get to pick the time you come in and you maybe have some friends and you're able to jump in on some of those events like I have and have a good time without really having to stress out about, oh man, I have to get 50,000 freaking butt pearls off this worm so I can go buy a gun off of Wicklow, and it takes freaking I don't think about that, right? I just
No.
because I know I'm not going to play enough to ever grind that this right now because you know I got so much going on. So I just go in, I help my friends, I have a good time, they have a good time, and so from that perspective, I do think it kind of lends in leans into the good, because I think for the average person who's in and out when they have time, I think it's a pretty okay positive experience.
Yeah.
So that's
For those
that's
of
what
you
I
in
say.
chat, by the way, he's not being hyperbolic about that. He thinks they are legitimately butt pearls on
That's
the.
right.
He just doesn't know
Well, the
anymore.
one time I got to do the mission, I
He's
didn't
done it
actually
one
go
time,
out
and he
and
thinks
mine
they
them.
literally came out of its ass.
They pooped
like
out the butt, right?
Yeah. That's what he thinks.
Listen,
Not even a.
the
It's
Apex,
not even a.
the Apex Valkyrie
mistake or
is
How
very.
we
on
need
his
it,
part.
Pearl.
The Apex
Yeah, we need a
Valkyrie is
pearly vote.
very freaky.
Yeah.
Okay, they're just very freaky animals. They got to put those pearls somewhere. All right.
I like this.
Yeah,
Now
I
we
don't
need
want to
do
talk about what it
pearly vote.
reveals about Kel that he said that, but that's for chat to decide.
Does it reveal?
Yeah,
Um,
you guys think about it. Think about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Or
this-
don't. You know,
it-
whatever makes you happy.
I will. I've been sort of avoiding some of these questions because I know I'm going to have to do this for
Yeah.
5 more times here. So
I say, Paul, I say you change your answer every
every
single
time,
you do
just
this podcast.
completely
Just-
random,
just for
shits
spicing
and
giggles,
it.
just all over the place.
As
like
the
swing
audience
back and
shifts,
forth.
they have a totally different perspective about what you think about the game.
Yeah, the 9:30 show is completely different than the 7:30 show, guys. Just
it
keeping
is
fresh.
though. So the thing that I will say is, I think that this question can also be broken down in 2 ways. How good is this for the game, and how good is this for CIG? I think for this year it was fine. I would have liked more content or more features and less content. And it was clear that the content that they produced between like January and April or May was them trying and failing to do content. They just didn't know what they were doing. And they learned a lot, and then they took that learning, and then that ended up being the, ASD, Stormbreaker and ASD stuff. Like, suddenly it became better. And even barring the thing they should have seen coming, which is the freight elevators not working, that when they were working, people loved that event. The resource rush. I enjoyed it. A lot of people enjoyed it. It was fun.
Hot take.
Not
this guy.
Well, I mean, I'm sure slinging boxes isn't your kind of idea of fun, but I think it was a well balanced event when everything was working. That's the big key.
It's because everybody left the CZs, Paul.
Yeah.
I was running around the CZs by myself for like a month or 2 months. 2 months. It was like, what the hell, man? Where'd everybody go? They're off doing box bullshit.
So, but
I like boxes, Paul. It's fine.
They've been going better as they go along. This latest event feels more like, it feels fine, but it feels fine in the sense that also it's from the same storyline that they started at the very beginning of the year, which they completely fumbled and smashed their face into the ground hard. So it's sort of, there's no connection like there was with like, oh, we're going to fight the worm, this Yort guy. And then figuring out, oh, this Yort guy is now in this creepy facility we get to go explore. There's no like newness. It's now like, hey, remember those guys you fought? You kind of fought? Do you remember them? They didn't have any distinctive vision or at all? Or remember that Polaris you had to hunt that you didn't do because you could just take the mission and let other people fight it, and you did it maybe once? And there's no like visceral feel like there was with the science run amok sort of plot line, because you could kind of go, oh yeah, this is creepy. The soundtrack is creepy. That's a giant worm. Oh, I have to go hunt this guy in a abandoned lab. Why do I feel like I'm running into the lab underneath Raccoon City? Like there was a lot of inspiration there. You could tell that. Whereas this is just sort of go shoot guys, go do thing.
It's like modified bunker missions.
Yeah.
That's you touched on one of my primary disappointments too with the factions. It's like, God, most every other game has figured out how to make fighting a different faction feel at least marginally different.
Mhm.
And the only way that they've achieved this in this game is the armor skins and the weapons. That's it. That's literally nothing else to that.
Yeah.
And no wild line differences. Like even just wild line differences.
Mhm.
Where like the oh man, what are the guys in one of the CZ, the fire rats? Like if the fire rats screamed out like you'll burn, or
burn
whatever.
in pyro,
Yeah. Suffer the Lord of Fire or something like that, instead of just the who goes there, and it's like, oh god dang it, man.
And don't get me wrong, like when you do those missions now, where like the lady from the Frontier Fighters calls you up, like especially if you do assassination missions, she's like, I hope you could sleep at night. At least that's a little bit more characteristic. Like it gives you like some like idea of who she is. How the hell she got my fucking phone number? I have no goddamn idea, but apparently she can just call me at any time. But at least that's in a step in the right direction. But I think it suffers from the problem that it is sort of the tail end of a storyline that nobody cares about. So it's more functional slightly than it was the beginning of the year, but
It's true. I mean, it was. I remember we were all complaining at the beginning of the year with the first Frontier Fighter attempt, and it's like, what was it? Was all on data pads.
Yeah.
And I remember you ranting about it, particularly Paul, rightfully so, by the way. It was like, guys, you got to give us like, comm calls, something.
Yeah.
Voice lines. You can't just expect us to interpret the plot of your story based on text on data pads
Based
that you
on
leave
text on data
haphazardly.
pads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That don't spawn half the time,
Yeah.
And so
I'm not sure I ever read one.
they never
I was just
spawn.
Me neither.
They never
I
spawn.
was just doing the missions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the fact that she now contacts you and yells at you is nice. It's a nice little like, oh, we're getting a little bit more characterization here. And again, it feels like a step in the direction of where they should be going, but it's because they learned what not to do in the first half of the year, and they're learning what to do the later half of the year. So as a result,
They're learning some of the things they need to do.
yes,
Again, like the basic like story building of like, creating moments that you're like, yes, it feels like I'm fighting this different faction. It feels like I want to fight this different faction or for this other faction because of the way my interactions with them have proceeded. Like they don't have any of that.
yeah,
None of that exists.
Well, and they also don't generate those moments that you said. Like killing the worm is a moment,
yeah,
right? When after you spend however many minutes it takes you to gun it down and it falls, and then everybody transitions, and you're like that moment where you're relieved and you're excited that you just beat that mission, and now you're going to go mine a bunch of stuff off of it. That was a moment, right? It feels really good. I don't know that all of just the complete this many missions to build up rep to unlock a cosmetic. Those aren't generating like any type of story plot moment where you
Investment.
Yeah.
You got
invest in the end,
Yeah.
and then you hit that, and it's like the last fight is super hard, and it was and when you get done with it, you feel accomplished that you accomplished something in the game. Now it's just I want to grind this little bar up so that I can get my little cosmetic, and that's it.
yeah.
And it's or whatever they're offering at the time. This hitting good story beats that creates a moment for the player that is like a sense of accomplishment. None of the Frontier Fighter stuff is really doing that at all.
Yeah.
Stormbreaker did, but I don't even think necessarily. What was the other one where
Onyx.
you go in? Onyx. I don't even think Onyx really did that.
It had good
Not really.
ambiance, though. It was like
It had great ambiance, but there wasn't like
Yeah.
an end moment where you're like
I feel understand.
just
Yeah.
really
It kind of ends up,
invested in that ending.
it kind of ends in a whimper, especially if you go through Site B. It's just sort of ends rather than doing something. So
Yeah.
it's like I said, it's
Yeah.
not perfect, but they've been getting better as they went along. And so as a result, it's been better than it could have been. But because it's lacking features and social tools and all the things that need to make the game more playable in reality rather than just stable, it's not as good as it could have been. I think it's better than last year. Even the public perspective, I think, is better than last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the other thing that's important to note is that I think for CIG, it has been their best year they've ever done. Just hands down for them to be able to push a patch, 10 patches in a year. And
it doesn't break the game
yeah. And,
beyond reason. Yeah.
and then
I mean,
also making them making more money than they've ever made. They've had higher engagement rates than they've ever had. People are playing longer than they've ever had.
Yeah.
So like for them, from a technical standpoint, from them as a business, it's the best year. For the game Star Citizen that players have to play, it's like marginally better than average. But again, I'm also
old and jaded. So it could be amazing for new players or awful for new players. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you were here during the dark times.
Yes.
So your bar is pretty low.
Yeah, my bar's in the floor. My bar is is in the
2.7
ninth.
earlier.
It is
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
ninth circle of hell is where my bar
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
So like CIG, me being able to turn the game on and it doesn't implode
yeah.
my computer sometimes is a good day. So, you know, this patch is bad. Yes, this patch is bad, but it's also gotten hot fixed like twice already. So like it's slowly improving over time. So don't play Limbo with the Astro Bomb. All right, last question, and I'll start with you on this one, Night Cobb. Expectations for next year, specifically. What do you believe we will see in Star Citizen for the next year?
Ooh.
Give me your J to take. Do it. Give you much J
Well,
to take.
so here's what I expect. I expect that we'll see. I think we will see engineering. I think we're gonna get the really I think we're gonna get a much lower level of that when we really anticipated. Like
Mhm.
I feel like a lot of us might have the anticipation like they had a whole extra year to work on it. Obviously, we'll get more pieces of that puzzle than we would have gotten had they released it with 4.0. I think we'll get the bare minimum just like we would have gotten at 4.0. I think it'll just be, essentially the resource management of fuel, power, components. And I think we're about to be really disappointed on the components front. Because was it John Crew that brought it up about the whole hey, we're at 60% of the ships actually have components, and the way to get them in and out, I forget what it's called. And we have a temporary fix for the single ship fighters and stuff, where you can access the engineering gameplay on the
HUD.
MFDs. And I was like, God, man, that's really disappointed. I wanted to get out of a fight in a Gladius, find a piece of dead space, and have to EVA out with my repair tool and do work, or after a fight, salvage a component from another ship, put it in. And I guess I can still do that, but I can do that with the Gladius, but I can't do that with any of the Hornets. I can't do that with any of the the Anvil Hurricane or any of the other ships that they have not upgraded yet. And you'll just have this weird MFD that replaces somehow maybe 20 to 30% of the gameplay. That doesn't do any good in my opinion. And I think we're going to get a lesser version of that. I'm really curious about the FPS radar and scanning. I think we'll get that. I think we'll get more content. I'm worried that this is my expectation and my fear. I'm worried that we will focus more on content next year because, like you said, Paul, for monetarily, this is one of their best years. And I'm worried that they're going to, the boardroom style decision making that seems to be prevalent because they seem to just be focusing on, well, let's not shake up the game. Let's not hurt our numbers. Let's not do anything crazy or dynamic, that's going to just and we're going to throw in other things too that facilitate, more casual gameplay like tier 0 item recovery. I'm worried that we are driving the game in the direction based on those boardroom decisions of we just want more numbers. We want to be able to brag about the numbers in longer play sessions and stuff, and we're going to get less dynamism toward 1.0. That's my expectation for next year.
Expectations for next year.
I mean, he just covered so much. It's just making it quite difficult for me going second on all these. God, you're such a jackass. Yeah, I mean, I
love
think
you
you're
too,
right.
buddy.
Profit has soared this year, so I think they're gonna. I think content, but I think we're just gonna keep seeing more and more ships come out.
Yeah,
and I think they're gonna be ships that no one asked for and that we don't need. I agree. We'll probably see some really baseline engineering work, and that's fine. I'll be interested to see what this next giant mission thing, this whatever they talked about at Citizen Con.
They have a name for it now. Again,
Talking about Tactical Strike? You talking about the trench run?
If we get that next year, I think it'll be about now.
Possibly. Yeah.
If I'm being real. So we might see that in a year from new, whatever today is, October 25th. So October, November timeframe. I think that'll be interesting. But again, I expect next year to be very much like this year. That's what I expect to see. I expect to see more of these story-driven iterations. So they'll probably push more Frontier Fighters grindy missions
Yeah.
for trinkets, right? They may give us another 2 or 3 of these more interesting story-driven missions. I'd like, to which what'd you call it? The tactical
Tactical strike?
whatever.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be like the next piece of the
Of the
of
ASC story.
Onyx, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So of the Onyx storyline. So
Whoa. No, that one's supposed to be the Vandal with
Yeah,
like the
which-
Shattered Blade, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but that's part of the Onyx storyline. That's where
Yeah, 'cause that's where they were
Yorit's
getting all
this
their
Vandal
sweet
tech.
hit, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're getting the
They're-
Vandal stuff from them. Yeah.
they're-
So
you're
yeah.
right.
So
and
I'm pretty
selling it.
sure we're gonna see Yorit. Yorit's not gone. I'm sure he'll show up in Nyx again with those folks and have some input there because he feels like the kind of character that's gonna show up again and again
Yeah.
and again.
And because I don't think that is going to be instanced, and they've talked about instancing stuff, I think it's going to be a hot mess. And that's what I would expect.
All right.
So but
I would not
Again-
expect Tactical Strike to be instanced, but
It's supposed
no,
to
no,
be.
no.
it's
That's
that
what I'm
way.
saying. Like because it won't be. It'll be a hot mess.
I
I
guess it should be.
have a feeling
I
that
guess it should be.
I feel like that once they get instancing in, they're gonna just start going instance. They're gonna try to throw instances
Everything?
everywhere. Not everything, but like all of their big events.
Well-
Like Onyx will get instanced. They're gonna bring back Siege of Orison. They're gonna be doing this like maybe not the mission that's coming in next patch, which is like the whole introduction to Pyro thing. But I do think that those tactical strike missions are gonna be instanced, but they're gonna be like 50 people instanced sort of thing. It'll be like its own mini 3.0 server. So
That'll be interesting because I wonder if you'll have to be in party to be in the instance, so you could like bring 50 of your closest friends. But yeah,
I imagine it's
Or
going to be
just join
you
on
can
your
just
instance.
you can just join on an instance. But if you have friends in a party, you all join, then you all join that instance.
Well,
so.
that would certainly be more stable. But I will be curious if they actually do that or if they try to make it an open world kind of event and see what happens. But yeah, I think we'll see more of the same up until 1.0. I don't think we're going to see any major drastic changes, and I think it comes back to what we were talking about before. They're not really open to risk, which I think is to their detriment
Mhm.
because then they're going to release at 1.0, and then they're going to be like, "Oh, we got to integrate Vulkan now."
Yeah.
It's like, "Oh gosh, now should have probably done that in October of 2025 when you can break the game with some reliability of safety and recover it, right?" And so I don't know.
I've
Maybe they'll
more,
hear this and everybody say that, and they'll be like, "All right, let's go break the game."
I have a more
be great.
positive and negative output. I think there will be enough people grumbling at CIG about not doing features or not. They're seeing their features put out so they can put it on their CVs. So in case they have to leave, they actually have experience listed.
Well, that's a little jaded. Like that's hard jaded.
I mean, as I said, it's a little positive, but also negative. So I think there'll be enough of that. Also, enough people who are like, I've been working 2 years of my life on this. Put it in the fucking game already. God damn it. Please put it in the goddamn game. And I think that will push them to release. And I think we will see next year more broken because of that than we normally would have. Simply because they're going to put a bunch of features in. They're going to be like, we got to get it out. We got to get it out, and it's ready as it can be. And they're just going to dump it out, and they're just going to go.
So you think the devs will have that much influence, or where if
Oh.
they complain loud enough, they'll
Oh.
get their things out?
For sure. Because CIG, the one thing that CIG is more afraid of, than players leaving, is staff turnover. They had like half the freaking.
Well, that did kill the Banu.
yeah,
merchantman.
yeah. They half of the freaking staff who work on the ships disappeared, and they basically had to rebuild their staff from scratch as a result. So, I can almost guarantee you that like they're afraid of people leaving, and if they make the process too boring, or they start taking away or dragging people's features that they've been working on a significant portion of their life, they may start going, I've been working this company for 5 years, maybe it's time to go, kind of thing.
That's
So
what the Quantum Boost dude did, and his shit hasn't even come into the game yet.
yeah,
And it would be so useful.
It would be.
so
Oh man.
So like that's the thing. I think also because Squadron 42 is going to be coming out, if not next year, shortly thereafter. But because they're on that, it's important to understand that CIG is not a like rowboat. They're the Evergiven, the Evergreen. They're a giant cargo ship that takes forever to turn. So they move to a direction and they hit that direction. It's really difficult to move. So when they say, "Oh, we want to get Squadron 42 out in 2026,"
they're not agile development.
No, they're. I mean, they are using agile, but not really.
I was going to say they probably are using agile.
Yeah.
They're just not embodying agile.
Yeah.
And so the result is that they're going to try to hit that 2026 milestone. So even if Squadron doesn't come out in 2026, it'll be in a state closer to release than people think. It's not a 2016 situation where they're like, "Oh, we're going to throw the whole thing out and redo it again."
Yeah, but for Squadron as a contained experience, I think in a lot of ways that's a much easier
Oh, it is.
lift, right?
But-
So I mean,
But what I mean
I
by
agree
that,
with you.
But what I mean by that is that because that's going to be their direction, a lot of the folks and the effort, like a lot of the tinkering they're doing in the back of the scenes to make like Quantum Boost work and all these other little systems work that are working in Squadron, is going to be done so they can just hand it off to the Star Citizen teams who can then start integrating it into Star Citizen. And they've already started that
I think
process.
I'll just flood it in.
I think we'll see it as a trickle, and then when we get closer to Squadron's release date, which I still think is the end of the year next year at the earliest, then we'll start seeing them like around CitizenCon. They'll just go bleh, and just like drop 4 or 5 features at once because they need to get it out, and it'll break the game. But you'll get your Quantum Boost, your Maelstrom, your atmospheric flight, and all of those sorts of things. So like we'll get a couple of things early on, and like crafting. We'll get a couple things early on, like engineering, but then towards the end, they'll just sort of, oh shit, toss. Because like this is Squadron's coming out soon, toss, let's get it in. And it'll destroy everything for like 2 months, and then they'll fix it over the course of.
Is Squadron going to have crafting?
No. But crafting, that's the reason why crafting can get added into the game before Squadron, because no one on Squadron team is tinkering with crafting.
Oh.
You know what I
So
mean?
say, because I'm pretty sure Cobb's not in his at work crafting a replacement part.
You're not in the machine shop, like welding a brand new spot to fix your very expensive boat there, Night Cobb? Is that?
Not me. That's not what I do. There are people that do stuff like that. But yeah.
Yeah, that's like
it's
a.
just,
Like, is that like a pipe, or is that's not like a whole component? Is it
yeah. I mean,
like a wiring harness, or I mean,
I will tell you, we have a 3D printer that we could use when we're underway to like print like something that might somehow fix a problem that we can't fix ourselves.
that was so
do have one of those.
amazing, circular, but also informative.
Yeah.
Well done.
He's just
Yeah.
trying. He's trying not to get in
might
trouble.
do a thing that might help us do a thing.
He's
It's
trying
like a
not to
3D
get.
printer.
He's trying not to get in trouble. You know that, Kel.
I do. I thought that was a masterful explanation.
I mean, we all know that they're just going to use it to create some sort of device so that they can like fling stuff at each other in the middle of the night to keep themselves from being bored too much.
Paul. Paul, how
right.
dare you?
That's
How
right.
dare you, Paul?
That like 3D printing, like
How dare you
slingshots.
insinuate? You guys. That's ridiculous.
There's actually
I don't
created
even
a
know why you would
pinball
suggest
range.
something like
There's
that.
a pinball range. In the
I'm
boat.
definitely not assuming misappropriation of government funds and on a completely untraceable way that from a branch of the government which hasn't passed an audit in like ever. Of course not. No, of course not.
Whoa, it took a dark turn here. It
know.
took
I'm
a
just
dark
saying.
turn.
I'm just
This
saying.
feels like a trap. It's like-
I'm just saying. I've known enough people in the military to know that like what gets done when you need it is going to happen, and if people don't need to know it, then they don't need to know it. You know.
All right, ease down, Paul. Only one of us is retired.
All right. With that, we're going to take a break to go to use the restroom, grab something to drink, and when we come back, we're going to be taking your questions. The bot is broken, so I'll do my best to answer the questions, but make sure you put in bracket questions if you have those questions. Thank you so much to Tirakel. Check him out on Tirakel on YouTube, right? And then make sure you check out Nightcob wherever you can find Nightcob, probably in the CZs watching you. Yeah, thank you for watching. We'll be right back. And we're back with the question and answer session. Kel and Nightcup and I don't get to talk a lot, so we were bullshitting a little bit there beforehand. So we're going to take questions from the chat, starting with, let's see who the first one is. Doesn't look like we have much in. We have a couple here. We have Ghost asks, how would you want Star Citizen to expand the sensor gameplay, and what do you think CIG will implement?
He asked that question because we were talking about that in chat the other day.
I mean, I can tell you right now, what I would like them to do is twofold. One, they need to mimic sonar or radar, one of the two, probably LiDAR, because a LiDAR is a thing. I don't know how it works or how different it is from sonar or radar in terms of how it looks in terms of application. But they need to take some real world thing and then simplify it and apply it to the gameplay. Because it can't be something as like technical as being able to determine what you're seeing by the shape and size and sound, and like that shit's too hard and too stupid. Like it needs to be something that's enough that somebody who is a dedicated like sensor operator functions as can do well, but is still in depth enough that it kind of matches what you would actually see in an operator in that sense. And then the other fold, we need to see probe gameplay, something that's like a short-term, medium-term, just like that. And the rest of it is just fire a probe deep into space and then just like get information from that probe. Whereas
So you're saying you want to probe people?
Oh yeah, no, I want to probe the biggest, blackest part of space I can find. Just as deep as possible.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Love that.
Fastcart.
Yeah,
Fastcart got
Yeah, yeah.
excited in chat.
Yes, he did.
So what we're doing? Jeez. All that. So
The biggest, blackest part of space.
Yes.
Yep.
That's what Paul wants to probe.
There you go. Quotations. Put it everywhere. We were
Fastcart,
talking
if you
about
haven't
that-
already got that like captured for a Twitch thing later, I'll be amazed.
Oh, he's probably.
I want that as a soundbite. I want that as one of Paul's sound emotes.
The biggest.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought you were
Can
talking
I-
about
yeah.
the
Blackest
Discord,
part of
so every time
space.
you
Like-
jump into chat, that's what it says.
No, I want that as something that I can buy with Paul's space token things. Yeah.
Okay. So
No, everybody
we were
clip
talking
that.
about-
No.
no, he's clipping it now. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
bring
yeah.
us back. I'm gonna bring us
Don't
back away
Yeah,
from
sorry.
the
Go ahead.
deepest, darkest. Yeah. So we had discussed this idea of like, what does sensors mean? What does reconnaissance mean? What are you expecting to see out of your various sensor boxes, right, that exist on your ship, whatever that happens to be? And there's any number of, right. There's obviously going to be some type of mining sensor. There's going to be some type of highfalutin navigational sensor for things like the Carrack that are looking for jump points. Which is honestly kind of a useless gameplay with 5 systems. And I don't know. I mean, like, I don't really know how effective that's going to be. And then there's military sensors, which have their own unique and specific uses. So, we were talking about what is the biggest explorer ship, because they're never going to make it, and I always forget
Endeavor.
what it's called.
Endeavor?
The Endeavor.
Yes.
So there's like an Endeavor-sized sensor, kind of probably also pseudo, because both of those are capital. You've got your capital Carrack size sensor that is, if you've put in a military size 4, capital grade, it sees almost half or 2/3 of a large system, right? And it gives you that picture and it allows you to see that type of information. Now, and then at varying ranges, right, you can either say like that's a ship of some kind, and then as it gets closer, you would get more information that would allow you to do things like identify specific ships, identifiers if they squawk something, right, usernames, whatever. But like there's a purpose to that. And then you're right, Paul, I don't think it's got to present extreme amounts of technical data to the operator. There can be some things like radiation signatures and things like that that might tell you it's a certain size ship. So obviously, like what an Idris is or Javelin is presenting is a very different signature than what a fighter-sized craft is presenting, right? And so you would be able to see with varying degrees of fidelity, right? 30 fighters together might present as an Idris from half a system away, but as it gets closer, you're going to see that feather out and gain granularity that it's a fighter squadron and it's on the way to A, B, or C, right? And then the smaller the ship gets, right, the smaller your capability becomes, to the point where you get down to like your Hornet tracker or your Ghost, right? Which so that you get down to that tactical level reconnaissance and sensors. And I think the same would apply for anything, really. I mean, navigational stuff for like a Carrack, you might see an anomaly, but it could be completely not a jump point. It could be something else. You have to travel out there. As you get closer, it resolves into whatever it is.
Yeah. That's kind of
but
what they've talked
ultimately-
about already. Like that's the kind of ping method we have now, where like you get little dots, and then as you get closer.
But it's not a ping though.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's, I don't know.
You should
you're
be
not
able
just
to
sit there and-
passively
and-
see it because it's
Yeah,
on
it's a
your
passive thing.
sensors.
The system automatically pings, right? I don't
Yeah.
know. Cobb knows more about how radars, they see stuff, but you're not sitting there with your little button on the side of your joystick just pinging away,
Yeah.
right? Like the system's automatically doing that, automatically sending out and then populating that information for the operator. And then the operator gameplay is like, however they want to do it, whether it's translating, emissions from that craft or that group of craft to tell what it is, all the way down to at certain ranges, you might be able to do a 3D scan that, which we kind of get already, right? Because once it's close enough, you're seeing the ship as a 3D representation on your HUD, right? And just a scanner ship might be able to do that way further out, right? A reconnaissance type ship. And, I think that's what I would like to see when we talk about stuff like that, the ability to do strategic all the way down to tactical reconnaissance, understand what that means. And when you apply that to like pirate gameplay,
Mhm.
right? It should allow you to see where people are traveling, what space lanes are hot right now. If there's an event going on that people are doing lots of back and forth between 2 points, right? You can put yourself, it allows you to see where, if the server's active on a certain area, go to that area and then conduct your work. Because now it's just, they go out there and sit and they wait and they hope for the best.
Oh,
Whereas, and then the same thing applies to law enforcement, because if you're a lawful, mercenary guild or whatever the hell you are, if you see this huge active lane and there's just a freaking group of signals just sitting right there in the middle, well, that's probably
Yeah.
something shady going on. So you can then intervene, right? There's balance to that. But then that also comes with your ability to plot a jump destination that all your friends can see, so that you can go and intercede or conduct that investigation, right? Because I'm not pitching that like we should just go back to you can jump anytime you want in any direction you want like we had in the early days.
Mhm.
But like if you
That's what they
drop a
want, though.
point,
It's quantum
Well,
boost is
that's
sort
what they-
of,
that's what they want for
Kinda.
quantum boost. I don't think phase 2 is supposed to get you that. But if you go in like, okay, I've done my plan, I've done my reconnaissance, I see there's something there, I want to go check that out. I'm going to drop a point, I'm going to share that point with my friends, and then we're all going to jump to it together. That brings full circle to ability to scan for threats, scan for minerals, scan for something, and then drive to and investigate at varying stages and ship capabilities across.
Yeah, I mean, I was one of the things. The only things I'd add is being able to link sensors. So like your tiny recon ship that's on
Oh,
your phone
yeah.
needs
He
to be
wants
able
Link
to,
16.
you know,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
without
Yeah,
a doubt.
I'm with you. I think that should be the unique ability of like capital ships and the
Yes.
like the
Um,
like
Specifically,
the
I think
Terrapin-
military capital ships. I don't know that like the Carrack should be able to do that necessarily because
No.
it's not designed. But like
wow,
the
that's
Idris,
off color for you, but all right.
the
keep going.
Javelin. Well, I mean, what I care. Okay, like
It's an-
maybe it can
it's an
it
explorer.
can link its.
It's
It's
not
an
a,
explorer.
it's not a
The
combat
ship
ship.
itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ship itself goes to a place. Whereas, and the only ship you're going to have on board really is a Pisces
Yeah.
or whatever. Okay, great. But like when you talk about big cap ships that run that carry multiple fighters, you're going to have at least 1 or 2 reconnaissance birds. You
yeah.
link
They have
those
that.
somehow.
Yeah.
They can
And they
go
should
way
have link
out.
16. Like the Idris should have
Yeah,
link 16. Yeah, yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. 100%
I know.
agree.
I'm just like, I'm sorry to the rest of your Carrot Club there that they're gonna kick you out. I'm sorry, Cal.
I also think
Ah.
that there should be some limited availability of that with the Terrapin and the tracker, because those
Yeah,
are,
yeah.
those-
I'm with you on that.
as flight leads, basically as something that can
Yeah, they're basically E2 Hawkeyes.
Yeah.
Like that's what they should be, and they should carry that capability, and that should be like one of their primary like benefits.
that's
outside of
that's the reason
better
why you
scanners
should
than they
have
are.
them, because it's like, oh,
Yep.
now my fighter over here, which is on the other side of this combat zone, can see what the other fighter over on the other side is doing. So I can see, oh, that guy just picked up 17 incoming contacts. I better rotate back to go help them out, because that guy's about
That's
to
a
get
lot of-
punched. You know?
That's a lot of data transfer.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't
that would
know.
be
I don't think it.
interesting.
I think they
I
can
think if
simplify
they
it.
simplify it,
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
well, I guess the point is like, it could be one way. Like the Terrapin in theory should be able to see all of that on its own,
Yes.
right? Because you're effectively a Terrapin is a high level tactical asset in this regard, right? So it's going to sit on the edge of a fight and it's bringing sensor data and it's calling out targets that are relevant and important. And yeah, you could link 5, 10, 15 ships to it, but that doesn't mean they're feeding information back to the character or the Terrapin necessarily, but it's pushing what it sees out.
By the way, fuck you, Ghost.
What is he yelling about?
He says, Atira, electronic warfare. Discuss. Apologies to everyone involved.
Yeah, man. No, ain't nobody got the time.
I don't think we have those time to go
or
through
the
that.
patience.
That's like an entire
yeah.
episode, you know?
Yeah, man.
So all I will say to satiate Ghost is for all of the fidelity we're saying
God.
sensors should be able to create, at least at a tactical level, an EW platform should be able to
Disrupt.
fight against that and disrupt it.
Yeah.
Right. And it should not be fucking EMP blasts.
No.
Right. Doing little bubbles in the sky. It should be something more interactive for the operator that's sitting back behind the Vanguard's really badass freaking tertiary station there. That's really awesome. And they should be looking for and targeting Terrapins or Carracks or
In an
Hornet tracker, whatever you're using
in MMO terms,
to disrupt them.
in MMO terms, like the trackers and the Terrapins, or even to a degree like the Idrises or like Polarises, they should be the sort of support class. Their job is to buff and help out the rest of them. And groups like warfare people should be kind of like snipers. They should be going in and they should be identifying the buffers, the people who are buffing, and then call them out and disrupt them, stop them, kill them, remove them from the board so that you can remove the buff that's going around. It's just it's a gameplay balance thing, and I think that's one of the reasons why those tracker vehicles need to be significantly overpowered, in the sense of being able to relay data directly to everyone in a group so that they can actively see stuff.
I think it doesn't and it doesn't have to be hard either. We're not talking about doing it in real life. We're talking about finding a way to create a game.
Yeah, I think honestly the easiest game
fun.
thing is like all I want to simplify what a lot of you said, Kel. Because right now they already have one feature where it's like, and somebody that does it more often than me can back me up in chat. Certain signatures, like when they pop on a scan, and I'm totally with you, by the way, they got to get rid of active ping unless it's like one of those things like it allows a weaker ship to get a better signature at a longer range, but it gives away your position, so there's a cost to doing it.
Kind of
Whereas
like
the
FPS ping, that works. You know.
Yeah. Whereas like the Terrapin and the Ghost Tracker and any other tracker ships, like they have a better passive scan, so they don't have to ping very much. And if they ping, they like, well, I got all the information and it's all mine now. So like,
but now everybody in system.
Yeah, but
knows
now
where I
everybody
am.
knows where I am.
Yeah.
But like for the other ships, like if you ping sometimes, right, you get a signature, and that's a specific number depending on what the thing is that you scanned or you caught on your ping. So you get like these like I know Ghost in chat actually knew at one point in time that it was like 1800 or 2000 would be like, yep, that's salvage material. But imagine if it was just specific
Yeah.
to the ship and that was the player
Yeah.
skill. It's like, I know that a signature of 1567 is a, stock, you name the ship. It doesn't
Yeah.
really matter.
Freelancer,
And
Cutlass, whatever.
yeah, freelancer or something like that. Or if it gave it a specific range, and it would be a little bit off dependent on component loadout and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think
Medium ship.
that's actually
Yeah.
really a great way to do it. Like, and even the computer should be able to tell you that if we're being honest.
Yeah. But I mean,
Yeah.
you could make
Yeah.
it so that the processing power of your computer will vary depending on your components and your computer
and your radar.
blades.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
if you can read the data before the computer processes it and go, I know what this is, because you understand the data. Sort of a time thing.
Maybe before your computer
And that would be the
actually
skill check.
processes it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that
Yeah,
would be
yeah,
the
yeah.
skill check. Whereas if you didn't want to memorize that stuff, a stronger radar that you put in the ship gives you that information at a earlier range.
Mhm.
Whereas, like,
Probably
if
for
you
a
have a
cost
weaker
and
radar,
power.
yeah,
Yeah.
or you have a weaker radar, it's like, hey, I don't get that information until I get within a certain range. But by that point in time, I'm more vulnerable,
Mhm.
and I have less time to make decisions based on what I'm now facing. And or if you've got the the terrapin or whatever, it's like I get that information way deeper ranges, and at the long ranges I can, like, still pick out, like, that information. If I'm good, I've really got tactical information. That's my idea
Yeah.
of it. And the only thing I would add is I want shadowing.
Yeah.
Atira brought up radar and stuff, and I'm like, I think if you're behind an asteroid, a big asteroid,
Yeah.
I don't think you get that information even with the terrapin. I don't think you get that information.
I don't think you would
with
get
the-
that with anything because
exactly.
there's something directly blocking your
Yep.
emissions from
Yeah, reaching the
from-
target.
reaching the target. So I mean, their emissions can't reach you, yours can't reach them. Therefore, you cannot get a see.
Yeah.
Ghost,
that-
you got your the conversation you wanted.
Physical,
Yeah.
practical stealth. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I think that depends on ray tracing. If you
Mhm.
really want to do line of sight stuff, that's what DCS uses for line of sight. It's like it's got to have some, like, amount of ray tracing to make radar shadowing and all that kind of stuff
Yeah.
work. So, and I know they want to put it in the game, so I imagine maybe that's like the blocker for them, getting Vulkan ray tracing and all that kind of stuff in. But that would be the advantage of a Terrapin, where it's like, I'm going to move to an
As
area
long as
where
they
I
don't
don't
make it
have that
contingent
shadowing.
upon you turning ray tracing on.
Yeah. Well, it's ray tracing.
Like there's
ray tracing. Not in
there's
a s-
graphical ray tracing and shit you can't see, but it affects gameplay. Just
that's something they're
fair.
already doing in the background for a
Yeah.
lot of lights. It's not. It's like different from the graphical. It's the information rather
Yeah.
than graphical stuff.
Yeah.
And for anybody else, because I had to look this up when you said Link 16, and everyone in chat's like Link 16. I'm like, I have no idea what Link 16 is, but I assume it's some sort of military communication software, and it's a military communication software that shares data between different forces. On it's a
We
native.
can talk
we
about
have-
that, right, Atira? Like, I feel like that's pretty
we have
declassified.
about five.
There's a
no,
there's a
no,
Wikipedia
not its
article.
existence.
It
Not
was-
its existence.
I would say there's
We
a
have 5 or
Wikipedia
6
article on it, so I'm sure it's
Yeah,
it's declassified. You know?
Yeah.
we have
I
5
think
or
everybody
6
knows about like
different
16.
radios that are used to pass information between different pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
And and that's just one of them is Link 16, and that is kind of the air piece. The air piece uses
Yeah.
almost exclusively Link 16, and of course, it comes back to the ground station, right? It's not so that they can see the information too, but that's predominantly an aircraft focused link.
Yeah.
That's all.
So, yeah. Good talk as always. So we and Ghost is in,
Derailed.
well no
Yeah, I blame Ghost.
well Ghost is in lore. He works as often as our scout. So this is like sort of his thing. He's obsessed with stealth. He wants to like
Yeah, I know.
get as
Yeah.
slow. So you know this Nightcub. You're there all the time. So
That's a totally different role than he plays with us. With us, he's like the front man shooter guy.
he's still a shooter
in
guy.
ammo.
He's still a shooter guy. But like he's
I feel like Ghost is one of those people who watched was it Splinter Cell? Sam
Yeah.
Fisher and Splinter Cell, and said, that's me.
Yeah. So he does go on the ground, does shooter stuff, but like when he's not doing shooter stuff, he actively does set like stealth observation, and that's the one thing that'd be nice about sort of sharing information is, and being able to like determine targets, is you'll be able to, just before you even go there, scan an area like Hathor and be like, is there anybody there? And if you go, yes, there is somebody there, I can tell there's somebody hiding there, I can go, not gonna go there. So that you don't have to waste your time, your energy to go to a place where it's like, I'm already gonna get ambushed. So if you're smart enough, you can just go somewhere else. So, all right, next question comes from, I should pull it from YouTube, because YouTube has got a bunch of good questions there.
Comes from Ghost.
A question comes from Harry Hotspur, who asks, when do you guys think we'll see Vanduul in FPS? Since they confirmed that Vanduul coming in next patch is going to be in ships rather than on foot.
Squadron.
I disagree. Here's what I think is going to happen. Here's what I think.
I don't know, man.
So right, they're going to release that tactical strike shit or fucking Nyx. You know, the first mission in Nyx where you find out the Vanduul or Garden, whatever that station is, and whatever. Here's, you know, what people are going to do, because I'd want to do it. They're going to disable. They're going in with disruptors. They're going to disable that ship and they're going to board it, and they're going to find out whether or not it's a freaking Vanduul.
They're going to try, unless they do what they did before, where they just make it hollow, and all it is got an NPC
that was only with
that's
the
a
Idris,
human in there.
Nah, I don't know, man, because the Stinger's out. The Stinger's out, and they've been retooling the ships. I think at the bare minimum,
there's a big difference between showing off the sexy ships and selling them because they generate money, and giving us that combat experience before Squadron.
Well, hold on, hear me out. So if you've ever done like the old, like this is a while ago, right? That used to be the old like kill Hammerhead mission, the bounty.
Yeah.
Right. You could get into that ship. Like people made a whole video about sneaking into that ship, and you get to the cockpit, and there's no kidding a guy in the pilot seat, just like it is for all the NPC bounties. But they don't get out and do anything. You literally shoot them, and they die out of the pilot seat, and that's the end of it. I would bet that at the bare minimum, that's the start. It's just a Vanduul in the pilot seat who's not going to react to you when you get in the ship, and they're going to be like, I shot him, and that's it. And you won't have any of the fight. You won't have any of the NPC combat. Like, but that'll be like the first moment that somebody fights, quote unquote, a Vanduul in the game. Will be like that.
I could see him.
I shot him out of the cockpit. You know.
Yeah, I could see him doing that.
I do think that we'll see the FPS, Vanduul FPS, proper Vanduul FPS before Squadron. I think that's because like once like maybe when they make the announcement date, or around the announcement date, the next patch they'll drop FPS Vanduul, because like we know that they have announcement general year, but they still haven't gotten a specific time yet. And the closer we get to that, the more they're going to want to incorporate Squadron assets into Star Citizen. And I think secretly it's because they want to test to see if it's fun. So they want to test to see if like Vanduul FPS AI is engaging enough, or what they did wrong or right, and how does it break in the Star Citizen side of things, so that it's easier for them to tweak those assets a little bit here and there in Squadron. I think
that'd be badass, man. I'm down. I want to. Because I think honestly, if they did that, that would be the first probably NPC faction that actually feels different to fight, and wouldn't that be a fucking godsend at this point?
Because they're melee.
Yeah, melee and that staff.
They're melee focused. Yeah. I could see them wanting to do that. I guess. I just feel like there's gonna be that first time in Squadron, you run into a Vanduul, you come around a corner, and he's standing there over like a corpse, and he turns around and looks at you. And if we've been fighting those dudes in the PU and smoking them, and we've learned how to deal with them, that moment will kind of be sullied in Squadron, because you'll be like, oh, Vanduul,
I know how to deal with these guys.
Whereas, right, as opposed to the holy crap, there he is, right? He's like a 9 foot tall, stabby freaking alien thing that I don't know. I guess it just really depends on how pure they want that first reaction to be in the game. That moment you're exposed to the Vanduul on the ground.
I don't
know. They showed it to us though in Squadron. They showed it to us in the Squadron demo. So I'm kind of like, I don't know. That moment's already over. So
I think it's still going to matter for people who first play Squadron and then play Star Citizen. But I think that this year has proven, at least that CIG is really big into reusing assets. So they'll take everything they have that's available. Even the ships that they sold us, only one of them was a ship they had sold in the past. Stinger and the Shiv, both of those are Squadron assets that they brought over from Squadron to Star Citizen and then retooled for Star Citizen. Shiv is one of the ships you fight in Squadron, so like I'm sure we will see enemy Shivs in Nyx, like that will fight as well. So they've already started doing that. They're, like adding in enemy resources that you're going to have to deal with. So why not start doing that? I think it's just a matter of practice on that at that point. But all right. Next question.
Fastcart, you and your freaking clips, man. I'm getting them, man. I'll look at them later. I promise.
Is from DocOx SC, who asks, when most games release, a decent amount of the devs then leave the studio. When Squadron 42 drops, do you think the community will handle it well? Probably not. I don't know if CIG is going to lay off a bunch of people.
I mean, there's still a lot to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that 1.0 is only going to be 5 systems, but that's not all they
No.
want to do. And they're not going to, ship revenue is so good. I can't imagine they're going to stop selling ships. I think there's still going to be bugs and things I don't know. There may be a small reduction, but I don't think it'll be a huge reduction because I think there's still, a lot of stuff that they want to do in Star Citizen. And beyond that, we're supposed to get other Squadron games.
Yeah, part 2 and part 3.
That are expansions. So they're not stopping development.
No. So I think there will be some people who get laid off, but those will be people who were brought on to do late game QA work or other things like that. But from my experience of people who work at CIG, unless they absolutely have to, they'll do their best to keep you on in some form or fashion because they want to keep your experience in the team. Like I know probably a lot of the folks who work in LA. I know a lot of the folks who work in LA ended up in either Austin or in Manchester. Like they moved them to those locations rather than getting rid of their expertise. And a lot of them just chose not to move, and that's the reason why they're not working for CIG anymore. It's just more of a, hey, I don't want to leave my home. I mean, Kel, I know you just bought a house, so it's like,
I understand.
Yeah, so
absolutely, I get it.
People do that. So, and it's I recently
I like my house. I want to stay here.
I bought my house too. So if CIG was like, hey, Paul, we'd like you to come work for us, we got to move to Manchester. I'm like, I have a house and a mortgage. I'm not doing that for that money.
No.
So, and especially if you have family and stuff like that. So I don't think we're going to see a huge layoff of people. I do think we're going to see a reduction in staff, but it'll be some of those sort of like any staff that they built up just for the release problem of it. So Cobb's losing his mind because Fastcard is sent him all of these clips.
So. No, he gave me the soundbite. Paul.
I want that on your intro to Discord.
My intro to Discord?
No, Cobb, so I can laugh at it every time it happens.
I want it. I'm serious, guys. You guys need. I'm gonna get Fastcard. You're a mod.
Paul should have it too, though.
Send it to me.
Paul, I want this as a freaking
I will put it in there.
soundbite.
I will put it in there.
It's perfect, Paul.
Yeah, I'll put it
is perfect. Like I didn't. That's why I'm laughing so hard because it's like even by itself, it's just so good.
Of course. I mean,
you got it all isolated down.
You gotta know that when you try to hit like I'm gonna go full bore. I'm gonna triple down when you try to make it funny.
Lean into that one. Yeah. That one's a good one.
It's a good one.
You got to make that one cost money though, or cost a lot of the token.
Yeah,
that's got to cost like 10K.
Yeah, because people will spam.
You want to hear that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guarantee I'll be saving up those Astropub coins.
There was an earlier question I saw that was pretty nice. It may have been from the previous session.
Is that the one about capital ships turning profit?
Yeah, that was that one. But there's another one about Squadron. But yeah, it's that one. Like Jin and Tonic asked, should capital ships be able to earn a profit? Like, should that be a priority?
As a cargo vessel, yes. As a pure combat, because you're going to have storage, you can move cargo, whatever.
Yeah.
As a combat vessel,
I
Not
think
really.
I think there should always be missions where if you're having to pull out like a combat ship, like a capital ship, like the tactical strike missions, you should make enough money to justify the use of that ship. Like, there needs to be enough money. However, it shouldn't
So,
be common.
but it could be rep,
That too.
right? It could be right. I mean, I don't know that the profit will be at doing missions at that level will be monetary. They may be high rep, they may have really great loot, right? But ultimately, like, we got a lot of capital ships. God will tell you, those
Too
things
many.
are money sinks.
Yeah, well, no, the problem is they're
But
not.
what do they? But
They're
what?
not
But
enough.
what do they? But what do they give us though?
Yeah.
Influence, prestige, right? Like, the last thing you want is an aircraft carrier parked off your freaking coastline
Yeah.
with
Oh,
an
you
axe
mean
to
real
grind,
life?
right?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I
In
got
real
you.
life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
real life. Yeah. They're power.
So,
Power projection.
Their
in the
power,
biggest
it's
form.
power
Yeah, yeah.
projection. So it's reputation. It's, oh, I don't want to mess with that guy, right? Like, that's what
That's what it works in
that
Star
level
Citizen.
of shit brings.
That's what works in Star
So-
Citizen now. So like when you
Does it?
Oh yeah, when you
Yeah.
when somebody shows up, if you're not prepared and someone shows up in a fully loaded, fully crewed Idris, you just leave. Like you're not going to
Well-
win that fight. You just go
Yeah.
home unless you want to beat each other senseless and then waste all your money. Like it is very much a big stick sort of thing.
But
you know?
that's how real life works.
Yeah. I know.
So if two large ships decide they want to get into a scrap, that does nothing but cost their owning country money.
Yeah.
In the to the tune of billions. It's not generating profit. But when you win,
you get prestige, you get reputation.
you have prestige,
Yeah.
you made the victory,
Yeah.
you did.
I-
So that's what it comes down to.
I think it boils down to capital ships should be reserved for when it becomes more of a thing in game. It's territory control.
Yeah.
Like you are paying to control the territory that you either own or want. And that territory then needs to be worth something that justifies the cost. Like if I want to protect my base because I put my base on a rich mineral vein with good quality material, that's the time I break out the capital ship and make sure it's crewed because I know that it's going to be worth it in the long run to own this territory. Or like a space station or whatever whatever the thing is when you're using it for the what was the thing they briefed at CitizenCon that's not going to be applicable probably in 5 years for the like you hold the keys and therefore your bases are all protected.
Oh yeah, the shield
the shield
yeah,
thing.
the shield.
The
The pyro
seal-
shield
the seal
tech shit.
shield tech, yeah.
Yeah. So like that would be the something that you would break out a capital ship for and understand that like this costs money to run, but it's for territory control for a greater gain of like I own this territory, therefore I make more resources overall. Other than that, I want capital ships to be so freaking expensive that I stop seeing them in silly places.
Yes.
Like Stormbreaker or Hathor even, because it's like Hathor might be a little bit. I mean, like Hathor's close. Hathor's close in there, where it's like that's a really valuable resource you're pulling out of the ground. So it's a territory control kind of thing. And maybe Stormbreaker to an extent, but let's all be honest, Stormbreaker should probably be instanced based on the way it's designed. I don't know. So yeah, I guess my end point would be I think cap ships are a territory control vessel, and that's what it should be used for, and that's what you're doing with it. But man, I'm tired of seeing like cap ships at Faro.
Yeah.
I'm tired of seeing cap ships at other places where it's just like that's stupid. Why are you running that? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, and it should cost more money, and it should. The biggest problem I have with capital ships is no capital ship should be soloable. You should be able to fly them soloable, but you shouldn't be able to operate them soloable. Like, I'm sure if someone was inventive enough, they could probably take a Arleigh Burke and run it with one person. It wouldn't go very well, and you'd probably crash the second you tried to take that thing out of port. But like,
Can you even start a warship with one person? I don't think you can.
Yeah.
There's no push button start.
I'm sure like you could run across the whole goddamn place, and maybe somebody who's inventive and creative could get it to work. But it would be like trying to. You wouldn't actually operate it. You'd just be pushing it in a direction, you know.
And it is a game, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to have to spend 45 minutes turning a ship on, right?
No.
But your point is valid. Like if I want to move my ship from one place to another, sure, I can get in the pilot seat, I can turn it on, I can move it, but I'm pretty much a giant moving target
Yeah.
Yeah,
for that
operating it and
duration.
getting it moving
I'm
is just like
operating
totally
at
different.
risk.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I know this is apparently a hot take, but I'm a big proponent of like the Idris should have a dedicated gun seat where the person who fires the main cannon is its own seat. And I know this is
I
less
guess the
boring,
only problem
but
is
it's like
because
the
it
pilot
is
should be firing
aimed by
the
the
pilot.
pilot. So if
Yeah.
you gave it like a 10 degree or a 5 degree
Some small wiggle you know.
variance,
Yeah.
then you could do that because then the pilot would just be like holding its center and then
Yeah.
it would work fine. Yeah.
Um.
I think that'd be fine too, because like you can't use the torpedoes
Yeah.
without on the Polaris without a torpedo operator, which which was some of the most fun gameplay I had.
Yeah.
When that rolled out and we were doing that, and I was just down there in the hold staring at a screen waiting for the perfect shot.
The Perseus is not a capital ship, but it's in the same philosophy, and the Perseus has no pilotable guns. It's all the manable turrets. So like you just maneuver the ship in a position so that like the your gunners can actually fire, with turrets.
Yep.
And I think that's another aspect that needs to be added in there as well. It's not just that, should it be viable? It's like it should be only viable if you have a crew, and that should cost you money anyways. So, yeah, I think the idea of it being territory control, use it for ship areas. So, you use it for flying the flag and being like, don't fuck around. We have things. Go home. Just don't fuck with us right now.
But that's very PvP.
Yeah.
For I think the PvP missions, I think the reputation you earn
the PvE, you mean,
for missions that require that level of firepower should be enormous.
Oh yeah.
It's got to be something to the level of like, it totally justified that I needed 20 people,
Maybe
enough
you
people
cannot
to
accomplish it.
Yeah, I'm with that.
You have to have it, right? And if you don't have it, you're not going on that mission.
Yeah.
So,
but the rewards got to match that. Like if you've got to take a fully crewed freaking Idris to go accomplish something, and not only that, but maybe it's like supporting squadron of ships and other support vessels, then it's really got to pay. Like it's got to make it worth the hours of time that it takes to get 20 people, coordinated into a ship, into its supporting roles, and like, otherwise it's not worth it. The only other way I see that is if it's a territory control thing where it's like, all right, org, do we want to keep the high resource location and make it ours? Then time to put in the work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
All right. Let's go through some of the other questions real quick. Escape asks, feelings about a weapon variety. Rockets, laser gatlings, size 3 or smaller scatter guns and mass drivers, or size 3 or bigger scatter guns or mass drivers.
I'm sorry, Paul, could you repeat the question one more time?
So like, what are your thoughts about weapon variety in the game? Do we need more rockets, laser gatlings, or like how is our weapon variety currently? Is it good, bad? Do we need
I think it'd be
more?
fun to have some size 1, 2, 3 direct lasers like the
like
the Idris K.
Yeah.
Just I mean, super tuned down, but like
last thing this game needs is more beams.
It's more hit scan.
Beams, more beams,
man, more beams.
I mean, I think we hit
FPS
really
beam weapons.
All you're
the
really
only thing
talking
I
about
want
is adding like different damage types. So like a plasma something.
Yeah.
Different radiation something, right?
Chemical damage, or whatever.
Sure.
The only thing besides flak, that I think
that would
is
be,
is like we should really get that sooner rather than later. Well, honestly, that's my thing. Is like I want flak. That's it. That's all I want for ships. Because really, what they need to do still is create viability of anything other than laser repeaters and gatlings.
Yeah.
Like, and they're like trying, but like not succeeding. And you can kind of see where they're like trying to separate certain things, but. I hate to give Avenger 1 a lot of credit, but he's got one thing right in pretty much all of his rants is like there's a just huge problem with ship geometry or combat geometry with regards to ship size and ammo velocity. And they're just failing in a lot of regards with differentiating the weapons based on that and creating meaningful choice on the existing weapon population. I mean, we're not even alone ready for like new weapons into the population, except
Yeah.
maybe Flak. I'll give Flak credit because I think Flak could be really good now that they're bringing a lot of capital ships in, and you need the idea of like I need some kind of screen toward small fighters.
Counter torpedo.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
would
yeah,
be
yeah. Counter
really
counter
excellent
torpedoes,
for that.
counter fighter even because like you take a flak burst in a fighter, like that'll pretty much end your day. Although the PDCs are doing a little bit of that, but I think PDCs should only go for missiles. I think flak would be the anti-fighter slash
Yeah.
deterrent, so to speak.
I also think that PDCs should be only going for missiles, but I also believe that there should be a seat on ships that you can control the PDCs to manually target them. So you could manually target stuff, but it requires a player to do that. So it's like it's a role. So it's something where you have a elevation of the gameplay because you have more people. Reward people for getting in groups rather than punishing them.
Yes. Force multipliers.
Yes.
That's what it really needs to become.
All right.
For
Go ahead.
rockets though, or for missiles, I'll say like outside of the railgun, there is no meaningful ground threat
Mhm.
to vehicles because the mini rocket launcher is a piece of crap. Missiles don't actually do anything to ships really. It's not a one hit kill in almost every situation. I mean, if you have like 5 or 6 of them, but
depends.
look, man, a Stinger hits you in a modern day aircraft, you're going down, right?
Yeah.
Today, right? You get hit by a size 1 or a size 2, you can usually absorb a single one if depending on your ship and
You're not,
Yeah.
you're not wrong in the current iteration of the game, but there was a very brief period of time, and again, it was right around the time that they were getting ready to make missiles non-replaceable unless you bought them and reloaded them onto the ship. There was a very brief period of time where it was like, dude, if you took a size 2 EM missile, one, it was hard to spoof it. So odds are good. Somebody fired it at you. You're going to take that missile. And when that missile hit, it had such a large explosion radius that it would go through the shields and disable like several of your components and sometimes your power plants. So you may as well been effectively dead. Like your shield gens are down, and it's like, oh, dude, I'm real hurt. If not outright soft death.
I would really appreciate. So if that was how missiles behaved, I'd be okay with them costing more.
Mhm.
And what we need is a ground vehicle or shoulder mounted version.
Well,
Right?
that moves us into the second
We have
question.
a ground one, but it's trash.
It's
It
the
takes
Well, no,
like
it's no, 'cause
800
it's
of those
four.
missiles.
It's 400 mini missile things. I mean basically a
Yeah.
single rocket
you want a
version.
javelin. You
Yeah.
want a javelin.
No, I want a Stinger.
Or Stinger. Yeah,
Yeah.
Stinger.
Yeah. I mean, I guess because missiles are missiles and they don't discriminate between hitting a ground target or a air target. Yes, it would be a javelin / Stinger. But I do think like if that were the result, where effectively a power plant was damaged sufficiently to where you either had to leave or fall out of the sky, now you're presenting an interesting choice for ground combatants and ground attack and all that other stuff. So
all right. This actually leads to the next question, which is from Ghost, who asks, "What does CIG need to do to make ground vehicles worth bringing along?"
add ground targets.
Yeah. Add ground targets with a threat. Because right now, ground targets, you can if you have a ground target, you can just bomb it, or you can hit it with a missile and you're done.
Well, if you can make a fucking bomb hit,
Yeah.
because they're ridiculous. I was doing it today, and I was smack on the target. Bomb hit like 500 meters away. I was like, "What the hell is going on?"
And the radius is they've nerfed the radius a lot.
So I'll say it's 2 things to make vehicles. So 1, you can't have unerringly accurate cannons on bunkers and things like that just shred a vehicle when it comes when it presents, right? So there need to be areas where there isn't a chance of instant death the moment you peak, right? And then 2, I would suggest they probably need to give NPCs some vehicles.
Yeah.
Because, right. So then what you have is you have a threat. It is a lethal threat, right? Because it's firing the same weapons you have, but it allows you to conduct some maneuver combat on the approach. So if you were to remove a bunch of size 4 perfect turrets and you were to add some of your AI logic to a tank that basically allows you to, whatever their variance is for missing versus hitting, right? Because they're not always perfect. And you put just a single tank there, and or 3 or 4 cyclones or whatever, now you've presented an opportunity for. Now, could you handle it with a ship? Yes, you could, right? But you can also bring your ground vehicle, and it will have some gameplay tied to it, and you can go out and have fun achieving the mission. The only other way to do it is you got to bring in weapons. Ships can't be in a place,
Yeah.
right? Or you just need to differentiate between what is a ground defense turret and what is an air defense turret, right? They can't be both, right? So, again, so then you could have air defense turrets which will wreck a ship, so you can't just sit there and plink away, but it's an air defense turret, it's not going to target ground vehicles. So then you have a reason to bring ground vehicles and assault that objective using some type of ground vehicle. It's protected from the air, so I get to attack from the ground. But if everything targets everything, then you're right. Like you last like 30 seconds against the turret when it starts shooting at you. You can't really advance. You have to go dismounted. So that's how I would say. You got to find some type of balance there.
I'm gonna go super simple and say, just give us mortars. Then you'll have people using ground vehicles.
But you won't, because then I'll just sit on the hilltop and I'll just sit there and
Mortar,
mortar the
mortar, yeah.
objective until I kill the guy, and then I'm like, all right, now I'm gonna go in and get the data pad or whatever. Or
Yeah,
God forbid it's a bounty hunter. I just gotta kill him.
You get a mortar version of the MTC. People will use the MTC because they'll just mortar the hell out of the place.
Well, that's true. That is true. Yeah, if it's a vehicle mounted mortar, absolutely. And I do see Dr. Eliar saying, or Del Eliar saying, yes, mortars. Yeah, I mean indirect fire. So yeah, I mean if it's a vehicle mounted mortar, sure, absolutely. That'll
I think it's more
offer some fun.
We're more likely to see that than we'll see like a dismounted, carryable mortar, because I think that's CIG has not proven to me they can do crew service weapons. So it'll be a while before we actually see, if we actually ever see a one person.
Can't even do crew service ships. Like why would they do crew service single like FPS weapons? That's ridiculous. Sorry. No, I mean I agree with you, Paul. They can't demonstrate that.
No, they have not demonstrated their ability to do that. The easiest being a machine gun you cannot actually fire unless you mount it and put it on the ground to fire. But
not to pull an Eris, but like sometimes I feel like they're literally walking away from the design of like, let's try and get you guys to be a team.
Yeah.
So I will offer one thing simple, like, because they're really close. Like I thought for a brief moment that they were leaning into the idea of vehicles as a combined arms deterrent. When you had things like Jumptown, there was a brief moment where and kind of still ground vehicles are so hard to detect at any kind of distance, but they don't have any increased detection range or increased ranges of their own weapons. So the problem is like they're still less than in the equation for the most part. Like, so you could put a ballista somewhere, and that ballista is dangerous to an extent, but because it's hard to detect and stuff like that. But at the same time,
and that might be another way to balance your air defense versus your ground. And so instead of turrets, maybe it has 2 or 3 ballistas floating around.
Well, I mean, the thing would be even with like the Centurion, where it's actually a turret, like that turret is not stronger than a ship turret, or it doesn't have better range than a ship turret, or it doesn't, or there's egregious design flaws on those ground vehicles where it's like, I can't, like if you're in the Storm or you're in the Ballista, you can't target directly above. So if somebody stays directly 90 degrees above you, you're fucked. You can't fire a missile. You can't target them in the Centurion. Like all they would need to do is change that so that they had full 360 degree. Well, not 360. I guess it's 180 degree. You don't want to shoot the ground below you and stuff. If you had full 180 degree like arc from ground up, like that would be a really dangerous threat potentially if you had increased range and you bought more range over the ship with lower signature. Like I would park one of those at a facility. Again, it's a territory control thing. And no, sorry, it's a 3D. It's a head tracking unit on my headset, by the way. But that's the thing. They're so close. They've tried a couple things to make these platforms better, but they suffer from either serious design flaws or they don't have just enough advantage to make them more viable than a ship. That's my problem. I don't disagree with you though. Like if they were more viable and more dangerous than a ship, that would be, I think, the reason to be like, but make them susceptible to things like tanks or the Storm anti-air variant. That would be something to be like, okay, like I can't take it. If you make them straight up area, oh shit, sorry. If you make them straight up area denial assets where it's like they're really, really powerful, then by default, like now it becomes I've got to drop a ground vehicle off and get it in there. But they need to be area denial to ships.
Yeah.
Like hardcore
To
area
ships.
denial.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
Because once they target everything,
then they're going to target the vehicles
you're
too.
dismounted again.
Yeah.
You're back to dismounted. And then you have to spend 45 minutes walking to your target, which is not fun. So it's just that's the key. I think for turrets, and I would say this was player turrets for player bases too. I mean, it's a blade, right? You either have an air defense blade or you have a ground defense blade. And none shall the two have both.
Yes.
Right? Because then it forces you to make that decision one way or the other, or commit more resources to have one or two of each, right? And then also these things can't have like 80,000 effing hit points too. And you sit there and you pound away at it at an exposed turret for like 2 or 3 minutes before it blows up. Like, holy crap, man. If a tank round hits it, it's done. Get over yourself. It's not that tall. It's not that tough.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing, right?
Especially a tank round should be able to go through any metal that's that weak and come out the other side, let alone explode.
Yeah. There's definitely those turrets have. So I mean, you could have it do everything.
Yeah.
But you need to ratchet down those hit points on those turrets by like 70%, because
that's fine as long as they like maximize their range and their detection. So it's like, you get close to me, you get within my range, I'm a real danger to you until you can get within distance.
Next question, I'm gonna step away for 2 seconds. From Zens8, who asks, do you think armor size restrictions in ship seats will still be a thing? Be right back. So basically, so if you have like a heavy armor, or like the heavy armor, you won't be able to sit in certain seats. Yeah,
I think it will, but it's just they've got to come back to the gear rack thing, right? Like for most ships, for a ship with an interior, you're supposed to be able to put your gear in one of those closets, and it just sits there, right? And so you're just in a flight suit and your helmet, and you go do whatever. I mean, in theory, you shouldn't be. I don't know. Most fighters have a small amount of storage, but you're in a fighter, right? The role is as a fighter.
Yeah, you should be. Yeah, I'm with you.
So
I don't want to be able to wear my heavy armor in my fighter. I really don't.
Yeah. So
I'm taking advantage of it right now, but I don't want to be able to.
But I think it would be. I don't think they're going to go back on that. I just think they need ship lockers to work before they do that, because you have to have a place to put it. And I think, Cobb, what they demonstrated was a pretty quick swap, wasn't it? When they showed it. They showed it in a video, like the intent, and it was like push one button and it's like poof, now you're in your gear. So
I'm with you.
And I think that's their intent.
I think I'm with Ghost. I think it's about time to make that change. Like, I don't think the game suffers in any significant way if you tell me when I'm getting in my Gladius that I can't wear my heavy armor set and stuff, and that it's a consequence. Like, if I'm out with Lore and Lore is suffering, like I'm flying Cap and Lore is suffering on the ground, and they're like, hey, can you land and supply some additional FPS support? It's got to be one of those things like, ooh, I can do that, but man, I'm going to be vulnerable. Like, I only came in the flight suit that was, hooking me up with the G effects and stuff like that. Oh, by the way, also other really big expectation I had this year was the different armor like
Battering more.
bonuses. Yeah. Like the armor ideas of like, hey, I'm in heavy armor, I get advantages on this,
Yeah.
the stats, or some variation of that. Other than, and apparently that G racing suit does offer you better G protection. But man, I really wanted that to start to become a thing.
All right.
But yes, I want that real bad. Is Ghost trolling us?
No. This is why Ghost Logistics will have a spare armor for pilots. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, no, I think
I
there is
like
some
that idea though.
small internal storage for most fighters.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, you could limit that to like. Just signing me up for shit tell. There could be like
he
a
somehow
limit,
ended up becoming a lore logistics officer, and that's the funniest part.
Don't act like you don't fucking like it, Ghost. We all know better.
He loves the attention.
Don't fucking.
He also is really hoping that he can sell stuff eventually when even more persistence is in, and he can run a little side hustle.
Yeah, you and others act like you don't love stocking up those, like, what do you call them? You guys call them party boxes.
Party boxes, yeah.
Like, don't act like you don't like stocking that shit up. We all know better. You would not do that if you didn't like it.
Yeah, but I think like you might be able to keep like a single medium set of medium armor inside the storage of a thing like a Gladius, right?
Yeah.
Because those ships are large, right? They've even said like they are far larger than the ships like counterpart aircraft of today, but maybe that maxes you out and you have zero room for loot, right? It's just enough to get out in your suit, go in, drop down your little gun box, pull out your weapon, pull out your armor, right? There's like a time sink there. But then, if you need to get off the planet fast, now you're kind of screwed because you got to stop. You got to dump all your armor back into your ship. You got to put your gun back into the gun rack, and then you can get into the ship.
That.
And then you can fly off. And if somebody's on your butt, and another player or the NPCs are following you, and you're like, oh crap, I bit off more than I could chew. Like, you're kind of screwed because you can't just jump in your ship and run off. You may have it. If you have time, you could put it on, but if you don't have time, you're now kind of screwed.
Think about how much I think that's cool, though. I love that idea of like, if I go down in my Gladius and I'm like, okay, I want to pull one of the assault rifles off the weapon rack. I can do that, but at the same time, it's one of those things like, if I'm worried about another player coming, maybe I'm only taking the sidearm because the sidearm is the only thing I'm getting in the cockpit with, and all of a sudden sidearms like have a use where it's like, I'm going to do a quick combat mission. I keep a sidearm on me.
Coda for the win. I need that DPS, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
but it's like the sidearm's the only thing that's going to let me just get in the cockpit and go. Otherwise, I have to run around to the side and put the assault rifle back. And then it's like, oh man, that weapon rack has meaning now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm freaking down for that.
It's just it's not a loot holder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. It's you have to use it.
Well, that gets down to that tier 1 weapon or item recovery stuff where we move away from everyone coming back in their full kit and now actually losing their content. So like having
so I mean I don't well, I don't mind losing my kit for like stuff that, like, I would be fine if the halfway point was if I am wearing looted kit or store-bought stuff, I can lose that. But if it's on my account, right, then maybe that kit comes back with me until they can sort out the claim system for FPS gear or however you get your store-bought stuff back. Because like, I have the bird suit. I like wearing the bird suit from time to time. I think it's a fun looking, silly little armor, especially if I'm not trying to like hide in the dark in a CZ, right? And I don't want to be bright white. And I like it not disappearing, but like the looted stuff that I have, yeah, man. I think that should still be lootable, and I'm okay with that. So, I mean, I think that's a middle ground until they can really figure out how to do FPS claim to get your stuff back.
I mean, I think that's gonna add more to the gameplay of like, do I take my main gun or do I take a sidearm? Like, oh, this is a situation. Do I need to risk bringing a main weapon that I've spent a lot of time crafting or upgrading or buying?
Or upgrading or buying, yeah. I wouldn't even want to put a gun like that, like in a ship, if I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
If I thought I could lose it, right? Like I'll bring out that gun when plan. I know I have friends around who can be like, grab my gun.
Yeah, but that means
know?
that's meaningful choice. It's like that. I'm gonna take
Yeah.
my coda and I'm just gonna go coda in a dream, baby. Kind of
Yeah.
situation. So that's
Absolutely.
the old gaming MMO of having your raid gear versus your grinding gear and all that kind of stuff. So
Absolutely.
having
Yeah.
the right gear for the right position. All right. So the next question comes from. I'll skip the ghosts question. We'll come back to that one because Fire asks, "Do you think they have made the needed balance adjustments for the Stinger, or do you think that they have still a ways to go?"
I have only flown the Stinger one time, and it wasn't in combat, and it was a fun ship to fly around in. But I don't know what balance issues are there. Is it that the size 5 is like an absolute wrecking ball, or is it what is it? Is it that it's a heavy fighter but maneuvers like an arrow?
I think it was underpowered. Like it was it felt weaker. So I think that was the issue, is that it was like maneuverable but not fast, or something to that degree. So I don't fly the ship, so I don't know. Cobb, do you know?
Maneuvers
Yeah,
like a space shuttle is what someone said in
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah. So, man, what a topic of great debate about heavy fighters.
Yeah.
Because a lot of other heavy fighters have this problem right now. So, like the Lightning is one. Like everybody's making fun of me because I want a Lightning, because they're like, dude, it fucking maneuvers like shit. And even I'm kind of like, I think the Stinger actually solves the problem that the Lightning has, where it's like, hey, it's heavy and it's not that maneuverable, but its weapons in their size category are relatively big, or at least I know one of them is. And I thought the other, at least a couple others on it, are size 4s. But I feel like that's
Yeah.
what they got to lean into with like heavy fighters. It's like you either bring one of two things to the table. Either you're a heavy fighter that is more of a multi-role light fighter deterrent in the form of like a
Scorpius.
Scorpius, or a what's the anvil one? Brain fart.
The
Hurricane.
Paladin
Or Hurricane.
Yeah.
Where it's like, hey, you've got a little bit more maneuverability, maybe not quite as much as most medium fighters, or it's certainly not as many of the light fighters, but that turret is a huge advantage in it because it fires 4 size 3s, or something like that. Like that makes you a little bit more of a light fighter deterrent, or or closer to like a medium fighter, medium fighter plus. Whereas like the Stinger the Stinger and the Inferno, and the problem I think they have is the Lightning is cooked wrong in terms of its weapon complement. That's the problem with the Lightning.
Yeah.
Like the Lightning, I'll come back to that category, but the Meteor would be another one. The Meteor's got those 2 size 5s on it. Like you're either leaning into I'm an anti-gunship, Connie sized, ship that's designed to take out that I don't even know what class, not Corvette, but like smaller.
I don't know that the gunship has a clear role in what it's supposed to actually go up against.
That's fair, but I think what I think is ships like the Stinger and the Meteor are seemingly suited to take out gunships. Like they have just enough maneuverability where they might maintain the edge. They have just enough
to go
size.
after a gunship. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's where the Stinger belongs, and it's fine if it doesn't maneuver well or hit that hard. It just has to have just enough to be useful against that role.
It has a size 5, 4 size 4s, and 2 size 2s. Like that hits hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would imagine. You shouldn't be dogfighting in a heavy fighter, though. Unless it's a heavy fighter that's designed. Like I said, I think you've got 2 classes of heavy fighter. So it's like, okay, if you're in a Scorpius or a Hurricane, all right, you're in a different category there. You're like closer to a medium fighter plus, where you've got that turret, and it's like, okay, maybe you are in some ways like a Hammerhead light, and that you're like an anti-fighter deterrent or an anti-medium, anti-light fighter deterrent as a heavy fighter, with a little bit of enough firepower that you are somewhat dangerous to other like classes of your size and groups. But like, I don't know. With the Stinger, it feels like it belongs in the category of like, I'm here to fight the gunships, I don't know.
Bigger
Just like
ships.
the Ares.
I feel heavy fighters they don't know what they want a heavy fighter to be.
I don't
And
disagree with you. They're
and
not
I said
tuning
that-
them the right way.
Yeah.
I said that when I own a Scorpius. I love the Scorpius. I don't think the Scorpius is a heavy fighter. Maybe it is. It seems like they have in their minds two versions of what a heavy fighter is. They have a long range heavy fighter. That's like the Vanguard and other things. And they're designed to be, I can drive from one side of the pyro to the other, engage in a fight and come back. And then they have the
Yeah.
and then they have the heavy firepower version of a heavy fighter, which is things like the Scorpius and the Hurricane and things like that. But I think the problem is the guy who can fly across the system, the Vanguard version of that is pretty damn squishy.
Mhm.
So and they can't really. They don't have a counter to the light fighter threat. So when you go into that fight and you go into that dog fight, right? They suffer tremendously against that. But then things like the Scorpius, who has like a size 1 quantum, I think it is, like they have some size 2 components, but they don't have all size 2 components. They don't have the range you would expect from heavy fighter, but they have a significant increase in firepower. And when you talk about the turret, it really increases it. So I
Yeah.
guess the issue is that's fine. You can have two different type of heavy fighters, but as you
But
said,
they're not
Ghost, they're
tuned
just
that
not.
way.
They're not tuned to be,
Yeah.
what
You've
what
really
they're
said a
pretending
lot.
to be.
Not a big surprise because you said a lot of the same things I did, just in different ways.
All right.
Yeah.
hate you.
But I know, but you're not wrong. Like it's just that they're not tuned appropriately. So I see chats backing it up too, because this is like the ultimate debate on like, because heavy fighters are all over the place, and the problem is the ones that are in roles that you think they would fit in are tuned incorrectly for other roles. Like the Vanguard is a great example. Like Vanguards look maneuverable.
Yeah.
They look like they should be able to get.
And they
nose
were when they
on.
were released.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look
They
like
were
they should be.
Was it
Straight
the
straight metal
P-38?
when they came out.
Yeah, they were supposed to be
Yeah,
like the
they-
P-38, which was incredibly
They
maneuverable.
shit on it
you
for
know?
5
Yeah,
years,
and they
7
should be
years.
more boom and zoom, but like more maneuverable than other boom and zoomers.
Yeah.
But because they have slightly less firepower. But like if you're gonna go with the heavy fighter mentality of like, hey, this thing hits hard and it gets in and it gets out and it would, so like the Meteor would be a good example. Like it's mainly 2 giant fucking engines on that thing,
Yeah.
and then it's got 2 big size 5 guns. It looks like it's ideally made to go fast in a straight line. It does not look like a maneuverable fighter. And then you might have the more maneuverable fighters like the Hurricane, the Vanguard, and if you're not going to do that, then you tune them in the other direction where it's like, okay, they go fast and they have big armor, but that's it. Like they're not going to dogfight with another fighter. Like they're designed to go in, hit something hard, and then zoom out
They're
of the area.
jousters.
Yeah, jousters. They're jousters.
Yeah, they're
But-
jousters. Which, if that's what the because I have a Vanguard, I love the ship, the P-38 look. It's one of my favorite. It's just not worth flying.
No, I know. And that's the problem is like the heavy fighter class feels like I don't even know. I don't know. And that's another thing where it's like I would ask somebody the question, like, and I think they got asked during the last time John Crew and his like ship design team or the vehicle content team got on, like
Mhm.
Yogi and them, and they're like, "How do you feel about heavy fighters right now?" And they were like, "Oh, we think they're in a good place," and everybody was like,
No.
"Are you guys
What?
fucking kidding me?"
Do you guys play the game? Do you guys
Yeah,
own a
and
heavy
that's-
fighter? Do you spend time in the cockpit?
Yeah. And like the F8C is another great example because it's like you put only size 3 and size 2 weapons on it, but in a gratuitous amount. And you said, like, for me, that's that's okay. Well, you're building heavy fighters that are designed to take out light fighters in that scenario, or medium fighters, and they might excel in that role. Well, it's not nearly maneuverable enough, or you've got to make that another
Yeah.
boom and zoomer with like really solid armor so it comes into the fight and it gets out of the fight real quick because it ain't going to do the maneuvering. So, it's just another example of like, what are you guys trying to design with these fighters? Or are you giving in to the idea that a lot of us suspect where it's like, I just made something that looked cool and I didn't even think about how it fucking played into this fucking game.
Jingle keys, jingle keys, jingle keys, jingle keys.
Oh
Jingle
man,
keys,
I feel
yeah.
like they do that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime they
Yeah.
introduce anything military related, I legitimately think it's just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, this is a cool looking ship. Oh, it's big. Let's make it a heavy fighter. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no design intent, and that's the
Yeah.
problem. And I think they can go back. I think they honestly, I think they can fix a lot of this.
Yeah.
But
It's
I
not
don't think that's their
impossible.
focus. Yeah, it's not impossible to fix this, but man, it's just like God. I really wish they'd invite me into the little special group that does the
That
combat.
does those
things.
combat stuff. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe they will now that they see you on Captain's Table.
I doubt it, man.
Nope.
I've got
This guy. No.
I found another
They
question.
don't want reality.
I saw it earlier. I literally just pulled
Sorry.
it up. No, it's okay. So Trash Bandicoot asks. This is the last question that we're gonna ask, and then we'll kind of
Love your
wrap it
game,
up.
by the way.
Asks, do you, Paul, or your guests feel that Squadron 42 plays an important story arc or other purpose in Star Citizen verse? Do you feel there's a value in the current emerging Star Citizen exclusive players to do both? Yes. Squadron 42 as a story is a story inside the Star Citizen universe, and by the time the full story of Squadron 42 is over, the three stories, the three games, they will be a history piece in Star Citizen. And understanding the characters and the actions that took place during the Vanduul Human War will be a huge part of you understanding why things are going on in the verse, and they will play into it at some point. Dave Haddock wrote the story of Squadron 42. He also is writing the story of Star Citizen, and all the other writers are also working on Squadron 42 as well. So they're working on basically two games in the same universe at once, effectively two games at once that are both part of the same realm, and they're going to build off of each other. So
That's also going to generate, if you've completed Squadron,
yeah,
right?
there'll be some benefits.
That's going to have ramifications, right? That tie into Star Citizen for you as an individual character, right?
I believe if you complete Squadron 42 Part 1, you get citizenship in the verse.
Right. But in the verse. So like
Yeah.
if you haven't, then
You have to
so
go,
you're going to have
you have to go through
benefits.
Yeah. If you don't, then you have to go to Star Citizen and play the 1.0 storyline in order to get citizenship. So you can just basically play Squadron and go straight in and play the game, and you've got all those benefits. It's going to be about the same time investment between Squadron and 1.0 storyline. They say they're going to be about the same, so it's more of like a trade-off. But if you want to,
What happens if you do both? Super Citizen?
I think yes, Super Citizen.
Yes. Immediately
You get
what I
a
thought there.
you get a Helldiver armor skin.
I wouldn't be surprised if you finished or you still get the perks that you were going to get with 1.0, because the 1.0 storyline is going to also give you that what was it called? It's the insurance thing, like the warranty. It gives you the warranty that you can apply on your ships.
Yeah. God,
So-
we need to talk about that shit again. So many questions for CIG and what their thoughts are on that whole fucking pitch stuff.
So I do think it's going to be an important part if you want to experience the game to its fullest. At the very least, if you have been following Star Citizen for this long and you've been hearing people say, well, Star Citizen's being held back by Squadron 42, when Squadron 42 comes out, you're almost certainly obliged to go, well, what the fuck was it holding back for? What is this worth the amount of time and pain that I was put through? At least to see what it was like. And let's be honest, I think most people are going to enjoy it. Do you think we will get an F8 from Squadron 42? I do think that's also the case. You'll probably end up having the reputation to purchase an F8 in the game with Squadron.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Is like
Yeah.
depending on how you finish Squadron, because there's supposed to be multiple endings, and this may have totally changed. But as I remember, this was something that stuck out in my mind. That like different endings would afford you the opportunity to buy certain ships in
I think-
Star Citizen.
I think it's like a rank. You're supposed to end with like a certain rank, but that was
Oh, okay.
before there was going to be. They split into 3 games because they were like, oh yeah, if you ended the rank, if you retired out of the UEE as a colonel, then you'd have more benefits than if you did it as a lieutenant, sort of thing. And I think the storyline doesn't seem to match that way right now, because if you ended Squadron 42 Part 1, you're still a lieutenant at the end of Squadron 42 Part 1. At best, you might get promoted to captain or something, but like you're not going from lieutenant to colonel in one mission.
One adventure?
One adventure,
Suddenly you outrank freaking Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah.
So there's probably going to be some natural progression in terms of, because that's the same thing that happened in Wing Commander, where like you start off with Lieutenant Blair, and by the end of the series he's like Lieutenant Colonel Blair, I think. So it's a whole process. Yeah, I think it's going to be important for people to understand the context of the verse is really what it is. So. All right. We actually have a little bit more time for one more question, and it's going to be the Ghost question, because Ghost asked a question about. He asked a lot of questions. This was the Ghost's hour here.
I think he's working. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Ghost.
He works a lot of Saturdays, man.
Yeah, he does.
I know. Get back to work, dude.
It's a good point, though. He asks, how could CIG improve rewards for group gameplay?
Oh, man.
I have the answer. I think I have the perfect answer, which is simply to prevent abuse of a bunch of people taking the same mission, so they can get like everyone get the same benefits. The person who, when you complete the mission, the people in your party or people who have all taken the same mission have to be within a proximity of the completion of the mission for you to get credit for it. But everyone should get paid. So like if this mission pays out 100,000 UEC and 10 scrip, everyone gets 100,000 UEC and 10 scrip, but they have to be at the mission location to get that
yeah, I'd be okay with that
value. So that way you don't have people just fucking off and doing the mission on their own, and then everyone getting like collective missions rewards. Like everyone has to.
So you're saying the group grind where one guy's doing one thing,
yeah,
and it's the same thing,
and they
as
all
over here.
and they all share the same mission, so they can all get the same.
Yeah. So I think that works because it also forces everybody back to coming together. Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
and if
you all have to be there.
And if it's going to be
the only
super
problem
high,
with that though is you've got to balance the reward based on what you think it logically takes to require, like what it takes to complete.
Yeah, but you could also have, as Ghost said, you can have a player cap. You can only share it to so many people. So it's like a mini instancing.
Yeah, you're right. That would be perfect. Like
you
where
know.
it's like, hey, you're taking a 71K mission.
It's 5 person.
2 to 3.
Well, the other
people.
thing you could do is
3 people, 4 people, something like that.
If 5 people take the mission and they would get 50,000 or let's say 10,000 a piece, right? Keep it even. And one other person joins, right? Then
there's diminishing rewards.
Everybody's pool contributes equally to give him, like, it just balances.
Yeah.
Right. So now if you're just 5, everybody gets the max reward. But once you introduce number 6, right, it just kind of auto balances out so that kind of everybody gets the same, but it reduces. So you can run an extra person if he's there, and you'll take a small hit.
Yeah.
But it's not like you get 10,000 divided by 6.
Yeah.
You get 50,000 divided by 6. So everybody gets a little bit more, but you got your friend there, and it's a little bit more meaningful. So there is some sacrifice there, but it's not like, I don't get anything, or I got like $5.
MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries does that, where like you can go to a mission that was like a tonnage of like 150, but if you bring 175 tons of mechs, you get reduced rewards and reputation for doing that mission, so that like it encourages you to do it within the weight limit of the mission, so you're not just steamrolling the mission with like the best mechs you've got. So so that way you can have player caps in terms of like numbers of people. They have to be there when you finish, so they can't just fuck off into the universe. And then the if you can go over that, but it'll start reducing that. So you encourage players to play at the levels that you want them to play. You prevent them from cheesing the system, and you give everyone the same rewards. So like everyone is on the same level. So that means more people. It's like, oh, I can get up to 5 people. If I get 5 people, it'll be a lot easier for me to complete this, and everyone gets the benefit. So,
yeah.
I know it's a lot of work, but also CIG just did a bunch of work on the mission system. Like the mission system 2.0 is not done, but it's gotten a huge upgrade. And one of those things was, look, like when you go to a location, you get a mission from Wicklow. Like you go to Wicklow and you can get a mission. I'm sure the opposite is also true. You can do that where, like, if you're not in a location, you cannot complete this mission. You can probably invert that same software, that same materials. I'm just saying, use what you already have, and they can do that. So
Yeah. I hope you're right. I
Yeah.
really do.
Ultimately, it just comes down to like people have been complaining about player rewards
Yeah.
for group play for really,
People. I like how he did that. He's
really
like, people.
yeah,
long
Definitely
time.
wasn't Night Cop
You-
earlier.
It definitely wasn't Night Cobb earlier. I'm saying that in general, I've heard lots of other people say you do a mission, you have all your friends with you, but the payout's like $1,000 each. And how are you
Yeah.
supposed to, that's not fun because you're not building wealth. You're not real, you're having fun together, but if you want to build wealth, you have to play by yourself. Right? Because you need the full payout. So that's not fun. I think that's a great solution. So
All right, now that I've solved all Star Citizen's problems, we're going to wrap this up because I got to get started for the next session. Thank you to Kel and Night Cobb for coming on. Make sure to check out Tirakel on YouTube.
Our pleasure, man.
And then, of course, check out Night Cobb, as always. Check out Night Cobb in the CZs as he's watching you loot.
Yeah.
You know?
I'll find you.
Yeah. We were talking about this earlier, but I think Cobb and I we've been talking about doing a captain's table where we just talk about sci-fi films for a bit. So we're going to end up doing that in December at some point. So we'll keep an eye out for that. So
I'm down.
we'll talk about classics like,
We'll have a couple new ones to talk about, hopefully.
yeah.
I know you don't like the Predator and Alien series, and that'll be a topic. of hot
You're
debate,
gonna
but
you're
we'll
gonna
talk
make
about
me
Predator
watch the
Batman for
Alien.
sure.
You're gonna make me watch the Predator and Aliens films. It's like I like the Predator films, but like I you're gonna make me watch those.
you can't
films.
say the first two Aliens films though aren't good.
No, they're good.
He tries to. He tries to.
I
He says,
never
like, he
say
doesn't
that.
like
can't
I
that.
never
say
say
that.
that. I never say they're not good. I say they're good. They're just not my movies. They're just not the movies. I
That's
really
I don't know
fair.
what in world they're not.
You know. Anywho, thank you for coming out. Thank you for watching. I'll be back here in a few minutes. Yeah, like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Welcome back to the 24-hour Captain's Table. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender at the Astro Pub. We are 9 hours in now, of the 24-hour stream. This is the fourth session, so we're gonna go hit the middle milestone. And right now we have raised a total of $1,400 thanks to Lotep donating $50 and Iron Thatcher donating $25. So we're currently giving away a CitizenCon gift pack, the swag pack. So if you want to get on that, exclamation point giveaway in the Twitch chat. We'll be giving that away until at least one more session, or until we reach $2,500 raised for charity. Now, Gamers Outreach. Gamers Outreach is a charity dedicated to helping kids in hospitals get video games. They have these things called go-karts that are just rolling carts. They build that have game consoles in them and games, and it's all made out of medical grade material, so it's easy to clean. And they can roll them directly up to sick kids in their beds, and they can play video games. Because one of the things you got to understand about health is that health has a lot to do with your stress. And kids in a hospital situation are bored and they're stressed, and so having some sort of normalcy in their lives can help out tremendously. And it's not only an organization here in the United States, but apparently it's an international organization now. They've been helping out all over the world. So if you want to help out getting sick kids access to things that can make them feel normal, help us out by hitting !charity in chat, and that'll give you a link to that. So, with that being said, let's get started by introducing our folks. I'll start with Griff. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen, and where can they find you?
Hey everybody, I am Griffin Gaming RPG, and I'm one of the co-producers of the Soul Citizens. I've been a part of the community since 2013, 14, one of those years, I don't remember which one. And always happy to be here on the Captain's Table, of course, with both Axis and my good friend Grim. So thanks for the invite, and congratulations, Paul. I know you're going to hit your target, as you always do.
I hope.
And Gamers Outreach is great. You've got to tell me the right person to talk to with them, because I tried a couple of years ago twice, and it was like chasing. And then they finally contacted me after my event. And so you need to tell me who the contact is, because we tried to reach them before.
Crucian Gaming.
Go through Crucian? Okay.
Yeah, he's literally in charge of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
All this time?
Yeah.
Okay. That makes it easy.
So, and he, at the very least, he will direct you the person who needs to talk to you, because he's in charge of a lot of the. He doesn't run Gamers Outreach, but I think he's like the head of their.
He's deeply involved.
He's like their head of their outreach program with streamers and stuff like that. So he's
I
got
wish
other
I knew
people
that.
to do
Okay.
so.
Gotcha.
And Fastcard says you've been here since 2013.
Thanks.
Axis, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen, and where can they find you?
07 everyone, my name is Axis 0096. Hopefully the mic is okay this time.
Yeah, it's great.
I've been a member of this community since late 2019, back when part of what we're going to talk about was in the game. And Paul knows what I'm talking about.
2019? Are we talking about Levski? Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming back.
And
going home.
I'm one of the old guard, so
Yeah.
to speak. But old new guard, I'll put it that way. But I do primarily industrial and exploratory work with my org. Primarily these days I hang out with the Luna Wolves. We are a paramilitary group that operates under UEE jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I also do content creation under this surname in a bunch of places. So, yeah.
Nice. I do want to thank as well Serious Fun and Sandy Sanderson. Serious Fun for gifting $25. It was comment powerful cause. Thank you, Serious. And Sandy Sanderson for $50. We're now at $1,550. So
awesome.
Good job. Awesome. Hey, my, Levski will never die. Nope. Levski is home. We're going home, chat. That's what I'm going to say. Star Jump. Mr. Grimm, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
Yeah, well, I'm Starjump Grimm. got a presence in a few places. I'm on Twitch, obviously, at StarJump_Grim, and on YouTube, same tag. Started off making like fan-made cinematics, and then that kind of turned into making videos, and then that turned into making an app. Some people know StarJump Fleet Viewer, and then now I stream a lot, so involved in a lot of little things. Actually, as we speak right this second, Fleet Viewer is getting some updates, some new ships added, some community ships are being added, and we're in deep discussions on what version 2.0 will look like for that. So I'm excited to work on that some more. And yeah, that's me. Appreciate
Awesome.
you inviting me on.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. So the first question I'm going to ask you for Grim. This whole thing has been a year in review. So we've got a couple of questions that we're going to answer. The first one is, what was best about this year?
This one's for me.
Yes. Start with you.
What was best about this year? I'll tell you, I want to say what was best this year for me was that I just played a lot more than I ever have. I'm not 100% sure if that was because of the content-driven year focused by CIG, or if I was just in a mindset to play. I'm not 100% sure what the cause was, but for me, the best thing about Star Citizen this year is I just played the game a lot and got kind of reconnected to it on that level. But besides any like sort of specific thing like story missions and this and that and the other and all the stuff that's happened over the past year, I would say the best thing about Star Citizen this year has just been, I feel like this year has been I've seen a lot of new people come in to the community, a lot of new players. There's been new content creators. There's been new just people coming into the StarJump Discord and community, the Star Citizen community. It's just been fun to interact with them. So for me, at least, and I'm sure some other people have different opinions, but for me, there's actually been kind of a building of excitement this year. A lot of fresh voices coming into the project, seeing it for the first time. You kind of get to live through the project through their eyes a little bit. If you've been jaded a few times, you're kind of seeing it through their eyes with so much hope and aspiration. So I've just had a lot of that orbiting me this year. So that's been the best part of Star Citizen this year. And again, I think some of that is probably attributed to the content driven focus this year, which I was pretty against, to be totally honest with you. But after however many months it's been now, 10 months looking back on it, maybe it was a good idea for CIG to do that. So yeah, that's probably best answer I can give.
Awesome. Axis, same question to you. What was best about this year?
I think I'm gonna go with similar to StarJump as well. I was trying to pay attention. There's a lot of information, but
that's okay. Go for it. What was best about your
for me, it was the huge number of updates. I mean, it's been like a fire hose, no more like a volcano, because it just seems like it's an endless stream going and going. But it's also been a cohesive storyline, like one of my friends called it the prologue to the opening acts of 1.0.
I can see that, yeah.
Someone said this is laying the groundwork for 1.0. We have a mad scientist running roughshod over. For those of you who haven't experienced it, I'm going to give you the short notes. We have a mad scientist who's doing eldritch experiments in his secret lab, perfect for Halloween, and he's getting away with it. Fully don't believe he's going to be caught, even in this iteration of the event. I think he's going to get away with like Dr. Claw and escaped for another day.
I agree.
We also have possibly them working on terraforming technology, which may play into our troublemaker planet. But we shall see, right, Paul?
Yeah.
But for me, it's been the improvement in the events. They've gone from lackluster to actually playable and earnable rewards, things that you actually want.
Yeah.
Things that new players can strive to earn. Maybe the grind, I will say the grind in some of them are a little ridiculous. And I'm sure a lot of chat will agree with me. There could be an easier amount on the grind to keep players coming back. But I think they're starting to get a groove going.
Yeah.
At least with the PvP events. The mining stuff, they need to start working a little harder.
The industry gameplay, I mean, in general.
The industrial and like other type of gameplay events, they need to do a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm sure the others agree.
Yeah, I would agree.
Griff, your thoughts? What was best about this year?
Oh boy, just like Grim, I got stammered here a little bit on that one. What was best? I'm trying to think from a collective or from a selfish position. I think the fact that the CIG has done some things that we did not expect. For example, the amount of updates that we've been getting. Obviously we've been over time gotten used to quarterly updates. Them hitting that mark of approximately just a little bit more or less than 30 days. Constantly putting out content that, at first, I think when people first heard about it, they thought everything was going to be about fixing bugs. And there were a lot of people who felt that there wouldn't be any content given out. But CIG has still been able to give out enough content to not only keep certain people happy, but also bring in some old players and new players. I've kind of been just wondering whether or not this was good for them, because I've noticed the pattern that these things that they've been doing, such as introducing narrative into this world, which we haven't really had before. It's just kind of been background lore, but now they're incorporating the narrative into our gameplay. But I'm also wondering if this monthly pattern that they've been doing of delivery and also building out narrative, but something that Axis just said, the grinding, I've been really wondering why so much grinding, why so much, why, what is the reason? And I'm wondering if where normally there's been this thing of whenever a patch comes out every quarter, you get that rush of people who come in and then they disappear for a while. But now you've got like people who are here a lot. And I'm wondering what type of information, analytics and everything else that CIG is getting from us going after every freaking suit, piece of armor, which we know we don't need, right? But we do. We go after all this armor. We move all these cargo boxes. There's something else there that's behind the scenes. It's not about gameplay. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it is gameplay, but I think that they're doing all this for some reason. And I'm wondering if that's because we're going to be looking at increases to server capacity later. We know that they want to be able to move us into more people. And obviously with Nyx coming, having more people playing would be there. So to me, what's good about this year, or what's good, is that maybe this data with all this stuff that they've been doing is going to help us springboard to whatever that next level in development is.
All right. I'm going to hit you again, Griff, with the next question real quick, which is, that's what was best, but what was worst about this year? Oh, okay. That's going to be some spice. There's going to be some spice coming out.
For me,
yeah,
the damned if you do, the damned if you don't for CIG.
Okay.
If the community says stop doing all this stuff and fix the game, and then they say, okay, we're going to fix the game, then they say, where's the stuff? It's I don't know if there's ever a middle ground that CIG can ever. There's going to be some people who are happy, some people who are unhappy, some people who are going to feel like they're doing the greatest. There's some people who feel like they're still taking our money. And it doesn't bother me to a certain degree. I think it's just a certain demographic. Maybe my expectations are that there are people who've been around long enough to know they should know how the rodeo goes. Yeah. And sometimes it's like they keep wanting the rodeo to change, and it's like you're just beating yourself up. This is just part of the journey that we do with this process. And I understand people want to see progress. I don't want to take anything away from people feeling like there's value that they're getting from what they've invested both in time and money and passion. But man, there's some folks out there who just, man, I want them to be happy, man. Yeah. I hate people coming to gaming and they're miserable. I wanted to come to gaming to be happy and have fun and talk with people and share some good stories. And man, when you come in the door and people are just like, just miserable, man. It's like, and I don't want people to be miserable in Star Citizen, but you know, I understand people being passionate, but man, I that's the thing I just hate about how down people get sometimes with this thing. And I sometimes just want to tell people, you don't want to tell people go play something else. I just want to tell people just be happy. You know, don't. It's a game when it's all said and done. You know, I know that sounds like I'm just minimizing it, but it is. It's a game, and to see people like literally, man, to get to put them, have to put them in the psych ward, man. It's it just bothers me. So that's all I got to say about that.
I can go with that. The risk of sounding a little white knight about that. It's like the problem is that my biggest issue is not that CIG is damned if you do, damned if you don't. It's like I feel like CIG sometimes, and this is going to sound insane, so I want people to clip this and use it against me in the future. But I think that CIG is sometimes too open to the community, where like they're listening to the community and then they'll take the information from the community and go, okay, let's listen to this to this part of the community. We think they have the right answer, and then they the next year like, oh well, that community is happy with that. This community is mad, so let's listen to this community. Then the other community that they just listened to doesn't like it, so they get mad, and so they're like playing a hopscotch match between both of these, like, jumping back and forth between both of these matches. And I'm just like, just pick a lane, like just pick something you want to do CIG and just make the game. Like I get understanding having feedback, and having feedback is good, but like having a vision and a goal is better than just whatever the wind blows and wherever people are going. Because I think we can already see that in Star Citizen, where a lot of the best parts of Star Citizen are things that are uniquely CIG. Blend of Chris Roberts games and the old Crusader games and Elite, and you can see the influence of like other games and other genres into the game that Chris and his team are bringing because they're fans of those other genres, and as a result, it creates a unique game. I think it falls down when Star Citizen chases trends. Like CZs are great, but there was a gen trace, and they never finished CZs. Like we should see more CZs and more things like that. So I think it's one of those like, please pick a lane, CIG, and I think they have. Yeah. They have with 1.0. The 1.0 vision is real. Then that can be frustrating though at times when you look at it and go, Axis, what was bad about this year? What was the worst for you about this year?
I'm going to go slightly different from what most of you guys are going to do.
Give me your spicy takes. I know you are famous for your spicy takes, Axis. Let's go.
Paul's going to love me for this one. The lack of Inside Star Citizens.
You went the first one.
And Star Citizen Lives. In other words, information for content creators.
Well, not just content creators.
Like you, and you.
Yeah.
Sorry. Trying to figure out which direction. But for us content creators, it's hard to engage with our community when we have a lack of information. So just like the rest of the people in chat, it's hard for us to deal with a lack of information from CIG. To add to what Griff was saying, when we have a lack of information about what's going on. Basically, what we just had October the 11th was the most information we've had all year, basically. Apart from a couple of things.
It might actually be as long as all of the ISCs we've gotten this year combined. To be fair,
pretty much,
because we've had one ISC a month since February. I want to say March. So, and so it was like, and each of the ISCs are like 20 minutes. So, it's probably a little bit more ISCs than that, but like not that much. Like it's pretty close. CitizenCon Direct may have been around the same amount of time as we had for ISCs. So.
And I knew Paul would like that spicy meatball.
Well, I don't think it's just for content creators. I think the
everybody in general,
but
especially us, because we kind of make a living off it.
I don't, but
jokingly, but
I wish I did.
But it is hard to make content when you have no content.
Yeah. Well, I would argue that there is content, but it was more gameplay content. So a lot of the people who focus on like features and like the development, we kind of felt like we fell in the backseat. I've talked with Tomato about this a lot. We're like this has been a great year for CIG, and it's been an awful year for content creators. Those like our Citizen Central that we did. I don't know if it was on the stream or not. But we talked about it around then. We talked about it before, which I think we talked about it after as well, during as well. Where like this year was very weird because the views and the engagement seems to be down, but the numbers of CIG is way higher. And it's like, as Morphologist says, it seems like CIG has brute forced and outflanked content creators by increasing the number of releases, which means higher numbers of ads, which means that they had higher engagement. So because they're releasing more ads, they're bypassing the content creator sphere in terms of getting information out there, which means they don't have to rely on us as much, which is good and bad. But it's good because CIG does well, but it's bad because those of us who do content and rely on it are like, well, but then most people can do other content like the game itself. So
yeah. I think this has been a transition year. That was my initial thought early in the year, and I did a lot more streaming the events, but even that got tedious. So
yeah,
whatever the word is. I'm so sorry.
All right. Grim, what's worse about this year?
What's worse about this year? Well, I will add on to the first answer. One of the best things I did get to meet Sandy Roberts, and she was really awesome. So I'm gonna add that as one of my cool things that happened. So I'm just gonna put that in. So what was the worst thing this year? So the easiest one for me to say, obviously, is no real big landmark features. Obviously, I personally am interested in Star Citizen for 1.0, not for now. So that's a big blow, but. Instead of focusing on what wasn't there and just focusing on what was there this past year, what was the worst thing about it? For me, it was actually the cadence of content. I felt like all the events were really cool, but they were short and shallow. They were rich, but like the actual gameplay depth was a little shallow. I almost would prefer CIG to move to a cadence where instead of every month, each story content thing lasted about 2 months. That way you could peel a few more onion layers back through those 2 months of play and give yourself a little bit more flexibility. I think even they probably realized that because not every event, but almost every event had to be extended artificially past its like end date because people were battling bugs to finish them. So throughout the entire year, I don't know if other people felt like this, but I have a day job. I'm pretty busy, got a family. So I felt like I was like constantly like under pressure to like get the events done. I would have loved just a little bit longer to do them, like 2 months, 2.5 months, space that cadence out a little bit. I think CIG burned hard and fast this year, which was great. I think that was a great test of the story narrative team and the environment teams and all that stuff. I think that was great. But it did sort of feel like a mad rush through a minefield. Like I almost wonder if we could just slow it down a little bit and kind of soak some of it up a little bit. You know what I mean? And that's me just choosing the worst thing about what was given to us, not the stuff that didn't come to us. You know what I mean? Just of what was put on the plate in front of us to digest. What was the one thing I could pick apart about it? And it was, like I said, probably the cadence. I really enjoyed all the story. I enjoyed a lot of what was there. I almost felt rushed doing it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I've been trying to hold back on my discussions and what I think is good or bad this year because I'm going to be doing this for, I've been doing this for 9 hours and I'll have to be doing it for another, like 15 hours. So I want to keep some things fresh, but I will say there's a lot of things I have mixed feelings about with this year because I enjoy and did not like the narrative sweeps this year. I enjoyed it because it was them taking a stab at the narrative. And I will say, Dr. Yorit is the most engaging character they have created.
and in a way that he's a shadow character that you don't really interact with. You interact with what he has, where he's been, so you can get to know him. It's not required for you to get to know him, but if you get to know him, you get to understand why he's doing things, and you can start pulling out information about what he's doing based off of his logs. And it's one of those interesting things because it's stretched over 2 different locations. So you have to do the Stormbreaker and Onyx. You have to do both of them in order to get the full story. And I'm sure he's going to end up in Nyx at some point, and that's great. The thing I didn't like is that because they haven't really done this sort of content before, they didn't know how to A, make the game function for it, and B, make it engaging. So outside of Dr. Yort's story, it has been the most bland and bad storytelling I have ever seen out of CIG. Because even this event we're doing right now is, I saw someone post it, it's like, here's a guide to how to do this. And it's like, for phase 1 of this next mission, go to location, shoot somebody, get a tablet, come back, turn it in, and then repeat that process 15 times until you get your rewards. And then how do you do it for the other guide? The same thing. Get a mission, go to a place, shoot people, get tablet, return it back, get money. Like it's the same mission over and over again, even if it's couched as different styles of it. And it feels very much like we were using bunker run assets to tell a story. And it doesn't feel like telling a story. It feels like go for missions. And the only thing that kind of elevates it above the average story is that every so often when you turn in your missions, the head of the Frontier Fighters will contact you and be like, F you, like you're killing, I hope you could sleep at night. And it's that kind of stuff. It's, which is good, but I feel like why does this, A, how does this woman get my number? And B, like, why is she contacting me? Like that in a narrative context, that feels like what she should be doing is that should be leading to a decision point where we can choose to fight with the Frontier Fighters, even if their cause is over, like to last stand with them.
Like a remnant or something.
Yeah, like it feels like that's a branching point. And any other storyline, you would like by adding that, you're adding in a little bit of like this is a possibility for you to go to that location. But we know that's not going to happen. CIG's just going to kill them off because I think they were embarrassed by how badly they screwed up the storyline earlier. So that's why it's a mixed thing. Like I love Yort lines. I think the B storyline is more engaging than the A storyline. They even had better stuff like the freight missions, the resource rush.
Resource driving
wasn't just resources. You also do a bunch of different missions, and they're all variety of missions to do the same things. And they were not like reused assets. They were like,
well, you know how they put out that chart every year that shows like the which ship killed the most other ships in PvP this year, this, that, and then it's got all the statistics and numbers. I would love for them to do a chart that shows all the A and B storyline content patches and show how much was engaged in through the various things, like how much was done during resource drive. I'd love to see if it tapered off over the year or if it picked up over the course of the year, if the A storyline was more popular or less popular than the B storyline. I'd love to see what that looks like over the course of a year. You know what I mean? I hope they publish something like that, actually.
I'd love to see that, but I think the overall positive message is they've gotten better. Even this uninspired end to the Frontier Fighters is still better narratively than the beginning of the Frontier Fighters. And while I don't know if this is the case or not, it feels like they decided that they were going to do the B storyline as the lead into the Nyx storyline because they knew it was more engaging. And so they're like, this is more interesting about Dr. Yort and where he's getting all of these Vanduul technologies. Let's run with that. So that becomes the A storyline for the next group. And hopefully the A storyline is better and not just go in, shoot, kill. Like it actually
I'm hoping we find out more about this. Have they even said the name of this group yet? We know.
Oh, no, they haven't said it, but we know the name because it's been leaked. But I'm not going to say it out loud. So
no, I'm not that dumb.
Wait, so Frontier Fighters is a storyline? Huh? I mean, that's my point. It's like it's the most forgettable storyline. Like the end of this one, where it's like you have to face off against. Let me even look up her name. It's at the very. It's on the front page. It's like
Can't think of her
Boyd.
name.
Yeah, Boyd.
Yeah, Boyd. Yeah.
Like Amelia Boyd. It's like, oh yeah, we have to take down Amelia Boyd, and it's like, okay, who is she? We didn't. Like, if we'd have known who Amelia Boyd was, like at the beginning of the fight for Pyro, like the Save Stanton missions, and we heard her talking, and she was like, "This is Amelia Boyd from the Frontier Fighters. You're gonna come join us." And like then when she does the heel turn, you go, "Oh, you're evil." But like Yorit, like people will know Yorit if you pay attention to the missions, so you can kind of get, oh, this is the same doctor from the Stormbreaker missions and the Onyx missions, you know. That's the thing. It's like the only person I remember this whole year is Killy. All right, that's enough of my ranting. Let's go back to I'll ask you, Grim, the next question, which is, did this year live up to your expectations?
I guess that would depend on where I'm taking my expectations from, but
Your
I
personal
honestly,
expectations, you know.
yeah, I would say this. My expectations for the year were set last CitizenCon, which was, or like the 2024 CitizenCon, which was probably the worst CitizenCon to set your expectations because it was
Yeah.
the best CitizenCon
Yeah.
ever. You know what I mean? So fresh off of that, and I mean, I wasn't even there in person, and I'm sure that was even more, crazy. But like just watching everything that was shown, I really walked away from that thinking 2026 was going to be that year that they got over this hill on Star Citizen and just things started rushing in. And perhaps I was being overly optimistic, but because of the pivot to the more content driven stability playability year, for me it did not live up to expectations. Now that's weird to say when I say I probably played more Star Citizen this year than all the other years combined, but yeah, it didn't live up to expectations. I am 100% one of those people that it is not a game to me. I'm waiting. Star Citizen 1.0 is when it will be a game for me.
Yeah.
That is all I'm looking forward to. I actually would be fine if they released one patch a year with just a bunch of feature updates. You know what I mean? I just want them to get to 1.0. So yeah, it was going to be a disappointing year for me once I knew they were pivoting. And I kind of mentally prepared myself for that, honestly, when they did that. What was it? It was soon after IAE, I think, or something like that, where they sort of said, hey, 2026 is going to be a little different, or maybe it was in January. They kind of told
us,
right?
The end of the year that this was going to be different. It was like December or January, where they're like, it was right after they had all done all of this stuff. They're like, hey, 4.0 is out now in preview. Here's expectation setting, you know.
I remember when I read that, it was a little bit of a gut punch. I went on about a 5-day rant in my Discord about how I don't like this. They're just going to fix a bunch of stuff that's going to be broken again when new features come in. Still sort of feel that way. And I remember, I 100% remember sitting in my chair as I'm sitting now, thinking about like upcoming streams and shows I'll do. And I went, man, I'm going to be doing a lot of referencing of CitizenCon 2954 content because I know there wasn't going to be a lot for me to talk about through the year. So, because I really like talking about new features and ships. So, from that standpoint, that it didn't live up to expectations. I wouldn't say it was a bad year. It just didn't live up to my expectations. And, and partly because CitizenCon 2954 was so good. Like, if you're someone waiting for Star Citizen 1.0, of course that's going to be the ultimate CitizenCon because that's the first one they talked about, Star Citizen 1.0.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you ride off of that on such a high. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's probably the answer I'd give.
Axis, your thoughts? Did this year live up to your expectations, your personal expectations?
Gotta echo what Grim said. The high of last year, the excitement of waiting for what Expat's talking about, engineering, numerous other features, quote, on the horizon coming, with 1.0. We knew that 1.0 would be a while. We just didn't know how far down the road. And it's a little disappointing to still be waiting. But, it's part of the game, unfortunately, at this point. I mean, I gotta admit, last year was the first CitizenCon I gave an A+. This CitizenCon, I actually had to give a B-.
Yeah, well, I mean, that makes sense. The CitizenCon couldn't ever live up to any other CitizenCon in person. It just wasn't going to.
It
So,
wasn't even like 2023, which was the last digital, right?
yeah, last digital was 2020, 2022.
2022.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because 2020 we didn't even have
2022.
one.
At 23, we were in LA. 24, we were in the UK.
Because it was 19
Right.
19 was UK, then 2020 I don't think they even had one.
hmm
And then there was 2021 was the first CitizenCon back. It was digital, and then they did another one in 2022, and then they had, you
hmm
know. So
I will say though, this comes with a caveat
Mhm.
for this month upcoming. This is the first year we've had in any capacity 2 solar systems being added in 1 year. Even incomplete. I understand. But understand that is a massive milestone. We're going from one system end of last year at this time. We didn't even have Pyro at this point, did we? This
No.
time last
Nope.
year.
We didn't have Pyro
And now
until
we're going from 1 to
November.
3.
Yeah.
2 jump points, or is it 3 jump points?
3
I
jump
think it's
points.
3.
Yeah.
And 3 systems for now. And the return of an old icon, Levski, for many of you
Preach
in
it.
chat.
Preach it.
Home returns at last.
We're going home,
It
chat.
hurts.
We're going home.
So, I'm so sorry.
No, I like for chat, you have to understand, for those of you who weren't around, Levski was the first landing zone. It was the first landing zone. We did not have any other landing zones before Levski, and they added it into the game because they had it done, because it was supposed to be with the social module. But it was the first time we had a planet you could land on, even though it was technically an asteroid. It was like a tiny asteroid, all that kind of stuff. So it set the expectations for what landing zones could be and would be. And so many, even after we got the other landing zones, people would still return to Delamar because they loved Levski. So when they removed Levski from the game because they were like, hey, it's going to come back. It's just got to go home. It's got to go home to the Knicks. So the reason why so many people are excited about going back to Levski, even if they just release Levski next patch and that's it, people will go make it their home because it's got the aesthetic. It's got the spacer aesthetic of like, you want to live out in the dust ball, but like, it's not bad. No one's shanking each other, but life's hard. But
it's not Ceres Station, thank God.
No, but I mean, it's still got that sort of Ceres Station feel, where it's like
does.
you feel like you're all in it together, sort of thing, rather than being that. So
yeah,
exactly. It feels like you could hear people shouting in Belter Camp at any given time. So, all right, was that it? So did it live up to your expectations?
On that caveat, I will say it's kind of a mixed bag. We kind of have the last 10 months, the build up to this big surprise. And then leading into this year, it's been kind of unpredictable with the patches. We're also getting a preview for engineering, or what is it that's coming? The next preview? Is it engineering?
Yeah, the next one is engineering. That's coming out on Monday.
That's the crazy thing. I mean, we are getting technically engineering before year's end, but it's in
preview.
Tech preview, but it's still better than nothing. So overall, I would rate the year a B. Not a C+, but still better than it could be.
Yeah. Okay. Griff, did the game live up to your expectations this year?
Yeah, I'm a little bit different. Maybe I don't know what my expectations were this year, because when CIG made their announcement, well, when Benoit and Disco talked at the beginning of the year, and they talked about this new cadence and this new process they were going to do for working on bugs and playability and all these other things, I kind of took more of a, well, let's see what this looks like, because we hadn't ever had that as their declaration for where they wanted to move. So I kind of kept expectations limited, I guess you could say. I think the only thing that I was a little bit concerned with, not frustrated with, but concerned with, was that when they talked about the cadence of updates, the concern was whether they could keep up with keeping the game playable and satisfying for people. Because when you're dropping quarterly, it's already tough enough to put stuff live and it's, decently playable. But when you're doing now, instead of every 3 months, but every month, and you're still introducing bug fixes, but also introducing content. Anytime you're introducing content, there's a concern that it's going to affect something else. And so for many players, even though they were excited about new things that were being introduced, they were frustrated because sometimes there were still problems getting into their hangar, or their inventory wasn't right, or elevators were an issue for some people. So in some ways, those things still haunted us, even though we did see some performance improvements. We did see some stability improvements, but there were still some people who they didn't feel that. And so I think that when it comes to expectations, I didn't really have a lot this year, just because they talked about steering the ship a slightly different direction, and I was kind of more open to, okay, let's see how this goes.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's pretty much how I felt about this year.
Like I said, I've been holding off on this, but I'll say Star Citizen lived up to my expectations entirely, for good and bad. I thought at the beginning of this year, once they said, hey, we're going to slow down development, we're going to only focus on content, not really features, I was like, all right, take every feature we thought that we were going to get, throw it out the window. We're not getting it this year. And so we didn't get any features this year, 100%. I expected that. But I know I'm not the average backer because I have a brain problem, and this game I spend way too much time thinking about and working on. So, like doing content for. So I kind of had a better level setting than your average backer, I think, just because of that experience. But I also ironically said, well, content is content, Nix is content. They can add Nix. So up until July, I was like, yeah, they're gonna add Nix. And everyone's like, you're crazy. And I'm like, no, they're going to add Nix. And then after July, when they didn't have any update for Nix, I was like, guys, it's not coming. Dream is dead. Nix isn't coming. We'll get Nix in like a preview patch or something. We'll get like the Nix neighborhood, like a Pyro Playground. But it won't be like the full Nix. We'll just get sort of a preview, and then it'll come in early next year. Was not expecting them to be like, hey, it's coming out next patch. But then when they kept talking, they were like, oh yeah, it's just going to be the Glacier Marine and Levski with Delamar. I was like, so they kind of hit my expectations, it's technical information. So it for good or ill, it hit my expectations of what I was expecting from Star Citizen. I will say that I'm overly enthusiastic. I'm overly enthused about their narrative and how they've been learning to scope the narrative. But everything else, I'm a little bit more, come on, guys. You can do better. More vision variety and such. So somewhere in the between. All right. Griff, next question. Was this year overall a good or bad year for Star Citizen?
It all depends on how you feel. I don't know.
This is your personal opinion. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, personal opinion, I think it was a good year. In spite of the faux pas, I think it was a good year. I'm really curious to see how, at the end of the year, how people feel about this new cadence change, and whether this is something they would like to see them continue doing, or whether people be like, nah, let's go back to the old way, because yeah, I don't know how people feel about this. The way, I think it was about 8 drops this year, 9 drops this year. Is that what it is? Something like
10
that.
Drops. 10
yeah.
Out of 12.
That's a lot. And in light of that, plus them still doing all the annual things that they do, other than the CitizenCon, that was the only thing that really, really changed this year. So I'm curious. So it's a good year, a bad year. To me, it was a good year for them. Of course, their numbers have increased amazingly. We still see the increase in revenue that's coming in. We do see player engagement has gone up. We see that new players are signing up, but regardless of how us old dinosaurs feel, somebody's doing something right in the sense of the business model for this game. It may not be something that the community is happy with, but as far as a business model goes, and based on their numbers, it looks like they may once again exceed their numbers from from last year, which is just simply amazing to me. So from a business perspective,
the news articles on that.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see. But yeah, overall, I would say it's been a good year for them. Not the greatest, not the best, but it's been a good year for them.
Grim, good or bad year?
I think it was a good year, probably from CIG's perspective, and I say that because that's probably the only one that matters right now. Simply because next year, if they are going to hold to next year being the year that Squadron 42 comes out, as I was saying, even last year, they have got to get Star Citizen in a good place where people are enjoying it, because you cannot have every gaming article talking about the release of Squadron 42 with 3 or 4 paragraphs dedicated to how the same company has an MMO out that is unplayable. It's just from a pure marketing standpoint, that would be a disaster. So, I think from that perspective, if the goal was to get Star Citizen in a much more playable state, much more players being engaged, Axis brought up the idea of this another system coming in within a year. There's just a vibe there that, like, the machine is running, things are flowing, people are playing, the numbers are going up. We've seen that with funding too. So all those like little machinations that are happening, I think, are setting themselves up setting CIG up to have a better Squadron 42 launch, because there's other things tied to Squadron 42's launch other than Squadron 42, which is its own thing.
Yeah.
Again, just speaking from someone who's been doing marketing for 25 years, it would be the number one thing on my mind if I was releasing a product like that I've been working on forever. That I've got to get the other project that it's tangentially tied to, that's got to be at least in a somewhat decent state. And I think they did a good job with that. I mean, there was problems, but it was a lot of content. You know what I mean? So I think from that perspective, it was a good year.
Axis, good year or bad year?
Definitely echo what Grim said again. I'm doing that a lot today.
Yeah.
But he is right on the head, right on the money, so to speak. And let's be real, it is about money. Fiscally, you want to have your products be represented in a positive light. Star Citizen doesn't exactly have a great standing in the public eye now, does it, folks?
No.
You want to distance yourself as Squadron 42 way over here from SC. But you want to make sure this is in good shape before you work on this.
Mm-hmm.
And 2026 being the release, that's just how it is. You don't want to leave something a broken mess. Also, what happens if Squadron 42 releases in a broken state, like, I don't know, Cyberpunk 2077?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, throw out that variable. And Star Citizen's playable, and those Squadron 42 players have Star Citizen to play while they get a bug fix going. Some of them may stick around as well to play Star Citizen as well. You never know, right? Yeah. It's kind of a two-edged problem, but there's multiple edges for that.
Well, and just to latch on to something you just said, Axis, I mean, this was brought up in my Discord one time when someone was saying, well, I don't know how much SC will influence the people that are interested in Squadron. Just from, again, going to the marketing promotional standing of it, there's 100% going to be Squadron 42 game packages you can buy that have Star Citizen
attached
items in it.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? 100%. And you can't include Star Citizen items in your Squadron 42 game package that are items you would play in an unplayable game. I mean, it is just bad. It almost doesn't matter how good Squadron is at that point. Star Citizen becomes an anchor. You know what I mean? And I think CIG well aware of that, and that's what they're trying to solve. So
yeah, the Montreal people definitely have latched onto that.
I think it's.
I'm assuming.
I think it's.
And I'm glad they are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think it's important to remember that CIG they have this albatross around their neck, which is Squadron. I do think that people are overemphasizing the amount of influence Squadron has on the development of Star Citizen. I will die on that hill until CIG says otherwise, but every time CIG has opened their mouth publicly, even Benoit said, no, it's not. People are making too much of a fuss about this. It's not the case.
I think, as I always say, Star Citizen, the thing that's delaying Star Citizen is Star Citizen. The things that Star Citizen needs most to improve its gameplay and improve its performance is not related to Squadron. It's related to the content that they have yet to be make. So like, you know, dynamic server meshing, engineering. You know, there are some things in there like Maelstrom and Vulcan, which are in Squadron, which are not in Star Citizen yet. But I don't think those are holding up the game as much as, say, engineering is, because without engineering, we don't have pyro flares. Without or multi-crew gameplay improvements, or fire, or like a lot of those things which are present in Squadron, I'm sure, but they're probably scripted events compared to like the natural events that you'll see in Star Citizen. But it's still important to note that CIG has to focus on what is going to do the best to give Squadron the chance to shine. Because if Squadron does well, Star Citizen will do well. Even if there's not 100% buy-over, the association where people say, CIG, the company that made Squadron 42, wait, the same company makes Star Citizen? How do they make Star Citizen and Squadron 42? These are completely different games. This Squadron 42 is this game that I really enjoyed, and it's really well made and hopefully polished and functions well. And I heard this is a buggy mess. So you want to have that buggy mess ironed out to a degree that by the time Squadron releases, people will give Star Citizen a second chance. And I think the numbers don't lie. CIG has dramatically increased the number of people who are just signing up for Star Citizen. I talked about this earlier, but I saw a video from a content creator called Percival. He's not a Star Citizen content creator, but he did a video that says, give me 8 minutes to change your mind about Star Citizen. And he did not pull punches. He was like, Star Citizen is a broken, buggy, Philistine of a mess. It's hard to follow. There's a difficulty cliff. But then he said, like, but I interacted with some people got me out, and I started working with people, and I started to see what this game's potential is and how it feels. Not even potential, but like how it feels. And maybe it'll never be finished. Maybe they'll never fix all these problems, but you'll never get a feeling like you did when you were a kid first playing playing games like you will playing Star Citizen. Because it's not a game that's going to Skinner box you to death. It's a game that's focused on trying to get you immersed and engaging. And I think
one thing
he's a brand new character. He bought the game this year, so like he's a brand new player, and so that's sort of the indication that CID is doing well. And so I was just kind of more backing up Axis in that, like, I think Star Citizen had to do what it did this year to help Squadron, and now it has to continue in the future to build that momentum to not only help Star Citizen but also help Squadron. So
yeah. And one thing I would add to something you said, Paul, I think, and I hear this a lot, in my community. There's all those people that will say, Squadron has just really held Star Citizen back. It's been the thing that has made, and I think it's sometimes easy to forget though that there's probably on the other side of that argument, there's probably a lot of places where Star Citizen has been made better purely from Squadron 42's development. We've seen that a little bit with that patch drop that you brought up, Griff. What was it earlier in the show? When we got things like the new star map and stuff like that. But like when some of those Squadron assets come up, but just other underlying technologies that we really don't see that aren't the sexy new technologies that feature stuff that they bring out, just like back end stuff. It really does go both ways. I have a good friend. I have a lot of friends in the game industry. One of my good friends is a director at Rockstar, and we talk about Star Citizen a lot. And we constantly talk about the parallels. It's a very similar situation there, and a lot of people don't think about this. They're doing the same thing right now, where you're actually developing two AAA products, because they're doing GTA 6 and GTA Online, the next version. So you're developing two products, one single player, one multiplayer, under one house with the same development team. You're crossing a lot of technology. There's a lot of cross pollination there. It is very, very complicated. And so when I look at CIG's timelines and all that stuff, nothing's ever shocked me. But just going back to Squadron's release next year, it's a purely a marketing thing to me, and a smart marketing thing. You need to focus on marketing sometimes when you're selling when you're selling product.
Yep.
So I think that's why it felt like such an abrupt pivot,
Yeah.
because they're like, okay, we need to get our shit together. You know what I mean?
Well, it's also important to remember server meshing. CIG came out with server meshing, and I think CIG said, hit the brakes, let's slow down, let's work on it. I understood the
That's a great
context,
point.
but I also agree with you, with you, Griff.
We went
with you.
from
Go ahead.
100 players,
Yeah,
which is very low numbers, and now we're cruising toward 1,000. Which who here plays World of Warcraft?
I haven't been a while
At all,
yeah.
or any of the big MMOs. They typically have servers of 500 or more.
Yeah.
Now we're approaching large MMO server rooms that will attract those hungry MMO players that actually want to spend hours in this game. Because now that the servers are getting more and more stable, as more and more stuff rolls out, more of these MMO junkies, sorry, not going to apologize, will actually jump on board and actually come in and play. And I'm thinking that's where the subscription service will come in. I hate to say it.
We'll see.
It's going to have to happen.
Don't say it.
Let's move on to the last question, and I'll start with you on this one, Access. What do you believe will be in Star Citizen next year?
Okay, what will be in the year next year? Okay, we're going to go with what we kind of know.
Okay.
We're getting some level of engineering, possibly through the
tech demo?
Tech demo, most of probably Nyx over the course of the year. We may get a Castra preview late in the year. I would say it's too presumptuous to say it would be at IAE. They'll be too busy with Nyx. Because Nyx, even though I want to say throw it out for Invictus because military system.
I don't know about that.
Military.
Yeah.
Military event. It would make sense. It'd make too much sense, Paul.
Oh yeah.
But
I don't. Yeah, that's a really quick turnaround though to do Castra within like literally 6 months of Nyx coming out. Like, that
I mean, that's too hopeful.
Yeah.
But I could see November next year, possibly to see 2 planets, a star, maybe the basic structure for Castra.
I mean, I'm gonna take the bold statement. I'm gonna take a very bold step, and I'll say we will see Castra in game next year. They will have Castra released in game at the end of next year.
I agree.
Especially the way that they're releasing Nyx. Like, Castra is literally 2 planets in a landing zone. That's it. They'll add more, but like that's the base unit.
Yeah. That's the blank slate. Yeah.
So like there's if Nyx is probably going to be complete by the next year, we're gonna see Castra probably come out in a similar 1 or 2 missions, a couple things here and there, the landing zones there, and then they'll flesh out the more content around the system as they go through the 2027 roster. Because I mean, CIG has been said internally, at least mentioned, they wanted to release the 1.0 in 2027 or 2028, and so they're going to have Castra in by the end of next year, and probably Terra by 2027. So
I'm going to give. With that being said, I'm also going to view into my crystal ball for CitizenCon 2026 and say we're going to get an update on Terra.
Okay.
Possibly, at the very least, Terra. We're going to see some sort of update sometime over the course of 2026. Other things we might see, the Kraken is in progress, the Hull B. This is Star Jump Grimm's favorite subject. What else we got? Grimm being worked on. The Raylan, I believe.
We got the Ironclads. Those are going to be a big deal. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a number of ships. One of the big ones I think that everyone will be keeping an eye on will be to see if John Crew is able to hold to something he mentioned, which is that maybe the BMM starts back production into next year.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to pay attention to that one. So yeah, it's a lot going on in that kind of department.
The Pioneer is also being worked on. I don't think we're going to see it before 1.0.
Okay.
Too few systems to land claim yet.
It's got a lot of dependencies, that ship.
Yeah, feature development. Some people have mentioned maybe they're going to rehash the land claim system to a degree.
Do you think it's going to happen next year, though?
Tomato said something about the planets might get bigger. I don't know why.
Oh, there's some rumor that's going around that they said they're going to increase the size of planets. I don't know why that would be the case, though.
Yeah, because on the other hand, they've said multiple times there's plenty of space on the existing planet for like millions of outposts or whatever. So I don't see that happening, but I think the bigger question on planets is when are we going to start to see this thing they talked about, which is like the thing that populates planets with locations like automatically. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Axis, anything else you think we're going to see next year?
Some level of base building, possibly.
Taking a bold stand.
Possibly, that's a bold assertion.
Yeah, that is a bold assertion. I like your optimism.
I'm going to say not the big stuff. I'm going to say the Grav Cart and maybe the Atlas platform vehicle. I don't think the TAC version, the Star Lancer, will be ready. Anything else you want to throw out, Paul, that you think might be related to that? Maybe the work on the Arastra might start, because we're getting asteroids that are really, really
I would
big.
be very surprised if the Arastra wasn't in the consideration next year, considering they just said that Nyx is a huge mining thing, that they're going to work on that. I wouldn't be, especially with the release of the Paladin, not the Paladin, the Perseus. Like they're already working on the Kraken, so the team that was working on the Perseus, and I know it's not exactly that, people shift around, but we could see some changes here and there, and I think Arastra would make logical sense as hey, we're doing a lot of mining, maybe we should do the Arastra. The only thing that would hold back the Arastra is it also has refining, so I don't know if they'd have refining capabilities done by then. They probably could have. I don't know. So,
yeah.
Galaxy's after the Perseus, but Galaxy also needs refining. So,
and to be fair, they actually never said the Galaxy was coming after the Perseus.
Yes, they said
they were going to do the Perseus after the Polaris, and then they kind of didn't say anything.
Yeah,
else.
They said that they were going to wait on the Galaxy, and I think they may have messed themselves up, because they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna turn the Galaxy into a base builder, and then when John Crew's like, it's not gonna be a base builder, and everyone lost their minds, like, okay, no, it's gonna be a base builder. And it's like, okay, so now we're gonna have to reconcept the Galaxy because we promised a base builder, and now they have to figure that out. So they're probably like, not maybe reconcepted, but they're probably waiting until they can.
I'd like to ask John Crew if the Galaxy has a bit of a stink to it to him now.
Yes,
because that ship is now constantly bubbling up as like the problem child ship.
Yeah, I will say the Arastra to me looks like it could have a variant for salvage. The way it looks, like the open part in front underneath the bridge, you could have a scraper beam. Oh, I love that cup, by the way.
I just saw Texas Space Navy in chat, so I thought I'd hold up my Texas Space Navy mug that I'm drinking out of.
We've got I always forget his name. Mud Dog. Yeah, he's going to be on the captain's table a little later. He's going to be on a later one. So.
Hey, Mud Dog.
I'm a big fan of Texas Space Navy. I've always promoted them as a content creator group that it's an organization, but it's an organization group that like I don't think CIG's ever reached out to, and I'm like, why not? They've been around forever.
They should. Solid group. Yeah. And they got really nice mugs. That's all I'm gonna say. Really nice mugs.
Hey, we have a CIG representative in chat right now.
Wow, I don't know if Elfian can really. I don't think that's their department.
We also have C Daddy in chat too, and that's more C Daddy's department, but not even.
Yeah, but like I was saying, Grim, do you think the Arrestra might have a salvage variant maybe down the road? The way it's designed.
I hope so. I mean, I love the Arastra, the way it looks and the way it functions and all that stuff. I'm desperately looking for that next larger salvage ship because I love salvage gameplay. So I would love if they did that. I know they've talked about a orange salvage ship, so maybe it's going to be an Argo thing. But I do think the Arastra. I think any ship over like 60 meters should have variants because they're kind of a large project for the ship teams to take on, and you might as well exploit that work that's going on with it and make a couple variants to spread the love a little bit in terms of just monetization of that ship. So I've always been one where I actually don't love the variants on the small ships. I wish the big ships had variants. It would make more sense to me.
Oh, C Daddy saying who's my saying? Oh, we have now 2 CIG members noted CIG members in chat, because I know there's a couple of CIG members in chat who don't use their CIG tags who are hanging out. So, but yeah. Oh gosh, what was I going to say? I just want to pause for a moment and thank Nick at Night for donating $500.
Whoa!
We have
awesome.
We have raised $2,080.
Nice, Nick.
So remember,
that's awesome.
That's great. Thank you so much for that, Nick. So the goal is, the total goal is $4,000, because that means that the Star Citizen community has funded an entire cart for the Gamers Outreach folks. So we could say that we helped out an entire hospital of kids just with our donations. So
that's awesome.
So and when we reach the goal, I will be giving away the what I think is the best thing that CIG's done in a while, which is the new. They've been doing these every patch. They do a specific like themed package where it's like a starter pack, but it comes with an armor piece and a gun. And the one they did this time is the Avenger. So it's the Avenger Titan with armor and a gun for $55, and it's like, as a game package, it's like, but the sold right there. That is one of the best starter packages you can get at the moment. And
that's what I started with.
But I mean that combo with all of that FPS gear, for that price, that's amazing. So we'll do that one and give that away if when we reach our 2,500 goal, and we'll finish this giveaway. So anyways,
I'm gonna pass this on to the next person.
Yeah, I was gonna say Griff. Let's do Griff. Griff. Your expectations for next year.
You guys said everything.
Do you agree with everything, though?
Yeah, I'll say, can I shift just a little bit? Because the last stuff you guys said is stuff I agree with. These are the things that I would like to see next year. Okay. And I mean, I'm saying these because I'm hoping these things help complement the direction of where CIG says they want to go over the next year. So one of the things I know that they said was in production was the Hull B. I've been waiting on that since the Hull A came out, because it's in that middle spot at 384 SCU. So I'm excited to see that. I don't know if that's going to be an IAE thing or a thing for next year. I don't know how far along there. Maybe Grim, you have some insight on the Hull B. I agree with your prediction of next year of Castra. So I'm actually excited to see Castra possibly come in next year. Crafting. An expansion on crafting and seeing that move. We just saw the new crafting, what was the little cart that's been modified now so that we can start doing whatever that next tier level of crafting is. Engineering, expanding into engineering further on this year. Hopefully that will start to create better multiplayer gameplay for people who have multi-crew ships. Player inventory 2. We keep seeing those images, and I think everybody's excited to seeing the next rendition of the UI for the player inventory. And I think that's important. And then I think to couple with that, CIG has hinted toward the ship inventory. They've been talking about the armor sets and things like that. So I really want to be able to put armor in armor lockers and things of that nature and start moving toward getting the backpack off and things like that. The 2 extras I'm going to toss in here, though, are 2 that you guys pushed back on a little bit on. One of them is the Expanse. I would really love to see the mining loop close out where refining gets put into the hands of players, and that ship has been like lost in the dust. And so I think that CIG is trying to talk about this stuff with mining over in Nyx and everything else. It would be so cool if they introduce player refining and we get something to start there before we even get to the Arastra, before we get to the Galaxy, but start getting that refining gameplay going. And then I am going to push back on the Galaxy a little bit. I know that they haven't talked about it, but their RSI family was tied to the Polaris, Perseus, and then Galaxy. But I know modularity is a factor with that. But I would love to see that ship close out that RSI loop and to go to Grimm's favorite loop, which is the Drake loops next, with going to the Ironclad, and then moving toward the what's that big monster? Kraken. The Kraken. So
at that point,
those are
just add Magnus system into the mix while we're talking about
there
it.
we go. Might as well, right? I mean, it's the holes there, the jump points there. We might as well just put that system in. Which
I joke about
I
going
always
home
kept
to
hoping
Levski.
for. I mean, once they put it in there, I kept saying, well, they put it in there. Of all the ones they put in, let's just go. It's not like it's a big system, you know. But maybe they'll surprise us, Grim. You know, sometimes they drop stuff and they don't say anything, which would be an amazing thing for them to do because Magnus ain't that big. It could happen. So those are my wishes that I hope that they could implement because they would help round out a little bit more. There is one more thing I'm going to say that they haven't talked about in a while, and they did it when they put out the new station designs. We saw them touch on that thing about bounty hunting, where they put in the military things at the bottoms of the LEOs.
Yeah.
And I would love for them to introduce, for people who want to do bounty player PvP stuff, where you got to put people in the casket and push them in there and all that stuff. I would love to see that. I don't think it's going to happen next year, but I would love to see that game loop. I want to see some more game loops open up. I'm not looking for more ships and stuff. I want to see the game loop. I want to see the refining open up. I want to see bounty hunting open up. I want to see those areas that we've been talking about for a while. Those are the things that really excite me.
Wasn't there a video that came out a while back of the 5-star? He was doing a Shadow Notes release, and they put the bounty hunting V2 pods prematurely in the game, the assets, and they were actually usable.
Yeah.
But they pulled it out.
The assets are still there. If you go to Onyx, all of those assets are there in Onyx. You can actually see them.
Are you serious? They are?
Yeah. So if you go to the elevators, like at one of the places where you're leaving the elevators, you can actually see a bunch of the pods stacked up. Like if you're leaving, when you leave the fight in and against the Orlandi, when you're exiting that, if you look around, there's the aliens reference that they've taken away, which was a baby Valakar bursting out of the chest of some guy in a pod. But that pod is the bounty hunting pod. It's like it's been in the game for a couple, but it's just you can't interact with it. But it is like an asset. It's a prop rather than an asset.
That's insanity.
Grim, anything else you wanted to add about what you think we might see next year?
I've got a short list of stuff I hope we see next year. So I'll say that I don't think we're going to get much on Castra at all. I would love to. Castra is what I kind of consider like the system my character will be, in and the most and setting up shop. But I think with Genesis, sort of sounds like it's coming to maturity here as we're about to get, they're working on Nyx 1, I think, with that. I think the majority of the year, the locations team is going to be focused primarily on filling Nyx out, but also and maturing the Genesis tech. But also, I think we're going to see some Stanton refocus as well. I am pretty convinced we're going to see some of those planets get a glow up because they're starting to show their age too. So I could see them seeing how they can apply that tech to Stanton. So I think that'll happen. From a ship standpoint, obviously I'm all about the Kraken and Ironclad, of course, but what I hope to see is I really hope we see DefenseCon turn into a bigger thing next year. CIG kind of hinted to it last year when we didn't have a DefenseCon. They said that next year it'll be back bigger and better than ever. What I'm hoping is DefenseCon gets broken out into a multi-day event as well, where it's all the manufacturers that do not have any UEE Navy representation. So I could see Gray's Market being there, Drake, maybe some other manufacturers, Mirai, I don't know
about.
That'd be cool.
Maybe some we don't. I just think that'd be kind of cool and kind of different, kind of like a punk rock version of Invictus, and they could turn that into a thing. So that'd be really cool. I do think the Ironclads are coming at DefenseCon. I'm excited, just a minor thing, but I'm kind of excited for it. I'm excited for repair, rearm, refuel coming to the ships with hangars. That's kind of a weird little feature that I'm excited for.
That also translates to your Ironclad Assault.
It does. It does. And the Kraken and several others. One of the things they show that I'm excited about for next year that I'm expecting we will see, and I think we'll see a focus on it, is they talked about the system-to-system cargo missions. I'm excited to see more missions in general that are, especially if Nyx is coming in, that are system to system to system that kind of require a lot of that traversal movement. I think could be really exciting. And then ultimately, the gameplay loop that is the one I'm going to do in 1.0, my big focus will be base building. But before we get there, I think we have to see two things come online that are almost dependencies of base building, and that would be crafting and resource management. We know bases use resource management, and we know that base building is essentially crafting on steroids. So I'm really expecting to see some tier 0 level type crafting stuff come in next year, and obviously the resource management stuff come in, but not just come in, but like playing against each other. You know what I mean? So all these things we've been talking about, refining, quality, all that, quality levels of materials and stuff, sort of coming together to form the system that will be base building in the future. So I would really love to even just see the seeds of that planted this year. So resource management, and which is a little different than just pure engineering. Engineering is obviously how we tap into it on some level, but resource management in terms of just how rooms operate, being able to vent atmospheres and all that kind of stuff, that applying to ground locations as well. Just because I know when that milestone is crossed, I feel like all the dependencies are there for base building. You know what I mean?
I like that.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, ultimately, it's going to be it's a weird year for expectations too. I'm not trying to get myself too hyped up because it's yet another year that playability really needs to kind of be a focus with Squadron coming out. But it's also on the flip side of that, you don't want a year where you feel like no new features have come out, because that kind of feels like it's like we were able to shoulder that for a year. That was fine. But I think CIG next year, and it looks like they're on track for this, we need to get at least 1 or 2 new features that land in the game that they can promote, as a positive. I do think that'll be engineering. That's going to be one of the main ones. I think that's coming. So if they can get 2 of those next year, I think that would be great.
One
Can
thing
I add one to my list? Can I add one to my list that I completely forgot about? I don't know how I forgot this one. I want to see ArcCorp 2.0 so badly. My home needs a rework. So I need ArcCorp to step up its views and get that tech in for ArcCorp. I know that that's a big issue because ArcCorp's what we have of ArcCorp now is not the lore. And Paul, maybe you can give some insight to, are they going to actually do the lore ArcCorp where it has biomes, or do you think they'll kind of remain with the whole mega planet thing? But I would love to see ArcCorp get its due.
They'll do biomes, I think. Y'all are far more optimistic than I am, honestly. But because the big thing is oceans. Like there's oceans on ArcCorp that are supposed to be there.
Right.
And I think some mountains which exist, which they build around.
Probably some forests and stuff, but not as much as other planets.
Right.
I think the big thing is whatever they do to make the cities of Terra will be the tech they use to make ArcCorp 2.0. Because every other place, like Sherman is a military base, so it's not going to have like the kind of tech you need for like a big sprawling city. But there are like 5 cities at the top of my head in Terra, which are major metropolitan areas: Prime, New Austin, Kazi,
Nova
Kiev, yeah, and then
Nova Kiev.
I want to say there's another one, I'm blanking on it, but I know there are several cities that have been mentioned in lore, which are important cities, and so we're probably going to see like multiple landing zones on one planet, because it is just like Earth, it's going to have multiple landing zones, and as a result, they're going to have to develop a technology that makes it so they can build large buildings quick, like they did with ArcCorp. And so whatever technology they build for Terra will be applied to ArcCorp, which is why I don't think we're going to see Stanton get a huge glow up next year. I think we'll see it. We'll see, like next year we'll see Castra, but we'll also see Microtech. So like Microtech and Castra will be worked on together. So Microtech can get updated, and then Castra will be updated. Then we're working on Terra, then they'll work on ArcCorp, and then once they have those done, they can do like Hurston, because Hurston is the least amount that needs help. It's fine. It's not great.
Yeah,
but it's
it got the update. But it got the update though. It got a little fine tuning. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, guys, to add to both your conversation, the industrial works and the depths. The reason it's not at ArcCorp right now and it's going to be in Levski instead is because of this.
Yeah.
Because they shifted it. They realized it'd be so much work to instance it underneath the current code, probably, because you're going to have to replace the entire planet. It's old code, right?
Yeah, they don't want to build something into that with that architecture and then have to rebuild it again. So
yeah.
Whereas with Levski, it's built in there. So
that may also be why the building interior stuff is on hold for now too.
Yeah. All right. I think we're gonna call it there because we need to take a quick break, and we're running a little bit behind, but we got plenty of time to take questions from the audience. If you have a question, make sure you ask it in chat. Make sure you put a brackets question. Try to hold on to it until we come back from break, because the question bot's currently broken, so I'm gonna have to like scour through the chats, both chats, to find them. It's not too bad, but because most people have been doing it pretty reasonably. But so far, thank you so much to Griffin. Make sure you check out Soul Citizens, check out Axis0096 on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and all these other places, and check out StarJump.sc, and also check out StarJump Grim on Twitch and YouTube, right? Or is it just Twitch?
Twitch and YouTube.
Twitch and YouTube.
Yep. StarJump_Grim.
And for those of you, just a quick update. We have currently, we still have $2,080 raised for charity, and we're currently doing a giveaway on Twitch. So !1 giveaway will get you a link to that to get you into that. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Thank you for watching. And we're back with the question and answer session with Grim, Griffin, and Axis. We've raised so far again $2,080, raising for Gamers Outreach.
Nice.
So we've got this next milestone is we've got about $420 left. Ooh, 420. Left to go. I am already starting to slip into madness because I have been streaming for 10 hours, 10 and a half hours. So I'm not even halfway through. We've got, gosh. I still
You
have.
know what it is? You're getting older, Paul. You're getting older. That's what it is. It's catching up with you.
I'm also doing the smart thing and responsible thing is I'm eating good meals and I'm drinking lots of water and I'm getting up and walking around between stuff because I cannot
Good
sit
man.
down for this long.
Yeah.
So.
Nope. Good man.
But I am almost 40 years old, so yeah, I definitely need to to be moving.
I am 40.
Yeah. So, the first question we'll pull up. Look at YouTube, see if there's any YouTube questions.
Mm-hmm.
No YouTube questions that I can see. Someone just popped it in there. Socially confused. Okay. Question: is the Air and Halo still planned? Yes. Ooh. Yes, I think it is. Last we heard.
I hope so.
The reason why it's important to know
so
is that
too.
I think the oh gosh, what is it called?
The gates.
Not the gates. It's the quantum the quantum jump system itself is physicalized, and that's still planned to be physicalized.
Oh, the quantum boost.
Not just quantum boost, but quantum jumps as well are now going to be you'll be blocked by physical items. So like you couldn't now, you know how now you can sort of like jump through stations even though you're not supposed to. It's like now the future you have to kind of move away, and so because you have to move away, you won't be able to jump through the Air and Halo belt because it'll be too much.
Oh, okay.
So you'll have to either go above or below it. That's why the stations are there.
So be closer to Star Wars, like Mass Shadow.
Yeah, kind of like that. All right. Next question comes from Rough Gaming Com, who asks, with the Kraken showing an update in the past week and receiving Nix in November, do you think it's too much of a stretch to get a Kraken for Christmas? Not this year.
I could probably answer that.
Go ahead, Grim.
So I talked to a little birdie who talked to the person who is leading the team on the Kraken. And as of CitizenCon, what I heard, as of CitizenCon, it's only really been in deep production for about 2 weeks. So I think it's a long way off, unfortunately. I think it'll be put together pretty quickly. But I, at the soonest, think it's IAE next year, and that's the soonest.
Yeah. No, I agree. They say 12 to 18 months, right? Is every ship, and they get faster at making them the more they make it. So
yeah. Expat says Kraken confirmed this year by me. Yep,
yes,
absolutely.
By CIG Sergeant Gump.
Don't worry, I called CR. He was in total agreement on my ideas.
Yeah, I think we could see Kraken for Christmas 2026. We could also see Kraken for a Defense Con in 2027. That seems more realistic to me. You know.
Yeah.
Like
I don't think we'll see it for Invictus. No.
I will say that the kits, these sort of manufacturer kits that are going into the game files now, which me and BMXCO have looked through quite a bit, and honestly, with several new updates recently, new manufacturer kits have dropped into the files, and those kits contain everything like corridors, stairways, doors, seats, like all these like boilerplate parts and pieces sort of stuff. Drake has a pretty extensive one. So what I do think is going to happen is you're going to see the white box phase of the Kraken probably take longer than a white box phase normally does. And I think that's because they'll be using more defined pieces. But if anyone who's followed the Ironclad development, one of the things they've talked about in the PU monthly reports is that they've been it seems like they've been spending a lot of time getting the flow of the ship right, like the internal flow. And again, I think that's probably because they're working with actual kit pieces now and not just blocking out rough geometry. And what I do think that's going to lead to significantly better inside flows for all ships. And I think the Kraken will, because the Drake kit is so big, it's actually, I think, one of the biggest. I think it'll benefit heavily from that. So
The one downside of that is that a lot of ships are going to look the same. There'll be a lot of
That's true.
similar looking ships.
That's true. You're going to see a lot of commonality across certain parts and pieces for sure.
So you're going to lose a lot of identity, but it should retain the identity of the manufacturer. It's kind of like why CIG has been doing a lot of chassis upgrades, like the Comet or the Meteor and the like all of those Saber upgrades they did last year, Saber versions.
Yeah.
So
the idea would be that while there's those parts that have a lot of commonality across from ship to ship within the same manufacturer, hopefully that means CIG will make the special areas of those ships that much more special because they don't have to design the common areas like corridors every time. We'll have to see, but hopefully that's sort of what comes out from these kits. And then obviously just being able to plug through giant ships quick. I mean, yes, the Kraken is in development. It's a 270-meter long ship. It is a very big ship, but CIG's also recently talked about battle cruisers. So, there's even bigger ships that are being imagined here, and we're going to need stuff for our space station dry docks to build. So, the only way they're going to get through those monsters is with these kind of production. So,
yep. It does also leave the option, and I'm not going to entertain this, but I am going to say it's not impossible in a distant 2.0 or like beyond features, like well after all 100 systems are in the game, which is what No Man's Sky got recently, which is it's be able to build ships from kits on your own.
Right.
If they use these kits appropriately, they could build out sections like you see in Starfield or in No Man's Sky where you could build your own ship.
Well, in a way, it becomes just a system not too different than modularity, like Endeavor modularity. You know what I mean? It's really that. It's just connecting pre-built, defined pieces together. You know what I mean? Obviously, it just depends on how expansive they can make a system like that. But I think the first iteration of that we'll see will be things like switching engines out, so like non-room components, non-room modules. But I agree with you. I think it could come for sure.
Yeah. All right, I'll move on to the next question, which is, where's the biggest, baddest worm?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Lord.
I could tell you, but it would be a TOS violation.
So many one-liners here.
Yeah, we don't know if there are any minors in chat, so
it shouldn't be. It's against the TOS. We don't want to have any people who can dig underground in my class in my
Paul, you might know this better, but if we look at the different biomes, a lot of times like Arctic animals are like really big, like polar bears and stuff. So maybe it's the Arctic worm that we've yet to see that's going to be the biggest. I don't know.
Well, it's also important to note that CIG,
the ice worm,
CIG has definitely and probably will continue to take like the Valacar and make not only variants of the Valacar but also other worms like the Yormandi. So clearly they took the Yormandi as just the Valacar they squished and then they added some different like the animations are similar. Like they definitely modeled it, used it as the base. So, but
and the Yormandi was something that Sean Tracy told us at at Quantum Vegas. He told us on the Bar Citizen. He's like, the next worm is water based, and sure enough, there it was.
So, we've got plenty more worms to go, especially since there's different versions. But yeah, hold on. The real answer was the Astropub, but he's very modest. I'm just gonna try to save everyone's ego there, expat. That's all. Make sure
on that question though, Paul, maybe you're the best one to answer this. I don't know, or maybe someone else on the show knows. Do we know what the biggest fauna is in lore, or that they've talked about? Would it be like the space whale? Or
it's probably the oh gosh, what are they called? Stormwall. It's probably Stormwall.
The storm walls, right? Okay,
But
is that probably the biggest then?
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen some of the other critters that they've concepted and even like modeled, like the blind oni crab, the Xiphopod, which is supposed to be all over Lorville and Hurston. It's the one that they showed off when they first showed off Lorville, when you saw those little like floating bags, that had crazy teeth.
The floating brains.
Yeah. And then of course you've got the boreal stalker and you've got the whip crab, and like those are all like, but like the Xiphopod is a pretty simple animal. It's a scavenger, so it's actually pretty harmless, and it just sort of flees around, but it just sort of floats
basically
there.
feeds floating floatism.
Yeah.
And tasty too, by the way.
What's
Yeah,
that?
it tastes like chicken.
Oh yeah. They eat them. A lot of people eat them
Yep,
because
they eat 'em.
because they're easy to hunt because they're stupid. They're like really stupid seagulls. They can eat anything and will eat anything and gather in large groups, but they're incredibly
Hurston
invasive.
actually, I think it's in the lore. Lorville hires people
to hunt them,
to not only hunt them but to feed the underclass, because A, they're a good food source, and B, they're an invasive species, so it's beneficial for both parties.
Did they say that the Etsikon, the biggest creature, was in Castra? No, I don't think they said anything like that. But all right, next question comes from Axis, who asks, will we see other corvettes or frigates, etc., class ships from other manufacturers? I still remain vigilant and still believe in true belief that we will see a Anvil corvette, an Anvil answer to the Polaris, sort of a complementary ship. Whereas the Polaris is more DPS and speed. I think the Anvil will be more slow, armored, but heavy weapons.
Shields.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So
I think I guess it depends too on how you're using the classification. Like if the classification is just a purely size category, I mean, it's almost certain we're going to get extremely large cargo and industrial ships at some point. Again, we've seen that large cargo or large industrial ship, I should say, in the squadron thing gameplay that looks like it's Consolidated Outland. So if it's just a size thing, I 100% think we will. If it's straight up military stuff, I would sort of lean towards the lore and look at, I guess there's really, on a large ship sort of standpoint, is there only two manufacturers that are really getting contracts now?
Yeah.
Anvil and
Anvil
RSI,
and RSI.
technically? Do you think Aegis is on a redemption tour though?
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
think that they would start getting picked up again?
They're on a redemption arc, yes. But the problem with that is that both narratively and I think conceptually, the Aegis would have a different style in the 2900s than it did when it produced the Idris and the Javelin. That's sort of the the Idris is called what's called the phase 1, and the Javelin is called the phase 2, because like a new
So whatever
CEO,
would come out now would be the phase 3.
probably it'd be like sort of the post Mezer era like designs, and so it would look so different. And I think that's practically would look different just because the artists who are at CIG now would want to use the art designs from somebody who's no longer at the company anymore, who made these things 15 years ago or whatever, to produce new ships. So they'd have to come up with new styles, which
I'll
requires.
also raise another manufacturer that may be a wild card. Consolidated Outland has a lot of money from its capital owner.
Yeah.
They can make capital ships. And remember, Bremen is Space Texas. They get it right nearby.
Yeah, they could easily produce them, and they like to produce some ships for things. I could see Silas Kerner, the
being contracted to
not even
produce
being
something.
contracted. He'll do it on his own, and then find a way to try to sell it to the UEE, because that's the kind of guy he is.
Oh, they may buy it off wholesale because they'll be like, "Hey, this is
It's already
good,
done."
it's cheap, but it works."
So I have a quick question to ask you guys on this topic, and maybe Paul, it's a lore question, and maybe Grim, it's a tech question. One of the things that I had asked Grim when we asked him to come to Quantum Vegas, his original plan was that he was going to, in real time,
build the ship,
present an option with the audience, a capital ship for Anvil. With the Anvil having the contracts, why haven't we seen the cap after all this time? I mean, people have been asking for one.
I can explain.
What's the deal that we have not seen one or gotten one?
So, in lore, and also I think practically, just in terms of like the design, the lore reason is Aegis was the only manufacturer that produced Navy ships for like 400 years or 200 years, and that became, oh great, we better keep Aegis happy, because if Aegis decides to have a grumpy fit and go away, then all of our capital ships, all of our ships, not just capital ships, all of our vehicles are no longer able to be made, and we're going to have to find some other manufacturer to even service these vehicles. And so when the Mezers fell, and they were like, we have this big fleet of Aegis ships, and we don't like Aegis because they worked actively with this dictator, but we have to keep them alive, because if we don't keep them alive, we will die because of invasion or other problems. You know,
there's a fleet.
we need to keep the fleet serviced. So they wanted to move away from that mono corporation that's making everything, and so
they just went with Anvil for the smaller ships, but not on the cap, and that was it.
For the larger ships. But I think it's also because Anvil at the time was a smaller manufacturer. They had just gotten started, and so RSI had been making capital ships since the dawn of the UNE, since the humanity first left the stars, or first left Earth. You know, so they have the facilities to build them, so it was pretty easy. I think now it's you're seeing RSI start to build, you know, combat ships for the Navy, and you're starting to see the Anvil build bigger ships. So they're both starting to build inside of each, like mimic
which
each
explains
other.
why they do things like the Liberator, which was a transport for those type of fighters and things of that nature, but nothing on a bigger scale.
And I think
and
I think the practical reason is because they already had a bunch of kit. They had the Bengal kit, they had the and they're building out the Polaris kit. So it just makes a lot of sense to use those kits that they've already built to build more and RSI, big RSI ships. They don't have that for Anvil. Like the closest thing they have is the Carrack, and the Carrack kit is old.
And we presume, Paul, maybe you know this from a lore standpoint better, or maybe Axis you do, but from a lore standpoint, I'm assuming that those quote unquote Bengal variants, those cruisers and stuff, are RSI.
Almost certainly.
Right?
Almost certainly.
Like design language is dead on RSI.
Yeah, it wouldn't be like RSI and another manufacturer. Why they
No.
just make it themselves?
They
I
make
would
it
imagine.
themselves.
So
I imagine it's a technology share, kind of like how they did the Apollo technology program after the Apollo program, where they still used parts of the Apollo rockets because they had.
I mean, like
left
the
over.
SLS stuff, how it's all rocketized and
Yeah.
all that other stuff conglomerated together.
Yeah. I think they basically built the Bengal and were like, what can we do with this technology we just developed? Let's make
It's leftover stuff we have.
Yeah, let's see if we can turn this into a mini carrier and a mini, combat ship, a mini cruiser. So
I think the only one that really sticks out like a sore thumb is the Argus. It kind of looks almost Anvil shaped.
Yeah,
in
but
a way.
it's got all of the design lines of an RSI ship.
It might have more parts from Anvil,
Maybe.
but we'll have to see when we get a better look at it.
And we get information on it. Yeah. But yeah. Let's move on to the next question real quick. I just want to make sure we have that. Was there more that you wanted to talk about, or no?
Nope. Go ahead.
The other reason why Anvil should be the next ship to produce a capital ship is because they're cool, and everyone wants an Anvil capital ship. So why not? And Rule of Cool rules CIG, so why not?
Hey, if the Paladin and Asgard sold well, which I know the Asgard did,
yes,
another Anvil ship is coming.
Yeah,
I have no doubt.
Peaks022 asks, do you expect minor feature / quality of life changes to come next year? For example, parking radar, boxes you can fill up with whatever you want, as in with ship weapons, missiles, and so on, multi-stage doors, proper caterpillar doors, etc.
I do. I think, and I forget who mentioned it. Maybe it was you, Griff, or maybe it was you, Axis. But I do think we'll get some quality of life stuff. I think the biggest one right now, though, that would affect the most people positively would be that inventory rework, which we've been hearing most about. So, in terms of quality of big quality of life fixes, I think that's probably the one coming the soonest.
I think we'll see, because this is just going to tie into the next question, but I do think we'll see plenty of quality of life updates, but I think those quality of life updates have to follow in feature releases. Like, I don't think we're going to get inventory updates until we get the new inventory screen. I don't think we'll get,
like the box, store all boxes. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Inventory fix first.
Yeah, because like we talked about how like even getting, I think Griff talked about this, even getting possibly like inventory for ships worked out for like the suit hangers, suit lockers, and stuff like that. So like there's definitely need to improve the inventory system before they try to do stuff like that, because that's sort of we have the system now. What can we do with it?
Yeah, and I'm excited to see where they can take stuff like that. For example, as someone who loves cargo, I've always been like, man, I would love the day when like, and again, I think we need the proper inventory systems and all that stuff. But like we're on like a big cargo ship like the Hull C. I would love to be able to on an MFD pull up the cargo manifest, you know what I mean, and see all that data, and then again with quality coming into the game, material quality, be able to see the quality of the cargo and the parts and the pieces and the this and the that I'm holding. If there are boxes on there that are store all boxes that have tons of stuff in them, I want to see the box there on a manifest, click in it, and then see the individual items inside of it, so they could take that so far, and I'm looking forward to something like that.
Apparently, Architect says John and Ben confirmed that is a thing, not just on a data pad.
Good.
Cool.
I don't know what he's referring to, but okay. Oh, the Moby-Glass is what he's talking about.
The manifest.
The cargo manifest.
Okay.
So,
All right. Yeah, I think there's also probably. I'm a side tangent here. I think CIG definitely needs to focus on social tools this year. It's one of those few things they haven't talked about.
Huge.
But I think everyone I've talked to is like, well, CIG's now got stability mostly, and as a result, server performance has stabilized. Game performance hasn't really increased, but server performance has, which means performance in general has stabilized. It's not great, but it's not awful. And this has thrown up the problem of now that you can play longer and play more, all of the problems with the social system is very, very clear.
And just the player counts.
Yes.
I mean, you can't even find your friends sometimes because you can't scroll down far enough on the, so I would even probably say that even more than the inventory thing. I would actually say the lack of a proper org and party and social system in the game right now is actually holding back some gameplay. Even some of the gameplay that we did even recently this year. So I think that's probably a priority for them right now, and it definitely should be.
All right. Next question comes from where are you? Socially Confused, who says, do you think CIG can or should keep up the content rate in the next year? Didn't Benoit himself say it's not what they're going to do?
I think he said it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
Like
it's too fast.
Yeah. I think they could go to every 2 months or every 2.5 months, or even
every 2 months would be good.
I think they pull back a little bit.
Yeah, bi-monthly would be cool.
Yeah,
they could
give us a little bit more time to enjoy the story you're putting in there. Yeah.
And time for them to work and to polish stuff up a little bit more, because they eventually get everything, not everything, but a lot of stuff fixed after the patch. But if they had that extra 2 or 3 weeks, I think the patches would be more solid when we get them.
Yeah,
smoother for sure.
Yeah. And the slightly longer cadence also gives it slightly longer in testing too, because you can overlap that a little bit. I think that's what a lot of this stuff also suffered from, was like super limited testing.
I think that personally, the biggest impact of Squadron is that I think a lot of their testers are in Squadron.
That's a good point.
Because that's what Polish is about. They're probably sitting there testing. Most of their team who does QA is going to work on Squadron, and when Squadron is heading to gold, then they don't need as much of a team to do that. So a lot of those folks can rotate into Squadron. It's a Star Citizen if they need. So, all right. Any ideas for the height of the 890 Jumps hangar bay? For example, would it fit an Expanse? No. I don't think
Why
so.
would you blaspheme the 890 with an Expanse? Let's start there.
Yeah, why?
Because I don't think it fits many ships beyond a 300 level. Like, I don't think you can get much taller than 300 inside it.
Yeah.
So.
I'm just teasing, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
For those of you who know, I'm an Origin
you love Origin.
luxury fan.
Yeah.
All right.
It's unlikely, I would say. I think the Expanse, I was looking it up. I think it's like 10.5 meters tall, 300 eyes, 8 meters tall. It's probably really tight if it fits at all.
Cataphract asks, which places are eligible for base building when it's available? Almost everywhere. If you have UEE land claims, you can build them on anywhere in Stanton. But if you don't have land claims, you can build them pretty much anywhere you want on Pyro and Nyx. That's kind of the thing. Pyro and Nyx is where you'll be building, but you don't need a permit. The difference is that if you don't have a permit to build in, if you don't have a permit to build in the UEE, then you have to go to Pyro. You have to go to Pyro or Nyx, which has more, less fees, but more danger and less protection. So.
And I imagine that around CIG developed POIs, there's probably a
no
sort
build
of
zone,
no build radius, Which again, going back to that Starkitect tool discussion we had, and they talked about the, multiple, like 2,000 or 3,000 locations getting added to planets. It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, that's going to have to sort of come online before we get super deep into base building, I would think, because you might be building in a location that they're going to have the Starkitect tool populate. I'd be really curious to see how they're going to handle that. We've heard about that tool and how amazing it is, and it looks really awesome. But like, how are they accounting for the future, like base propagation? Player made base propagation
or structure propagation. It's not just going to be outposts or settlements. It's going to be things like on Terra ruins.
Yeah.
In Quasi, there are ancient ruins, and I doubt the government would allow anyone to build anything near their property.
Yeah. Well, I also have the answer to that, and it's not happy, which is if CIG gets it done before Starkitect, then they'll just let us build, and then when Starkitect comes in, they'll wipe all the bases.
Yeah.
Let's say under the claim of the UE.
I think with when base building first comes in, the next patch after it comes in, they're wiping all the bases. Just because it's the simplest problem, simplest solution to the problem. If they're just trying to test it out to make sure it works, and so we're gonna get a lot of folks who put a lot of hours into the base building, and then they're gonna get like 2 months later, it's gonna be like, oh, my base is gone. It's like, that's gonna happen.
You have to imagine the base building testing is going to be pretty rough. There's I picture a lot of reset. This is going to be a whole new system with just so many edge cases that are probably impossible for CIG to anticipate. It's going to be a lot of wiping, I think.
I also assume it's going to have its own system for storage, kind of like how the differences between in-game purchased items and purchased items have their own different, like long-term persistence. We know that blueprints are going to have their own complete different storage system and catalog system. So I would imagine that base building also has a completely different catalog system. That's a good question. Do you see CIG paying back some of the Squadron 42 funds towards Star Citizen, or do you think they're starting to work in Squadron 42 Part 2? Let me put it this way. I think this is the best way of describing this. There is not a magic money pot that has Squadron 42 funds and Star Citizen funds. It's Star Citizen and Squadron 42 are made by Cloud Imperium Games, and all of the money that comes into Cloud Imperium Games then goes out to pay for their employees who are making both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. So I don't think we're going to see a situation where the money coming in from Squadron is going to only go to Squadron Part 2. It's just going to go to CIG, and then wherever CIG wants to do the money with. So it will pay for Star Citizen, just like Star Citizen's paying for Squadron. Just sort of both. But I think it's that the matter is more the resources, the people. And I don't see CIG pivoting hard towards Part 2, only because
there are people working very hard right now, and when they're done and they're getting ready to release, CIG's probably going to give them some time off.
Yep.
If not that, there's a lot of folks who've been building up time off because they can't take it because they're working, hard. That they're going to go. I'm taking 2 months. I got my 2 months, 3 months saved up. Boom! I'll see you in. I'll see you in, the next year or whatever, whenever this is released.
Yeah, and you're gonna see some of those core people stay on that are like post-launch support that are going to triage any issues that pop up with the game.
And there'll probably be some small expansions they'll do, like little mission editions or something like that. Where but yeah, definitely patches, fixes, things that keep the things running. Like there's no matter what, there'll be bugs. But then there's some loans to pay back too. Well, Rigsby, I know people like to bring this up a lot, but problem is that the Calders, who are the people who took out who like
investors
or the investors, they're friends of Chris Roberts, like they're family friends, and every single time the Calders have had a chance to buy out, even in really good years, they
put more money in.
They put more money in. They've like tripled down.
There's a trust going on here.
Yeah.
I think.
They're seeing what you're not seeing. They're seeing what you're not seeing.
Yeah.
They aren't goofy investors.
No. And they've taken loans from banks and stuff like that, but a lot of those loans have also been paid back or they've been paid off with other funds. It's a complicated process because a lot of folks don't also remember that CIG is getting a absolute shit ton of money from the UK government and from the government of the city of Manchester. Like,
the
Manchester
good stimulus money.
Manchester is desperate to be Silicon Valley of the UK. So they're any kind of ability for them to gain that status, they're just throwing money at it, and so they're basically throwing money at CIG. It is from what I've heard, it's a lot. Like.
Yeah.
There's very few things they have to pay for, and even when it came to like building their headquarters, a lot of it is compensated through tax breaks and other things like that. So
there's tremendous investment for anybody who's curious. I know a lot of people thought that CIG was building all this stuff, but that whole development of enterprise over there, you guys need to look at the history behind all that area over there.
Yeah.
They're really excited about CIG being there in Manchester big time.
That's why whenever you hear like an article about like CIG and all these sorts of things, like all those articles are often written by local business papers. That's why they're like, what all this, So I think if anything, the investors and the loans are there mostly to keep the lights on while they make stuff. And then once Squadron 42 goes out, and if it does really well and makes a lot of money, the Calders will probably quadruple down. They probably won't pull out because they're like, we've got ourselves a franchise. We've got ourselves a universe. It's doing well. It's not making a ton of money, but we're doing fine. And so we can take this money that we've been done and it'll expand with the idea that I'm sure eventually Chris will retire because he's getting on in the years, and he'll eventually want to retire and sell the company off in 2040 or whatever, whenever he's done making the game. And without understanding that they could make millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, rather than the tens of millions they've put in with that sort of investment. So that's me thinking like a business person might think. Even if they're your friend, I can see the potential, and I want to be on the ground floor of the next EA, or whatever. So, all right. Got a lot of questions. With the introduction of Gray's Market, would you like to see a capital or other large subcap ship from that manufacturer? And what ship would you like to see as its base? What role would it fill?
I don't know about a cap. Grim.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, obviously Gray's Market is like sort of this just taking existing stuff and throwing it together. I mean, I guess we kind of are seeing something like this in the Privateer technically, because it is a Cousin Crows thing and not it's a Drake ship, yes, but there's this Cousin Crows pass on it, and I really do hope that when the Privateer is made, CIG does inject some specific Cousin Crows branding inside, just to kind of reinforce that from a story perspective. if you're talking about just hodgepodging things, a capital does seem like a pretty big lift for like a small little junkyard manufacturer to do. I don't, I don't know if it, because we've been told time and time again that these capital ships require these big, massive shipyards to be able to do this type of work. So it would seem weird if they're like hobbling together like bootleg Idrises,
especially in
from
Odin.
A junkyard. I don't know.
It's an Odin.
I think
too,
we could
so.
see at maximum maybe a medium or a large.
Yeah,
but not a capital ship.
I think the Flappy Bird, the one that looks like a Corsair.
possibly,
That's
yeah.
probably almost certain. Now that we know the Gray's Market exists, I think that's a Gray's Market ship. That's-
Probably
Yeah.
so, yeah. And don't forget, in the promotion trailer that the ship's from, there's another ship there.
The Mustang
Yep.
Hornet. Yeah, the Mustang Hornet
Yep.
The
Buccaneer.
Mustang
Mustang
F8.
Hornet.
Yeah, it's a Mustang Hornet F8 and Buccaneer. It's got the Buccaneer engines. It's got the Mustang like wings. It's got the
Yeah.
F7 body and the F8 cockpit. So
That's their small.
Yeah. I brought this up on another stream recently though, that I would love to see, again, just going back to the Cousin Crows thing again, I would love to see Cousin Crows do reimaginings of existing ships in ways that that particular manufacturer would never do.
Mhm.
For example, it'd be interesting to see what Cousin Crows would do to like a 400i or a 600i or something, take something from Origin, but they go like crazy another direction with it. Something like it play in a gameplay loop that Origin would definitely not play in. You know what I mean? Just be kind of interesting. Obviously, I know that's not. I feel like the Cousin Crows is probably more like internal changes, where Gray's Market is a lot of internal and external changes. So I don't know which one I would lean towards in terms of those two sort of manufacturers, quote unquote.
Ship, F890.
Yeah, or bounty hunting 400i or something. You know what I mean? Just something kind of crazy that's just like kind of off the wall.
Chris is going to hit me now.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys decided to pick Origin to be the one that's a test tube baby for Cousin Crows, but I'll go for it. Only because Cousin Crows did do the modification of the 600i. I'll give it some grace back in the day, but that's it.
Sorry, Griff. It's such an easy target, though. Come on.
It's okay. It's all right. I'll remember that.
All right, let's continue on. We got a couple more questions, but we do have plenty of time. We still got about 30 minutes. So, Space Pumpkin Dave. Oh no, we already asked that one. Pisspoor Pete asks, does the Stanton star being offset on the Z-axis irrationally upset you as much as it does me? Is it offset?
It is.
Like,
Oh my goodness.
How is it offset? Because the plane of the star is the same, right? Like, is it? I don't know.
You got me on that one.
I think
Not
whatever
sure.
it is it's because it's not an asset. It's just a light, like it's just a prop. It's not actually a star.
It's above the plane.
It's above
in
the
orbit.
plane of rotation. Okay.
That's hilarious.
Because someone else asked another question, which was, Sekleth asked, do you guys believe CIG will replace the star assets in each star system? What would you like them to look like? Elite Dangerous? We know that CIG wants to do single source lighting or whatever it's called. I forgot what it's called. It's
The global lighting, you mean?
Global illumination.
Global illumination.
Where like the star itself is giving light, and so where the star where that light goes is where it's cast the shadows and such.
Yeah.
And that they've been working on it for a while. We know Starfield had it, and I think CIG is probably going to add it in. And when they do that, they'll physicalize the star. But I also think they're waiting for dynamic meshing for that, because when you physicalize the star, even though it's not necessarily that much of an object, it's still a gigantic object compared to everything that's in the game. So all of that and memory going to that is probably going to be pretty intensive.
Probably they're going to generate it like they do the gas giants, because what is a star? It's simply a ball of gas.
Yeah, it's just a gas giant that's angry.
That's
But
angry.
so, so Alex
But I would
Cold
also
comes in.
think-
Oh crap! What did I miss? 11 hours is what you missed.
But I would also venture, Paul, the solar flare stuff maybe held off for that too.
It could be.
There's a lot of things that are kind of held back, but
What
the
actually-
flares are not exclusive to Pyro.
No.
They're to every star.
What happened to this sun flares? My leading guess is that the flares, to have the most impact, the flares had to impact ships, and the impact ships, they needed engineering, and since engineering wasn't in the game, they were waiting for engineering to get into the game to reintroduce CMEs. So, does anyone feel like there's a substantive or noteworthy Vulcan improvement in the next year? I have to explain how Vulcan works. For those of you who are waiting for Vulcan to solve all your problems because you have like a really high-end rig and you want to get like 130 FPS, the answer is it's not going to happen. That's not going to help you. What Vulcan's going to do is take the person who's running on 20 FPS on a potato and bring them up to like 40 or 50 FPS. If you're running at like 50 FPS, you'll get to like 55, or like you'll see a modicum of increase. It'll just make it so that the lows are brought up a little bit higher so that they're not, it makes it easier. And I'm sure there's other aspects that'll make the performance better, if not the FPS. Right now, Vulcan just crashes, because it's not in yet. It's a half in situation, sort of beta. Tater tot machine. All right, next question comes from Sergeant Lobster, who asks, do you think that crafting will allow them to potentially actually let us use ship kitchens?
I hope so. God, because I've got all these kitchens and bars and everything else, and I'm still mad that I don't have access to some of these new ships do. I don't have access to some of them.
I hope it opens that up. I hope it opens up additional functionality in the medical bay of ships that have them to be able to craft medical stuff, medical gel packs and stuff, med pens and stuff like that. So I hope a lot of those rooms become useful through crafting. Yeah.
Yep.
Even the little room and the Carrack that's got the little
like the repair room, 3D printer.
It's like a machining room. I think it's a machine shop.
Yeah, I mean, as a matter of fact, on at least large ships that are large and up, I could see in the engineering areas of those ships, those getting a sort of little, kiosk crafting machine that specifically focuses on things like multi-tools and fuses and things like that. Seems like it'd be a smart thing to put in an engineering area of a ship. So
absolutely.
All right, Viking 20 asks, you talked about the Arastra, you talked about the Arastra, other mining gameplay loops around it, but it feels like it essentially taking the spot of the Orion, since the Arastra has more cargo capacity than the Orion. Or the Orion simply get bigger?
The Orion is bigger. It's much, much bigger. I think people don't realize how big the Orion is. Maybe Grim, you could talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, it's like 3 or 4 Arastras long. It's huge, and I think it's going to operate on a scale. Ships like the Orion, ships like the Hull Ds and Hull Es, those ones that are just playing in massive amounts of cargo or massive amounts of resource generation and all that. I look at that as ships that will specifically tie in to in-game content like space stations and other things like that. They don't really play a role in the game we play now.
I think they're referring to the fact that the original Orion has 384 cargo units, whereas the Arastra has 576.
That Orion will get
that Orion's bigger. They've already increased it. The Orion once before. It's a massive ship. It's not the ship you guys think it is.
But they're not going to give you an SCU, a specific SCU of cargo space until they start designing it, because they don't know how much it is. So they're just not going to change it.
We're talking about deep space. I mean, they don't publicize it this way, but some of these are these are platforms. These are deep space mining operations. This isn't like, I'm going to go out by Yella and mine. No, this is when you go freaking out in the freaking outer rim and you're out there doing major league mining. So The Rastra is going to be your one that you want to get together with some friends, and you can do a little bit of everything inside of it. It's all inclusive with its refinery, but the Orion's on another scale.
Yep.
I personally hope on any of those large scale ships where an entire industrial operation is centered around that ship. You know what I mean? So you may have an Orion out working some location, but you also may have a few smaller ships doing smaller things out there. I personally hope that in the future they add things to those ships that are not currently in the specs for them that specifically can tie into the smaller ships and or help that capital be the centerpiece. So for example, with a ship as big as the Orion, I would love for there to be a way for prospectors to either dock with it or connect with it in some way to at the very least refuel. Not only just drop off cargo, but refuel and everything. Like the Orion shouldn't just be able to extract resources and refine them. It should literally be the centerpiece of an entire mining operation. You know what I mean? We'll see if they do that.
Yep.
All right. So we've got another 20 minutes. Sir Toggy asks, is CIG continuing to release half-finished systems like Nyx instead of holding them until they're finished? Really what's best for the game? Should CIG not be getting geared up for a more beta release cadence? Seems to me like Nyx could be tested in Stanton or Pyro.
Yeah, Togi and I kind of talked about this a little bit. What he was saying is that some of the elements that they're doing in Nyx, there's room to do those same things in Stanton. True. And so is it better to hold off on those systems, work on, build those things out in Stanton, and then once those things are completely fleshed out, drop them in their entirety versus the piecemeal or kind of adding them. We've seen it both ways. CIG built out Stanton, Pyro instead, they dropped everything, and now it seems like they're kind of finding some weird hybrid in between those two things. So I think that's kind of what the question is he's asking. Is it just best to hold off on Nyx? Let's do those things here in Stanton. Let's build that out there. And then once we have it kind of the tech and everything locked down in a secure way, let's present Nyx in its, its best form versus this incremental form that they're doing.
Well, I think Pyro is the outcast here. I think the only reason Pyro dropped fully fleshed out was because it was waiting on 4.0 or server meshing, and that was taking longer than expected.
Yeah.
I think probably the original plan was for Pyro to come in piecemeal as well. I think we're kind of just going back to what was the norm now that server meshing's in. I just felt like, there's a lot of people that complain about Pyro having too much, in terms of services and facilities and stuff. Again, I just think that was a property of it sitting in the location team's department for an extraneous long amount of time. So
people are saying Pyro isn't fully fleshed out yet. I think the problem is that Pyro is fully fleshed out, but it's fully fleshed out with content which was designed for Star Citizen in 2020, not Star Citizen 2024 and 2025. Right. So as a result, it feels out of date and incomplete because it doesn't have certain things like the solar flares or like reputation systems. But it also has a bunch of places which don't have any impact on the game. It's because they were built before they had an idea of what they wanted to do with Pyro. So, I think the answer, in my opinion, is that it's better for them to get the content out that they have. And if they just sit there and work on Stanton until it's perfect, then they don't have the content for Nyx or Levski. Like, they don't have the...
It might also lose some of the audience.
Or even the artists. Because, like, you nobody wants to redo work, and it makes you learn a lot more when you start from scratch than if you try to refit from like what was before. So I think it's just a matter of they have to push, because once they get to something like Terra into the game, then they can go back and work things up to a beta standard across the board. But even then, let's be honest. Do you think Stanton is going to be complete when 1.0 hits? No. Nope. None of the systems are. They're going to constantly add new stuff. And they'll update the planets to look better and that kind of stuff. It'll just add new features, new locations, just like any other MMO does or any other game does if it's a live service. So
And the same can be said for ships and everything else. You know,
Mhm.
I say this a lot, but to me, all the ships are concept ships still. I mean, most of them are still missing huge, aspects of their gameplay. The ones I'm talking flight ready ships here. We don't have things like Maelstrom. We don't have resource or engineering yet, which is coming obviously. But technically, you can look at everything is completely unfinished, almost concept testing sort of phase. So
Right.
especially with locations, it's going to be something over the life of the game that they just kind of every now and then they'll go back to a system and it gets a little work. You know what I mean? For you, someone mentioned World of Warcraft recently. You know, World of Warcraft's next expansion, they're updating several of the old zones now to allow flying and other things. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just have to circle back and hit old stuff. You just
I'm of the belief that CIG will cobble together a 1.0 release, push it out, have it be functional. It'll break on day one because all MMOs break on day one because of the rush that people come in. But it'll be functional enough, and then when they're no longer trying to fight all the fires, they'll organize their content teams into, hey, you are going to focus on nothing but the medical system now. You have 6 months to build out a new medical system, and that's the only thing you have to worry about. You have access to the whole team. Go. And then one patch is going to be just the medical update, just the combat update, because that's a little bit more when you can focus and you can like drill down on one aspect. And so by the time Star Citizen enters its 1 or 2 year after it's been released, it'll look very different from 1.0, just because they'll have more time to work on some of those systems. That's one of those reasons why I'm like, don't get too attached on, well, everything's going, I want this to look exactly like this. It's like, if it works now and it's part of the vision of the 1.0, it's probably not going to change. Like bounty hunting probably will, but a lot of the stuff that people want, like mining, probably isn't going to change that much. So,
yeah. I want to say this too about the idea that we just talked about the should everything be done within the one system. And I do understand the idea of it, the certain mechanics being contained within just Stanton, because we just saw that happen with this new Onyx mission and some other stuff that they did. But I think that there's other things that they are trying to flesh out and we haven't seen it yet. And that is in relation to what those three systems represent. The law, the UEE system, the quote unquote lawless system, and then the system that is more neutral in between. And those three systems are creating a triangle of operations for gameplay and reputation that we have not had yet. We've either all the way to the lawful or the other, and then there was no middle ground. If they're going to start fleshing out these missions that are trans, what do they call them? Trans, you can go from one system to the other. What do they call it?
Trans system?
Transit jump points?
No. Missions. Remember they said like you'll get the mission in Stanton, but you take it to Pyro.
Yeah.
If they're going to start fleshing out gameplay, things like that, reputation, impact, things like that, trade, economics, having those three systems in place, and just those three makes sense to me. Now, if they expand beyond that, it's a luxury. Castra is not necessarily necessary for that. But I think if those gameplay aspects are part of it, then that does in some way demand that the technology expand. Now, you could just say, well, we're going to keep the reputation in one system, but that would also be wacky. We kind of know what Pyro's about. Like the gangs of Pyro have not been implemented with their reputation to the fullest degree yet. No. I can go to certain stations and I don't have like the headhunters have their section of the station or they dominate the whole section. That's the type of stuff I want to see happen over there. Same thing in Levski. They've got their own law system there, plus the new gangs that are being implemented there. I think there should be some harmony that happens between all three of those with the players so that when they're playing now, they're making decisions and choices that have impact whatever system you go to, even when it comes to trade. So to me, that would be the only reason why I don't have a problem with them expanding to just those three systems right now.
Togi then asked a follow-up, basically saying, like, what's the point of 1.0 then? And the answer of if everything's just going to change. The point of 1.0 is for feature complete. So the features will be done in a 1.0 status.
Yeah.
Meaning the game will play as it's supposed to, but those systems will still change over time as new updates to the game go through, and they but like the base way that you do bounty hunting and hauling and mining and salvage and medical, the base of that is still going to be the same. Like when I say a drill down on 1.0, like medical gameplay will probably have some basic stuff, and as they improve it, they'll make it like more detailed of the damages and more
medicine to use and different gameplay aspects. But the idea of you using medicine in a med bed to heal somebody is going to remain the same. It's not going to fundamentally change how that works. So, you know, you're going to say, Grim, you were saying something?
Oh, no, nothing really important. I'm just going to say that, I mean, even after 1.0, you can expect CIG to come back to a few things probably and completely change them again. Like there's nothing stopping them from a post 1.0 thing saying, you know what, we've come up with something different for the star map, or you know what, we're redoing inventory again. You know what I mean? The back end stuff will all be there, but you know, visually it could change, additional functionality. So the game will just continue living. And Richard Tyrer even mentioned that in his 1.0 speech. He talked, remember how he sort of separated the numbers and he said what the 1 was and what the 0.0 is, you know, and everything after that. And he talked about how the 0.0 was a moment in time. Even 1.0 is just a moment in time, and we're going to then move past that and then past that, and it just, you know, will keep evolving. So
yeah, I mean, even we have to even understand Stanton may feel complete to a lot of people, but it's not, even object wise. Mentioned by several pieces of lore, they're missing a freaking comet from the orbit and the Aaron Halo. So of course they're going to have to backtrack and fill in other objects, the solar flares and Pyro, the comet and Aaron Halo, whatever else ends up in 1.0 that's missing. There's going to be other things that are going to be physically changed. And then of course, the planets right now in Stanton, I believe, are still Planet Tech 3.5, not even 4 for the most part.
Yeah, they're old, and they will update. I think they'll update possibly before 1.0, but again, there's a lot of factors. All right, we've got about 10 more minutes. Dasher asks, do you think we will see some kind of sticky bomb for breaking into ships, or is that be part of hacking? It's part of the Legionnaire breaching charges. And technically, the Vulture originally had sticky charges, or had shaper charges to blow up portions of the ship to consume.
Really?
Yeah. So we might see, we'll almost certainly see it with the Legionnaire, with breaching charges. So
yeah.
So it is part of hacking, but it's the kind of. It's the equivalent of, like, you know, I may be out of spell slots, but I may be out of spells when I ain't out of shells, you know, from you may have stopped my hack, but I've got the ultimate key, you know, it pulls out shape charge, slaps it to your stuff. So
yeah, it's kind of like the difference between destructive and non-destructive hacking, I guess, in a way. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's making it sticky? I don't know. I don't know, Fast Card. My brain is too shot to try to explain to that, and I'm gonna have to deal with you at midnight. My brain's gonna die.
God help you.
Yeah. Not only that, it's Fast Card and HC Vertigo.
Oh my God!
Oh boy!
Insane duo posse.
I'm gonna stay up though.
Double dose of caffeine at midnight. You'll be fine.
I will be awake that entire time. That's for sure. And then I wrap it up with Execute. So like nonstop Bob's Execute, and I forget who else. So yeah, it'll be.
Oh God! So then you get to theory craft your way into the end of the next day. This is boy.
Execute always chooses the last slots in these because he's like, I want to see Paul drunk off of being awake for too long. Yeah, so if you want to see the madness, the only person who couldn't make it would have been Darge. That would have been too hard for Darge, but that would have. I would have been. If it was Darge.
You could have just sat back at the mic and not said anything if you had all those guys on. You could just sit back and just not even talk. You'd be straight.
Darge would hide in his darkness from Vertigo.
No, they would feed off of each other to create an abomination. The only person who would have been as bad would be Night Cobb if Night Cobb was there with them. If it was just that might be a goal at some point, is just to have them four in one and me just not be here and have them four run in a captain's table and see what kind of soul destroying madness that happened. So, all right, we got one more question.
By the way, while he's looking up the question, don't forget, guys, this is a charity
Yes.
stream. So reach deep, support Gamers Outreach. Paul's doing great work. They're doing great work. You guys are doing great work. Don't forget. Toss in. Every little bit helps. Doesn't have to be a major amount, but it can be.
$1,
So don't
$5.
forget.
Someone Trash Bandicoot just donated $42.
Woo! There we go. 42 for Squadron 42.
So
there
we've
you
got
go.
2,122.
Beautiful.
So far, our goal is 2,000.
Yeah.
Our next milestone is 2,500. So, thank you so much for that help.
Awesome
for the children.
Yeah. Pick a number like that. 42 for Squadron 42. Maybe you have a 315p. Put her 315. Maybe you're 2955. Hey, go for it.
Your age. Put that in. Whatever. The age you were when Star Citizen, you bought into Star Citizen, so it's a little bit lower. I think there's some questions on YouTube that I can pull from. All right, this is the last one from Cody Cooper, who asked, "Do you think we will ever see a Gray's Kit Bash tow ship? Think a tow Mater vibes." Make her strong as hell for the size, but bucket of bolts that handles like a pig and breaks a lot. So like a SRV, but janky.
Oh my god! I'm just imagining something worse.
That's scary.
I would assume yes. When they came out with the SRV, though, when that went flight ready, we didn't see any alternate version of that come out in the since then. So it kind of makes you wonder where CIG's confidence is in terms of like towing ships in the future and the need for that. I can think of a few needs for it though. So yeah, it seems like the most logical ship in terms if you were going to try to make a Gray's Market ship that tied into an industrial gameplay loop. It seems like the most obvious. That and salvaging seems like the two gameplay loops that a Gray's Market ship could tie into.
Easy. A salvage ship salvaging other ships.
Yes. Yeah.
I can see that. I'm also of the opinion that we could see towing and other things like that from the Banu, because like that feels like a very Banu sort of orientation sort of thing. Yeah, we'll tow your ship, get it back to get it fixed up, and I got just a shop for you. It just happens to be run by my Suli.
That'd be cool.
All right. I think we're going to end it there. Thank you so much to Griffin and Axis and Grim. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, we're going to stop the stream here very temporarily, and there will dump you into a new stream, which will start up. So that'll be the second part, because YouTube doesn't like 12-hour streams, and we're almost on the 12-hour mark. So while we have this break between sessions, but make sure you check that out. As we said earlier, Gamers Outreach, !Point Charity in chat. Go ahead and donate. And then we've got Griffin. Make sure you check out Griffin at Soul Citizens, Axis0096 on Twitch and YouTube, and StarJump_Grim on Twitch and YouTube, and of course, StarJump.sc. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Any other things you'll want to say, or?
Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Always. Thanks.
Coming by. And
always a pleasure.
I will, like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Wait a few minutes. We'll be right back. All right, chat. I'm going to take a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We will get this going. serious. Okay. Thank you so much, Aussie and Itkaru, for those. $67 from Itkaru, so we're at $2,199.